Things could not have worked out better if he had planned them. The prize for a career officer is command. Though blacks had made tremendous progress in the Air Force, command was not open to them. No black officer had ever commanded a domestic air wing. Still, compared to the rest of the country, the Air Force was a model of equal opportunity.
In a situation where you are forced to be together, you learn to live with each other. You not only learn to live with each other, but you learn to respect the capabilities of each person there.
The type of stoic patience McGee exhibited lost popular favor in the 1960s, when civil rights became one of the most divisive issues in American history. But consider the courage it took McGee to persevere. With no guarantee of success, he excelled. With no sign of an open door, he kept knocking.
It didn't deter me from continuing on the trend that I've established or that I was doing. And it wasn't something being done to say, well, now if you do this and this and this, you're going to arrive at some place. It was just a way of life that I developed to treat others as I wanted to be treated, and hopefully that respect would come in time.
As the Air Force modernized, McGee modernized with it. As a pilot, he trained and checked out in the F-89 Scorpion. And as a maintenance officer, he managed a staff that kept aircraft running and ready to take off 24 hours a day. In 1955, he took a job responsible not just for airplanes, but for missiles as well. Without fuss, he'd made the transition from biplanes to the space age, all in a country that seemed at times openly hostile to his ascendancy. In 1956, the glass ceiling broke. The Air Force promoted another Tuskegee airman, Daniel Chappie James, to commander of Otis Air Force Base outside Boston. James's breakthrough would have meant little had there not been qualified, arguably overqualified, black officers waiting patiently in the wings. McGee was certainly one of those. In 1959, he was promoted to the regular U.S. Air Force. He had been technically a member of the Air Force Reserve. Becoming a member of the regular Air Force was a necessary step to further promotion. He deployed back to Italy, along with the Jupiter missile, commanding the small cadre of Americans who helped the Italians man the missiles. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, he and his family were in Minot, North Dakota, on the front lines of the Strategic Nuclear Force. In the aftermath of the crisis, he transferred back to 10th Air Force Headquarters in Kansas City to help revamp strategies and operations to better suit the modern world. When Latin America was a hotbed of Cold War intrigue, McGee worked as Chief of Joint Plans and Operations for the Air Force's Latin American mission. Through all of this, he kept flying. While he could easily have become purely a desk officer, he thought of himself first and foremost as a pilot. In 1966, he set out to learn an entirely new kind of mission, air reconnaissance. In 1967, at the age of 48, McGee went to Vietnam. The assignment made his wife mad. How much blood do they want, she asked, distraught that her husband was about to leave for a third combat tour in a third war. McGee, however, didn't waver. His country called, and he answered.
I became the commander of the 16th Tactical Reconnaissance Squadron and took that squadron to Tan Son Nhut Air Base in Vietnam.
There were, however, major differences between what he had done before and what he was doing now. The RF-4C used for reconnaissance carried no weapons. The only defense they had was speed and the skill of their pilot. Tan Son Nhut Air Base was, at the peak of the Vietnam War, one of the busiest military bases in the world. Fighters roared out over the war 24 hours a day, their missions determined by intelligence gathered by McGee and a handful of other reconnaissance pilots. McGee flew primarily over northern South Vietnam, venturing into Laos occasionally to document troop movements along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The mission started out high, beyond the reach of anti-aircraft guns. But McGee eventually had to dip down low, flying a careful grid while his backseat operations officer snapped photographs. Flying over Laos, McGee's Phantom took heavy fire and could not make it back to Tan Son Nhut. He calmly diverted to Da Nang, landed safely, removed his film from the unflyable craft, and hopped a transport to Tan Son Nhut. The most vicious fighting of the war came in 1968 during the Tet Offensive. The Communists launched a coordinated attack all over South Vietnam. Attacks near Saigon sealed Tan Son Nhut off, and McGee was one of only 6 reconnaissance pilots available to fly a huge roster of critical missions. Unfazed, recalling his experience in the crunch of Korea, he organized his squadron to manage all the missions necessary in the first 3 panicky days of fighting. When he finally got a chance to sleep, he slept with his helmet on because the base was under almost constant mortar attack. In May 1968, McGee flew his 172nd and final combat mission in Vietnam. He didn't know it at the time, but he had flown more combat missions in 3 wars than any other pilot. 409. For his work in Vietnam, the Air Force awarded him the Legion of Merit. After nearly 3 decades of struggle, McGee achieved what had long before been impossible. He was the first African American in command of a domestic air wing, a man in the full of his career. After the nomadic life of a career military officer, he was stationed in the closest thing his family had to a hometown, and he was in command.
Looking back on the career, can see that progress and the change. So it gives you a good feeling that what you aspired and held out there as a target was still slowly becoming a possibility, that you were treated based on your ability and so on and not color.
McGee retired in 1973 after 30 years, 6,300 flight hours, 409 combat missions. He had been awarded a Legion of Merit with 1 Oak Leaf Cluster, the Distinguished Flying Cross with 1 Oak Leaf Cluster, and high decorations from the governments of Korea and Greece. He grew up in Asheville, North Carolina, fishing and hunting on the grounds of Biltmore, the private estate of the Vanderbilts. In 1940, he volunteered for the Army Air Corps. He wanted to fly bombers and took command of a B-17 just in time for the beginning of the war. During training, he met a girl from Memphis and fell in love. He flew with her picture mounted on the dashboard of his B-17, which he named for her. He and his men became the first bomber crew to survive 25 missions. Hollywood made them famous, and with the war still raging, they returned to tour the United States, conquering heroes no longer required to fight. Offered a safe job as a training instructor, he volunteered instead for additional combat service in the Pacific. That decision cost him his fiancée in Memphis, ending what may have been the greatest love story of the war. He is Robert Morgan. His plane was the Memphis Belle, and they are both legends of air power. Robert Morgan was born in 1919 in Asheville, North Carolina. His father, David, was an executive at a furniture manufacturer. His mother, Mabel, a dreamy romantic who became fast friends with Cornelia Vanderbilt. The mountains of North Carolina were a wonderful place to grow up, and Morgan had the run of the 125,000-acre Vanderbilt estate. He hunted and fished and thought of himself as entitled to the easy life he enjoyed. In 1929, everything changed. The stock market crash and ensuing depression cost David Morgan his job and cost the family its house. Cornelia Vanderbilt invited the Morgans to move into an empty house on her estate, and David found work as a night watchman, making $50 a month. In 1936, doctors diagnosed Mabel Morgan with thyroid cancer. Unable to face a slow death, she opted instead to commit suicide.
Well, I think there was a searching all my life for, after my mother died, for somebody to kind of fill in, take her place, because I lost her at a very critical time in my life, and the time when we had planned to spend a lot of time together traveling.
Morgan's father threw himself into work, and Morgan started chasing girls. Morgan was a student at the University of Pennsylvania when Germany invaded Poland, an undergraduate in constant motion with no direction. In 1940, he enlisted in the Army Air Corps. With slightly less than standard vision, he failed the eye test. The doctor gave him a second chance and left the room. Morgan memorized the chart and passed. He learned to fly like all pilots of his era in PT-17 Stearman biplanes. Sure that war was approaching, the Army stripped its training down to the essentials. On only his second day in uniform, he was in the air with a flight trainer, learning the basics of flight. After only 6 hours and 10 minutes in the air, he soloed. In July 1941, Morgan graduated from Stearmans to BT-15s, trainers with enclosed cockpits that the young recruits noticed were just like the cockpits of fighter planes. At Bush Field in Augusta, Georgia, he and his classmates learned to navigate and land using only instruments. They learned formation flying and watched nervously as America was drawn closer to war. In September, a German submarine fired a torpedo at an American destroyer in the North Atlantic, and President Roosevelt gave American ships permission to attack and sink any submarine that lay in their path. As a result, Morgan completed his training in Georgia and opted for advanced training in bombers. In October, a U-boat sunk the destroyer Reuben James, beginning what came to be known as the Battle of the Atlantic. And Morgan walked along a line of bombers at Barksdale Field in Louisiana. The old bombers at Barksdale were already obsolete, but they had been built as warplanes, not as trainers, and they were bigger and had a deadlier look than anything Morgan had ever seen. Whatever excitement the pilots felt was tempered by marching. They'd enjoyed abbreviated basic training, they'd flown before they'd crawled, and now they were going to make up for it. There was going to be a war, and they were going to learn how to be military. So they marched and flew between marches, and their graduation was set for the middle of December. Morgan got his wings on schedule, married one of the many girls he'd been seeing, and reported for duty at MacDill Field in Florida. With America at last in the war, he flew submarine patrol in a Lockheed Hudson and checked out in a B-24 Liberator, the largest plane he had ever seen. In early 1942, Morgan and the other pilots at MacDill were introduced to the aircraft that they would actually fly into battle, the Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress. Because he was spending more time with his airplane than with his wife, she left him. Morgan almost didn't notice. He flew over 600 hours in the next few months and received orders to report, along with the rest of the 91st Bomber Group, to Walla Walla, Washington for final training. As punishment for an incident in which he made an unauthorized landing at the Asheville, North Carolina airport, however, he did not fly. He traveled on a troop train. In August, he met Margaret Polk from Memphis, who was visiting her sister in Walla Walla. As he often had before, Morgan fell in love. A month later, they parted. She returned to Memphis, and he went to Maine to await his overseas orders. There, he convinced his crew to name their airplane the Memphis Belle in Margaret's honor. On a training flight, he made an unauthorized stop in Memphis to show her the plane and the nose art a corporal had decorated it with. He wrote her a letter proposing marriage, and mailed it from his last stop in the United States before flying to England. "I'll return," he wrote, "to make you happy forever." And then he went to war. Early in World War II, the United States and Great Britain had a significant disagreement about bombing strategy. The English, who had some experience with bombing, had decided to bomb at night, sacrificing accuracy to preserve their crews and craft. The newly arrived Americans, on the other hand, studied the English experience and decided that the problem wasn't bombing in the daylight so much as it was the way the English bombed. Generals Ira Eaker and Carl Spaatz believed that by flying higher and taking advantage of the super-secret Norden bomb site, Americans could bomb during the day without suffering the horrendous losses the English predicted.
Nobody had written a book how to do this daylight strategic bombing. The generals didn't know any more than us second lieutenants, and we had to do it trial and error.
The Memphis Belle and the 91st Bomber Group took up residence in a town called Basingbourn in East Anglia. The town was as beautiful as a postcard, and from there the war hardly seemed real. They flew practice missions until November 7th, when they were assigned their first combat mission, a raid on German submarine pens in Brest on the English Channel. On the way in, they met little resistance. They saw only one German fighter far out of range, and the only enemy they met face to face was the frigid cold of high altitude. Several planes turned back, and those that continued, including the Belle, missed their target. They returned home, however, thrilled at the taste of combat and anxious for their second mission. 2 days later, the Belle took off again, this time for the sub-pens at Saint-Nazaire. Concerned that bombing from very high altitude might not be the answer, the Brest ordered a mixed altitude strategy, with some flights coming in high and others low, theoretically sneaking up on the German air defenses.
They had it all figured out, and of course we thought it probably worked too. It didn't work. It looked like the Germans had a typewritten flight plan of what we were doing. We got the daylight shot out of us that day. I lost my squadron commander. We lost 2 other airplanes in our squadron.
Morgan, with a photo of Margaret attached to his plane's control panel, flew the Memphis Belle in low. As soon as they crossed the coast, the German anti-aircraft fire started and didn't let up, chewing up the planes at nearly point-blank range. The planes attacking high didn't fare any better. Morgan's top turret gunner watched helplessly as the Luftwaffe swooped in to feast on the helpless bombers. Not a single plane escaped undamaged. Several were lost. The Belle returned with 63 holes in it, remnants of German fire. On the next mission, the bombers tried another strategy, flying in 3 levels. Morgan and the Memphis Belle flew in the middle level, supposedly safe from the flak below and the fighters above. Instead, they got it from all sides. More than 100 Focke-Wulf 190s set up on the formation, and flak blew a huge piece out of the Belle's left wing. But as Morgan fought to keep the plane under control, his tail gunner shot down a German fighter. Terrifying as the sortie had been, the Memphis Belle had scored. Living in the comfort of Basingbourn and flying what was clearly a lucky plane, the crew of the Memphis Belle felt privileged, almost blessed. They worked well together, enjoyed each other's company in the air and on the ground, and felt a growing affection for their plane.
It's amazing how you can take 10 guys from 10 different parts of the country and put them together in a very small training period, which is not more than 3 months, and then go to combat. But we just happened to all fit together.
All around them, flyers were dying and planes were going down. 36 B-17s crossed the Atlantic with the 91st Bomber Group. By Christmas 1942, only the Belle and 6 others were still flying. Major Curtis LeMay, newly arrived in England, took a look at the appalling casualties and the insignificant damage the B-17s were inflicting on the Germans and decided on a change of strategy. He advocated attacking straight and level instead of weaving evasively in toward the target. He believed that coming in straight increased the accuracy of the bombing, which would protect air crews by requiring them to fly fewer missions to destroy a given target. The bomber crews, of course, thought LeMay was crazy, and the British protested that attacking straight and level during daylight would only increase the horrendous toll the Germans were already taking. LeMay persisted and proved his point by leading his own mission against the Germans, and the fact that he brought his group back alive seemed to prove his point. So it was with all eyes on them that the 91st set out for the sub-pens at Saint-Nazaire. Using LeMay's tactics for the first time and returning to an oft-visited target, they knew they were in for a fight. The Germans had placed more than 60 anti-aircraft batteries around the pens and had moved in other mobile batteries as well. Morgan and the Memphis Belle flew in the lead. As they approached the target, Morgan turned control of the plane over to his bombardier. For 90 long seconds, with flak bursting and planes going down all around, he sat helplessly. Vince Evans, the bombardier, guided the plane calmly in, staring down through the Norton bomb sight. A hit in World War II meant getting bombs down within 1,000 feet of the center of the target. The Norton released the bombs automatically, and they came down within 15 feet of the target. The planes flying behind the Belle released at the same time with the same accuracy. The sub-pens were devastated. The mission had sunk or damaged several U-boats and badly damaged the base. 10 B-17s didn't return, but the Belle, with flak holes all over her wings and fuselage, made it back to Basingbourn. Still, as the number of missions and casualties rose, morale among the flyers dropped. The American and British commands settled the night or day bombing controversy by agreeing to disagree. The RAF continued to fly at night, and the Americans continued to fly by day. The Americans flew in straight and level and continued to take heavy losses, even as they inflicted heavier damage on the Nazis. And then General Aker announced that any bomber crew that successfully completed 25 combat missions would get to go home. Though it did nothing to change the crew's prospects for survival, it did wonders to improve morale. From that point on, every mission for every crew was part of a countdown. William Wyler, one of Hollywood's most accomplished directors, wanted to make a movie about the effectiveness of strategic bombing. He approached Robert Morgan over drinks one night and asked if he could fly along with the crew of the Memphis Belle.
He flew 5 missions with us, and he never got in the way. And he was a very courageous guy. I mean, you see this guy walking and running all around the airplane with a Hotchkin bottle in one hand and a camera in the other hand.
As Wyler photographed, Morgan and his crew counted down their missions. They bombed rail yards and factories that made locomotives. They fought the waves of fighters while bombing Focke-Wulf and Messerschmitt factories. They went up in good weather and bad and watched in wonder as planes on either side of them got shot out of the sky. Somehow the Belle continued. It came home damaged, sometimes severely, but it came home. In a mission over Bremen, deep in Germany, the 91st lost 6 of 29 planes. The Memphis Belle was hit 81 times, but it came home. Mission number 22, back to Saint-Nazaire. Number 23, with the Belle down for repairs, Morgan flew the Great Speckled Bird over Antwerp. The publicity spotlight began to shine on the Belle and her crew. Reporters sought Morgan out and wrote stories about the luckiest bomber crew in the world. Morgan and some of his men went to London to record a radio show, and he was surprised to find that people in the United States were aware not just of his battle history, but of his great romance with Margaret, the original Memphis Belle. The war had turned. 275,000 German and Italian troops had surrendered in North Africa. In the North Atlantic, the Germans were on the verge of suspending submarine operations, in large measure because of the damage inflicted by Allied bombers. The United States was hungry for heroes, Only 2 sorties away from being the first bomber crew to survive 25 missions, the crew of the Memphis Belle seemed perfect. But first, they had to survive. Mission 24 was confusing. The primary target was clouded over, and the secondary target too far away to reach and return safely. The group improvised, bombing a naval base on the tiny island of Helgoland in the North Sea. The public's attention was riveted on the plane, its pilot and crew. The 25th mission would be to the sub-pens at Lorient, France. They had been there before. They gathered on the runway beneath the Belle.
We had this particular thing all through our mission. When we went out to get on an airplane to go on a mission, we kind of got in a huddle like a football team did just before we stepped on the plane. And we said, look, guys, if only one airplane comes back today, it's going to be us.
Morgan wrote to Margaret saying he was preparing for his last mission. He said that he would have the ground crew remove the name Memphis Belle from the plane when he was done. William Wyler was there, camera in hand, ready to film history. Morgan felt as if the whole world was watching.
You can't think, well, no, you know, this is 25th, and we got to make this one so we can go home.
Bill Winchell, the waist gunner, shot down an FW-190. Leading the bomber group, Bombardier Vince Evans dropped the bomb so accurately that one actually hit exactly on the target, an amazing feat for the time. And then it was over. 25 missions, 20,000 miles in battle, 60 tons of bombs, 8 confirmed fighter kills. The ground crew had replaced 9 engines, both wings, the main landing gear, and 2 tails to keep the Memphis Belle flying. Among those who wanted to meet the first crew to survive 25 combat missions were the King and Queen of England.
After the 25th mission, we brought the airplane back to the States, and we went on a 3.5-month tour around the public relations tour around the States, 31 cities.
Morgan, his crew, and his B-17 were heroes. As they traveled, they grew increasingly uncomfortable with the adulation they received at every stop. The war, after all, was still going on.
The hero status, we couldn't accept that because we all agreed we were just one bomber crew that did a job that we were given. My crew and I talked about this hero stuff. Heroes, as far as we were concerned, the real heroes were the guys that didn't come back.
Morgan and Margaret wanted to marry as soon as he returned, but the War Department asked, forcefully, if they would wait until after the national tour. They agreed. On the tour, Morgan had a little too much fun. He called Margaret from every stop, and in the background she heard too many women laughing, too many tinkling ice cubes. Margaret wanted to break up. Morgan wanted to elope. They haggled, and then Morgan met a new love.
I was introduced to the B-29 bomber, and it just blew my mind when I saw that big bomber. I said, gee whiz, I want to fly this.
Before they could patch things up, Morgan was training to go to the Pacific and bomb Japan. The great national love story was over. The breakup made the papers. He reported to Pratt Field in Kansas in October 1943 and got his first ride on a B-29. He started building his hours, learning the ins and outs of what was then the largest airplane ever built. He tried now and then to contact Margaret, but she made clear that if he was going back to the war, she wasn't interested. He married instead Dorothy Johnson, an unpretentious society girl from Asheville, North Carolina. They set up housekeeping in Kansas, and Morgan flew. On October 10, 1944, Morgan and the 497th Bomber Group took off for the Pacific. His new plane was named for his new love, Dauntless Dottie. He flew 26 missions against targets on Iwo Jima, Truk, and in Japan. He led the first strategic bombing mission against Japan from the island of Saipan, the first mission against the Japanese home islands since Jimmy Doolittle's raid in 1942. The raids against Japan were not like the raids on Germany. The B-29s dropped incendiary bombs designed to set cities afire. They were aimed not at military targets, but at civilians. He took off knowing that tens of thousands of people were going to die, and returned to base wanting more than ever just to go home. In April 1945, he got his orders. He arrived home once and for all the same day Adolf Hitler committed suicide. He, like the world around him, was tired of fighting. All he wanted to do was fly.
I still fly. As long as I pass my physical, I will keep flying. And I still love to fly. I'd rather be up there than on the ground anytime.
He grew up the earnest son of hard-working immigrants, and his career spans the formative years of American military aviation. He trained most of the American pilots who fought in World War I, and during his few weeks in actual combat, he shot down 2 enemy aircraft. He pioneered air-to-air refueling and commanded the strategic air forces of World War II that forever changed the way wars fought. He so dominated aviation that when Congress spun the Air Force off into an independent service branch, he was the only logical candidate to become its chief of staff. His name is Carl Tui Spaatz, and he is a deserving legend of air power. Carl Spaatz was born in Boyertown, Pennsylvania in 1891. He was one of 5 children, the son of Charles Spaatz, the gregarious publisher of a newspaper printed in both German and English. Spaatz attended the United States Military Academy at West Point. He did it not because he felt drawn to military service, but because it was a way to get a good education without straining his family's finances. The Army of that era was a league of gentlemen where form mattered far more than substance. Spaatz, on the other hand, openly disdained spit and polish. He failed inspections, spent his free time playing poker, and came close to expulsion for drinking beer in an off-limits bar. When asked, he admitted the infraction, risking reprimand but upholding the Academy's honor code. Still, tired of the constrictions of military life, he considered leaving the Academy to seek his destiny elsewhere.
He was standing on the Hudson, and standing on the banks there at West Point, the banks, and he saw this plane come down, and he knew he had to fly. And he stuck West Point for that reason.
He graduated ranked in discipline an abysmal 97th in a class of 107, taking with him little but a reputation for trouble and a nickname, Tui. The class leaders got their choice of assignments. Spaatz, who wanted only to fly, was assigned to punitive duty as the white officer in the all-black 25th Infantry Regiment. Stationed in Hawaii, he fell in love with Ruth Harrison, the 17-year-old daughter of a colonel in the cavalry.
My grandparents were not awfully pleased because my father was considered a rather wild young man. He did play poker and he did drink a bit.
In 1915, Spaatz transferred to the Signal Corps Aviation Section. He left his new love Ruth in Hawaii and reported to North Field in San Diego. His flight training was almost comically brief. He learned more about engine maintenance than about flight itself because more was known about mechanics than aeronautics. After only 5 hours of training, he took off on his first solo. He didn't get far before the engine on the plane quit and he crash-landed. Assigned to the 1st Aero Squadron, Spaatz accompanied Blackjack Pershing on the 1916 punitive expedition into Mexico. A year later, the United States entered World War I. One of only 65 flying officers, the Army swallowed its trepidation and promoted Spaatz to major. It was his last promotion for 17 years.
My mother told me the story that she would stand at Kelly Field and watch him do his acrobatics. Early on in the air service, the pilots were not allowed to do acrobatics of any sort. It was considered too dangerous. And watching Daddy up there doing his acrobatics, and, you know, is thinking, oh, isn't he wonderful? This is before they were married. And hearing some old colonel in back saying, there's that young Spots up there. Look at him. He is not long for this world.
In July 1917, Spots and Ruth married. In September, he left for France. The American command put Spots in charge of flight training at Issoudun, a base that was little more than a mud field and a few dilapidated buildings. When he arrived, Spots found a small and dispirited corps of American volunteers.
All these young guys who come to be flyers, you know, the most glamorous thing you can be, are all standing around having to do crummy work, you know, piling boulders to, you know, to stop the mud. I mean, they're not training to be flyers. They're unhappy. Their officers are unhappy. Everybody is. And he gets there, he has to straighten the place out. By the time he leaves a year later, it's probably the biggest training field in the world.
While his commanders fumed over his rough edges, his contemporaries came to think of him as an officer who could take a dirty job and get it done. Ordered back to the States, he asked his commanding officer, Billy Mitchell, if he could take a turn in combat. Mitchell gave him 2 weeks. Spots stayed 4. He tucked his major's insignia in his pocket and became just another second lieutenant. On his second mission, he shot down 2 German planes, but ran out of fuel over no man's land. An Army patrol saved his life. The New York Times ran a story on the incident without mentioning the pilot's name. When Ruth saw the article, she put down the paper and said, "That has to be Toohey." President Woodrow Wilson believed that national security was a matter of international law, not military power. When the war ended, the armed services withered. The Flyers, however, had come to believe that the Air Forces needed to become a separate service, independent and equal to the Army and Navy. The top brass, of course, disagreed. Billy Mitchell, the most vocal of the Flyers, accused the brass of sabotaging the emerging Air Force. Defending itself before Congress, the Army declared that it had hundreds of aircraft combat ready and charged Mitchell with insubordination. The message was clear. Disagree with the Army's official position, and your career will be over. Mitchell made his trial a test of the Army's readiness and called Spots as a witness. In front of the highest-ranking court-martial ever convened, Spots testified that the entire United States Army had 59 modern planes, only 15 of which were fighters. Mitchell's attorney asked if the War Department was purposely slowing the development of air power. Spots answered with the same forthrightness he had used at West Point to admit he had been drinking at an off-limits bar. Yes, he said. There were those in the crowd who believed that Toohey Spots' career was as good as over. After the Mitchell trial, the Air Corps found itself in a period of neglect that ironically did much to preserve Spots' career. He was a bug not worth crushing. In 1935, Spots got his first promotion in 17 years to lieutenant colonel. The Army almost instantly regretted it. Assigned to the Army Command and General Staff School at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, Spots complained openly about the curriculum, which made almost no mention of aviation. He graduated with a staff recommendation that he was not worthy of further training and was transferred to Langley Field in Virginia. There, Spots got elected president of the Officers Club. His first act was to install slot machines on the premises, something that didn't sit well with the brass, but that saved the club from insolvency. On the assumption that air power would play a decisive role in the coming war, he implemented a program of modern pilot training that multiplied by 100 the number of pilots that could be trained in a given period of time. In 1939, the Nazis invaded Poland. England declared war against Germany. Germany responded by bombing London. Spots went to England as an observer, and for a year he saw firsthand the devastating effect of air power. While the American public worried that England might fall, Spots reported back to his superiors that the British would hold. The Germans, he said, lacked a true strategic air force. the Luftwaffe's bombers could reach only as far as southern England, racking London nightly, but unable to reach the industrial cities to the north. In Washington, Army Chief of Staff George Marshall prepared to fight a modern war. He removed senior officers who resisted the emergence of air power and gave the Air Corps its first measure of autonomy, a separate chain of command within the Army. Well-versed in Spaatz' can-do capabilities, Marshall promoted him to general and made him the Army Air Force's first Chief of Staff. Confident that his new position would add stability to his nomadic life, on December 2nd, 1941, Spaatz and his family moved into their first permanent home, a tiny fixer-upper in Alexandria, Virginia. 5 days later, on a Sunday afternoon, word arrived that the Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor.
He left, and we didn't see him again. He had a cot in his office at that time, and he never came home. He came home for Christmas Eve. It was a big thing that he was coming home.
Not for long. 2 months after Pearl Harbor, General Hap Arnold gave Spaatz command of the newly formed 8th Air Force. The Flyers went to war convinced that strategic air power would end the war without the necessity of a messy ground campaign. The RAF flew under cover of darkness, which protected its aircraft but also hid the targets on the ground. As a result, the British used what they called area bombing, the carpet bombing of whole cities. Spaatz and the Americans considered area bombing barbaric, preferring instead daylight raids on more precise strategic targets. To do that, American planes had to fly by day protected by fighter escorts. The British wanted the American bombers to go out at night, freeing the American fighters for air defense duty along with the RAF.
And Spaatz says, no, I don't want to be integrated into the RAF. You know, these fighters are to protect the bombers, and and that's their mission, and that's how we're going to do it. But he does all this in a way he doesn't make enemies. One of Spaatz' gifts was his ability, to get along with people.
The fighters stayed with the bombers, and the 8th began the pounding of the German military and industrial base that Spaatz believed would bring the war to an end. However, Spaatz was not long for England. Americans had invaded North Africa, and they needed help. Eisenhower dispatched Spaatz to North Africa to try to build the level of cooperation between the Americans and the British. Spaatz acquired a slate-topped poker table and used his quiet social skills to smooth the ruffled egos around him. For the first time, the British and Americans came together to conduct the devastating air-ground campaign that drove the Nazis off the African continent. It was, without question, the greatest victory air power had ever won. In January 1944, with the invasion of Normandy looming, Eisenhower promoted Spaatz to the command of all strategic air forces in Europe. Key to the success of the invasion was the destruction of the Luftwaffe. Eisenhower devoted 50% of the Allied strategic might to the destruction of the factories that built planes for the Germans. What to do with the other half of the bombers was something no one seemed able to agree on. 2 basic strategies emerged. The transportation plan would target railroads and bridges, making it difficult or impossible for the Nazis to move men and materiel. The second strategy was the oil plan, in which Allied bombers would target the infrastructure that refined and delivered critical fuel. The 15th Air Force, operating out of Italy, had already devastated the Romanian fields that provided 50% of Germany's oil. Spaatz advocated going after the synthetic oil factories in Germany that made up the shortfall.
It's the perfect strategic target. You have 16 small plants, 16 discrete targets that if you can bomb those out, you basically crash oil production. You bring them down to such a production they can't. Tanks won't roll, planes won't fly. And it looks feasible.
Eisenhower chose the transportation plan. Hampered by bad weather and perhaps an Air Force command that disagreed with its mission, the attacks on German transportation were slow and ineffective. The Nazis stopped sending their fighters up to resist the bombers, which proved to Spaatz that the transportation bombing wasn't hurting them. In April 1944, the Germans launched the first V-1 buzz bomb at London. The British insisted that all bombers, American and British, be used to attack the launch sites. Outraged, Spaatz demanded an audience with Eisenhower. The two met in private.
There are some rumors that Toohey actually threatened to resign, that if he couldn't get his way, he would resign. You know, and Eisenhower doesn't want the bad press from that. He likes Toohey for one thing, but you don't want to have a public split right before the invasion, especially if things go wrong. So that's a fairly potent threat, though not, but maybe not the ultimate one.
When they emerged, Spaatz had permission to spend 2 days bombing the synthetic oil plants. What Ike got in return was a head of strategic air forces who didn't drag his feet on the transportation plan. The day after the agreement with Eisenhower, the 8th struck the largest rail yards in Europe, in Bonn, a target that before the meeting had always somehow been sucked in by bad weather. In May, Spaatz sent the 8th after the synthetic oil plants. The Luftwaffe, almost invisible for 2 months of transportation plant bombing, came up in swarms. Intelligence reports confirmed what Spaatz had suspected. The Germans wouldn't hold the Luftwaffe in reserve if it meant losing oil production. Spaatz's 2 days of oil plant bombing knocked out more than 60% of Germany's synthetic oil production.
The chart on that is just straight down. It's a perfect strategic campaign. So, and everyone can see these ultra-intercepts. They get passed all around the headquarters, and everyone says, yep, you're right, Spaatz.
Armed with new P-51 Mustangs, the Army Air Force knocked German fighters out of the sky as fast as the Luftwaffe could get them launched. In what had become a war of attrition, the Nazis couldn't train pilots as fast as Spaatz could shoot them down. Hermann Göring, the head of the Luftwaffe, had failed to modernize his training methods. Unlike Spaatz, Göring loved the formality of military life and emphasized it even when it interfered with battlefield operations.
Like in 1942, they only trained 600 more pilots than they lost. They were still having skiing lessons and ballroom dancing lessons in their fighter instruction courses in 1942. I mean, they weren't really focused on the problem. So what this caught up with them, by 1943 and early 44, the Luftwaffe is desperately short of fighter pilots.
On June 6, the Allies invaded Normandy. The Luftwaffe's resistance was negligible. The Germans, like the Italians before them, were reeling. Their industrial base lay in ruins, and the Allies had a free hand in the skies. On the ground, the Allies moved forward almost at a sprint. In December 1944, the Germans mounted one last desperate counterattack. After the Battle of the Bulge, Spaatz believed the time had come for the same sort of display of force that had inspired the Italians to surrender. He ordered devastating attacks on central Berlin. Looking for leverage, he sent bombers to Dresden, a largely unarmed city that had never been bombed. The bombing created a firestorm that incinerated tens of thousands of civilians. On the 20th of February, he ordered the 8th to Nuremberg. On the 22nd, he executed Operation Clarion, a combined effort of the 8th and 15th Air Forces that targeted small rail yards in town centers, destroying scores of towns around Germany.
People are saying, wait a minute, the Air Force does not go out and kill people. Why are we running these raids to kill all these Germans, And then when Dresden happens a week before, said, what is the plan here? And Spaatz replies, no, the point of this is not to kill Germans. The point of this is to show Germans how helpless they are.
What had worked in Italy failed in Germany. The Nazis didn't surrender until Russian tanks entered Berlin, and the American and British had captured both the industrial and agricultural heartlands of Germany. Spaatz attended the surrender ceremony amid the rubble that had been Germany. He was, like the rest of the Allied officers, both tired and exhilarated. One war had been won. Another remained. With the war in Europe ended, Hap-Arnold ordered the 8th Air Force to Okinawa. He put Spaatz in command, and for good measure, gave him control of the 20th Air Force stationed in Guam. The goal, Arnold made clear, was to make sure that the Air Force played a key role in the victory. Spaatz stopped on his way to the Pacific for a short rest with his family in Miami. While there, bouncing his granddaughter on his knee, an orderly brought him a message.
I'll never forget it. He picked Daddy up, put her on the floor. Daddy started crying. Not like Daddy. He put her on the floor, left the room, came back later dressed in uniform, and left. And he didn't come back for 2 days. And he came back just enough to pick up Mother and go back. That was the time, it had to have been the time, that he went up to Washington and was told by General Handy about the atomic bomb.
It was Spaatz' job as the new head of strategic bombing in the Pacific to drop the bomb on Japan. Spaatz, having seen the devastation of Germany and suspecting what history would have to say about the use of this new bomb, insisted the order be put in writing. Arnold had the orders typed out before Spaatz left. On his way to Okinawa, Spaatz stopped in the Philippines. After viewing Douglas MacArthur's plans for the invasion of Japan, Spaatz told MacArthur about the bomb. The invasion they both knew would never happen. Spaatz said years later that the dropping of the atomic bomb was done by a military man under military orders. Japan surrendered on August 14th. For better or for worse, the war and the arrival of nuclear weapons proved once and for all the horrifying primacy of air power. By attending the surrender ceremony on the battleship Missouri, Spaatz became the only officer to attend the surrender of all three Axis powers, the Italians, the Germans, and the Japanese.
I think if there's any hallmark of Toohey Spaatz, is that he got the job done. You give him something, you give him a crummy, rotten job, and he'll do it probably better and quicker than anyone else.
With much of the world in ruins, Spaatz returned to Washington. Congress liberated the United States Air Force from Army Command in September 1947. Toohey Spaatz became its first Chief of Staff. He arranged the Air Force to reflect his personality, a service built on merit, not social pretension, with change of command based on critical functions, not politics. It was, he believed, the Air Force the country needed, the Air Force he and his fellow officers had talked about their whole lives.
He just quietly, on July 1st, after he had been in a year, he quietly closed his door. There was no retirement ceremony, nothing of that sort. He just quietly closed his door and went fishing.
Spaatz was not finished, however. In 1952, his friend, President Eisenhower, asked him to chair the committee that would choose the location of the new Air Force Academy. After sifting through more than 350 sites in 22 states, Spaatz and the committee recommended to the Secretary of the Air Force 3 sites. The Secretary chose a 17,000-acre site north of Colorado Springs. Toohey Spaatz died in 1974 at the age of 83. The flyer who had little use for military education, who had come close to being expelled from West Point, and who was openly critical of the Command and General Officer School at Fort Leavenworth, was buried on the grounds of the new Air Force Academy. He was the son of an aviation pioneer and says he has always been drawn to that which is most difficult. Attracted to the military's competitive structure, he learned to fly because that was where the competition was keenest. He flew an F-86 Saberjet in Korea and recorded 2 kills. He got his doctorate in space science from MIT. His dissertation laid out the basics of orbital rendezvous and made possible much of what man has accomplished in space. 15 years later, he used those same techniques to land on the moon and return safely to Earth. In the more than 30 years since his history-making flight, he has spent most of his time not looking back, but looking forward. And what he sees in the future may be every bit as important as what he accomplished in the past. He is Edward Eugene Buzz Aldrin, and he is a legend of air power. Edward Eugene Aldrin, Jr. was born on January 20th, 1930 in Montclair, New Jersey. His mother, Marion, was the daughter of an Army chaplain. His father was a student of rocket pioneer Robert Goddard and an aide of legendary pilot and gadfly Billy Mitchell. Aldrin had two sisters who couldn't pronounce the word brother. They said instead, Buzzer, and the nickname stuck.
And then I went away to summer camp in Maine, starting when I was 9 years old, and I continued to go there for 2 months of every summer until I was 16. And that really taught me a lot about competitiveness and teamwork and camaraderie. And I give a lot of credit to that particular summer camp in Maine.
He was also very much the product of a sometimes stormy relationship with his father, Edward Sr. He was a brilliant man who expected much of his son. Buzz, gifted in his own right, felt that pressure nearly every day of his life.
Clearly, he loved his father a great deal. Clearly, at the same time, the father gave him expectations of performance that he felt difficult to meet. He was basically an individual who was constantly raised to believe that you had to be number one all the time and everything. And that caused him some challenges.
Buzz graduated third in his class at West Point, went to flight school in San Antonio, and was one of the elite pilots tapped to fly fighters. In 1953, he went to Korea. He flew 66 combat missions in F-86s and shot down 2 MiG-15.
You know, a lot of people ask about spaceflight, if we're afraid or scared or fearful. It's no comparison to being in combat, where everything is unknown.
After returning from Korea, he worked his way earnestly through his Air Force career. He taught combat gunnery to new pilots, was an aide to the Dean of Faculty at the Air Force Academy, and flew F-100s in Germany. He and his partner, future astronaut Ed White, were such crack shots in the air that they represented their squadron in the annual NATO gunnery competition. In the late 1950s, everything in aeronautics was coming up space. A new word, astronaut, entered the vocabulary, and the first generation of American spacemen was recruited from the ranks of test pilots, most of whom were based at Edwards Air Force Base in California. As the Air Force tinkered with different experimental flight platforms, the Guggenheim Foundation, one of the leading charitable trusts in the world, endowed a series of academic chairs and programs designed to build scientific understanding of the basics of spaceflight. Aldrin, lacking a background in flight test, chose academics as his road to space. He applied for admission to MIT, his father's alma mater, and perhaps the most demanding engineering school in the world. He became one of the first students in the Guggenheim-created astronautics program, and was hard at his calculus in 1961 when President Kennedy announced that the United States would put a man on the moon by the end of the decade.
Now it is time to take longer strides. Time for a great new American enterprise. Time for this nation to take a clearly leading role in space achievement, which in many ways may hold the key to our future on Earth.
A year later, as John Glenn orbited high above the Earth, Aldrin laid down the theoretical basis for orbital rendezvous.
I chose a different career path. I put more emphasis on professional education. That's what my father had done, and that's what other people had done. Somehow, with the tour of combat in Korea and then the other assignments, it just didn't occur to me that I wanted my career to be dependent upon my coordinated skills as a pilot. I wanted it to be more relying on my professional knowledge and creativity. And fortunately, I chose the route that I think suited me fine, and the timing turned out to be just almost perfect.
After graduating MIT, Aldrin went to work in the Air Force Space Office. He was doing work to support the second group of astronauts, the Project Gemini astronauts, when NASA decided that all astronauts did not have to be test pilots. With his sparkling combat record and his PhD in astronautics, It was no surprise to anyone when in late 1963, Aldrin became a member of NASA's third astronaut class. Aldrin soon discovered, however, that while the outside world now saw him as a member of an elite, inside NASA, he was one of many second-class citizens. The NASA Aldrin joined was dominated by Mercury astronauts, many of whom openly scorned the kind of academic credentials Aldrin wore with such pride. He could be an astronaut, yes, but because he wasn't a test pilot, he wasn't going to be allowed to command a mission. That was an honor reserved for the test pilots, and it was a distinction that changed Aldrin's life. The astronauts of Project Mercury sometimes felt as much like lab animals as they did pilots. Their training had as much to do with medical research as it did aviation. They were probed and poked in every conceivable way as researchers documented their physical and mental conditions before and after their brief space flights. Project Gemini, the second American space initiative, had less to do with basic medical understanding and more to do with actual operations in flight. Gemini tested the fundamentals that would be necessary to accomplish a mission to the moon and back: the ability of a spacecraft to rendezvous and dock with another, and the ability of astronauts to leave the capsule and walk in space. Buzz Aldrin entered NASA with the third astronaut class, recruited and trained specifically with the moon landings in mind. He was, arguably, the first of a new kind of astronaut. While his flight credentials were impressive, it was his background as a scientist and engineer that made him most interesting to NASA. The Mercury astronauts flew alone, clearly requiring each to be an accomplished pilot, comfortable with the unknown. Project Gemini, however, flew with a crew of 2, and Apollo would fly with 3 on board. The days of the dominance of test pilots in the astronaut corps, like it or not, were coming to an end. The days of the mission specialist, space-traveling scientists and engineers who might know little of flight, were dawning. Aldrin threw himself into training and planning. He passed his doctoral dissertation around among NASA scientists, and as a result, changes were made in the procedures for the first docking maneuver. The first Gemini craft to go into space, Gemini 3, tested the ability of a spacecraft to change its orbital path. Aldrin's former gunnery partner, Ed White, tumbled through the first American spacewalk during the flight of Gemini 4. Aldrin helped revise the procedures for walking in space. He designed a system of handholds and rails that allowed astronauts to move effectively outside the capsule.
Spacewalking, we had some problems initially in spacewalking, and I came along at just the right time to be able to train underwater in neutral buoyancy for my Gemini 12 flight.
Gemini 12 lifted off November 1966. Once in orbit, Aldrin conducted what was then the longest spacewalk in history, more than 5 hours. He did not spin out of control as earlier astronauts had, and accomplished everything he set out to accomplish. He returned, as all astronauts did in those days, a hero. And then he did what all astronauts also did. He got back in line to await his next assignment. More than ever, in the tiny and competitive community of astronauts, all eyes were on the crew selection process. Not only did everyone want another flight, but some member of the small working group of flyers inside NASA was going to the moon.
There was a lot of wondering. I wouldn't really call it jockeying around. I'm sure that some people felt they had better access to the selection process that was pretty much determined by the 2 people in the Mercury program, Alan Shepard in charge of the astronaut office as the chief astronaut office, and Deke Slayton, who was grounded, and he was in charge of flight crew operations. So those 2 people essentially selected the sequence of crews.
Aldrin fretted his own belief that his lack of a flight test background would hurt his chances of being chosen. His extraordinary work, however, landed him a job as backup crew for Apollo 8, the second Apollo mission into space. Apollo 8's mission was to leave Earth orbit, circle the moon at the same altitude an airliner circles the Earth and return. The flight tested NASA's deep space tracking system and the ability of the mission's computers to calculate trajectory and rocket burns at a distance of 250,000 miles.
It was really a very challenging and very intriguing mission to be on the backup crew. If we lost communications, then we would have to navigate with the sextant. And it was very tedious making many, many measurements of the angle between star and moon horizon, or the star and Earth horizon.
The mission went off without a hitch. Both the deep space tracking system and the manual navigation procedures worked perfectly. Mission Control celebrated the technical achievement in which Aldrin had played a crucial role. The moon was almost literally getting closer. To this day, Apollo veterans downplay the competition to get on the moonshot, but there is no doubt that it was very real. Apollo 9's crew was already training for the first flight of a lunar module. Apollo 10's crew prepared to take both the command and lunar modules around the moon and to descend so close to the surface it seemed that they could almost touch it. Astronauts not directly involved in those missions went to work on the details of Apollo 11, which, if all went well, would land the first men on the moon. Aldrin and fellow astronaut Jack Schmitt assembled one of the first mission timelines, a minute-by-minute checklist of what needed to be done to get safely to the moon and back. They added an emergency takeoff countdown immediately after the lunar module landed on the moon's surface. And when it came time to decide which of the two astronauts on the moon's surface would come out first, Aldrin penciled in the second in command. It was a logical choice based on procedures during Gemini spacewalks. The commander stayed on board, and the junior man left the capsule.
So there were precedents that would lead one to think that the very severe training workload required of the commander for the launch from the surface of the Earth, for the en route decisions, for the landing itself, and then the liftoff from the moon were all very intense requirements for training that only the commander went through in great detail. So to then have him be the person who was doing more activities on the surface, there was an argument that said it might be better to have the junior person do more of the activities out on the surface.
Aldrin made that argument not entirely from an academic standpoint. As a member of the backup crew for Apollo 8, he knew that the standard rotation sequence would make him a member of the Apollo 11 crew. Privately, Aldrin also guessed that Mission Command would stay with one of the test pilot elite. By following Gemini precedent and designing the mission so that the junior man became the first man on the moon, he was in effect putting himself at the head of the line. 6 weeks before Apollo 11 took off, NASA made its decision. Neil Armstrong, the mission commander, would walk first on the moon. Aldrin would follow. The decision was based on two things: the position of the astronauts inside the lunar module and public relations. Armstrong, as LEM pilot, was closer to the door, and NASA administrators understood what those in the cloistered astronaut corps did not. The first man on the moon would become the space age's Charles Lindbergh. Having that be the mission's junior man, they reasoned, just wouldn't be right. In the late 1960s, it seemed as if the world was coming apart. Historic social upheavals, the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the sexual revolution were changing almost every aspect of daily life. In Africa and Asia, colonialism breathed its last violent gasp. The Cold War raged worldwide, and the hot war in Vietnam caused civil war in the American streets. But on July 16, 1969, the whole world stopped to watch the crew of Apollo 11 walk out to the truck that transported them to a launching pad. As a handful of people must have watched Christopher Columbus sail over the horizon to the New World, hundreds of millions watched Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins climb into the biggest rocket man had ever built for their trip to the moon. It was an extraordinary moment that was almost completely lost on those at its epicenter.
In spaceflight, except during the launch, usually things are happening quite slowly, and there's so much attention that's been paid to exercising over and over again all of the normal procedures and then concentrating on as many of the emergency procedures as you possibly can. So you feel quite confident that you know what to do in spaceflight, and there isn't a concern for having a clouded mind that fear brings on.
For 4 days, the world watched as the Apollo 11 crew worked its way down the meticulously assembled checklist and onto the moon. NASA fed the public's hunger with a seemingly endless stream of details about what the astronauts were eating, what they were thinking, and what they were doing. Behind the scenes, however, there was grave concern that the mission would fail. NASA Administrator Tom Paine told the crew of Apollo 11 that if anything went wrong, they should get home safe, and he'd guarantee that they would be on the next flight, their chance for immortality preserved. It was a guarantee he couldn't deliver on, but he hoped that it would keep the crew of Apollo 11 from taking unnecessary risks. In the White House, William Safire drafted the speech that President Nixon would give if Aldrin and Armstrong were stranded on the lunar surface. In their exploration, Safire wrote, they stirred the lives of people of the world to feel as one. In their sacrifice, they bind more tightly the brotherhood of man. On July 20th, Aldrin and Armstrong crawled through the narrow passageway into the lunar module. They pushed all the right buttons, went through all the well-rehearsed procedures, and began their descent to the surface of the moon. The LEM, which was named Eagle, was an early model that weighed more than the refined models to follow. During the descent, its cockpit filled with the sound of alarms warning that it was coming down too fast. At 500 feet, Armstrong took manual control of the craft, maneuvering around a crater and boulders in search of a smooth landing spot. At 100 feet, Aldrin noted that they were down to only 60 seconds of fuel. They touched down with 15 seconds of fuel remaining.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
While the whole world breathed a sigh of relief, Aldrin and Armstrong continued their checklist. They prepared for an emergency launch. They checked their craft for damage. And Aldrin did something that NASA had approved ahead of time, but had asked that he keep to himself. He served himself communion on the surface of the moon. Some hours later, Aldrin watched as Armstrong descended the ladder to the lunar surface. A few minutes later, Aldrin stepped out into the glaring sunshine. And that's when the fun began. Operating in the 1/6 gravity of the moon, Aldrin bounced back and forth in front of the television camera. He bounced forward and back, jumped and hopped, and did everything a little kid might do. Though it looked to everyone in the world as if he was just playing, to this day, Aldrin insists he was demonstrating different mobility techniques for the scientists at NASA. Aldrin and Armstrong didn't stay long on the surface of the moon. 21 hours after the Eagle landed, it took off again. Aldrin and Armstrong rendezvoused with Michael Collins in the command module, discarded the Eagle, and headed home. By any standard, he was a deserving hero. He had fought and won in aerial combat. He had excelled academically at one of the most demanding institutions of higher learning in the world. He had become an astronaut, and from that outstanding corps was chosen to be on the first lunar mission. He and his fellow crew members executed their mission flawlessly, and upon their return, behaved with grace and dignity. But for Aldrin, always his most demanding critic, being the second man on the moon was somehow not enough.
I think this came to a head in many ways in the early 1970s after he returned from the moon. This was something where he had been on the first lunar mission, a mission of extraordinary accomplishment and extraordinary importance, and yet he had a sense, I think, of self-doubt and a confusion over a sense of self-worth, if you read that memoir, because he hadn't, in fact, been the mission commander. He had been the second man to land on the moon. And that was very unfortunate and very sad.
Aldrin is, those who know him agree, still on a quest to prove his worth. While most of his fellow astronauts have retired to become professional speakers about the good old days, Aldrin has continued to push forward. As he once provided the theoretical basis for orbital rendezvous, he has recently developed a gravity-based model of interplanetary flight that would, if implemented, vastly decrease the cost of moving heavy loads from Earth to Mars and back.
I've moved from orbits around the Earth or around the Moon to now using that gut feeling, that seat-of-the-pants approach, to look at orbits between Earth and Mars, cycling orbits that go around the sun and swing by the Earth with gravity assist that then results in a swing by of Mars and comes back to Earth again.
He worries that the public's fascination with spaceflight has faded and has proposed that NASA conduct a lottery with the winner traveling into orbit. When he speaks of space, it is not in the romantic language of the aesthetics of flight, but in much harder and more important technical and economic terms. He envisions a future where ships carrying hundreds of people lift into space. Those ships, he says, will launch one day, as hundreds of ships followed Columbus to the New World. And when they go, he hopes that their journey will have been made easier by his hard work and commitment to understanding the unknown. He decided he wanted to design aircraft when he was 12 years old after reading Tom Swift and his airplane. He designed his first plane before he'd ever seen one in person. When he first applied for a job at Lockheed, the company turned him down flat. He got his master's degree in aeronautical engineering and returned and was rewarded for his persistence with an $83 a month job as a tool designer. By the time his career at Lockheed ended 47 years later, he had built the most important aircraft research and design facility in the world. There, in Lockheed's legendary Skunk Works, he and the team he led revolutionized aviation. For 30 years, it was impossible to see a significant display of American aircraft without seeing something Kelly Johnson had designed. Whether it was a fighter, bomber, transport, passenger liner, or even a spy plane, the odds were that he had designed at least part of it. Without question, he is the greatest aircraft designer in history. He is Clarence Kelly Johnson, and he is a legend of air power. Clarence Kelly Johnson was born in the town of Ishpeming in Michigan's Upper Peninsula on February 27, 1910. The son of Swedish immigrants, he got his Irish nickname from schoolmates after he stood up to the school bully.
He had been dealing with some of the kids at the school calling him Clara, since his first name was Clarence. And he finally had his fill of it and decided to take reprisals on one of the bullies. And after he was finished, the kids in the schoolyard decided that he could no longer be a Clara, and instead they were going to find some more appropriate name. And since Irishmen were known at that time for their pugilistic skill, they decided to dub him Kelly.
He designed his first airplane, which he called the Merlin battle plane, as a 12-year-old, and it won him a prize at school. He knew then that was what he wanted to do with his life. He paid $5 for his first flight, a 3-minute trip in a biplane that ended badly when the plane's engine conked out at 700 feet. When he got older, he worked in construction and in the Buick factory and saved his money. He took his savings to a flight school and asked to be taught to fly. The flight instructor, a cash-strapped barnstormer, refused Johnson's money and told the young man to spend it on college. Johnson enrolled at the University of Michigan just before the stock market crash in 1929 and supported himself washing dishes in fraternity houses. As an assistant in the aeronautical engineering department, he worked with the school's wind tunnel. The school allowed him to rent the tunnel out when it wasn't in use. Johnson charged $35 an hour and helped design a new, streamlined Studebaker model. He graduated in 1932 and tried to enlist in the Army Air Corps, but was refused. He returned to Michigan for his master's degree and, among other things, used the Michigan Wind Tunnel to help design aerodynamic racing cars for the Indianapolis 500. In 1933, he went to work for Lockheed in California as an $83 a month tool designer. Lockheed at the time was a deeply troubled company. It had just emerged from bankruptcy and had bet its future on the Electra, a 2-engine transport. When Johnson arrived in Burbank, his boss asked him what he thought of the plane. Johnson looked and said it would be unstable and that he did not trust Lockheed's wind tunnel tests. Chief Engineer Hall Hibbard sent Johnson back to Michigan with a model of the Electra and a mandate to do his own study in his own wind tunnel. "See if you can do better," Hibbard told him. He did. After 72 tunnel tests, Johnson came up with a newly designed flap system and traded the Electra's single stabilizer for a twin tail. Those changes stabilized the Electra and helped make it one of the most successful airplanes of its time. Johnson returned to Lockheed a full engineer. Assigned as the Model 10 Electra's flight test engineer, he at last started flying on a regular basis. He befriended Amelia Earhart and advised her on several of her missions. She flew an Electra, and Johnson advised her on techniques of fuel mixing to help her get the best performance out of her plane. He continued to work on updates to the Electra through Electra Model 14 and was soon attracting attention outside of Lockheed. In 1937, he won the Sperry Award for outstanding achievements in aeronautics by a young man. That same year, Congress passed the Neutrality Act. That law was designed to keep the United States out of World War II. At the same time, those in the military had become convinced that American involvement in the war was inevitable. They threw as many of their precious dollars as they could into the design of new equipment. Lockheed won the competition to build a new fighter with a plane designed by Johnson, the XP-38. With 2 engines and a double fuselage, it was an unconventional aircraft that had its share of problems. In particular, its high speed and tight maneuvering sometimes created forces so great that they shattered the plane in midair. Once again, Johnson went back to his wind tunnel, and after making a few changes to the plane's design, it passed Army Air Corps muster and was ordered into limited production. Johnson, the designer, was 27 years old. In the late 1930s, Lockheed came back from bankruptcy largely on the strength of its commercial aircraft. The Electra in particular had built a profitable customer base. But if Lockheed was going to grow, it was going to have to build a successful military aircraft business. The P-38 was a start, though when the Army Air Force first awarded the contract, no one knew how many thousands of planes would eventually be built. In 1938, with Europe on the brink of war, the British sent a purchasing commission to the United States in search of military aircraft, particularly a long-distance coastal patrol bomber that could be used to hunt submarines. The commission, scheduled to visit several aircraft manufacturers, did not originally intend to visit Lockheed. Their schedule changed at the last minute, and Lockheed was invited to make a presentation, with only 5 days to prepare. During the 5 days of preparation for the Brits, Johnson showed what he was destined to become famous for: the ability to make something entirely new out of existing components. and to manage a project to completion with a ruthless eye to the deadline.
He himself lived by the credo, be quick, be quiet, be on time. He was somebody who believed very much in getting good people and giving them the ability to do what they do best. He also believed in minimizing the number of people working on any one project.
In only 5 days, Johnson and his crew not only redesigned the Electra to fit the needs of the Royal Air Force, they also built from scratch a full-scale wooden model of the plane, a civilian transport converted into a medium bomber. The Brits were amazed. They were so impressed by Johnson and his crew, they invited Lockheed executives to England to confer with the Air Ministry. Johnson went along. At the meetings, the British changed the design specifications, necessitating a complete redesign of the aircraft. Johnson locked himself in a London hotel room and in only 72 hours completed the engineering drawings. The British were, once again, amazed, and Lockheed got the contract. But not before the British expressed their hesitancy about working with an engineer as young and inexperienced as the 28-year-old Johnson. Lockheed reassured the Air Minister, who ordered 200 of what became known as the Hudson Bomber. It was the largest single order of aircraft ever received by an American manufacturer. And upon the party's return to the United States, Lockheed promoted Johnson to chief engineer. In 1939, the Congress significantly increased the defense budget, and P-38 started rolling off the line in record numbers. During this period, Johnson truly mastered the art of manufacturing, streamlining production processes, and developing an entirely new job, the program manager. Now a staple of manufacturing, the program manager is a person far down the chain of command who has working control of a project. If that all seems a bit heavy on the business administration in a discussion of aircraft, consider this. Johnson believed that outstanding aircraft designed and manufactured quickly were inevitably the product of a single visionary. That visionary was usually, of course, Johnson.
He was not someone who believed in development via committee. He was also somebody who hated lengthy reports and normally limited any report that was sent to him to 20 pages. He believed in brevity, he believed in clarity, and he believed in giving people the tools necessary to get the job done.
In 1943, Lockheed put Johnson in charge of advanced products research, setting him up on a plot of land on the outskirts of Burbank, California. Johnson called his new kingdom the Skunk Works, after the still in a cartoon strip, Little Abner, that was responsible for the making of a mysterious and powerful brew called Skunk Works.
In the Little Abner cartoon, there was a potent mystery elixir known as Kickapoo Joy Juice. And Kickapoo Joy Juice was made at the Skunk Works, or Skonk Works, as it was called in the comic strip, through a variety of things that were thrown into a giant mixture, among them skunks, old shoes, and things like that. And the nickname was applied to the Lockheed operation because, indeed, it was a mystery elixir. Nobody was quite sure what was going on in there, but they knew that a lot of things were being thrown into it and that Kelly Johnson was pulling a lot of people from various locations in order to create something interesting.
The job of the Skunk Works was to quickly, cheaply, and secretly develop advanced aircraft that could help win the war. Its first assignment was the P-80 Shooting Star, the first American jet. Intelligence had determined the Germans were far along in their development of jets, and the not-so-secret fear of the Army Air Force was that the Nazis would deploy their jets in large numbers before the war in Europe had ended. The effect on the Allied bombing campaign would have been horrendous. The Allies' propeller-driven fighters would have been almost useless against a jet-powered fighter.
Kelly Johnson, in his efforts to oversee those operations, would pull people from other projects and would go about trying to get a minimum number of the very best people and put them on the project, give them minimal supervision, but let them, trust them to be able to do the jobs that they're chosen to do.
After setting up the Skunk Works and recruiting his team, Johnson went to work on the P-80. Lockheed's contract with the Army Air Force gave him an incredibly short schedule, 180 days. Johnson went on a binge of designing and set his team to work on various critical paths and had the prototype ready for testing 37 days ahead of schedule. In 5 months, Lockheed had designed and built the first American jet. They hauled it from Burbank to Muroc Air Base in the California desert for testing. Fearful that there might be spies in the surrounding hills, they disguised the jet during transport with a plywood propeller. Johnson said years later that when he rolled out a new plane for testing, there was only one thing he thought about. What have I forgotten? In the case of the P-80, despite the short design and construction cycle, he hadn't forgotten much. It was a beautiful aircraft, faster and more agile than anything in the American arsenal. The war ended before it saw combat, but it evolved into the T-33, one of the best and longest-lived jet trainers in history. When the war ended, however, there were those who questioned whether the Skunk Works had a role to fill. After World War I, the business of aviation had shrunk almost to non-existent. After World War II, many people expected that it would again. But there were two basic differences between the ends of the wars. First, the United States was engaged in the world after World War II in a way it wasn't after World War I. No one could reasonably expect the world's only nuclear power to go back into hibernation. And second, before the war ended, it became clear that the post-war world would require a strong and ready military. Because on the day the Japanese surrendered, the world separated into two groups of allies, those in the communist East under the control of Joseph Stalin, and those in the democratic West. World War II was over, but the Cold War was just beginning. Kelly Johnson and the Skunk Works were just about to become the most important aircraft developers in the world. Over the course of his career, Kelly Johnson designed more than 40 aircraft. His most prolific period by far was in the 1950s. That was a decade of tremendous technological advance, achieved in an atmosphere of never-ending crisis. And there was no better place for aeronautical engineers to work than the Skunk Works. Johnson designed and built the Constellation, the most elegant aircraft of its time, and a plane that served effectively in both civilian and military roles. He experimented unsuccessfully with vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, with the idea that they could operate from relatively small ships. He designed the F-104 Starfighter, at 1,300 miles an hour, the fastest aircraft ever flown at the time. It was a sometimes fussy plane to fly, and at more than Mach 2, there wasn't a lot of room for error. It was adapted around the world to a number of difficult tasks, including carrying nuclear weapons. Johnson didn't approve of all the modifications others were making to his plane, but could do little about them. As the Cold War heated up, it became clear that the United States needed a way to peer deep into Russian territory. East of the Ural Mountains, where the Russians did their atomic research and where they developed their aircraft and missiles, the United States didn't even have an accurate topographical map, let alone a way of getting information on military capabilities. The Air Force put out a quiet request for a fast, high-altitude plane that could overfly Russia and bring back pictures of the communist secret bases. Johnson at first toyed with modifying the F-104, but it lacked the range and would be too difficult to fly on long missions. In 1954, he sent the Air Force a proposal to build a plane that could fly at a range of 4,000 miles above 70,000 feet. It would be slower than the Air Force had hoped, but at that altitude would be high above Russian air defenses. The Air Force didn't believe Johnson could do it. They doubted any jet engine would work at that altitude, and instead ordered a competition between manufacturers for the best biplane design. President Eisenhower approved a $35 million contract with the competition winner. Johnson and his Skunk Works team went into overdrive. In mid-November 1954, he met with a government advisory board on what was then called the CL-282 project. 10 days later, he formed the team to design the craft. On December 2nd, the first 12 engineers went to work designing the aircraft systems, and the first design drawings were completed and released to the shop for manufacture the next day. A week later, the drawings were complete, and by the end of the year, he'd won the contract and frozen the design. Wind tunnel testing completed in March, the first plane finished in July, and the first flight took place on August 4th, 1955. In less than a year, from pipe dream to first flight, Kelly Johnson and the Skunk Works had designed and built a completely new kind of airplane. The U-2 had something of a patched-together quality, to be sure. The first ones cut weight by leaving out the ejection seat, and the balancing wheels on the wings dropped off at takeoff to lose a few more pounds. The engineers were still making modifications on the craft in the summer of 1956, when a young pilot named Francis Gary Powers saw his first U-2 parked on a taxiway at a secret base in Nevada. It had not been built to last, he said years later. Powers was among the pilots who flew spy missions over the Russian heartland in the U-2, and for years it was safely out of range of the Soviets. The planes routinely returned with photographs showing Russian fighters 4 miles below them, coming up for a fight but unable to fly high enough to get a shot off. Eventually, however, the Russians improved their air defenses, and by the time Powers was shot down in 1960, Johnson was already at work on his next-generation spy plane. Johnson, with the U-2s flying with seeming impunity, had gone back to the government to propose a plane that could fly 10,000 feet higher and 4 times as fast as the subsonic U-2. Building a plane that would cruise at Mach 3.2, Johnson said years later, was the hardest thing the Skunk Works ever did. Everything about the plane, Johnson said, had to be invented. In 1960, the Air Force gave the go-ahead for Johnson to develop the A-12, a plane that didn't succeed as an interceptor, but paved the way for its slightly larger sister, the SR-71 Blackbird. Built out of titanium, which is light and could tolerate the 500-degree temperatures that built up as the plane sliced through the atmosphere at more than 3 times the speed of sound, the Blackbirds were like something out of a science fiction movie. The rollout was Johnson's proudest day. It was, he said, the smoothest test flight he'd ever been through. Johnson, who had never been much of a talker, insisted that he was not bothered by the fact that he couldn't talk about his perfect airplane. If I can talk about it, he'd like to say, it's obsolete. But years later, when word of the SR-71 had leaked out and the Air Force had stopped denying its existence, he took joy in its racing from New York to London, a distance of almost 3,500 miles in less than 2 hours. And before the Blackbirds were retired in March 1990, an SR-71 flew across the United States coast to coast in 68 minutes. Kelly Johnson retired from Lockheed in 1975. Even then, he was a presence at the Skunk Works. His 14 rules of effective program management are gospel there and are taught in some of the leading business schools in the world. Johnson even consulted with Lockheed during the development of the F-117 stealth fighter. As an old man, he said that there would come a time when aircraft were no longer relevant. People wouldn't travel for business, he said, because they could sit at their desks and talk to people in Europe by video phone. And on the battlefield, manned aircraft were no longer cost-effective in an age of missiles. Though it hasn't happened yet, don't bet against it.
I think his greatest contribution was in the vision that he had for the Skunk Works, for Lockheed, for American aviation, and in his ability to translate that vision into something that other people embraced and believed in and wanted to work toward. To a great extent, his greatest contribution was his ability to get other people to commit to his dream.
Kelly Johnson died just before Christmas in 1990. He was a kid from Central Florida who dreamed of becoming a pilot and grew up to be one of the best the United States ever produced. But he also traveled secretly with the highest level diplomats in the world, drove the getaway car when Americans fled the Nazi advance through Russia, and without orders, set up a critical Lend-Lease supply line in the Middle East. He took to the air to thwart the Japanese in China and helped invent a type of aircraft-based commando operation that changed the way war is fought. He is John Richardson Allison, and he is a legend of air power. While Florida today is a state of resorts and golf courses, Florida before air conditioning was empty, backward, and isolated. John Richardson Allison was born in 1912 in Micanopy, a town that, even after decades of population explosion, today boasts only about 600 residents. Soon after John was born, the family moved to Gainesville, home of Florida State University. Gainesville, his mother had decided, was a better place to grow up than Micanopy. While in high school, Allison had an experience typical of flyers of his era. He watched a biplane fly over and was transformed.
Lieutenant Rudy, who had a brother who lived in our town, flew home in an Army Air Corps airplane, and he buzzed the town and made a magnificent noise. And I thought, gee, that's something maybe I'd like to do in life.
Allison got a degree in engineering from Florida State and enlisted in the Army. He shipped out to far-off San Antonio to learn to fly. San Antonio in those days was as hot, dusty, and isolated as Micanopy. It was also fast becoming the center of American military aviation. During World War I, more pilots died in training than in combat. The wide open spaces around San Antonio attracted the Air Corps in large measure because planes could crash there without attracting much notice. Allison arrived at Randolph Air Base and trained on a PT-3, an open cockpit biplane that had more in common with a box kite than it did with modern aircraft. What impressed his trainers more than anything was Allison's feel for aircraft. As the Army Air Corps built toward World War II, Allison mastered every platform the Air Corps threw at him. But where he really stood out was in fast monoplane fighters, particularly the P-40 Warhawk. The P-40 is a largely misunderstood aircraft. Slower to climb than the British Spitfires and less maneuverable than American P-51 Mustangs, the P-40 was a rugged and, used correctly, wickedly effective aircraft. Even as early as 1940, however, the Warhawk had developed a bad reputation. When General Claire Chennault, who was helping the Chinese set up an air force, suggested they consider buying Warhawks to fight the Japanese, the Chinese refused. Chennault insisted and arranged a demonstration at Bowling Air Base. Chiang Kai-shek, the Chinese leader, pointed and said, "Get me 100 of those planes." Chennault pointed at Allison. "You need 100 of those," he said. In March 1941, President Roosevelt started Lend-Lease, a program that allowed him to supply American allies in Europe without having to pay the political consequences of seeming to move America closer to war. England, which was then bracing for an expected German invasion, needed aircraft. The United States sent P-40s. While the Warhawks lacked the fast rate of climb the British needed to fight the Luftwaffe, their heavy armor and lethal efficiency close to the ground made them the perfect system for repelling a cross-channel invasion force. The Army shipped Allison to England to train the English in the use of the P-40. The assignment was scheduled to last only a few weeks. Just after his arrival, however, the Germans invaded the Soviet Union. Overnight, the possibility of a Nazi invasion of England vanished. The Germans shifted resources eastward, and the Allies needed to do the same.
I went into the embassy and I found out that night I was going to Russia with Mr. Hopkins.
Mr. Hopkins was, of course, Harry Hopkins, then one of the most powerful people in the world. President Roosevelt's personal envoy and right-hand man, Hopkins worked the back channels of diplomacy to enormous effect. He was also, according to material declassified long after the war, a Soviet spy.
Hopkins kept a finger on the pulse of virtually every activity going on in the federal government at that time, and of course played a key role in the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union, as we know now, not perhaps from the purest of motives, during the Second World War.
With only a few hours' warning, Allison found himself in Hopkins' traveling party, rolling north from London on a secret private train. Allison and the P-40s were on their way to Russia. Hopkins, who liked a stout drink at the end of his working day, invited Allison to join him in the dining car for cocktails. Allison, who did not drink, declined Hopkins' offer of whiskey, opting instead for a tall glass of lemonade. After the German invasion, the Soviet Union came close to collapse. The Nazis blitzed eastward, the Red Army scorching the earth as it retreated. Russian agriculture and industry lay in ruins. The Soviets, if they were going to sustain the fight, needed help. Allison flew to Russia with envoy Harry Hopkins in a Catalina flying boat, a long journey that arced far north of the Arctic Circle to stay out of range of German fighters. The P-40s Allison had been minding in England followed close behind, traveling by ship. Hopkins left Allison in Moscow as an observer. Though the Russians fighting for their national life were glad to have the aircraft, they did not show their gratitude in the way they treated Allison. One of the few American military observers in Moscow, the Soviets allowed Allison to see precious little.
When you look at that, you see that they recognized that they were going to have to work with us for the length of the war, but anything beyond that point, they definitely had a vision of us as a rival that they would have to subvert and undermine.
And undermine they did. Allison asked if he could visit the front. The Soviets refused. After training dozens of pilots to fly the American P-40, he asked if he could try his hand in a Russian fighter. He was bluntly rebuffed. And when Allison wanted to plot an air corridor through Siberia so that Lend-Lease aircraft could be flown directly from the American West Coast to the Russian front, the Soviets restricted him to Moscow. The only thing that made his situation bearable was the simple fact that even if he couldn't get to the war, at least the war was coming closer to him. Infused with a sense of history, he and the only other American officer in Moscow, Lieutenant Hubert Zemke, spent their nights on the roof of the American embassy, watching the German air raids.
The Germans got right to the city of Moscow, and you could hear their guns all day long. And I sat in the embassy library in Moscow, and I read Mein Kampf. And I said, this is unbelievable. I said, this man wrote it all down. And whose guns are those that I hear out there right now? They were Hitler's guns.
The American ambassador ordered the withdrawal of embassy personnel. Allison drove a car full of terrified diplomats from the embassy to an isolated railhead. From there, the Americans moved east by train to the relative safety of Kubyshev on the Volga River.
The Russians were also moving their factories and the workers. And if we were uncomfortable, it was just sad to see the discomfort that the factory workers had to put up with. They were being moved in boxcars, and their factory equipment was all on flat cars. And we'd sit there and watch the trains go by.
Once again, remote from the war, Allison had no way of knowing what it was he was supposed to be doing. He could neither observe nor train, and heard only bits and pieces of news about what was going on around the world. It was in Kubyshev that he learned that Pearl Harbor had been bombed. Awakened by a diplomatic envoy, Allison and Zemke marveled at the fact that the United States was finally at war, and that they were farther away from it than just about anyone else on Earth. As their country mobilized, they went back to sleep. There was nothing they could do.
So we were requesting to go home, but the War Department insisted they had to have an observer there. And finally they said, well, one of the two could come home.
Zemke was married. Allison was not. Zemke went home. Allison stayed on, trying to convince Stalin and the Soviets to let him do his job. The Russians were immovable. The Army dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Townsend Griffiths to sort things out, and after 10 days, he threw up his arms in frustration and announced basically that the Russians were crazy. With official sanction of the futility of his mission, Allison asked Griffiths to take him with him when he left the country. Griffiths agreed.
He says, I'm here with General Marshall's authority. You can go with me. So I turned to my boss, Colonel Michaela, who's sitting there, and I look at him and I say, Mike, I said, I'm leaving my post in wartime. What about it? And he laughs and he says, John, I'll never prefer charges.
Griffiths said he would get Allison to London, where the flyer could contact Washington and request a combat assignment. Their first stop along the way was in Baku, a town that made north-central Florida seem cosmopolitan.
I never forget, Colonel Griffiths had a bottle, unopened bottle of Johnny Walker, red label, not black label, red label. And I was just shivering because I was so cold. And he says, John, a drink will help you. And I said, well, I'm not a drinking man, but I turned that bottle up, and nothing, I hadn't tasted anything so good in a long time.
The next day, the two men flew to Tehran. There, Griffiths had a change of heart. It would be easier, he said, if Allison waited in Tehran. Griffiths would go on to London alone, contact the War Department, and send word to Allison what he was to do. Allison was stranded again, without orders, money, or a uniform. The largest war in the history of mankind was breaking out all over, and no matter how hard Allison tried, the best P-40 pilot in the world couldn't get to it. Once again, however, the war was on its way to him. To avoid the treacherous waters of the North Atlantic, cargo destined for the Soviet Union shipped south to Africa, through the Mediterranean and the Suez Canal to the Persian Gulf. From there, supplies moved by land to the Russian front. The Russians took possession of supplies in Tehran, transporting them by rail and air northward. But there were, at the time, no American officials in the capital of Persia. The only American presence in the region was a battalion of engineers building a rail line from the Persian Gulf port of Basra to Tehran. Impatient, Allison went south to report for duty.
I said, Colonel, I'm Captain Allison, and I'm going to be here probably for a week. Can you put me up? And I wasn't in uniform. I was in civilian clothes. And he said, you're Captain? I said, yes, Army Air Corps. And he says, are you really an Army Air Corps captain? So I produced my identification. I showed it to him.
Basra had little military significance. Aside from the engineers, the only military force there was an RAF unit shuttling British light bombers to the Russians. Allison volunteered to help, processing the bombers northward and handing them over to the Russians. One day, a lone American B-25 Mitchell flew overhead and landed at the airport. Convinced that his orders had arrived, Allison went out to meet it.
There was a retired Pan Am captain standing there in front of it. And I drove up to him in my Jeep and I said, sir, is there anything I can do? And by this I had on khakis, but I also had on my Air Force insignia. And I said, is there anything I can do to help you? And he said, sign for this airplane. And I said, what do you mean sign for the airplane? He said, I was told to deliver it to the Army Air Corps right here in Basra, Iraq. And I said, there's no Army Air Corps here. And he said, well, you're an Army Air Corps officer, aren't you? And I said, yes, sir, I am.
Allison was, though there wasn't a soul in the Air Corps who seemed to have any idea where he was. After a few minutes of consideration, he signed for the plane. The retired Pan Am pilot took him up to show him how to fly it. In 3 landings and takeoffs, Allison became a B-25 pilot. The B-25 turned out to be the first of several hundred coming from the United States for shipment to the Soviets. Soon after the arrival of that first craft, others started landing. Allison, the only officer of the Army Air Force in Basra, shanghaied 2 sergeants, a couple of RAF mechanics, and a few willing locals, and started what amounted to an Air Force of his very own. Because he well understood the Soviets' desperation, he moved the bombers to Tehran and started handing them over.
It must have been 6 weeks or more when a delegation from Washington was coming through, and they spent the night with us. And I asked them, I said they were high-ranking, they were on their way out on an inspection trip to India and China. And I asked them, I said, have any of you heard anything about Colonel Griffiths? And they said, yeah, he's dead.
Griffiths never made it to London. The British mistook his plane for the enemy and shot it down as it entered English airspace.
And I said, well, there, but for the grace of God goes I, because I would have been on that airplane if he hadn't had second thoughts and said, in Tehran, said, get off.
No one in the Air Force had any idea where Allison was or what he was doing. There was, after all, a war going on, and the misplacement of a single officer was really no big deal. So, with no orders, no pay, and a borrowed uniform, Allison set up a logistics operation that got Russia the aid that it needed. His orders didn't come through until June 1942. Report, the order said, to China. Allison got in one of his bootleg B-25s and headed across India toward the war. The first American Air Force to see combat in World War II was the American Volunteer Group in China. Famed as the Flying Tigers, the AVG was an unofficially sanctioned group formed to keep the Japanese from taking over China.
The members of the American Volunteer Group were drawn from all American services. There were American pilots there who were formerly with the Marine Corps or the U.S. Navy or the U.S. Army Air Corps. But they were all there for one purpose, and that was to help China fend off these tremendously destructive Japanese bombing raids that were taking thousands and thousands of lives of Chinese citizens.
When the United States entered the war, the Army Air Force formally absorbed the American Volunteer Group. John Allison reported to the 75th Fighter Squadron, formed out of an AVG unit under the command of Claire Chenot. Like the RAF during the Battle of Britain, the badly outnumbered AVG depended heavily on a system of forward observers who reported the movement of enemy aircraft. To thwart the American fighters, the Japanese flew their bombing missions at night, arriving like clockwork each night to bomb the airbase. By day, the Chinese filled the craters in the runways so the fighters could fly their daylight missions. The Japanese, used to operating with a free hand, did not bother to shield the exhausts of their bombers. Just arrived in the combat zone, John Allison suggested that fighters flying at night might be able to see the pale blue flames spewing from the Japanese exhausts. He recruited a friend to go up with him to find out. Circling over the airport as the Japanese attackers came in, Allison, who had tried so hard and so long to get into combat, found himself finally in the thick of battle. In fact, he found himself right in the middle of a formation of Japanese bombers.
And of course, they put their machine guns on me. And before I could pull the trigger, they started to hit me. They started right at the front of the airplane and came right down, rounds going through the cockpit. I'm sitting there, one goes through my parachute, one hits me in the left arm, and I don't know. This is the first time this has ever happened. It's a new experience. I don't know what. But I got the airplane slowed down, but I'm right in there with them at point-blank range.
Allison fired at the bomber on his right, splattering the craft with bullets until it veered sharply upward, its crew likely dead. He turned to the plane on his left, fired, and it exploded. He then turned on the flight leader straight ahead and blew that plane up as well.
I know I'm in deep trouble. I know I've been hit hard. The airplane is not running well. So I'm in hopes that I can get down to the airport. Well, I'm right over the airport at 15,000 feet. start down just as fast as I can. The airplane is running badly. I didn't realize it, but I had a 5-inch hole right through the crankcase of the airplane. But the engine was still running. And I got down, and when I got to about 2,000 feet, maybe 2,500 feet, the airplane really began to catch fire. And I kind of panicked, and I decided that I had to get it on the ground as quickly as possible.
He landed in a river. John Allison, the boy from rural Florida who had perhaps the longest journey from home to the war of anyone else in World War II, knocked 3 Japanese bombers out of the air his first time in combat. During his tour in China, he never flew against a Japanese force that was not numerically superior. The Imperial Air Forces outnumbered the Americans and Chinese 10-1. But armed with Chennault's tactics and with Allison's aggressive grit, the Japanese were never able to claim air superiority. That worked to the Allied advantage.
We needed to keep China in the war to tie down large numbers of Japanese forces that otherwise could be applied to the war in the South Pacific and the Central Pacific or in Southeast Asia.
In 1943, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill asked for American support of a daring British plan. Brigadier General Ord Wingate proposed setting up a huge guerrilla force behind Japanese lines, and the British lacked the transport to do the job. Churchill sent Wingate to brief President Roosevelt, who listened and approved the plan. He ordered General Hap Arnold to give Wingate the planes and pilots he needed. Arnold assigned Allison, who had rotated back to the United States, and Lieutenant Phil Cochran to the task. Allison, who was packing for a new combat assignment in Europe, didn't want to go. Arnold's orders were succinct: go out and fight. Allison and Cochran built a force of C-47s and enough gliders to move 12,000 troops and their equipment into China. They developed an entirely new method that allowed C-47s to snatch gliders off the ground without coming in for a landing, and they trained their pilots in what amounted to a whole new type of air war. On March 5th, 1944, the 1st Commando Air Force took off. Allison typically did what was needed, piloting a Waco glider into the landing zone. The landing in Burma, far behind enemy lines, was typically rough. Allison leaped out, rifle in hand, ready to do battle.
Now that indeed is where we see the forerunner of what we would call the Air Commando movement and the special operations legacy and heritage of the United States Air Force today. That's very much where you're doing untypical things. You're operating small numbers of aircraft, doing selective targeting, doing insertion of saboteur teams at night, doing aerial resupply of covert columns deep in enemy territory, minimizing your communication, doing aerial extraction of the wounded, making the first use of helicopters in American military history starting in 1944. It was a very interesting scramble on-the-go type air war.
Arnold ordered Allison back to Washington to set up additional Air Commando forces. Sent with his 3rd Air Commando Group to the Pacific, he served as operations officer for the 5th Air Force and participated in the landings in the Philippines and in air operations against Japan. By the time the war ended, the kid from Florida, who hadn't seen much, had pretty much seen it all. He was a methodical and careful flyer who bristled at his own reputation for taking risks. By redefining the capabilities of aircraft, he became a celebrity on a scale never known before and had to go almost literally to the ends of the earth to get away from the paparazzi. He was a beloved symbol of American ingenuity and bravery, but during World War II was refused induction into the Army Air Corps at the direct order of the President of the United States. He was Charles Lindbergh, and he is a legend of air power. Charles Augustus Lindbergh was born on February 4th, 1902 in Detroit. He was the son of Evangeline Lodge and Charles Augustus Lindbergh Sr., a farmer who was elected to Congress in 1906. Lindbergh Sr. was an isolationist who believed staunchly that foreign entanglements served only the wealthy and powerful. His son, known from an early age as Slim, grew up on a farm near Little Falls, Minnesota, and studied engineering at the University of Wisconsin. He dropped out after 2 years and moved to Lincoln, Nebraska, where there was an affordable flight school. Flying for Charles Lindbergh was a transcendent, almost spiritual experience. "I live only in the moment," he wrote in his autobiography, "in this strange and unmortal space, crowded with beauty, pierced with danger." Even after being trained as a pilot, Slim couldn't find anyone willing to risk their aircraft by allowing him to solo. Desperate to continue flying, he volunteered as a wing walker for a barnstormer. They toured the Midwest through the summer of 1922, when Lindbergh hooked up with another act, this time as a parachute jumper. Parachutes in those days were new and untrustworthy, and parachute jumping was thought of as significantly more dangerous than wing walking. He toured as Daredevil Lindbergh, but after another year of risking his life to fly, he still had not soloed. In 1923, Lindbergh's father decided to run for the Senate as part of the isolationist Farmer Labor Party. Slim convinced him that an airplane would help drum up publicity. His father co-signed a $500 loan that Slim used to buy an Army surplus Curtiss Jenny. He picked the plane up in Americus, Georgia. Taxiing around the airport, getting the feel of the controls, Slim gave the engine too much gas and accidentally took off. His first solo lasted only a few seconds and rattled more experienced pilots who witnessed it. Returning to Minnesota, Lindbergh crashed the Jenny into a swamp. After making repairs, he hit the campaign trail with his father. Charles Sr. placed third in the primary, but Slim had his airplane. As soon as the votes were counted, he took the Jenny and returned to barnstorming before enlisting in the Army Air Service Cadet Program. In 1924, the Army had almost no interest in aviation. In the isolationist environment after World War I, the armed forces were shrinking. Training concentrated as much on processing Army paperwork as flight, and 80% of cadets never got their wings. Slim studied hard and earned a reputation as a barracks prankster. In the air, he was clearly the best in his class. He was selected as a pursuit pilot and trained in obsolete de Havillands known as flaming coffins. Assigned to fly tedious figure eights, Lindbergh risked expulsion by challenging other cadets to simulated aerial combat. Of the 104 cadets who entered with Lindbergh, 14 graduated. Panicked at the thought of taking the written test to receive his regular Army commission, Lindbergh withdrew and opted for a reserve assignment. In 1926, he returned to St. Louis and went to work for Robinson Aviation, which had a contract to fly mail between St. Louis and Chicago. Lindbergh surveyed the flight route and on April 26 flew the first scheduled delivery between the two cities. Flying above the Midwest in those days was not much different from flying over the open ocean. There were few highways to follow, and before rural electrification, there were no lights to guide pilots at night. Lindbergh crashed more than once, but always rescued the mail sacks out of the wreckage and hand-carried them on to their destination. Navigating between Chicago and St. Louis, the isolation of the cockpit was anything but lonesome for the young pilot. Looking out at the passing countryside, he let his imagination roam. All over the world, aviation records were being set and rebroken. Hardly a day passed without word of another amazing feat. Flying over the endless fields of Illinois, Lindbergh cooked up a plan as audacious as any to come before. He decided to try to do what no one had ever done, and to do it the same way he flew every single day, alone. In 1919, New York hotel owner Raymond Ortigue put up $25,000 as a prize for the first person to fly nonstop from New York to Paris. His offer, he said, was good for 5 years. Aviation technology was so primitive that no one even tried. In 1926, Ortigue extended the offer another 5 years. Technology had caught up with his vision, and on both sides of the Atlantic, teams of aviators went to work designing aircraft that could handle the flight.
Aviation contests were really what we would consider the X-series programs of their day. We had formalized flight testing and flight research start very, very early in aeronautical history. And these aviation contests, speed contests, altitude contests, distance contests, what those really did was encourage the development of airplanes that really extended the frontiers of flight.
The conventional wisdom held that crossing the ocean required huge, multi-engine aircraft, heavy with supplies and fuel. French aviator René Fonck selected a tri-motored Sikorsky biplane. He outfitted it with a folding sofa bed and planned a menu including Long Island duckling and, of course, champagne. On September 26, 1926, Fonck's craft lumbered down the runway at New York's Roosevelt Field and crashed without leaving the ground. 2 of his crewmen died in the crash. Admiral Robert Byrd, the polar explorer, assembled a slightly smaller entourage based in a Fokker trimotor. At the end of its first test flight, the plane nosed over on the runway and crashed. In St. Louis, however, Lindbergh was hard at work on his much simpler idea. He approached a group of local businessmen seeking funding for a much more modest mission. 1 man, flying alone, crossing the Atlantic. Flying alone decreased the payload and the amount of fuel necessary to make the crossing. He could use a smaller plane with a single engine, cutting the weight and fuel consumption even more. Lindbergh raised $8,500, partly by assuring his partners that once the Ortigue Prize had been won, he would put the plane to work flying mail from St. Louis to New York. Finding a plane was harder than Lindbergh had thought. Manufacturers of suitable aircraft declined to bet their reputations on an unknown pilot with an apparent death wish. Fokker wouldn't even consider it. A negotiation with Belanca fell through when management demanded the right to name its own pilot. Lindbergh was about to give up when he received word that Ryan Aircraft was interested. Lindbergh, fully aware that others were planning their flights to Paris, gave Ryan 24 hours to design a plane that suited his needs.
The Ryan Company, which was a very forward-thinking company, did a superb job integrating appropriate technology into that airplane. They took the radial piston engine, which was a major American development in the 1920s, the highly reliable radial piston engine. They took advanced structural techniques and construction. They took advanced instrumentation that was available. They adopted the streamlined monoplane configuration to get maximum range and reduce drag, and put this all together in a very nice package, and that, of course, was the spirit of St. Louis.
On April 28th, 60 days after Lindbergh placed the order with Ryan, the newly christened Spirit of St. Louis took off for its first test flight. It had a wingspan of 46 feet and weighed, when empty, 2,150 pounds. The engine was a Wright J5C Whirlaway, one of the most trustworthy power plants in the world. A huge fuel tank filled the space between the engine and the cockpit, blocking the pilot's view, but giving the plane a 4,000-mile range. Lindbergh flew from San Diego to New York following a Rand-McNally road atlas. In the process, he set a transcontinental speed record of 21 hours and 45 minutes. Though the press assumed that one of the bigger name flyers preparing to cross the ocean would win the Ortigue Prize, the public latched on to Lindbergh as soon as he arrived in New York. He was thin and photogenic and single. The Wright Company, which had refused to supply him an aircraft, outfitted him instead with a publicist who kept the newspapers interested. Reporters inundated him with irrelevant questions about his favorite pie and his preference in women. The New York Times paid $5,000 for exclusive rights to his story. On the morning of May 20th, 1927, Lindbergh posed for a few pictures, looking distracted and impatient. He had not slept the night before. He climbed into the cockpit. His only provisions, a couple of canteens of water and 5 sandwiches he'd bought the night before at a diner. With 2,700 pounds of fuel in a 2,100-pound plane, it seemed a miracle the plane lifted off at all. At least one member of Lindbergh's crew sobbed that Slim would never be seen alive again.
What's interesting about Lindbergh is that Lindbergh is far more than the popular image of him at the time. At the time, people called him Lucky Lindy, some called him the Lone Eagle, some even called him the Flying Fool. He was really none of those things. He made his own luck. He understood exactly what the requirements were for that mission. He plotted it, he planned it, he undertook it with tremendous deliberation and with a tremendous appreciation of his strengths, his weaknesses, and the strengths and weaknesses of the airplane and every other part of that system that came together.
33 and a half hours after he left New York, Lindbergh circled over Paris. Alerted when he passed over the Irish coast 6 hours earlier, the French thronged to the airport to see him arrive. More than 100,000 people waited on the floodlit field as the Spirit of St. Louis touched down. There are several versions of what Lindbergh first said when the crowd reached his plane. The newspapers variously reported his first words as, "I'm Charles Lindbergh," and "Is this Paris?" According to Lindbergh, his first words were, "Are there any mechanics here? And does anybody here speak English?"
With the astronauts in the 1960s, you had at least a year or two of build-up to get used to the idea of one of these 7 individuals being the first American in space. Whereas in the case of Lindbergh, he blows in from the West Coast. 2 days later, he takes off across the North Atlantic, and 3 days after that, he's a world hero. You know, he was a man literally of about 2 weeks, from being a nothing to all of a sudden being an extraordinary celebrity at a level of public recognition and awareness that we really can't even imagine today.
Lindbergh returned to the United States on the American warship Memphis. While at sea, he had no idea of the frenzy building around his arrival. Everyone wanted to meet him. There was a new dance craze, the Lindy Hop, named in his honor. The post office was issuing an airmail stamp with his image on it. Congress had created a new medal, Distinguished Flying Cross, so they could honor him in a way no one else had ever been honored. It was like nothing that had ever come before. There were new mass media, radio, and newsreels hungering for heroes and real-life cliffhangers, fighting fiercely to retain the public's attention. Aviators were natural subjects. Every year, airplanes flew faster, higher, and farther. There were racers who accepted the very real risk of sudden death. Into that highly charged atmosphere stepped Charles Lindbergh, a matinee cowboy of the sky. Tall, photogenic, modest, he was the real deal in a world of artifice, and everyone wanted a piece of him.
I think the appeal is the appeal of anything that is new and radically different that is going to transform society. And if we really think about what aviation meant to people like Lindbergh, after the beginning of the 20th century, here we had a subject and a field of inquiry that was going to radically transform everything.
He came home and was at the center of attention no matter where he went. People listened raptly to everything he said, despite the fact that the shy flyer had little profound to say. He wrote a book. In a few days, it sold almost 200,000 copies.
I think he was astonished by the public adulation he received after his flight, which he saw as just a very straightforward event. It was certainly not done on his part in a bid to become famous or to become well-known.
Lindbergh, who was fairly sophisticated in the ways of publicity from his barnstorming days, had no objection to getting rich. He played the publicity game effectively, but what he really wanted was to return to flight. He considered attempting the Pacific, but no corporation would underwrite anything that put him at risk. So he took the Spirit of St. Louis on a national tour, and everywhere he went, the crowds and the microphones awaited him. Sometimes there were so many people at the airport, there was no place for him to land. On a goodwill trip to Mexico, he met Anne Morrow, the daughter of the American ambassador and a student at Smith College. Though he said nothing at the time, he noted years later that he was smitten with her from the first. But there was no time to linger, and it was months until his busy schedule of celebrity barnstorming allowed him to see her again.
He was not content merely to rest on his laurels. He felt that he had a larger mission to fulfill, and that larger mission was what people termed in those days the gospel of aviation. He had this mission to make America air-minded.
Lindbergh proposed to his St. Louis backers that they start an airline. With Lindbergh's name attached, both the number of people willing to fly and the market for airline stocks exploded. Lindbergh's partners quickly raised $10 million to start Transcontinental Air Transport, the first coast-to-coast airline. In June 1929, Charles and Anne Morrow married in a secret ceremony. When word leaked out, the media launched a worldwide search to find the honeymooners. And they did, on a 38-foot motorboat anchored in York Harbor, Maine. After their marriage, Charles taught Anne to fly. Vanity Fair magazine called the Lindberghs our first romancers of the air. Together, they made 8 transcontinental flights for TAT. They flew over Mayan ruins in Mexico and were credited wrongly with discovering a new Mayan city. In 1930, the Lindberghs had their first child, a son, Charles Jr. Reporters and photographers arrived in force. Charles publicly denounced the press for its preoccupation with his personal life. A year and a half later, the baby was kidnapped. Everyone seemed transfixed by the Lindberghs' ordeal. Clues and sightings of the child poured in from around the world. When police found the child dead only a few miles from the Lindbergh home, press photographers bribed a mortician to allow them to take pictures of the badly decomposed body.
From that point on, Charles Lindbergh and his wife draw increasingly into a shell, and it involves, understandably, some very great bitterness.
Offended that their private grief had become a public spectacle, they moved to Europe. It is a measure of their disgust with the United States that Europe seemed to them a refuge.
I think they were particularly upset by the way they had been treated by the media at that time, and that resulted in Lindbergh from that point on always having a very distant, cold relationship toward the media. They felt so exploited and abused that it was the cause, really, for them leaving the United States.
In retrospect, it was a continent ready to explode. In the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin set his sights on world domination. In Germany, the newly installed Nazi regime had abandoned the limits set by the armistice of World War I and was building the strongest military force in the world. In 1936, General Hermann Goering invited Lindbergh to inspect Germany's expanding air force. The American air attaché in Berlin urged Lindbergh to accept the invitation, believing that the star-struck Goering would allow Lindbergh access to previously secret German installations. Goering did, and accompanied by the military attaché, Lindbergh got the first close-up look at 2 of Germany's most potent secret weapons, the Stuka dive bomber and the Me-109 fighter. Lindbergh was fascinated by Nazi Germany. It was orderly and disciplined. The streets were clean, the people cheerful and motivated. Berlin seemed the only city in the world where he was not harassed by paparazzi, and he felt safe there in a way he hadn't since he first arrived in Paris. Lindbergh concluded that if war came, Germany would win. He returned to the United States in December 1937, and for the first time began to speak out on a subject other than aviation. Echoing the isolationist beliefs of his father, he urged the United States to keep out of European affairs. He declared the Nazis no threat and published an article in Reader's Digest that is, to modern ears, horrifying in its racism and anti-Semitism. Even after Germany invaded Poland and France, he denounced those who urged support of England as dupes of Jews and international bankers. Lindbergh took a vicious beating in the press. The hero was a traitor, an enemy of democracy, and perhaps most cuttingly, a fool. The crowds that had gathered outside his house to adore him turned ugly, screaming over the wall that America's greatest hero was a Nazi lover. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, Lindbergh tried to enlist. Secretary of War Henry Stimson, acting on FDR's orders, refused to recommission Lindbergh, saying that the flyer lacked faith in the righteousness of our cause. Lindbergh went to the Solomon Islands as a military observer. He had a Corsair at his disposal and joined in combat patrols over Rabaul. The other pilots loved flying with a celebrity, and no one complained. He moved on to New Guinea and flew more missions, this time in a P-38. He taught the other pilots a few fuel-saving tricks he'd learned barnstorming, and he shot down a Japanese fighter. When word reached Washington that America's most famous pilot was dogfighting without authorization, the War Department grounded him. Imprisoned by his own fame, he receded from public view. After the war, President Eisenhower reinstated his commission in the Air Force Reserve. He traveled and wrote and spent time with his children. He consulted on aviation projects, including the development of the first civilian jets. The receding hairline and paunch of advancing age became a kind of disguise for him. He was no longer slim, instantly recognizable as the Lone Eagle. The world, thankfully, had passed him by. She was a former beautician who left the hair business for the air business. She was the first woman to win the Los Angeles to Cleveland Bendix race, and the first person, male or female, to fly the route nonstop. When the Germans invaded Poland, she asked First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt to help her get permission to train women to fly combat support. In 1943, she established the Women Air Force Service Pilots, the WASPs, to ferry aircraft from the United States to the front. After the war, she set a new speed record for propeller-driven craft, and in 1953 became the first woman to break the sound barrier. In 1964, she capped her career by setting one last record, taking the F-104 Starfighter to 1,429 miles an hour. She was Jackie Cochran, and she is a legend of air power. No one knows exactly when Jackie Cochran was born or even where. But in 1906, give or take a year, the woman who would become one of the greatest female aviators of the 20th century was born Bessie Mae Pittman somewhere in Florida. She was raised by foster parents, and though she didn't have shoes until she was 8 years old, she seemed instilled with a belief in her own destiny.
She, in many ways during that time, invented a life for herself. She would spend a lot of time alone. She would spend a lot of time dreaming about what she was going to do.
She learned how to style hair, and by the time she was 16, was something of an expert at the emerging technology of the permanent wave. She moved around a lot, and when time and space didn't put enough distance between her and her upbringing, she picked a new name out of the phone book. Cochran.
When she felt like she had exhausted her potential in Florida, she packed up her bags and went to New York City, where she got a job at a very high-end salon called Antoine's. And it was there that she really began to expand her horizons by meeting a variety of wealthy people, people whose lives were dramatically different than anything she had known before.
She arrived in New York in 1929, just in time for the stock market crash. No matter, it was the big city, and she was part of a world she had barely imagined. And the unemployed in the street did little to dampen her enthusiasm.
She became such a favorite of many of the society ladies that they would ask her to travel with them to Miami when they wintered over. And so she would travel to Miami with them and do their hair down there, and frequently she was invited to dinners and parties.
A real-life Cinderella, Cochran met her prince at one of those parties, Floyd Odlum. A self-made millionaire, Odlum was bored with society chit-chat, and when seated next to Cochran was instantly impressed that her conversation surged past the normal gossip and on to bigger things.
She opened up and told him all her hopes and dreams and ambitions and bubbled over with enthusiasm. Well, this caught Floyd's attention, and he was mesmerized by her. And it wasn't a case where this was an older man looking at a younger woman saying, "Oh, I'm going to make something of you." This was a fellow who said, "Wow, this is a gal that's going somewhere," and decided that he wanted to be a part of that and play a role in it.
He was impressed with her, and what he did when they got married, he helped her out in every endeavor that she wanted to attend, whether it's flying or business or anything like that. And he sort of used Jackie as a hobby.
Unaware of his wealth, she explained her plans of starting a cosmetics company. Odlum listened and suggested that the only way to oversee such a broad enterprise would be to get a pilot's license and fly from place to place. Within a few hours of meeting Jackie Cochran, Floyd Odlum had given her an idea that would change her life and the history of aviation. She learned to fly in 1932 in New York and then went west to learn more. She befriended a group of Navy pilots who taught her the Navy way.
There's no such thing as a natural-born pilot, because all pilots start out with the same level of visual acuity, hand-eye coordination, things like that. And what happened, it's the guy with the most experience, or gal, is the best. That's simple. And she had a lot of experience flying airplanes as a WASP during World War II, ferrying them from the factory to the operational units.
She thought of herself as a slow learner and struggled with basic flight maneuvers. But she persisted, and when she needed help, she didn't hesitate to track down the right person and ask.
I think Jackie had that undefinable something that so many pilots seem to have. And it's a combination of wanderlust and determination and a need for a little bit of glory and to kind of set yourself ahead of the pack. And probably for Jackie, that came as a result of her childhood.
In the 1930s, the place to be for an aviator who wanted to make her mark was in the private sector. The Navy and Army Air Force were starved for funding, flying outdated aircraft, confined to workaday missions like flying mail. But in the private sector, things were different. The 1930s were a time of excitement, of big money air racing and flying circuses. Jackie Cochran was part of that world. She barnstormed around the country, competing in air races and putting on exhibitions, always setting her sights on the next great challenge. She set dozens of world records, in the process befriending the elite of aviation, including Jack Northrop, Amelia Earhart, and Howard Hughes. In 1934, only 2 years after receiving her pilot's license, she became the first woman to compete in the Los Angeles to Cleveland race for the Bendix Trophy. In 1937, she came in third, and in 1938, she won what was then the biggest annual air race in the world. At the same time, she founded and operated Jackie Cochran Cosmetics. With her husband Floyd's help, but always under her own power, she kept tight control of her company.
Now, certainly marrying a millionaire helps you to achieve probably more quickly than the old-fashioned way, but she had already established herself as a go-getter. And indeed, what attracted Floyd Odlum to her was the fact that she was a go-getter.
He sponsored just about everything she wanted to do, and she was her own business lady when she set up Jacqueline Cochran Cosmetics and was an agent for Nina Ricci perfume, dresses, and things like that from Paris. Floyd let her run her own business, but he would help her, you know, like setting records required a great deal of support, both financially and, you know, business-wise, and so he was involved in them, and he helped her, I'd say, probably a great deal.
She oversaw the lab that developed the products, flew from city to city, selling her line to upscale department stores. When she arrived somewhere, she always took time before getting out of the cockpit to spruce up her makeup. Nominated to the committee that annually awarded the Collier Trophy for the greatest contribution for aviation, she advocated giving the award to medical doctors researching the effects of high-altitude flight. The trophy had always gone to pilots or aircraft designers, but Cochran succeeded in getting scientific research recognized. She then lobbied President Roosevelt, who for the first time committed government money to the research that led to the development of G-suits, pressurized aircraft, and oxygen masks. By 1940, aviation had become a more serious business. The Germans had rearmed and taken Austria, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and France. The British were under fire. The head of the British Ferry Command asked Cochran if she would fly a Hudson bomber from Canada to England to draw attention to the company's resupply efforts. She jumped at the chance, and despite sabotage of her aircraft and enemy fire, got safely across the Atlantic. She arrived in time to witness the Blitz and to watch London burn under the Luftwaffe onslaught. She returned to the United States with a plan to develop female pilots to help ferry aircraft, freeing male pilots for combat duty. The British were doing just that, and the program was clearly successful. She met with President Roosevelt, who seemed interested, and appealed to his wife Eleanor for help. She worked her way down the chain of command, always with lukewarm endorsements that gave her hope, if not confidence, that the plan would be adopted. She met with Hap Arnold, who said he'd get back to her, and with General Robert Olds, commander of the American Ferry Command. Olds was himself considering hiring women pilots on a contract basis, but Cochran wanted the pilots to be full members of the military, not just hired civilians. When she pressed her point, Arnold said no, the time for that had not come, but suggested she return to England and study the British experiment in female aviation. A month before Pearl Harbor, Cochran left the United States. She and 25 other American women set out to prove they could do what was, in the United States, a man's job. She was commissioned a flight captain in the British Air Transport Auxiliary and went to work setting up her American Volunteer Corps as the Germans bombed London. They ferried Spitfires and Hurricanes from factory to field, and during their 18 months of flying up to 5 flights a day, only one pilot died. In 1942, Arnold came to London and asked Cochran to return to the United States. Desperate for pilots, he asked her to set up the women's command she had advocated. It took her a month to put her British affairs in order and return home. She returned to find that Olds had been doing what she had not been allowed to do.
Well, she hit the roof when she got back and discovered that something had been done in her absence that was not based on her blueprint. So she went to every office in Washington that would open its door and let them know what she thought of it.
She was a very aggressive gal, and basically when she wanted to do something, she did it. You didn't want to get between her and it.
Arnold offered to shut the women's air ferrying service down, but Cochran convinced him to wait. She needed time, she said, to study the situation and figure out the best course of action. In September, she went to work in Arnold's office. Her job was to train as many female pilots as she could, so that those pilots could take over non-combat roles, freeing experienced male pilots for combat duty. Word leaked to the media that the famous Jackie Cochran was setting up a flight school for women. In a matter of weeks, before she had a field, planes, quarters, or trainers, she had 25,000 applicants. In August 1943, she was named director of the Women's Air Force Service Pilots, the WASPs. Her embryonic training program merged with the existing Women's Ferry Pilots program, and while not technically a part of the military, it seemed as though Cochran was well on the way to getting women into the Army Air Force. She set up operations in Texas, eventually moving to an abandoned facility near Sweetwater. Before she left, Arnold called General Barton Yount, the commander of the Fort Worth Training Command. "Barton," Arnold shouted into the phone, "Jackie Cochran will be down there in a few days, and I want her to have everything she wants." Jackie Cochran arrived in Texas in late 1943 to start training her female pilots. Almost as soon as word of her program got out, she found herself in a fight for her political life. Several powerful members of Congress didn't think it right that women were training to fly military aircraft. They argued that Cochran's WASPs were taking jobs from men with families to feed. It was an absurd claim in the middle of war-caused labor shortage, but it was a claim that resonated. In a nation still scarred by the Great Depression, members of Congress quickly lined up against Cochran. She also had another, perhaps more surprising adversary, Colonel Ovida Culp Hobby. The commander of the Women's Army Corps, Hobby assumed that if the WASP became part of the military, rather than a women's auxiliary, they would come under her command. While Cochran wanted the WASP to be part of the Army Air Force, she would have none of Ovida Culp Hobby as her commander. Part of that was personal animosity. She referred to Hobby as the woman I love to hate. But among flyers at the time was also a general belief that aviation was not well understood by the Army as a whole. It was a given that the Army Air Force would, after the war, spin off into its own service. Why, Cochran reasoned, allow the WASP to be absorbed into the regular Army when they would just be made independent after the war? The result was an uncomfortable compromise. Cochran retained control, but the WASP stayed civilian. Hobby made sure that the WASP remained obviously non-military. They weren't issued uniforms, for example, and when Cochran complained, Hobby saw to it that they got only Women's Army Corps coveralls. It was a not-so-subtle hint about who controlled women in the military, and a reminder that the WASPs were mere civilians.
Jackie Cochran was not a mild, meek person. She had a steamroller personality. If she wanted something, she absolutely let everybody know she wanted it and how she expected to get it.
Cochran, of course, was not without resources. She had a WASP uniform designed at the exclusive Bergdorf Goodman department store in New York, and then convinced Arnold to pay to have them mass-produced.
In terms of the WASPs, she was absolutely unwilling to let anybody play a role that was the opposite of what she had envisioned for this group. So she went in and fought her way into a position of authority and then kicked into the training and really conducted the entire organization as a military operation.
Their performance record was magnificent. They shuttled thousands of aircraft around the country, freeing hundreds of male pilots for combat duty. They handled the most difficult planes, demonstrating that women could fly temperamental, physically demanding aircraft, and compiled accident records that compared favorably with men's. She believed wholeheartedly that she was making progress, and in December 1944, Congress gave her her reward. They ordered the WASP disbanded. The women, Congress decided, should go back to their place. Not only would the WASP not be absorbed into the military, they would not be allowed to continue flying as they already had, no matter how successful they had been. The more than 1,000 pilots the WASPs had trained in less than a year were given their walking papers.
I was at the, I think, 25th anniversary of the disbandment of the WASP, which occurred in 1944, and this is later. I'm up at Edwards, So I came down, she said, would you come down and give a talk to the WASP about current, kind of flying in airplanes and technology. So I did, and I met probably there's about 400 of them down there, and they were really, really classy gals. I'd never met too many of them. But see, there were so few of them that were able to continue flying after they were disbanded, that probably not over a half a dozen that I knew that kept on flying. Jackie was one of them.
Jackie served out the remainder of the war as a consultant to Hap Arnold. Working as a magazine correspondent, she was the first American woman to enter Japan after the end of the war. At the end of 1945, the president signed an order awarding her the Distinguished Service Cross, the nation's second highest honor. The president, she was told, was looking forward to pinning the award on her. She said in response that the only person she'd accept it from would be Hap Arnold. If he couldn't do it, they could mail it to her. You don't refuse the president, Arnold told her aghast. Well, I did, Cochran answered. And in a Pentagon conference room, Arnold gave her the medal. Cochran went back to racing. She bought a surplus P-51 and entered the 1946 Bendix, and came in second after a harrowing cross-country run that left her bruised and bloody. She ran the cosmetics business she had started in the 1930s between races and became a leading agitator for a separate Air Force. She spent thousands of her own dollars on advertisements pushing for an independent Air Force and raised more than 100,000 more to lobby and campaign. She used her fame and her husband, Floyd Odlum's connections, to open doors that might otherwise have been closed. And when the National Security Act of 1947 created an independent Air Force, she deserved much of the credit. 3 years later, the Harmon Trophy Selection Committee named Cochran the most outstanding woman aviator of the 1940s.
And then when she conned her way into Canadair, who her husband, Floyd Odlum, owned quite a bit, and they hired her as a test pilot. She said, I'm going to fly an F-86 and set some women's speed records, and men's too.
Flying a Canadian-built F-86 in 1953, she became the first woman to fly faster than the speed of sound. She became the first woman to fly a jet across the Atlantic in 1962. And on a single stunning flight from New Orleans to Hanover, Germany, she set 69 intercity, intercapital, and straight-line speed records. In 1963, she capped her career by flying a Lockheed Starfighter faster than any woman had ever flown before.
Funny thing was, when Lockheed had a press conference down at Los Angeles International Airport, we took a F-104 and I flew her wing down there. Well, when she landed, I went on around, was going on back to Edwards. I didn't want to get involved in the press conference, and I went over to the ground control frequency. I heard her check in with the ground control at Los Angeles International Airport, and then they called her and she didn't answer. And they called her again, she didn't answer. I said, if you look through your binoculars, you see she got her helmet off, combing her hair. And because she never got out of that airplane, that she didn't look like she stepped out of Vogue magazine.
Jackie and Chuck were extremely close. Jackie, in many ways, pushed and goaded Chuck to the point that he frequently threw his hands up and was going to walk away from her forever, but could never quite do it because she was a dynamic force, and he was a dynamic force. And I think they both understood the magic of flight, the competitiveness of flight. They both had that element that you see in test pilots and fighter pilots.
In 1971, Jackie Cochran was inducted into the National Aviation Hall of Fame. In 1977, Congress passed a resolution recognizing the WASP contribution to the American war effort in World War II.
She set one heck of a lot of records in airplanes, and a lot of those records still stand. And I think she really made a big difference in women in aviation, which today there's thousands and thousands of gals that are flying in the military, airlines, private aviation, and she probably is largely responsible for their success.
In 1979, the members of the WASP began receiving their military discharge papers. It had taken some time, but Cochran had succeeded. She and her WASPs had indeed become a part of the military. She was born and raised in Elmira, New York, and spent high school admiring Amelia Earhart and the WASP pilots of World War II. In college, she earned her pilot's license and set her sights as high as outer space. She earned degrees in mathematics and space systems management, flew C-141s, and worked as a professor at the Air Force Academy. While attending the Air Force Test Pilot School, she learned of her selection as an astronaut, and in 1999 took off as the first woman to command a mission of the space shuttle.
As women become more and more involved in the aerospace industry, you get a longer progression of women making important advances, not simply for women, but for all of mankind. And it's wonderful to have somebody like Eileen Collins out there who is pushing the envelope, who is showing that women are capable of advancing America and technology and the world right alongside their male counterparts.
She is Eileen Collins, and she is a legend of air power. Eileen Marie Collins was born November 19, 1956 in Elmira, New York. She was the second of 4 children. Her parents split up when she was in grade school, and her family had to move into a government housing project. Collins' mother, Rose Marie, worked at a juvenile detention facility, and sometimes food stamps filled the gap between her earnings and the cost of raising 4 children.
When I was a child of age 7 through age 12, I went to summer camp, and the summer camp was close to a glider field. And as we were going through our outdoor camp activities, we'd watch the gliders fly overhead, and occasionally we'd go out to the glider field and watch them take off and land.
It only gradually dawned on Collins that she someday could be a pilot.
When Eileen Collins was a teenager, she began to get interested in reading about female pilots. She was particularly interested in Amelia Earhart. She was intensely interested in the WASP program. And what really fascinated her was the idea of women who were willing to put themselves in harm's way.
An exceptionally responsible and determined girl, she saved her money through high school until she had enough to take flying lessons.
Once I started taking flying lessons, I learned more about myself, that this is what I did well, this is what made me happy, flying in airplanes, but it was challenging. So I think that combination, I was hooked.
She went to junior college and then to Syracuse University on an ROTC scholarship. She graduated with a degree in math and economics and a private pilot's license. She joined the Air Force as a computer design engineer who really wanted to fly.
The Air Force came to me and said, we have a new program. We're now taking women right out of college to go to pilot training. Would you like to volunteer? And I said, of course.
Her flight training was no different from the training of other pilots, she says. No harder and no easier.
It's difficult for everybody because of so much that is expected out of you. The studying, the operating in a very high-stress environment, flying with a helmet and a parachute, you're breathing off of an oxygen mask, you're out pulling G's and doing acrobatics, you have an instructor sitting next to you that You know, you think his only goal in life is to wash you out of the program.
While she was in flight training, NASA selected its first women mission specialists. They trained, by coincidence, at Vance Air Force Base in Oklahoma, where Collins was training.
I never got a chance to meet him, but I read the articles about him. I knew they were coming, and I thought, hey, I'm in pilot training right now. NASA's hiring women. That's what I want to do.
With her goal firmly in sight, she planned her career the way NASA plans a mission. She knew what she would have to do to meet the eligibility requirements, including 1,000 hours in high-performance jets and graduation from the test pilot school at Edwards Air Force Base. She knew that she would have to be excellent at everything she did. Her first step was high-performance flight. At the time, women were not eligible to fly combat fighters, so she instead applied for and was assigned as a T-38 instructor. The T-38, while not technically a fighter, is a supersonic, high-performance jet. From T-38, she went on to fly and command C-141s. She found that she enjoyed the teamwork of being part of a large crew, that she enjoyed and was adept at command. She met and married Captain Pat Young, another C-141 pilot. She got a master's degree in operations research from Stanford and another in space systems management from Webster University. She taught math and was a T-41 instructor pilot at the Air Force Academy, and in 1990 entered the Air Force Test Pilot School. When she had all the right experience on her resume, she filled out an application for consideration as an astronaut. She did it quietly, telling few in the Air Force and no one in her family. She was at Edwards when she got the call. NASA veteran John Young asked her if she was still interested in being an astronaut. She said yes, and he invited her to the Johnson Space Center for astronaut candidate training. Collins was momentarily confused. Was this another part of the application process, or did it mean she was an astronaut? Young must have been smiling on the other end of the phone. Collins was indeed an astronaut.
It was just a really great day. But I didn't have that very happy, let's go out and celebrate feeling. It was more like it's kind of hard to describe, it was more like, hey, I finally made it. And I feel like I'm in a position now where I can really make a contribution to the space program, which is what I've always wanted to do.
The first thing that Eileen Collins learned when she reported for duty as an astronaut was, just because you're an astronaut, that doesn't mean you're going into space. Being an astronaut is like being at Disneyland. You spend a lot of time waiting in line or a relatively short ride. The crew flies. Everyone else pitches in. Collins served in a succession of roles, starting with orbiting engineering support. She helped get other astronauts in and out of the shuttle, ran communications between the ground and the shuttle crew, and helped with the final inspections of the spacecraft before flight. Flight assignment was the February 1995 flight of STS-63. Collins trained to pilot the craft. Flying a spacecraft is, of course, considerably different from flying a conventional airplane. Aircraft require nearly constant inputs, slight corrections to keep the plane moving in the right direction. Orbital maneuvering is dependent on short, discrete thruster fires that have an effect only over time. Getting those burns right was critical on Collins' first mission, because two of the major tasks of STS-63 involved extensive maneuvering: a rendezvous with the Russian space station Mir, and the launch and retrieval of the Spartan 204, a small science satellite.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery on a mission to prepare for the next era of world cooperation in space.
Hello, program Houston.
Roger, roll, Discovery. Houston is now controlling Discovery on its 20th trip to space. Discovery rolling on course for an orbit with the Mir space station. Mir currently half a world away above the Indian Ocean.
NASA goes into space for scientific research and to explore, and that's really our charter. That's what we do. But in that process, the individuals that carry out that policy, the astronauts, go through a very human experience that I think everybody changes, maybe some just a little bit and some more, but it's just an absolutely wonderful experience.
Collins' schedule aboard the shuttle was a busy one. She and mission commander James Weatherby spent the early part of the flight nudging the shuttle into different positions relative to the sun to heat certain parts of the craft in an effort to seal some tiny leaks in the shuttle's thrusters that might have prevented a close approach with Mir. The tactic worked. On the fourth day, she turned the shuttle to just the right attitude to deploy the Spartan satellite, all the while subtly correcting the shuttle's orbit to keep it moving closer and closer to the Mir. But in between her checklist items, she had some downtime. When she had a chance, she looked out the window of the shuttle and considered the experience she and the other astronauts were having.
There's nothing like looking at the Earth with your own eyes and just experiencing the feeling of literally flying. I'll put my face right up against the window so I can't see anything else, just the Earth, and I'll stretch out my arms. And it feels like you're a person by yourself just flying over the Earth.
She eased the space shuttle to within 30 feet of Mir without disturbing the fragile space station. She then backed off and flew a circle around it. It was all very by the book, and at the same time joyful in a way that the hyper-engineered world of NASA is seldom outwardly joyful.
Mir, Discovery.
Discovery for Velocia.
Ships closer together. We are bringing our nations closer together. The next time we approach, we will shake your hand, and together we will lead our world into the next millennium. Jak my splizili nasi kosmiczeskie korabli. Tak my splizili nasi nacji. Posledujusti raz. Когда мы встретимся, мы пожмем.
As you fly the shuttle around the Earth, you're going at 18,000 feet per second. It takes 90 minutes to go around the Earth, and in 90 minutes, I mean, how many billions of people do you fly over down there on the surface of the Earth? It's just mind-boggling.
6 days into the flight, she eased the shuttle into position to recover the Spartan satellite. The recovery went perfectly. She spent the last day of the flight preparing for landing, checking the flaps and controls just like any other pilot, getting everything in shape to come back down into the atmosphere and glide down to the Earth, just like the gliders she had watched from her summer camp so many years before. The crew accomplished everything it set out to accomplish, and the pilot, a quiet girl who had surprised her friends and family by becoming an astronaut, flew a nearly perfect mission. She had improvised effectively when it was called for, and flown all her exacting maneuvers in exactly the way the mission plan required. She returned from outer space a proven astronaut. She also returned a changed human being. No one has ever come back from space and decided they'd never like to return to orbit. Eileen Collins was no different. And when she finished her first flight, she did what astronauts do. She got back in line for another mission. NASA expected that. What NASA did not expect was an astronaut walking in one day and announcing she was pregnant. Astronauts historically have not spent a lot of time pregnant. With a couple of classes of female astronauts, however, it was something NASA was having to get used to. And by all reports, NASA did pretty well with it. In 1996, Collins gave birth to a daughter. And then she went back to work at NASA, an astronaut and a mother.
I would say that being a mother and being an astronaut certainly is compatible. I'll never say it's easy, but I would say it's compatible and it's doable. And I think I have the two greatest jobs in the world, being a mom and being an astronaut.
Collins' second shuttle flight was STS-84. For NASA, the flight was significant because it was the 6th time the shuttle had docked with the Mir. For Collins, it was significant because she actually got to go aboard the space station.
I found Mir to be very warm. The temperature was warm, a little bit on the humid side, a little bit of a musty smell like a cellar, basement. But it was a very kind of a warm and happy place to be because the cosmonauts had it set up where they made us feel welcome. We had meals over there, they had music playing.
Once again, Collins executed her mission perfectly with no fuss and no problem. She returned to Earth and her family and then got back into line. This time, however, she knew she had the chance to make history. With 2 flights under her belt and all her career ducks in a row, she had the qualifications to do something no woman had ever done: command a shuttle mission. It made sense. Eileen Collins, who had quietly designed her Air Force career to get her into astronaut training, who applied to become an astronaut without telling her family what she was up to, who had completed 2 flawless shuttle missions without making a lot of noise about her own spectacular performance, became the first female shuttle commander. She shook a few hands and went back to work. The world outside, however, started making plans to mark a new milestone in gender equality.
People at work and friends and the media will ask me how I was treated, and I try not to ever think about how was I treated, because in the position I'm in as an astronaut, I have to think about how am I treating other people? How am I doing my job? How am I making the mission work?
As her launch date approached, the media presence around her built to a crush. NASA publicists fielded literally thousands of requests for interviews. And while Collins indulged as many as she could, her focus remained the mission and her crew.
As a shuttle commander, and this is true for all shuttle commanders, we are given a huge responsibility. Taking care of the $2 billion plus orbiter, your payload, which is, you know, who knows what that costs, you know, the space station, which you're going to go dock with, and many astronauts fly, you know, 4 months on the space station, you are given that responsibility by the American people. And they expect us to take care of, I mean, they're taxpayers, they're paying for the space program, so it is just very, very important that we stay so focused on the mission, safety, success, get the mission done the way we have defined the mission to get done.
On July 22nd, 1999, STS-93 took off from Florida. The world was paying attention in a way it didn't usually with shuttle flights. The cargo bay was packed with hundreds of millions of dollars in experiments and satellites. One, nicknamed Chandra, was the most sophisticated X-ray observatory ever built, designed to look deep into the hot gas remnants of exploded stars. that helped scientists understand the origins and ultimate destiny of the universe. Mission specialists under Collins' command would test whether building the huge solar collectors necessary to power the International Space Station was possible, and determine if hobbyists could use ham radios to talk to orbiting astronauts. The mission was a big deal, except to Collins, for whom it was apparently no big deal at all.
Women at NASA are so integrated in the workforce that when you go to work on a day-to-day basis, you don't think about, am I working with a man or a woman? It just doesn't make any difference.
Up in space, Collins went about her job, walking around on her fingertips in zero gravity and making sure the checklist got done. She made decisions and did all her tests and made sure the pilot had everything ready for re-entry. And she took a moment every now and then to look out the window and imagine herself all alone, flying high above the Earth. Far below and far behind her was the housing project where she had grown up. And as she flew, she picked out places below her that she would like to visit one day.
Someday, more and more people will have the opportunity to do that. Because after you go into space, you have a different appreciation of the Earth. You have a different outlook on the Earth. You don't, like when you drive to work in the morning, most people just think of, I'm coming from here, I'm going to here, and they think of their own little world that they live in. I don't do that anymore. I really don't. Flying in space has changed me. I have a very global outlook on things.
The first shuttle flight under the command of a woman landed perfectly, 5 days after it took off. The media crowded around, asking Collins what it felt like and whether she had had trouble with the men around her. She smiled and answered all their questions and then did what astronauts do when they get back from a mission. She got back in line to await her next flight.
I think her greatest contribution is the fact that she's very accessible. She's willing to talk about what she does. She's willing to talk about the achievements, the potential of the space program. She encourages not just young girls, but young girls and boys to dream big dreams and to go out there and work hard to make them happen.
He was a Kentucky boy who wanted to fly. He enlisted in the Air Force during the Korean War, but the war ended before he saw action. Desperate to prove himself, he was ordered to a secret base in New Mexico to learn the art of nuclear warfare. Bored even with that, he considered leaving the Air Force when a mysterious stranger offered him the opportunity to try something new. He became a member of the elite squadron of U-2 pilots, working not for the Air Force, but for the CIA. He flew missions so secret he couldn't even tell his family, until in 1960 he was shot down over the Soviet Union. At that moment, he ceased being a pilot and became instead a pawn in a geopolitical chess game he barely understood. He is Francis Gary Powers, and he is a legend of air power. Francis Gary Powers was born on August 17, 1929, the only boy in a family of 6 children, the son of a coal miner. There are not too many lives harder than the life of a Depression-era coal miner. Work was intermittent and paid badly when it was available. Powers' father, Oliver, wanted his son to be a doctor. During World War II, coal miners worked overtime. For the first time, the Powers family had a little money. At a county fair, Oliver paid $2.50 to buy his 14-year-old son a short ride in a small plane.
And after he flew in this biplane, he came back down and he told my grandparents, his parents, that he'd left his heart up there. So that was his very first experience with flying, and from that moment on, he knew that he wanted to be a pilot.
Desperate to contribute to the war effort, Powers planned to join the Navy after his high school graduation. The war ended, however, before he could enlist. He enrolled at his father's behest in tiny Milligan College in Tennessee. There, surrounded by veterans attending college on the GI Bill, he concluded that history had passed him by. During his senior year, he applied to the Air Force Cadets. He took the test, passed, and had only to sign the papers upon his graduation. His father, however, had other plans and convinced Francis, despite the outbreak of war in Korea, to return home and await his draft notice. A short time there convinced Francis otherwise, and in October 1950, 2 months after turning 21, he enlisted in the Air Force in hopes that he would qualify as a pilot. He trained at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, learned photography at Lowry Air Force Base in Denver, and then was assigned as a photo technician. He applied again for the Air Cadets. Finally accepted in November 1951, he reported for flight school. He learned to fly in a T-6, a heavy, obsolete 1930s fighter that served longer and more honorably as a trainer. He hustled through training and soloed after only 20 hours in the air. He wrote years later how wonderful it had felt being alone in the air, totally responsible for his actions. After 6 months, he went on to advanced flight training. He checked out on jets and earned a reputation as a totally unflappable pilot, calm, confident, and self-contained, who wanted nothing more than to serve his country in combat. He graduated from the cadets in 1952. His last stop before Korea was gunnery school. There, he came down with appendicitis. The delay cost him dearly. Washed back to the next class, the war ended before he graduated. For the second time, history had passed him by. In October 1953, he went to New Mexico to learn how to drop nuclear weapons from fighter aircraft. He was given, in effect, his own piece of the American battle plan. A base to report to, a plane to fly, a route into the Soviet airspace, and a target to hit. In 1954, he made first lieutenant and married Barbara Gay Moore, an 18-year-old he'd met the year before. He had decided to serve out his enlistment and become an airline pilot. As his separation date approached, he contacted several airlines and discovered that he was too old to be considered for airline training. So, with a wife to support and no other options, he re-enlisted. Little did Powers know that in the Nevada desert, in a restricted area that would come to be known as Area 51, the United States government was testing a new kind of airplane, a spy plane, capable of flying higher than the anti-aircraft weapons of its time could reach. The U-2, as the secret craft was known, was designed and built for a very specific mission: to fly over the Soviet Union east of the Ural Mountains, an area the size of Canada that was sealed off to Western eyes. There, the Soviet Union had built whole cities dedicated to the development of new weapon systems, cities that the West had no way to peer into. The idea of flying over the area was not new. The United States had modified strategic bombers to serve as spy planes. They had the range but could not fly high enough to avoid Soviet radar and guns. But the U-2 would be different. It would fly with impunity, above the range of even the most advanced Russian radar. It could overfly and photograph the most secret Soviet installations and return safely to base. Intelligence gathering with the U-2 would become businesslike, regular, commonplace. President Eisenhower approved the project almost without hesitation. He believed that knowing what the Russians were doing in their blacked-out hinterlands held the key to protecting America from the nuclear war people like Francis Powers were preparing to fight. In late 1955, Francis Gary Powers returned from a training mission and saw his name written on a blackboard in the pilot ready room. He reported to wing headquarters, where a major asked him if he was interested in a civilian job. Powers asked for details, which the major refused to provide. Instead, he told Powers to go to an off-base motel for a meeting.
He was recruited for the CIA U-2 program. He volunteered for several reasons. One, it was doing something patriotic for his country. One, it was flying a new type of airplane that no one had ever flown before, so there was the thrill of adventure. And three, it was a wonderful pay increase.
After several conversations with the CIA agent, in April, Powers resigned his commission in the Air Force and became officially a civilian. While pilots in the Air Force were taking home barely $400 a month, Powers and the other U-2 pilots started at $1,500 during training and went up to $2,000 when they deployed overseas. The small corps of U-2 pilots assembled at Lockheed's facility in Burbank, California. From there, they flew by transport to a secret Air Force base in the Nevada desert called Watertown. There was, of course, no water in Watertown. A seemingly limitless expanse of desert, Watertown's key attributes were its privacy and lack of distractions. Like participants in the Manhattan Project, who were isolated in the New Mexico desert for years while they chipped away at the secrets of the atom, upon their arrival in Watertown, the U-2 pilots became a cloistered society of airborne spies.
They stepped off the plane. There was this long-winged, droopy-looking airplane, kind of looked like a mosquito with droopy wings. Some of the pilots wanted to get back on the transport and go back home. They didn't know what they had signed up for.
The U-2's wings were nearly twice as long as the fuselage, their tips kept off the tarmac by temporary wheels designed to drop off as the plane left the ground. Compared to the other aircraft of the 1950s, the U-2 seemed almost wispy. No matter what the engineers said, the Air Force believed the plane to be almost disposable, so frail that it would have to be discarded after only a few missions. Years later, Powers wrote, "Each piece of the structure was a little thinner than a pilot would have liked. It was not a plane for heavy or drastic maneuvers. My hands itched to get onto the controls." The U-2 was a very different kind of aircraft. It required only 1,000 feet of runway to take off, and then climbed at a more than 45-degree angle. In the time it took a normal aircraft to climb a few thousand feet, the U-2 could disappear into the stratosphere. The U-2 pilots regularly broke altitude records, flying more than 15 miles high, but the records were never reported. Instead, the pilots cheered their successes silently, enjoying an almost orbital view of the world. Their training was exhaustive, but failed to deal with one critical aspect of their mission. What if the plane crashed in enemy territory? Powers, in his autobiography, says he raised the topic with his commanding officer. He was told simply that if captured, he should tell the Russians everything they asked, since they were experienced at torture and would get the information eventually anyway. To a veteran of nuclear training, that sounded like conduct unbecoming an officer. He felt it was a glib dismissal of his real concerns, a dismissal based on CIA conceit that the U-2s flew too high for the Russians to shoot down. Even the manual self-destruct system, which had to be triggered by the pilot, seemed incomplete. It packed only a small charge, enough to destroy the cameras lodged in the plane's belly, but not the plane itself. The first batch of U-2s and pilots deployed to a base in England in April 1956. undercover as the 1st Weather Reconnaissance Squadron. In August, Powers moved to Incirlik Air Force Base, Turkey, as part of the 2nd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron. The first U-2 flights out of Turkey skirted the edges of Soviet airspace. Just as modern intelligence-gathering planes fly along the coast of China, the U-2s flew along the southern edge of the Soviet Empire. From high above the clouds, they eavesdropped on Soviet radio transmissions, plotting the locations of radar and anti-aircraft installations. In November, Powers made the first tentative probe of Soviet airspace. The flight went off without a hitch, and nothing he or the instruments in his plane detected showed any signs the Soviets knew he was there. It didn't take too many flights for complacency to set in. In the late 1950s, while the U-2s were flying countless spy missions over the Soviet Union, relations between the Russians and the United States began to improve. Nikita Khrushchev, who succeeded Joseph Stalin as the Soviet premier, changed the Russian strategy of unremitting hostility to the U.S. The Soviet economy was faltering, the inevitable effect of Stalin's purges and various 5-year economic plans. Khrushchev believed that trade with the West and adoption of American industrial techniques might help solve Russia's economic woes. In September 1959, Khrushchev visited the United States. He was not dour or menacing. He seemed almost clownish, a jovial, rotund emissary from the other side of the world. He proposed a massive disarmament, keeping nuclear weapons while mothballing conventional navies and air forces. In the communist world, Khrushchev's sudden fascination with the West did not play well. The Soviet military protested what they perceived as Khrushchev's slight, and the Chinese communists, vying for leadership of the many Marxist movements around the world, condemned Khrushchev as counter-revolutionary. Publicly committed to a May 1960 summit in Paris, Khrushchev seemed trapped. The West saw the summit as the most important diplomatic event since the end of World War II. The communist world saw it as more Khrushchev backsliding. The Soviet premier needed a way to back out and still save face. As the climate between East and West warmed, the number of U-2 flights decreased. Months passed without a single flight out of Incirlik Air Base, where Francis Gary Powers was stationed. And then in April 1960, apparently to provide information in preparation for the summit meeting, 2 missions were scheduled back-to-back. The first flight was normal, the pilot departing and returning to base without incident. The second, which Powers was scheduled to fly, was the most ambitious U-2 flight ever. Covering almost 4,000 miles, the 9-hour flight would pass over areas so deep in the Soviet Union, even the U-2 had not overflown them, and would end at a base in Norway. Powers packed a bag, assured his wife he'd be home in a few days, and got on a transport to Pakistan, where a U-2 was waiting for him. Delayed several days by bad weather, Powers finally took off at 6:26 a.m. May 1st. As he climbed into the sky, he clicked his radio call button twice, the signal that he was well and ready to begin his mission. That was the last anyone heard of Francis Gary Powers and his U-2 for a while.
My uncle told me a story about how the 2 or 3 gentlemen in suits came down to the family farm, knocked on the door. My grandmother answered, and she was informed that Francis, as the family called him, was missing. The family was devastated. For the first 5 days, they didn't know whether my father was alive or dead.
In Turkey, the public information officer announced that an unarmed weather plane operated by NASA had disappeared. Privately, the CIA was sure Powers was dead. Powers was, however, alive. Shot down over Sverdlovsk, he became Khrushchev's secret weapon, his excuse to back out of the Paris summit, and a tool to embarrass the American president on the world stage. On May 5th, the premier told the Supreme Soviet that an American aircraft had invaded Soviet territory and had, on his personal order, been shot down. On May 6th, the State Department spokesman stated categorically that there was no deliberate attempt to violate Soviet airspace and called Khrushchev's accusation monstrous. On May 7th, Khrushchev sprang his trap, pulling out of the summit and announcing to the world that he had the pilot alive. Suddenly, it was Eisenhower who was trapped. On May 11th, he admitted that the United States government had been lying and that he had authorized the flights. He called aerial spying a distasteful necessity of the Cold War. He had, in effect, signed Powers' confession.
My father was interrogated for 90 days, from about May 7th up through August 15th, which was the day of his trial. He was interrogated approximately 16 hours per day for 90 days. A bright spotlight, a good KGB agent, a bad KGB agent. They'd drill him with questions. They'd try to trip him up with. The very first week, he was lying outright to them, misleading them in any direction he could. But then on about day 7 of the interrogations, one of the KGB officers comes inside with a copy of the New York Times, and he yells at my father and says, "You've lied to us. You told us that you were trained in Arizona. The New York Times says that you were trained in Nevada at Area 51. You might as well tell us everything, or else we'll get it out of your American press anyways."
Powers' trial began on his 31st birthday. He walked into the courtroom through a gauntlet of flashbulbs and news cameras. His 3-day show trial had little to do with his flight and much to do with Soviet-American relations. "I realized," he said later, "that the trial would not be USSR versus Francis Gary Powers, but the USSR versus the US, and, incidentally, Francis Gary Powers." The guilty verdict, prepared before the trial by Soviet authorities, concluded that his flight had been ordered to torpedo the Paris summit and to prevent the easing of international tension. His sentence? 10 years in prison. With Powers locked away, wild rumors swirled. A London paper published an article claiming he would be released from prison and had decided to live in the Soviet Union. Self-styled military experts surmised that he had been flying too low, and others criticized him for not killing himself. For more than a year and a half, Powers languished. In February 1962, the Russians suddenly transported him to East Germany. In a safe house in East Berlin, the KGB informed him that if all went well, he would be released the next day. On February 10th, at the Glienicke Bridge separating East and West Berlin, Powers walked to freedom in exchange for Colonel Rudolf Abel, a Soviet spy. Powers came back to a country that had its doubts about his conduct. Though he had apparently given away no secrets, rumor and speculation remained. "Hero or bum?" asked one headline. Should he, like Nathan Hale, have died for his country?
And he was always upset that the American government didn't do more to help clear his name at the time.
Upon his return to the United States, he was interrogated by the CIA as if he were an enemy. He took and passed polygraph tests to make sure he was not a double agent. And the final report on his ordeal damned him with the faint praise that he had only probably withheld national security information from the Soviets. Concerned about the speculation, President Kennedy canceled a White House ceremony to welcome Powers home. When Powers wrote a book telling his side of the story, the CIA suppressed its publication. Francis Gary Powers died in August 1977. After the end of the Cold War, the only war Powers ever fought in, declassified Soviet documents made clear that his behavior in captivity was nothing less than heroic. On May 1st, 2000, the 40th anniversary of his final flight over the Soviet Union, he was awarded the Prisoner of War Medal, the Distinguished Flying Cross, and the CIA Medal of Valor. The boy from Kentucky who had wanted to fly and to be a hero finally was. And that is why he is a legend of air power. His was not a career of glamorous flight against glorious sunsets. He was the guy who showed the world how to organize and conduct massive airlift operations. In the early days of World War II, he took a chaotic aircraft delivery system and made it into, in effect, the world's largest airline. He tripled the amount of men and materiel the Army Air Corps carried over the hump into China. With nuclear war looming, he kept Berlin alive under Soviet blockade for 11 months, importing by air everything that millions of people needed to survive. And when North Korea invaded the South, he organized and commanded airlift for the Far East forces that prevented an American Dunkirk at the Pusan perimeter. Within a 7-year period, he had organized and managed 3 airlifts that changed history. He is Lieutenant General William Tunner, and he is a legend of air power. William Tunner was born on July 14, 1906, in Elizabeth, New Jersey. He was one of 5 children, the son of Austrian immigrants who had entered the United States through Ellis Island.
He enjoyed hunting and fishing and with his brothers and his dad. And his brothers and sisters went on to college, and it was his turn to go, and being the youngest. And in the beginnings of the Great Depression, he elected to go to West Point.
The 1920s were pivotal to air power. The Air Corps was then a part of the Army, and the primary doctrinal debate going on within military circles revolved around the effectiveness and role of aircraft in battle. Tunner, as a cadet, absorbed much of that debate and came away with a strong belief that air forces were critical to modern battle. He graduated in 1928 and chose the Air Corps as his specialty. He trained in San Antonio and was stationed as a second lieutenant to Rockwell Field in San Diego. Assigned to ferry a small transport north to Sacramento, the young pilot was stunned to find the craft filled with passengers.
They looked at him, and he looked at them, and they expected a grizzled old pilot with wrinkles at his corners of his eyes, you know, and weathered grayed hair and so on, but not the shiny young guy that was before them.
Flying troops was not something Tunner had considered. Responsible for the lives of a dozen passengers, flying a plane he had never flown before over country he had never seen, he navigated with a Rand McNally road map spread across his lap.
So that was the beginning of air transportation as far as he was concerned. And from then on, he was interested, of course, in the concept of air transportation as well as other things. His assignments took him into air transport.
Tunner moved through a variety of jobs, and on the eve of World War II was in Washington, writing orders to move aircraft from one place to another. To break the monotony, sometimes he'd assign himself to ferry a plane from base to base. After the outbreak of the Battle of Britain, General Hap Arnold informed President Roosevelt that the United States lacked the ability to ferry aircraft and other materiel across the Atlantic. Roosevelt ordered the Secretary of War to correct that deficiency. The presidential order worked its way down the chain of command. Tunner became the second employee of the new Ferrying Command. They plotted air routes across the North Atlantic to England and across the South Atlantic to the Middle East. As the number of flights grew, so did the amount of chaos. The ferrying command needed a base, and one day when his commanding officer was away, Tunner asked the acting chief of the Air Corps if they could perhaps have the Long Beach Reserve Base as their own. Close to the factories producing the planes, the move would enable the ferrying command to more efficiently manage their pilots. Stunned by Tunner's question, the general agreed to assign the base to the ferrying command. Tunner was in Long Beach when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. He put out word that he would hire any qualified civilian pilot. I had the idea, he said, that they would rather deliver planes for us than be drafted into the infantry. Within 6 months, he had hired 3,500 civilian pilots. He tore apart the existing highly centralized command structure and dispersed authority to local commands. In charge of domestic operations for the ferrying command, he was fiercely dedicated to his men and his mission, and more than a few people thought him arrogant. No matter, Tunner got things done, and the men under his command came to think of themselves as an elite within the elite Air Corps. By mid-1942, hundreds of aircraft a month were pouring off assembly lines, and Tunner's team got them to squadrons all over the world with an efficiency that amazed officers and civilians long resigned to the hurry-up-and-wait norm of military life. Always searching desperately for pilots, he discovered that one of his friends was married to a woman who regularly flew herself from Baltimore to Washington in a small plane. Unaware that General Arnold had already rejected pilot Jackie Cochran's plea to allow women pilots to fly military aircraft, Tunner and Nancy Harkness Love drafted a plan to hire women pilots as civil service employees that General Harold George quickly approved. The Women's Auxiliary Ferrying Squadron began delivering planes in the fall of 1942, freeing up hundreds of male pilots for combat duty. Between June 1942 and June 1943, the Ferrying Command delivered 3,600 planes to overseas destinations and completed almost 55,000 domestic movements. Ferrying Command pilots flew 75 million miles. The next year, they did twice as much. By the time Tunner was summoned to Washington in May 1944, Ferrying Command had more than 50,000 people working for it. If I had to go anywhere, General William Tunner wrote, why of all places did it have to be the hump? The China-Burma-India Theater, as the hump was more formally known, was the closest thing the Allies had to the Germans' Russian front. It was the war's backwater, the hell, or at least purgatory, of jungles and impassable mountains.
It was an incredibly challenging operation because he was having to coordinate flights over the Himalayan mountains, which were 500 miles long and 3 miles high and subject to some of the world's most extreme weather conditions.
By keeping the Chinese army supplied and fighting, the over-the-hump flyers were tying up millions of Japanese troops who would otherwise be free to fight elsewhere. Tunner arrived in India in August 1944. He commandeered a C-46 and flew the route himself to see what his men were dealing with every day. For more than 3 hours, 550 miles each way, he and his crew flew over mountains pocked with craters from crashed transports. Tunner, who understood well how critical the hump mission was, brought with him a crack team of managers and engineers. They gathered performance statistics that showed where the problems were, the bases that need extra attention. They established maintenance centers that repaired planes on a kind of assembly line. And they upgraded search and rescue operations to the point where pilots knew that if they went down, they had a fighting chance of surviving. While his officers did all of that, Tunner himself went to work upgrading his command's living conditions.
Food, warmth, clothes, medical care, interest in their families was paramount, and this was right in tune with his interest in the mission. if you took care of your men, then the mission would be accomplished with a group that had good morale.
I think you had people that were trying to, again, apply a Band-Aid to the situation and hope for the best. You got Tunner in there, and you got somebody who was a true leader and had the ability to take command and to really apply the necessary logic to this and to conduct it like a true military operation instead of just a stopgap measure to help these guys through, a certain period of time.
He discovered men who had served their tour but never been rotated out, and despite his desperate need of experienced crewmen, put them on planes headed for home. He looked out at his exhausted pilots, and he cut the number of hours they had to fly a month, which cut the rate of pilot error. He declared war on mosquitoes and had his men strip B-25s and fill them with pesticides to spray from above. Known among his men as Willie the Whip, he was a regular on all 19 bases under his command, setting higher and higher standards for everyone, whether a loadmaster or PX officer. He badgered Washington for supplies and was rewarded with fresh uniforms and toiletries so that his command could shed its disheveled appearance. And then he marched them every Saturday, turning a sorry lot of jungle loafers back into soldiers. The transformation was nearly miraculous. One base went from an average of 30 flights a day to 81. In September 1944, Tunner's first full month in India, his planes carried 22,000 tons over the hump. In November, it was 35,000. And by July 1945, it was more than 70,000 tons. To celebrate Armed Forces Day in August, Tunner's command orchestrated one of the most amazing feats in military history. Using C-46s, C-47s, and C-54 aircraft, planes barely larger than a modern commuter airliner, they flew 5,327 tons over the hump, an average rate of one plane load every 72 seconds. Winston Churchill, addressing the House of Commons, said this about Tunner's efforts in China. Certainly no more prodigious example of strength, science, and organization in this class of work has ever been seen or dreamt of. With the war over, Tunner's flyers went to work bringing POWs and other American internees out of what had been Japanese territory, while continuing to bring in supplies and administration. Tunner considered going into business with Hap Arnold, setting up a cargo airline using military surplus transports, but decided instead to stay in the service. He took a desk job at the Pentagon and became deputy commander of the newly formed Military Air Transportation Service, fusing the transport capabilities of the Air Force and Navy into one. In Europe, what had been a power-sharing agreement between allies had turned into a face-off between new enemies. The Soviets on one side of the line were open in their desire to dominate Europe. The Americans, British, and French on the other were committed to preventing that domination. On June 19, 1948, the Soviet commanding general in Berlin referred to Berlin as part of the Soviet occupation zone. The next day, the Soviets began tearing up railroad tracks and building blockades to make that statement real.
We had to make a statement to Stalin and to communists in general that this kind of aggression was not going to be tolerated and that they could not have a domino effect, which of course was the objective. And we needed to take action immediately and definitively, and we needed to show them that we were going to support our allies and that we were not going to allow communism to overtake any more of Europe than it had already consumed.
Behind closed doors, President Truman's military advisors advocated sending an armored column to break the blockade. Diplomats inquired whether Great Britain would allow the United States to base nuclear-armed aircraft in England and launch strikes against Eastern Europe from English soil. Berlin had 30 days' supply of food and fuel, at which point the United States would have to either fight or surrender. To give Truman more time, the Air Force started flying essential materials into the city. The city needed 7,500 tons of supplies a day, including coal to fire its electrical generators. Under Curtis LeMay, the airlift built to 2,500 tons a day, a frantic pace that seemed unsustainable. There were no schedules, no standard procedures, none of the tools Tunner had used to build the capacity of the Hump Air Force during World War II. With the clock ticking down to a nuclear confrontation between East and West, the lessons of India and China seemed to have been forgotten.
You had millions of people living there who were unable to get supplies, food, the basics needed for life. Well, obviously, being an ally, we couldn't allow this to happen. And so America and England and France began fishing around trying to decide what we could do.
A month after the airlift started, the Air Force ordered Tunner to Berlin. His job this time? Give President Truman all the time he needed to prevent a nuclear war. Tunner reassembled as much of his World War II team as he could and set off to confront a new set of problems. Not only did he have to supply a whole city, he had to do it through only 2 airports in Berlin. When the Berlin airlift started, there was no one who believed that it would be possible to supply all of Berlin's needs by air. When General William Tunner and his staff arrived, they quickly assessed the situation and went to work.
It was going to be necessary to coordinate a tremendous number of flights on a daily basis in order to drop enough food and supplies into West Berlin to help these people stay alive and outlast Stalin's effort to strangle them.
Willie the Whip revised procedures at the only 2 air bases open to Western aircraft, Tempelhof, the American base, and Britain's Gatow. Crews, which had previously lounged around the ready room while their planes were unloaded, were ordered to stay with their planes and take off the instant they were ready to go. Tunner noted that the distance to Berlin from the British sector of Germany was shorter than from the American, and moved as much of the loading operation as possible to British bases. That alone increased by nearly 50% the number of runs the planes could make. In August, bad weather stacked planes up in the very limited airspace over Berlin. Tunner, who was on one of the transports, watched as air traffic managers lost control of the situation. One plane skidded off a runway and crashed. Another landed on a runway under construction and ground looped. Up in the clouds, planes had to veer to avoid mid-air collisions. Disgusted, Tunner got on the radio and ordered everyone back to their home bases and instituted a policy giving planes only a single pass at landing. If they couldn't, they went home fully loaded. But the planes coming behind them had safe skies into the runway. From all over the world, Tunner requisitioned and received C-54s, the largest transports running at the time. His command celebrated Air Force Day in September the way they had celebrated Armed Forces Day in India, by organizing a record-setting day of incredibly hard work. The airlift that had seemed chaotic, moving 2,000 tons a day in July, moved 7,000 on September 18th, and averaged almost 5,000 by October. Tunner announced the construction of a new airport in Berlin and began hauling materials to build it. The first plane landed there in November. It was fully operational a month later. In the background, negotiations between the Soviets and the United States continued. Nuclear-armed B-29s were moved to England within striking distance of targets in the Soviet Union. Plans were drawn up for an invasion of East Germany. What kept the nuclear trigger from being pulled was, without question, Tunner's airlift. It made clear to the Soviets that America's hand could not be forced. With the whole world watching, Stalin was unwilling to start shooting American planes out of the sky. As the blockade dragged on, Tunner put on another of his fantastic shows, an Easter Sunday orgy of transport that moved almost 13,000 tons of supplies into the supposedly cut-off Berlin. The Easter Parade, as Tunner called it, broke the Soviet will, and a month later, they ended the blockade. Tunner's team had flown more than 250,000 supply sorties. Tunner received the Distinguished Service Medal. He and his men were named Aviation Men of the Year by the Air Force Association. On the way home, he stopped off and met the King and Queen of England. He returned to the United States and his job at the Military Air Transport Service. He was looking forward to spending time with his family and appalled to find that the prevailing mood of the country was to cut the defense budget. It seemed a sad irony that he seemed destined to preside over the dismantling of an air transport system he had helped build. He was fishing in Alaska, contemplating his future far from telephones, when the North Koreans swept into South Korea. He hustled to Tokyo on an inspection tour, and there learned that he had been put in charge of the airlift that was the last American hope for holding on to the tip of the Korean Peninsula. He was told the assignment would last 2 months. The Air Force set up the Combat Cargo Command for Tunner to head, giving him equal standing with the tactical commander. He moved supplies to Busan, allowing the perimeter to hold, but spent the bulk of his time planning the airlift portion of General Douglas MacArthur's invasion of Incheon. The invasion went beautifully. His planes delivered the 187th Airborne and all its equipment, and with the same clockwork regularity they had shown in India and Berlin, set up operations at the captured Kimpo Airport. He organized the first full-scale medical airlift capability, and MacArthur awarded him the Distinguished Service Cross for his orchestration of a paratroop drop that resulted in the killing or capture of more than 6,000 North Korean troops. When the Chinese Communists counterattacked, entrapping the 1st Marine Division at Chosin Reservoir, Tunner's planes flew in supplies and flew out wounded, enabling the Marines' heroic march to the sea and rescue. 6 months after arriving in the Korean theater, Tunner's 2-month assignment ended. He turned the airlift over to a man he had trained and returned home. He retired in 1961 after testifying before Congress about the future of military air transport. Representative Mendel Rivers, chairman of the House Special Subcommittee on Air Transport, ended the hearings by saying, "General Tunner, we commend you for a job well done." Viewed from a distance of nearly a century, they don't seem as heroic as they really were. They had funny names, repaired bicycles, and wore 3-piece suits to the beach. To the modern eye, they look more like comedians than leading men. But they invented the science of aeronautics, thinking in 3 dimensions when the rest of the world couldn't move beyond 2. They made human flight possible, and every aircraft that has ever flown owes at least something to their work. They are Orville and Wilbur Wright, and they are legends of air power. Wilbur, the older of the Wright brothers, was born April 16, 1867, on a farm in Millville, Indiana. Orville, his younger brother, came along 4 years later. Their father was Milton Wright, a bishop of the United Brethren Church, who could not drive a nail straight into a board. It's really no surprise, then, that the Wrights attributed their engineering aptitude to their mother, Susan Kerner Wright, a shy woman who happily assisted them in the design and construction of numerous childhood projects. For all their similarities, the Wright brothers also were a study in contrast. Wilbur was so shy as to be almost silent in public. He seemed truly happy only when dismantling something mechanical. Orville, on the other hand, was relatively impulsive. He was the idea generator, always coming up with the next project, and something of a dandy. Together, the two formed a well-balanced whole. Orville brought passion and energy, Wilbur persistence and determination. The Wrights' tinkering was accompanied from a very young age by a strong entrepreneurial streak. Orville built kites and sold them to classmates. Wilbur, who worked for the publisher of a church newspaper, invented a machine that automated the folding of papers for mailing. The family moved from Indiana to Dayton, Ohio, where Susan Wright died of tuberculosis in 1889. Wilbur, the dutiful son, nursed her to the end. In 1892, the Wrights opened the Wright Cycle Company to build, repair, and sell bicycles. The business grew quickly, and the seasonal nature of the bicycle business in Ohio afforded the Wrights long winters to experiment. The late 1800s were a boom time for invention. New technologies changed nearly every aspect of life. Improved furnaces and electrical generators made possible household electrification. Wireless telegraphy foreshadowed radio and television. The first practical adding machine served notice of the coming computer age. And the first automobiles appeared on roads previously trod only by horses. But the really big engineering challenge, the problem so daunting that many thought it unsolvable, was heavier than air flight.
Well, Wilbur was the oldest of the two, and he was the one who actually came up with the idea of trying to solve this problem. In the very beginning, Orville just kind of tagged along, but eventually the idea of flight became an obsession to the Wright brothers.
The Wrights were, ironically, inspired to study flight by the failure of Otto Lilienthal. During the early 1890s, Lilienthal had designed and flown 16 different hang gliders. The leading aviator in the world, he died in a crash in 1896. The Wrights saw in Lilienthal's death an opportunity to take the lead in airplane development. Wilbur wrote to the Smithsonian Institution requesting, as he put it, all that is already known about flight experiments. Studying the Smithsonian's pamphlets and books, the Wrights formed some basic ideas about flight. Obviously, an aircraft needed wings to provide lift and power to push the craft forward. But the Wrights added a third element, control. Still struggling just to get off the ground, no one but the Wrights ever considered how to steer a plane once it got off the ground.
I think it's not coincidental that they were bicycle manufacturers, because in recognizing this problem of controllability, what was key for the Wrights was turning. And they recognized that turning an airplane is three-dimensional. You have to change the bank of the airplane, and then you have to change the pitch of the airplane, and you have to kick the nose over. It's really a very, very complex maneuver, if you will, if you think of how an airplane actually turns.
The Wrights noticed that birds change the angle of their wings in order to turn. One wing moved down and the other up in perfect unison, controlling all aspects of their flight at once. The movement was simple enough for a bird, but seemed impossible to mechanically reproduce.
Late one evening when Wilbur was tending to the bicycle shop, and the customer came in and he had problems with the inner tube. And the inner tube came in a long pasteboard box. And while Wilbur was talking to the customer, he found himself with his fingers in each one of those corners of the boxes doing this to it, changing the angle, one up, one down, of the corners of the box. And it kind of struck him, this might be a good way of basically just retaining balance for level flight.
The Wrights built a biplane kite, their first experimental aircraft to test the idea. Using simple hand controls, they were able to make the kite climb, dive, and turn. They knew that what works in models often doesn't on a larger scale, and decided to build a larger glider, one a man could ride in. They also searched for a suitable place to fly it, a place with predictable and moderate winds. Once again, the Wrights did careful research. They wrote to the Weather Bureau in Washington, requested locations that fit their needs, and were provided with a list. The Wrights then sent another round of letters to people at those locations. The only reply they got was from a postman in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina.
In the letter, he described that there were no trees or grass. All this was just beach, deep sand. There were 4 giant sand dunes like the one you see that where the monument is on to launch gliders off of. Very hard to get here, sailboat to the Outer Banks. Then once you got here, there was nobody around. Privacy, secrecy, isolation, but then they would find here where they couldn't find anywhere else, and that was Southern hospitality, the people.
The Wrights packed up their new, larger glider and headed for Kitty Hawk. The Wrights took their first large-scale glider to Kitty Hawk in late September 1900. They brought with them 3 trunks full of camping equipment and set up a wood-frame tent on the dunes near a station of the U.S. Life-Saving Service. The biplane glider weighed 50 pounds and cost $15 to build. It had a wooden frame covered in tightly woven cotton. The Wrights tested it first as an unmanned kite, carefully recording flight data and making small modifications to improve its performance. After 3 weeks of flying the glider on a string, they enlisted Bill Tate, the local postman who had answered their initial inquiry about Kitty Hawk, to help them carry the glider to the top of a cluster of high dunes called the Kill Devil Hills. Wilbur lay down across the glider's lower wing. Orville and Tate lifted the glider and ran. As the glider started to lift, Wilbur shouted, "Let go!" They did, and Wilbur sailed gracefully down the slope. He had flown. He made about a dozen flights that day, covering a total of perhaps half a mile, with a total flight time of barely 2 minutes. The wing warping system worked. The glider could be controlled. Thrilled with their initial success, the Wrights returned to Dayton, determined to build a bigger and better glider. They studied what little data there was on lift characteristics of different wing designs, most of which came from Lilienthal's experiments. From that, they built the biggest glider ever constructed, with wings 22 feet wide and 7 feet deep. It weighed nearly 100 pounds and featured an improved steering mechanism. They returned to Kitty Hawk in July 1901 and built a wooden shed on the beach to act as their base of operations. The shed was more accommodating than the previous year's tent. However, it was also the only thing about 1901 that was an improvement over 1900. Wilbur did the flying and almost immediately discovered that the giant wings of the new glider didn't provide as much lift as Lilienthal's data promised. The forward elevator, which controlled the up and down motion of the plane, didn't work. The Wrights spent a precious week redesigning and rebuilding the wings and elevator. It helped, but the glider in flight still had a disturbing tendency to spin wildly out of control. In what turned out to be the last manned flight of the year, Wilbur crashed, cutting his face on the elevator and badly damaging the plane. The Wrights left Kitty Hawk depressed and confused. They returned to Dayton facing a gloomy winter and questioning whether man would ever fly.
You find that when you look at the Wright brothers, they clearly understood the aeronautical research and development process as thoroughly or more than anybody in their time period. And the process that they followed to create the world's first successful airplane was a model of how people do research even in the present day.
The Wrights concluded that Lilienthal's data was wrong. If they wanted to fly, they had to throw away the articles and books and generate their own basic understanding of flight. They built a simple wind tunnel, a box 6 feet long with a fan in one end and a window on top. Using machinery designed to manufacture bicycle parts, they crafted model wings out of wax, solder, steel, and tin. They tested different shapes and spent painstaking hours documenting the minutiae of aerodynamics.
They became aware of the entire theoretical underpinnings of flight. They studied and read widely. They created specialized test equipment to validate some of their own ideas, particularly ideas on controllability.
The 1902 glider looked more like a modern airplane than anything to come before it. The wings were flatter, longer, and not as deep as the 1901 model. There were stabilizers in the rear to balance the front elevator and keep the plane from side-slipping. In late summer, the Wrights returned to Kitty Hawk and spent the first few weeks building a large hangar. They improved their living quarters, which took on decidedly homey characteristics in anticipation of a long stay. By mid-September, they had assembled the glider, and a series of short flights gave rise to optimism. On one of the first flights, with Orville at the controls, the glider spun out of control and crashed. They repaired the damage, but the sudden and unexpected banking became a recurring problem. Lying in bed considering the aerodynamic forces that could cause the crashes, Orville concluded that when the glider turned, air pressure built up along the stabilizers. He suggested that they eliminate one of the stabilizers and make the other movable to help the plane turn. The problem disappeared. The Wrights stayed in camp through late October. By the time they returned to Dayton, they had already roughed out the design of their first powered airplane. To build it, they needed a light, powerful engine. They wrote to several manufacturers, but none wanted the job. So, with the help of one of their bicycle mechanics, they built their own. On September 25th, 1903, the Wrights and their newly christened flyer arrived at Kill Devil Hills. Static testing revealed critical problems with the propeller axles. They tried several fixes, but in late November, Orville returned alone to Dayton to machine new shafts. He returned on December 11th with new propeller axles and a fresh $1 bill. The bill was from their father, Milton Wright, who told them to use it to pay for the telegram announcing their success. With the plane finally ready to go, the weather failed them. Kitty Hawk, chosen for its prevailing winds, fell dead calm. Impatient, the Wrights and a few locals hauled the flyer to the top of Big Kill Devil Hill. They flipped a coin to see who would fly first. Orville won. The plane rested on a 60-foot rail that served as a runway. Wilbur ran alongside as the flyer moved forward. After a 40-foot run, it lifted off, raised its nose too high, and crashed. It took 2 days to repair the damage to the flyer. The Wrights moved the track back down off Kill Devil Hills and onto the flat sand below. The prevailing winds returned, and on December 17th, they tried again. This time, it was Wilbur's turn. He slid into place atop the bottom wing. Orville stood alongside. Facing a 27-mile-an-hour wind, they started the engine. The plane moved slowly forward. After 40 feet on flat ground under its own power, the flyer lifted off. It stayed in the air for 12 seconds before settling into the sand 120 feet away. The first powered, sustained, controlled flight had been achieved. They moved the plane back to the rail, and Orville took the controls. He, too, flew 13 seconds, 175 feet. Then Wilbur, 15 seconds, 200 feet. Finally, Orville, 59 seconds, covering 852 feet. The frame of the plane cracked on landing. Man's first day of flight had come to an end. With the plane safely stored in its hangar, Wilbur and Orville walked 4 miles up the beach to the Weather Bureau station at Kitty Hawk. They sent a telegram to their father. "Inform press," the telegram said.
Their brother, Lauren, when they got the telegram in Dayton, went down to the local newspaper, and the local editor read 59 seconds. He said if it had been 59 minutes, it might be newsworthy. The next day in the newspaper, the only thing was mentioned is that the Wright boys will be home for Christmas. Talking about missed the story of the century.
The Wright brothers were not naive idealists. As they had turned their tinkering into small businesses when they were boys, after their first flight at Kitty Hawk, they worked to turn their test craft into a practical flying device. Working at Huffman Prairie, a 100-acre pasture outside Dayton, the Wrights made more than 80 flights in 1904, testing and revising not just their technology, but also their technique.
Theoretically, the machine with the fuel capacity was capable of flying about 8 miles. but they had no skill. So the reason they got better each time they tried it, they just increased on their abilities and their skill as being pilots.
On September 15th, 1904, Wilbur made the first complete circle of the field. In November, he flew 4 circles around Huffman Prairie, staying in the air for 5 full minutes. In the spring of 1905, the Wrights built the Flyer 3, which featured improved flight controls. That summer, they flew more than 40 successful flights. The longest lasted 39 minutes and covered more than 24 miles. The Wrights' test flights turned Huffman Prairie into a significant attraction. The crowds, while gratifying, made the brothers nervous, since they had applied for but had not been granted a patent on their wing warping system.
Now everything that makes the airplane turn is right in front of you. There's nothing inside the wings or anything like that. So when they went back to Ohio in 1904 and 1905, there were a lot of people hanging out, trying to walk up close to the airplane and see everything works.
Fearing that someone would steal their technology, at the end of the 1905 year, the Wrights put their aircraft under wraps and kept it there. For 2.5 years, they did not fly. During that time, rumors took hold that the Wrights had never flown at all.
There was so much jealousy involved in the invention of the airplane. The Wright brothers were literally unheard of until 1899. And when they went to compete with men who had, quote, higher educated, college training, all the political backing, all the government funding, I think they were kind of resented by these people because of their lack of education.
The Wrights offered their airplane to the United States Army, and the Army declined. The government had spent more than $70,000 on Samuel Langley's failed experiments, and the idea that a couple of bicycle repairmen from Dayton could succeed where the respected Langley had failed seemed absurd. The Wrights persisted. They offered to meet strict specifications if the Army would agree in advance to buy a Wright Flyer if they succeeded. The Army refused to sign a contract until it had seen the plane fly. The Wrights wouldn't fly without the contract. The Wrights continued to work behind closed doors. Without ever testing it, they designed and built the Type A Flyer. In the Type A, the pilot sat upright, and a second seat allowed the plane to carry a passenger. In February 1908, the Army relented and gave the Wrights a contract to deliver an aircraft that could meet what seemed at the time impossible specifications. The plane had to be capable of carrying 2 men 125 miles at an average speed above 40 miles an hour. A month later, the Wrights signed a second contract with a French company to manufacture Flyers in Europe. Only then did the Wrights return to flight. Still concerned about protecting their technology, they returned to Kitty Hawk. Once again in splendid isolation, they practiced in a modified 1905 Flyer, carrying as a passenger a mechanic who had accompanied them from Dayton. At the end of May, Orville returned to Dayton to prepare a Type A Flyer for the Army demonstration. Wilbur set sail for France to prepare for demonstration flights there. The Europeans greeted Wilbur with suspicion. On August 8th, in front of a sparse crowd at a small racetrack near Le Mans, Wilbur took off. He circled the track twice and landed smoothly. The flight lasted less than 2 minutes, and the French had never seen anything like it.
It was a mix of admiration, disappointment, shock, almost disbelief. They were measuring flights in terms of yards and meters of length, and here were the Wrights able to produce an airplane that could literally turn figure eights, stay aloft for at least a half hour or much longer than that, exhibit perfect controllability.
Every day, the crowd grew larger. In 6 months, Wilbur made 100 flights and carried more than 60 passengers. He and his airplane became a sensation. While Wilbur was knocking them dead in Paris, Orville staged the first demonstration flight for the Army. On September 3rd, 1908, at Fort Myer, he took an Army officer up for a jaunt around the base parade grounds. For 2 weeks, on opposite sides of the ocean, the two brothers seemed in a kind of competition for who could make the longest flight, who could take up the most passengers, who could draw the largest crowd. On September 17th, the competition ended. Orville, flying with Lieutenant Thomas Selfridge as his passenger, crashed. Wreckage pinned pilot and passenger to the ground. Orville suffered a fractured thigh, cracked ribs, scalp wounds, and back injuries. Selfridge died, becoming the first fatality in the new era of powered flight. 4 days later, flying over France, Wilbur set the world flight endurance record, 1 hour and 31 minutes. This, he said, as he got out of the plane, will cheer Orville up.
It's sad that after 1909, 1910 time period, we see the Wrights really drop out of the aeronautics business. Wilbur, of course, dies in 1912. But one has the feeling that the Wrights really had reached the end of their creative tether, if you will.
The Wrights flew a few public stunts, including a flight up the Hudson River in New York City. They opened a company to manufacture Wright flyers and concentrated not on research, but on protecting their patents. Exhausted from one of many patent infringement trials, Wilbur contracted typhoid fever. He returned to Dayton too weak to fight, and after 3 weeks at home, died in 1912.
When Wilbur died, part of Orville died too. He lost all interest in the airplane industry. There'd be no more great inventions, no more genius thoughts.
Orville sold his interests in the Wright Airplane Company for $1.5 million. He retired to a mansion on the outskirts of Dayton. He flew for the last time in 1918, as his invention was proving itself on the battlefields of Europe. He was nearly invisible, appearing only occasionally at ceremonies honoring his and his brother's work. He died in 1948 at the age of 76, less than a year after Chuck Yeager became the first man to break the sound barrier. The machine he and his brother had invented had truly changed the world. He was born in Parma, Ohio in 1928, then raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He grew up fascinated with rockets, but his family could not afford to send him to the elite colleges that taught rocketry. He went instead to the Naval Academy, settling, he thought, for aviation instead of outer space. He flew twice during Project Gemini and twice in Apollo, and was on his way to the moon when an oxygen tank deep in the heart of his spacecraft exploded. He is James Lovell, and he is a legend of air power. James A. Lovell was born outside of Cleveland in Parma, Ohio on March 25, 1928. His family moved soon after to Milwaukee. His father died when he was only 12. Lovell and his mother, left alone, formed a tight-knit family unit that scraped by.
Lovell was fascinated by rocketry, and as a student in high school, he actually built a rocket with the help of some friends and a chemistry professor. And he launched the rocket, and it did indeed fly about 80 feet up in the air, whereupon it exploded into what he described as a fabulous suicide.
As the years passed, Lovell's interest in rocketry did not wane. Entranced by the experiments of rocket pioneer Robert Goddard, he wanted to be a rocket engineer.
I wrote to G. Edward Pendray, who was the secretary of the American Rocket Society in 1946, as I was graduating from high school. He said, fine, go to MIT or Caltech. Well, I couldn't afford any of those things.
Turned down by the Naval Academy, Lovell instead joined the ROTC and entered the University of Wisconsin. He studied there for 2 years, reapplied to Annapolis, and this time got in.
My first desire when I got out of high school was to follow rocketry and just become an engineer. aviation was my second goal, and I really wanted to fly. And you always should have second goals. If you can't get the first thing, always look at the second thing.
The Navy in the wake of World War II was changing. The battleships no longer reigned supreme. When the time came, Lovell applied for flight training, was admitted, and earned his wing. The Navy assigned him to night fighter training in California. In 1956, flying a mission at night off the carrier Shangri-La in the Sea of Japan, Lovell homed in a Japanese radio station instead of the ship's beacon and got lost.
I had an E-pad that I had developed on the cruise over to Japan that would light up, and when I had it plugged to the ship's receptacle, and when I lit the E-pad up, it blew all the lights inside the airplane, all the cockpit lights out, completely dark. Couldn't believe it.
Lost, alone, out of radio contact with his home base, and unable to read his instruments, Lovell seemed doomed. Looking around, he saw the pale glow of luminescent plankton churned up by the screws of the Shangri-La. With a wife and small children back on shore, Lovell followed the dim line, hoping it would lead to the Shangri-La. It did. He drove his plane down on the deck so hard, it blew too tired.
The skipper of my team, very, very smart individual, put me on the very next flight. The next night, launched me off again. And that was the best thing in the world that happened to me.
Soon after, Lovell requested assignment to the Navy's test pilot school at NAS Patuxent River in Maryland. He graduated first in his class and stayed at Pax River for 4 years. He was assigned to test aircraft electronic systems, which involved a lot of flying in circles, painting different things on the plane's radar.
Now, there are 4 test divisions at that time at Pax River. Flight test, service test, armament test, electronics test. Everybody who graduates from test pilot school wants to go to flight test. You check out all the performances of the aircraft, what it can do. Service test is not bad because you run the airplane and run it until find out what breaks, what goes wrong. Armament test, well, it's pretty good. You find out how to drop the bombs and fire the rockets and shoot the guns. Electronics test, I mean, all you do is circle small cities around and check out the electronics and the radar and things like that. That's the last thing I wanted to do. That's the first thing I got.
In the aviation community, the hot topic was the inevitability of space exploration. The Russians had launched Sputnik, and the new American space agency, NASA, had announced Project Mercury. Lovell got orders to report to Washington for what was referred to as Spec Ops. When he arrived, he found himself in a room with more than 100 other pilots. Spec Ops training turned out to be the first stage of astronaut recruitment.
We went looking for possible candidates in a variety of areas, and there were certain possibilities. Some people suggested they should be race car drivers. They would have the right kinds of skills, and once again, coolness under pressure and so forth. They would be used to be taking a lot of risks. So there was some reason for that. But when you start looking around seriously, since flying in space is an adjunct of flying in the air, it makes a lot of sense to go look for pilots. And the ones who were doing high-speed performance flying were all in the Air Force, so that's where we ended up going. Or I shouldn't say just the Air Force, but the Air Force, the Navy, and the Marines.
This, to me, was almost the epitome of what I really wanted to do. I couldn't be a rocket engineer. I got into the Navy. I got into aviation. And then suddenly what I wanted to do and where I was, because I had the right credentials to get into this program, met.
32 pilots passed through to the next stage, medical testing. Lovell seemed to be cruising through that until a lab test detected high levels of an obscure chemical in his blood. The elevated levels might mean something, or they might not. On a tight schedule with no time to investigate, the doctors sent Lovell home.
Talk about a disillusioned young man, a naval officer, couldn't believe it. I was the only one out of 32 people that they flunked.
He returned to Pax River and his consolation prize, the F-4H Phantom. The Phantom was both the fastest and slowest fighter in the sky, a highly maneuverable and slightly unstable aircraft that arrived with what was then a pretty impressive electronics package.
You know, complicated, integrated, electronic, weapons systems. And so we were able to do quite a bit with the airplane. Learned all about its radar. It was an interceptor. Learned all about its performance. Took it aboard a carrier. And so great time.
The only electronics test pilot at PAX with substantial night fighter experience, Lovell was made project manager of the plane's flight test. It was great work, but it wasn't outer space. 2 years after the first Mercury astronauts were announced, NASA put out word that it wanted more astronauts. Lovell reapplied, and his odd blood chemistry, which had washed him out of the first astronaut selection process, somehow seemed not such a big deal the second time around. In 1962, NASA announced that Lovell and 8 others were the second astronaut class.
I don't think we were too welcomed by the first group, and there was only 7 of those guys, and we were 9 of us. They took us aboard, but they were looking at, well, you're going to take our spots, and, of course, they were all senior.
Project Gemini, the follow-up to Mercury, was a series of 2-man flights designed to test systems and procedures necessary to land a man on the moon. Lovell was assigned to the backup crew on Gemini 4, which included the first American spacewalk. Lovell knew that after serving as backup, he was not far from going into space himself, and soon enough his number came up. He and Frank Borman would fly Gemini 7, a mission that, if all went as planned, would set a space endurance record.
He and Frank Borman were very hard-charging men, but they were also fairly easygoing. He and Frank were in a Gemini capsule, which was not exactly a spacious machine. In fact, somebody described it as being about as big as the back seat of a VW Beetle.
That didn't matter to Lovell, because it was the back seat of a Volkswagen in space, and space was where he wanted to be. The mission took off December 4th, 1965.
Frank and I were so close together that you couldn't stretch out. You could stretch your legs, but had to bend your torso, or you could straighten your torso, but then you had to bend your legs. And your top of your head was right at the top of the hatch. For 2 weeks with Frank Borman in the spacecraft was a real challenge in itself.
They spent a lot of time joking with each other. Frank Borman would occasionally sing to Jim, "Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone and we'll pretend that we're together all alone." And of course they were very much alone.
A lot of the medical community didn't think that man could stay in space for 2 weeks. And that was the maximum length of time to go to the moon and come back again. We had about 23 experiments. We were doing everything to check, our blood volume and our heart rates, and they had all sorts. We were wired up for all sorts of things.
On the 11th day of the mission, Gemini 7 and Gemini 6 rendezvoused high above the Earth. The maneuver, slow and imprecise by modern standards, nonetheless proved that it was possible to synchronize orbits in a way that would allow a lunar landing craft to meet up with its orbiting command module.
Rendezvous and docking with 2 Gemini spacecraft in orbit, those were critical components of us being able to successfully land on the moon.
The mission was an overwhelming success. Lovell returned to Earth knowing that he had a good chance to be one of the astronauts chosen to go to the moon. After backing up Gemini 9, Lovell's next flight assignment was Gemini 12. The mission, flown by Lovell and Buzz Aldrin in 1966, closed Project Gemini with another rousing success. With the exception of a few minor mechanical failures, the flight accomplished its goals, and even the failures seemed encouraging. Assigned to dock with the Agena target vehicle without assistance from ground-based radar, Lovell succeeded even when his primary onboard radar failed. He switched without fuss to a backup system and docked right on schedule. Aldrin went for a spacewalk that proved that astronauts could not only float helplessly at the end of a tether, but they could also accomplish serious, challenging tasks in space. 94 hours after liftoff, Gemini 12 fired its retro rockets to return to Earth and plopped safely into the ocean less than 3 miles from its target. 28 minutes later, Lovell and Aldrin walked out onto the deck of the USS Wasp, and Project Gemini came to a close. Back at NASA, planners were getting nervous. There were rumors the Russians were planning a moonshot for 1968, and the lunar module, which would ferry 2 astronauts from lunar orbit to the moon's surface, was falling behind schedule. Apollo 8, Lovell's next mission, had been planned as a shakedown cruise for the lunar module in Earth orbit.
We had heard from intelligence that the Russians were going to put a man around the moon in 1968, and that was the decision that George Low had thought, well, maybe we can salvage Apollo 8 and send it to the moon and wait till Apollo 9 to test out the 2 spacecraft around the Earth. And that's how that all came to pass.
Apollo 8 and its mission without a lander became the first flight to orbit around the moon 10 times during December of 1968. It was really a very challenging and very intriguing mission to be on the backup crew, to be any part of that, because it was the first mission that was going to leave the Earth and reach the moon.
On December 21st, 1968, Lovell, Frank Borman, and William Anders took off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. After making a few checks, they fired their second stage and became the first people to leave Earth orbit.
As we are getting towards the end of our training for Apollo 8, already realizing that this was going to be a lunar flight because Apollo 7 was successful, we thought, what can we say around the moon? Because when we looked at our trajectory, we would burn into lunar orbit on Christmas Eve.
Their first thought was 'twas the night before Christmas, but the wife of a journalist suggested instead that they read from Genesis. In what is without question one of the most moving moments in human history, the first people to look at the moon close up pointed a tiny television camera at the lunar surface and took turns reading to the whole world from the Bible.
And for all the people back on Earth, the crew of Apollo 8 has a message that we would like to send to you. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day. And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on this good earth.
With 3 trips into space behind him, James Lovell showed no disappointment when he was not named to be among the first to land on the moon. His time, he knew, would come. When Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the moon, it completed what had been a kind of national obsession. From President Kennedy's audacious proclamation that the United States would put a man on the moon by the end of the 60s to the return of Apollo 11, the socially and politically polarized United States had been able to agree on little except the fascinating achievement of manned space travel. But once Armstrong, Aldrin, and Command Module pilot Michael Collins returned to Earth, some of the public excitement about space travel seemed to dissipate. Apollo 12 seemed like a rerun. And by the time of Lovell's next flight, Apollo 13, the public's attention had started to roam. On April 11, 1970, Lovell and his crewmates, Jack Swigert and Fred Hayes, lifted off. The mission was going well. Even mission control on the ground seemed blasé about man's third mission to the moon. The capsule seems in real good shape, Capcom Joe Kerwin said to the astronauts. We're bored to tears down here.
Take off on that flight? April 11th, 1970 at 13:13 Central Standard Time. We weren't superstitious, but maybe I should have been.
9 hours later, 200,000 miles from Earth and outbound at a speed of nearly 25,000 miles, an oxygen tank in the spacecraft service module blew up, knocking out virtually all life support systems for the capsule.
We didn't know what happened at first. I looked at Hayes, and he didn't know what occurred. I looked at Jack Swigert, of course, and Jack was probably saying to himself, why am I on this flight? I was the backup.
It was essentially an also-ran of Apollo 11, and all of a sudden, when it looked like none of them thought they were going to get back alive.
No one had ever been in so much trouble so far from home. There were 3 men 90 hours from Earth, utterly dependent on the lunar module, a self-sufficient pod designed to support 2 men for only 45 hours.
We tried to close the hatch between the 2 vehicles, thinking that at first maybe a meteorite hit the vehicle. We weren't successful at closing that hatch, which of course is a requirement if you're going to make a safe landing back on Earth. But we tied the hatch down to a couch, and then looking at the symptoms that were occurring, because loss of all of our oxygen would mean loss of all of our electrical power, and then loss of our propulsion system.
To preserve power, they cut consumption by 80%. The temperature in the tiny spacecraft dropped to the point where hypothermia became a very real problem.
Lovell was the commander, and it was up to him to set the tone. It was up to him to keep everybody from going nuts. And certainly there were moments when none of them thought they were going to get back alive.
So we had to start using all those crisis management techniques and good leadership on the part of the ground people and teamwork to get together to try to determine out what was wrong and use our imagination to figure out how to take care of things.
On the ground, engineers calculated small maneuvers that would keep Apollo 13 on a course that would slingshot it around the moon and back toward Earth on what is called a free return course. The solution was an emergency manual burn, a procedure deemed so unlikely that the emergency manual documenting it had not been included on the flight in order to save weight. But Lovell had been involved in the development of the manual. And as Mission Control watched in Houston, he and his crewmates powered up the command module, burned its engine for 4.5 minutes, and got their craft online for Earth.
Then we thought everything was okay because we thought we were back on the free return course, and we had nothing going for us except the radio and a little fan to circulate the atmosphere. All the navigational aids, the guidance system, the computer, they were all shut down. Couldn't afford the electrical power. And then finally on the way home, ground tracking us said we were no longer on the free return course. And that we had missed the Earth's atmosphere for a safe landing if we kept on this course.
The pilot, who had once followed algae back to his aircraft carrier, aimed his spacecraft home using a primitive sighting device in the lunar module nicknamed the Exterminator. He had a margin of error for less than 1 degree in any direction. He nailed it. He nailed it.
And that was using the Earth's Terminator, the little gun sight we had in the lunar module window, to get in the proper position to use the lunar module engine to reestablish ourselves inside a very small 2-degree pie-shaped wedge to get us into the Earth's atmosphere, which we did by just brute force, no autopilot to help us stabilize the vehicles. And both Fred and I working in the spacecraft together, Jack doing the timing because even the clock was shut down. Got back in, of course, and the story, of course, is well known. We did make a safe landing in the Pacific Ocean, just about where we would have made the landing, but we arrived there several days early.
It was described by NASA after the fact as a successful failure. And it was certainly that. I would take it a step farther and say it was a miracle, and certainly a testament to the people at NASA and their ability to put their heads together, to work the problems, and to come up with solutions to an incredible situation and series of events that when you look back at it and you analyze everything that went wrong in Apollo 13, which started obviously with the oxygen tank bursting and taking out a healthy portion of the command module, and went on to the problems with carbon monoxide, the issues with the electrical system. When you put all that together and you consider the fact that these are 3 men who are exhausted, who are frightened, albeit trained to control that fright, but are certainly probably 75% convinced that they're not going to get home alive. You've got electrical failures, mechanical failures. The one thing you didn't have with Apollo 13 was human failures.
I look at it like now like a game of solitaire. You know, the game starts, you pick up a card. As long as you put that card someplace, the game continues. It's only when you pick up a card and there's no place to put it that the game ends. That never occurred on Apollo 13. We always had one more card that we could put someplace to keep the game going.
His career in the air was significantly less important than what he accomplished on the ground. His battle record is short, consisting of a single, hastily organized mission during what has come to be known as the Gulf of Tonkin incident. He didn't return from that mission for 8.5 years. He spent that time fighting his own private war. Along with his fellow POWs, he denied the North Vietnamese the propaganda victory of turning American prisoners against the war effort.
Everett was a source of inspiration to all of us.
When released from captivity, he emerged remarkably whole into a country appallingly fragmented. Once an inspiration only to a few, he became an inspiration to his entire nation. He is Everett Alvarez, and he is a legend of air power. Everett Alvarez was born December 23, 1937, in Salinas, California. Salinas was a tough town, a center of what came to be known as agribusiness, where the divisions between the haves and have-nots were sharp and seemingly insurmountable.
His father was a stern taskmaster. Everett Alvarez was not a tough kid. In fact, it was something his father worried about. His father bought him boxing gloves, hoping to make him into a man.
What the senior Alvarez mistook for weakness was in fact a deeply serious nature. Everett was determined to escape Salinas and to make an impact on the larger world outside. He became the first member of his family to attend college, and in 1960 received a degree in electrical engineering from Santa Clara University. Flying east for a job interview, he found himself more fascinated by the plane than by the job, and enlisted in the Navy's Aviation Officer Candidate Program.
One of the reasons he joined the Navy was he thought it would give him social grace. He felt because of his ethnic and poor background that he didn't have the social graces necessary to succeed in America.
He took his flight training in Pensacola, Florida, and Kingsville, Texas, and in November 1961, he got his wings. His first assignment was to attack Squadron 144, first at Naval Air Station Lemoore, and subsequently aboard the USS Constellation. It was, according to Alvarez, a great time to be a pilot.
It was still a lot of partying. It was a real sort of a real gay, real, hell-bent for leather. The World War II flying, when you come in and everybody's toasting and partying, and then you go out and fly your plane with the scarves and all that. You think of it in those terms.
Alvarez was single when he left for his first tour of the West Pacific. For 6 months, he lived the life of a naval aviator at sea, immersed in the honorable rituals of officers and gentlemen. It was an uneventful tour, played out against the background noise of the Cold War. And Alvarez returned to the United States for shore leave, a happy man.
I was married just before I left on my second cruise. I was married in December of 1963, actually 6 months before we left the States.
He was young, in love, and on his way to sea for a second 6-month tour. By the time the Constellation arrived on station in the South China Sea in 1964, the United States was already involved in a game of superpower saber-rattling over the regime in North Vietnam. The communists there had succeeded in driving the French colonialists out of the country and were openly threatening the capitalist South. The United States, convinced that the fall of South Vietnam would precipitate a communist takeover of all of Southeast Asia, had already placed advisors on the ground and was making a strong show of naval force offshore. On August 2nd, in the Gulf of Tonkin, 3 North Vietnamese PT boats came close enough to an American destroyer that the destroyer fired at them. The nearby aircraft carrier USS Ticonderoga launched 4 fighters to aid the destroyer, and after a 20-minute skirmish, one of the PT boats had sunk. 3 days later, the 2 American destroyers reported they were under attack by other PT boats. While historians debate whether this attack ever really occurred, President Lyndon Johnson took the report seriously enough to order retaliatory strikes on North Vietnam. Aboard the Constellation, Attack Squadron 144, including Everett Alvarez, set out to execute a hastily called attack on the harbor at Hong Gai. Alvarez climbed into his Crusader and, along with 15 other aircraft, launched into one of the first battles of the Vietnam War. The harbor was obscured by a layer of smog and a layer of what turned out to be the smoke of anti-aircraft fire. Alvarez went in low, but couldn't get a fix on his target.
I had made a second pass, which is shouldn't have, and in exiting, we were inside the harbor. I had to cross over a piece of land, and I was joining up on my lead. I was the wing, and I was very low, and I was going very fast, and I was just skimming the trees tops as we're heading out, and I got hit.
He saw a flash, smoke, and managed only a short radio transmission before he punched out.
I remember before we launched that day, it was a Wednesday, and we had gone through our briefings, what have you. Went down to get a bite to eat in the wardroom, and I remember noticing that Wednesday is roast beef night aboard ship, and this is strange, but several hours later, when I was shot down and floating in the water before they captured me, I remember thinking, son of a gun, I want to miss roast beef night.
It is safe to say that Alvarez had not yet come to grips with the reality of his situation. America was barely involved in the war in Vietnam when Everett Alvarez was shot down. In fact, 2 days after he was shot down, the United States Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution. The resolution authorized President Lyndon Johnson to take all necessary steps, including the use of armed force, to protect American and Allied forces in Southeast Asia. Alvarez, of course, knew nothing of political developments in the wake of his shoot-down. He had landed in the water and found himself quickly trapped by North Vietnamese.
I was surrounded by fishing boats. Turns out they were fishing. Everybody in that country belongs to a militia of some sort, and they had all these rifles, and they surrounded me. It didn't take very long for them to... I was trying to hide and underwater and swim, but they outnumbered me by hundreds. And they found me, and they captured me, took me in.
Because he was the first American POW taken by the North Vietnamese, there was no standard operating procedure for processing POWs. In fact, because the United States and North Vietnam were not legally at war, the North Vietnamese treated him not as a POW, but as a criminal. They took Alvarez to the naval base that had just been one of the targets of the American air raid. They stripped him and bound him, wrapped his face with a blindfold, and locked him up.
That's when I first began to realize, I'm hurt. I mean, I hurt. It was the adrenaline I think was starting to wear off.
They interrogated him almost constantly. They wanted to know about his unit, its assignment, and home base. They wanted to know about his ship and its capabilities, his family, his politics. Alvarez refused to answer, repeating only his name, rank, and serial number as required by military law and custom. They blindfolded him and moved him to an isolated farmhouse. He was visited by high-ranking officers, and on one of those visits, Alvarez got a glimpse of the bleak psychological warfare that all American POWs were going to be subject to.
One night, this one fellow who had been at the interrogations, as I called him, he had a beak of a nose, a little nose. It reminded me of an owl, so we later on I called him the owl in describing him. He came in one night, got me up. He says, "You have refused to answer our questions. You refuse to answer our questions." I said, "Well, I can't." He says, look, and he pulled out of his packet. He had all these Time and Newsweek and magazines from my hometown. He says, "We know all about this. We know all about this. This is this." And they put me into a Jeep, and that's when they drove me to Hanoi, and I wound up in the Hanoi Hilton.
Alvarez, who was thousands of miles from home and totally isolated, looked at pictures of his new wife back home crying. He read accounts of his family mourning him almost as if he were dead. In that moment, much of what the war in Vietnam and the POW experience would come to mean became clear.
They were very much interested in breaking the spirits of the POWs. They wanted to, in essence, make these people subservient, make them sign confessions, turn them into complete broken men, similar to the Manchurian Candidate, and then release them early and show the American public how they destroyed America's finest warriors.
When it became apparent to the North Vietnamese that Alvarez wasn't going to budge, let alone break, they shipped him off to the Hoa Lo prison, an abandoned, almost medieval French prison that came to be known as the Hanoi Hilton.
Single cells, all of them, little, about 3.5 by 8 foot long, all concrete, tin roof, a big old fence around it with on 2 sides, and the cells were on 2 sides, and the fence was barbed wire and glass.
There, the interrogations continued, with the North Vietnamese trying different approaches to get Alvarez to crack. But they had almost no experience with prisoner interrogations, and their lack of even basic knowledge of the American military meant they would believe almost anything Alvarez told them.
They wrote everything down when I was talking. And I thought, you know, as long as I talk and don't tell them anything important, maybe this will be okay. It seemed to make sense, because yeah, you had your code of conduct, but at this point you can stick to the code of conduct, but you also had to look at this situation, and I would talk to them. And all of a sudden, the food improved.
Alvarez tried to toe a very hard line. He would not give them information that had military or propaganda value, but he would tell them things he thought they already knew, or information that seemed to mean something but did not.
They want to know what my job aboard the ship was. Well, you know, I had not been on the ship very long, and I was a very junior officer. So my job was my first job was to take care of the popcorn machine in our ready room. What describe popcorn? What is that? See, I spent a whole day talking about popcorn and the popcorn machine and how you serve it and all this, and they would write everything down. Well, this went on for days.
The North Vietnamese would only occasionally allow him to write a letter home, and when they allowed information from the outside world in, it was always to serve their own purposes. Pictures of his wife from a newspaper used to make him feel lonelier and more isolated. News of American military defeats or political struggles to make him feel as if he were persevering for nothing.
They would give us selected information. If it was bad news, like the assassination of Bobby Kennedy or Martin Luther King, they'd tell us. They would neglect to tell us minor events such as the moon landing. But if it was bad news, they would give us that.
Late in the year, after several months of isolation, the North Vietnamese took Alvarez to meet an American who had come to see him. They dressed him up, giving him wooden-soled shoes and new pants. Excited and also nervous, Alvarez went along to meet Robert Williams, an American expatriate visiting from his home in Havana. They met in a palatial residence, and on the table were fruit and cookies. And all during the meeting, Alvarez ate, making up for the starvation diet of the Hanoi Hilton.
So here's this fellow, and he says, would you like me to ask Ho Chi Minh? You know, he's a very good man, and if he would release you, take you home. I said, sure. He says, well, he says, you know, you got to do something to help yourself. I mean, you know, you got to write and ask for, apologize for what you've done, and that's the same thing again. I'm not going to do that.
Alvarez returned to the Hanoi Hilton to the physical and psychological torture that was his daily life. He knew he could go home at any time simply by signing a paper confessing America's crimes against the peace-loving people of North Vietnam. He knew that his family and friends would forgive him, even if his fellow officers would not. With no idea how long he would remain in captivity, Alvarez persevered. In 1964, when Everett Alvarez was shot down over North Vietnam and became the first American POW of the war, he could not have imagined how long the war would drag on. He persevered day by day, alone at first, and then as the old-timer in a group of POWs that seemed to grow almost daily.
He had a great memory for poetry, for passages of the Bible, and could remember those when he was in the POW environment. After all, they didn't have books, they didn't have movies. The only thing that they had to get them through the experience were the memories of other people.
We were typical Americans and cut across the spectrum. We had our pessimists and our optimists. We had the most religious to the agnostics, perhaps. We varied all over. But what we had in common, we were Americans. It says it all.
Communications are the most important thing, tapping on the walls and keeping in contact. It really is the key to it.
Jerry Denton at the time decided that we weren't talking fast enough, so he came up with what he called a cough, hack, spit code, where we could talk directly and clearing the throat for 1 and 2, and a cough, hack, spit for 3, 4, and 5 in that box diagram. And we used to sign off at night with something like, which is GBU or God bless you.
He scrawled Bible verses on the walls of the Heartbreak Hotel, the main processing area that all American POWs passed through. He entertained the other POWs with stories from literature and his life. As importantly, he listened to the other POWs and understood what they were going through because he had gone through it as well.
Just the thought of going through that day after day and year after year, you know, your families, your kids grow up, you know, they grow up without dads. And it was just a terrible thing to have to think about.
As the war dragged on, the North Vietnamese, hungry for propaganda victories, increased the pressure on the POWs. Torture was commonplace, and several Americans were tortured to death.
The Vietnamese are not nice guys, the military, but they get direction from the top. They were communists through and through, and you could tell when they came out of their morning meetings, which they had every day, whether they were going to be mean or kind. Came out smiling, you knew we were going to have a good day. If they came out with mean looks on their faces, you could figure we're in for some bad treatment.
And I remember, you know, at night you hear the jingle of the keys, you say, oh God. That feeling inside you, knowing that is he coming towards my door. And if they got closer, and then you hear the door the keys in the door lock being turned, and you realize, okay, it's somebody else. In a way you go, whew. On the other hand, you say, God bless that kid, that guy. You know, be with him. And then when it was your turn, you said, oh, Carmen. And there was no way to get out of it.
In 1966, the North Vietnamese paraded several dozen American POWs through the streets, hoping that public humiliation would cause the United States to pull out of the war.
My mother, when she saw the pictures of the march of the July 6, 1966, they marched, 50 of us, through the streets of Hanoi, and she saw a picture of me. I mean, it made her. She went into the hospital. That's how hard it was on her.
The years passed, and the community of POWs grew. New prisoners came in and were accepted and indoctrinated into a strong, if struggling, community of POWs. They brought with them tales from the outside world, including the plots of movies that resonated with those long held captive. Now and then, a letter from home would get through, and the POWs held on to those contacts with the outside world as if their lives depended on them, which they did. For Alvarez, the critical link was his wife, Tangi. They had been married barely 6 months when he was shot down, and in the letters that changed hands, he could see that his captivity was hard on her.
One of the most heartbreaking moments in the POW experience for many prisoners, not just Everett Alvarez, was when the Vietnamese announced on Christmas that that Tangi had, in essence, abandoned him for another man.
Timed for maximum impact, the announcement rippled through the Hanoi Hilton. Alvarez, who had endured so much, who had been there so long, who had behaved so honorably, was crushed. If anything would break him, this was it. Surely, there was nothing left worth fighting for.
So you're thrown into the ropes, you're put into a situation, you're starved, you're beaten, you're getting beaten up, all and on, whatever it is, they're working on you to do it. And you have to make that determination yourself. How far do I go before I'm giving it? How much does it have to hurt before I do it?
In the end, he signed confessions of hostility toward North Vietnam.
When you're in that prison situation that I was in, when I'd start feeling sorry for myself, I would think of Everett Alvarez, who'd been there some 2.5 or 3 years before I was. So Everett was a source of inspiration to all of us.
The confessions were of absolutely no military significance, but the North Vietnamese carried them off as triumphantly as they had once carried off Alvarez's descriptions of American popcorn. And Alvarez returned to a community of POWs he had helped to build and strengthen. And far from condemning him, they nursed him back to health, reminded him that he had done his best, and that his best was all that could be reasonably expected.
Well, basically, I think that they had pretty much decided that anybody could be broken. You know, given enough time and the right resources, you can break anybody.
Everett Alvarez and the rest of the POWs were released in February 1973. Some of them had to be carried, some limped and squinted against the bright light. But they came home as they had survived, together, unbroken, ready to resume their lives.
Basically, we live from day to day, always with the state of mind that we made it through one day before we can do it again.
I think a lot of us always felt guilty about was that we were welcomed home as heroes and the other Vietnam veterans were not.
Alvarez had been in captivity for 8.5 years, nearly 3 times as long as the longest time served by an American prisoner in World War II or Korea. He had survived all of the longest war in American history, from its opening shots to its closing salute. He came back to a country radically changed, but he was remarkably optimistic, ready to resume the life he had barely known. He was supposed to be a doctor, but fell in love with flight as a young boy and never gave up his dream of flying. He proved himself in the war over Europe and demonstrated in a series of bold missions that he could not only fly, but lead. He played an instrumental role in the development and deployment of the B-29 Flying Fortress, and every pilot who flew that plane flew it the way he taught them. And when the Manhattan Project bore its terrible fruit, the job of ending World War II fell to him. He planned the mission, set up the training and logistics to support it, and when the president gave the order, he flew the plane that ushered in the atomic age.
To think of Paul Tibbetts as just the commander of the aircraft that dropped the first atomic weapon is to do the man a little bit of a disservice. It was truly a defining moment in the world history. But Tibbetts himself had been an outstanding pilot.
He is General Paul Tibbetts, and he is a legend of air power. Paul Tibbetts was born in Quincy, Illinois, on February 23, 1915. His father, a strict disciplinarian, served in World War I and never recovered from the death and destruction he witnessed there. After the war, he moved his family to Florida and got a job as far away from the military as he could, selling candy for the Curtis Candy Company.
When we got old enough to know what I was talking about, why, my father told me I was going to become a doctor. Having learned earlier not to disagree with him, and openly, I believed him. I believed him until I got my first airplane ride at the age of about 12.
Tibbetts' first flight was over the Hialeah racetrack in Miami. He flew in a biplane and helped the pilot throw candy bars down on the crowd as promotion. His father, down on the ground, disapproved of his son's obvious love of flight.
I knew that I was going to have to be a pilot. I didn't tell my dad, because I didn't have nerve enough at age 12 to say anything.
Tibbetts' family sent him to Western Military Academy in Alton, Illinois, where he played football with future fighter ace Butch O'Hare. Tibbetts went on to the University of Florida. Florida lacked a medical school at the time, so Tibbetts transferred to the University of Cincinnati. During the summers back in Florida, he snuck off to sunny South Airfield for flying lessons. Without telling his parents, he enlisted in the Army and drove from Cincinnati to Wright Field in Dayton for a flight physical. A few weeks later, he was sworn in as a flight cadet and ordered to San Antonio for training. He took a train to Florida, dreading the conversation with his father.
Finally, I got my nerve right up to peak, and I looked at him and I said, I want to tell you, I'm leaving college. I'm going to go down to flying school at San Antonio, Texas, learn to be a pilot in the Army Air Corps. He looked at me, he said, you know, I've been supporting you ever since you've been little, and I've been sending you through school. But since you're leaving school, you're on your own from here on. And go kill yourself. I don't give a damn.
Tibbetts' mother was more understanding and encouraged him to follow his dream. But Tibbetts' relationship with his father was changed forever. And as he reported to San Antonio, he felt as if one life had ended and a new life was beginning. Tibbetts earned his wings in 1938. Clearly the outstanding pilot in his class, he surprised everyone by choosing multi-engine aircraft instead of fighters. He believed he would have more independence flying reconnaissance and spent the next 2 years logging hundreds of hours in ungainly observation craft. In 1941, he became Group Engineering Officer of the 3rd Attack Group. He trained in the A-20, the Army Air Force's new low-level attack bomber. Reassigned in early December to fly B-18s on anti-submarine patrol, Tibbetts was on his way to his new base when he heard of the attack on Pearl Harbor. The entry of the United States into the war, of course, changed everything. The Army Air Force changed Tibbetts' assignment to B-17s. The training pace was frantic as Tibbetts and the other flyers struggled to learn the almost entirely new art of strategic bombing. For 6 months, they flew hour after hour to targets hundreds of miles away, practicing for the battles to come. After 6 months of dry runs and pretend bombing, with the United States newly at war and completely unprepared for what would follow, Tibbetts and the 97th Bomb Group got their overseas orders. In the summer of '42, Tibbetts took off from Bangor, Maine, to fly the Great Circle route to England. There he knew the war awaited him. When Captain Paul Tibbetts arrived in Europe, England seethed with war. The Battle of Britain had been fought and won. The RAF controlled the skies over England, and the threat of a German invasion no longer loomed large. Still, the survival of Great Britain remained in enough doubt that the English exported most of their scientific research to the safer shores of North America. Among those who left were scientists working on advanced radar, and a small group of German expatriates who were gradually unraveling the secrets of the atom. Thousands of Americans flooded the countryside, taking up residence in hastily constructed air bases at the ends of mud roads. The skies were filled with bombers and fighters, an air force unlike any ever assembled, with a single mission: hit Germany, and hit it hard. Though just one of hundreds of young captains, Tibbetts stood out. He and his crew seemed more ready for war than the other crews. And for that reason, the Army Air Force chose him to lead the first American daylight attack against German-occupied Europe. While nominally under the command of General Ira Eaker, Tibbetts handled the operational details and execution. On August 17, 1942, 18 B-17s took off from England to bomb a train yard near the French city of Rouen. The mission went off without a hitch, and all 18 planes returned home safely. In late 1942, the European Command tapped Tibbetts to fly General Mark Clark on a secret mission from England to Gibraltar. Clark was laying the groundwork for Operation Torch, the American invasion of North Africa. Clark's mission was to meet with Admiral Darlan, the commander of the French colony of Algeria, to find out if the French Navy in Algiers would resist the American invasion. Tibbetts flew Clark around occupied Europe, staying low over the Atlantic Ocean the whole time. Clark's negotiations with Darlan went well, and the French admiral agreed not to resist the American invasion. Clark returned, and with a glowing report, not only about Darlan, but also about the young pilot who had executed the dangerous flight with so little apparent trouble. So it was no surprise when a few weeks later, Tibbetts got the job of flying Supreme Commander Dwight Eisenhower and his entourage to Gibraltar to observe the actual invasion.
We're standing there waiting, and it's almost midnight at night because the weatherman from the base had come in. Each time, weather was still, marginal for takeoff even. They just said it was dangerous. Last time, we're standing under the airplane, and he comes up, and he looks at General Eisenhower, and he says, "General, I cannot promise you any better weather than this for the next 4 days." He said, "It's terrible, but that's my forecast. We'll have the same thing for 4 days." And Eisenhower looked at Jimmy Doolittle, and he said, "Jimmy, what should we do?" Doolittle looked right back at him and said, "Don't ask me, General. Paul's flying the airplane. He's the man." And with that, I was looking at General Eisenhower. I said, "General Eisenhower, I realize the importance of you and your staff and the people, but if I'd been here alone, I'd have been gone by this time. I wouldn't have been waiting all this time. I'd been gone." And he said, "Let's go. I got a war waiting on me."
Tibbetts took off in a pea soup fog. Eisenhower sat on a board propped between seats in the cockpit. Once again, Tibbetts flew low to stay out of sight of patrolling German fighters. He covered more than 1,000 miles, only a few feet above the tops of the waves. He got Eisenhower to Gibraltar just as the invasion started, only a few minutes after the first paratroops landed. The ground crew was amazed. Tibbetts' plane was encrusted with salt from flying so low over the ocean. Eisenhower told his staff that Captain Tibbetts was the best pilot he'd ever flown with.
I had stayed pretty close to the Whitecaps in that. I always talked about that. And Eisenhower later complimented me and, so that sort of thing about what a nice ride he had. And I didn't know it until just a year ago. Eisenhower held a private pilot's license. He had earned it as a first lieutenant in the Philippines.
Doolittle apparently agreed with Eisenhower. After letting the captain fly a few more combat missions over North Africa, the general had him transferred to the 12th Air Force, which was trying to adapt to the B-26 Marauder. The Marauder was a nasty airplane. finicky in flight and difficult to control. Tibbetts, however, quickly mastered the plane and seemed adept at helping those around him master the aircraft as well. Halfway around the world in Wichita, Kansas, Boeing was fighting to tame the Air Corps' newest bomber, the B-29 Super Fortress. A huge plane capable of carrying a massive bomb load, the B-29 was a strategic planner's dream that had turned into a pilot's nightmare. Since rolling off the assembly line, the B-29 had killed the only crew that knew how to fly it. The Army Air Force needed a pilot who could come in, get a handle on the plane, and in effect save what was at that time the most expensive weapon system in history. In July 1943, Tibbetts reported to Boeing in Wichita. A line of B-29 sat parked on a taxiway. They were huge, technologically advanced, and, without crews to fly them, absolutely useless. Tibbetts looked around, shook a few hands, and asked an engineer if he knew how to start the plane's engines. When the engineer said he could, Tibbetts grabbed a pilot who was walking by and told him they were going flying.
He said, I've never been in one. I don't know how to fly it. I said, doesn't make a difference. I haven't been in one either, but we're going to fly this airplane. And with that, now, not trying to be funny, but I knew damn well if it flew like an airplane, I could fly it.
Tibbetts and his stunned co-pilot taxied back and forth on the runway, getting a feel for the plane. Tibbetts tested the brakes and the ailerons, stopping now and then to cool the engines, which were designed for the cold temperatures at high altitude. And then, with a small crowd looking on and wondering if he had lost his mind, he took off. Over the next few days, he and his improvised crew logged 10 hours in the unflyable bomber.
I did do the Phase 5 flight test for the factory and the government because there was nobody to fly that airplane in thunderstorms and things like that. But they wanted to measure stresses and strains, and I got to like the airplane, and I was really happy with it.
After mastering the aircraft and documenting its flight characteristics, Tibbetts set up the school that trained every B-29 pilot who fought in the war. It was at that school that Tibbetts was first approached about the mission that would etch his name forever in the history books. Walking into the ready room after flying a training mission, a mysterious captain approached him and started asking questions. Tibbetts apparently gave the right answers, because after a few minutes, the captain introduced Tibbetts to a second, older man.
Young man, and he said, I want to tell you about the Manhattan Project. So he gave me an outline about splitting. First off, he said, do you know anything about atoms? And I said, no.
The massive research effort to design an atom bomb had been going on for years. It was called the Manhattan Project, a code name designed to mislead those who stumbled across its paper trail into thinking it had something to do with sewers in New York City. In fact, it was the most monumental engineering project in history, a crash program to turn the most esoteric area of theoretical science into a working weapon.
They knew that it would do something. They knew, well, yes, it'll drop 100,000 tons of TNT, but what's 100,000 tons of TNT? Or how much, no one knew. No one ever seen that much in one place at one time.
The program was, by almost any measure, an amazing success. And as the first test of a nuclear bomb approached, the last piece of the puzzle became not scientific or technical, but logistical. How to deliver the bomb to the target. Doing that was not going to be easy. There were two designs for an atom bomb, and both were too big to fit in the bomb bays of even a B-29. The explosion itself would be so large that it might incinerate the crew that delivered the weapon. So a new type of mission would have to be designed. All of this would require the assembly and training of a logistics train stretching from the United States to the target. Hundreds of crewmen, mechanics, and other support personnel working in secretive isolation.
I was confident enough. I knew I could do it. I mean, at that time, I had so much confidence that you can't imagine. I'd been successful in everything I'd undertaken. To put an airplane together to carry a bomb, to get the people to fly them, maintain them, and all that sort of thing. I had no problem with them.
Tibbetts' reputation was not only that he was extremely competent, yes, but he was also a wonderful pilot, and he was also a leader of men. He had demonstrated that time and time again, and he had also demonstrated his abilities firsthand to major figures in the United States Army. So they knew who this man was.
Ken, it's difficult to imagine a person who would have been better qualified.
Why?
Or have done it better.
The Army could do little to help Tibbetts do his job because no one had ever done what he was charged with doing. He was given a vote of confidence that included a caveat. Do it right, you're a hero. Do it wrong, you may go to jail. Armed only with his own knowledge and a code word, silver plate, that would get him whatever he wanted without question, Tibbetts went to work setting up what became the 509th Composite Group.
And General Ed had told me when I left his office, he said, you go by a window over Utah and take a look at it. If you like that place, you can have it. He said, if you don't like that, go to South, forgotten where field is, South Dakota. And then he gave me one in Kansas. He said, if you like them, you can have them. If you don't like them, we'll hunt for one you will like.
Tibbetts liked Wendover just fine. Located on the Utah-Nevada border, it was only a few hours from the Los Alamos nuclear test site, so Tibbetts' crew could support the ballistics testing of the prototype bombs. It existed in self-sufficient isolation. No one would go off base for a drink and give away any secrets. Or so Tibbetts thought, until he got word from intelligence agents that a couple of his mechanics had been bragging about their secret mission in Salt Lake City. Tibbetts hauled them into his office.
You know, you're talking, you're breaking security in wartime. I said, I've got to debate whether I ought to put you in front of a court-martial and have you shot, or whether what I would do. Go back to the barracks and stay there. And you're limited to the barracks and the mess hall. That's the only places you can go. You can't go to the exchange, you can't go anywhere else.
Fortunately, information about what exactly Tibbetts was doing was so tightly controlled that even the people working for him had no idea what they were working on.
You had to have a green airplane, a green pass to get on an airplane. You had to have an orange pass to get into the area of the ordnance people. Just to be in the camp that we had, you had to have a white pass. So everybody had three passes if they were going either to the airplanes or the other to the ordnance section. Well, those were very few and far between, obviously.
The 509th formed officially in December 1944 and quickly grew to more than 200 officers and 1,500 men, almost all of them completely mystified about their location, their mission, and the heavy security that surrounded them.
Whoever chose Tibbetts chose well. Tibbetts is a remarkable leader. You discover this instantly if you talk to the people that he led during World War II. He is a remarkable organizer. He is a leader, an organizer, an airman. He has just many personal qualities that I think just kind of stand out.
Tibbetts asked for and got 15 brand new B-29s, stripped of armament and armor, modified with fast-opening bomb bay doors, equipped to carry a single 10,000-pound bomb.
Now, the way I worked it in the States was easy, keep them flying over the West where there's nothing, but I wanted them to get over water training, and I arranged to get Batista Field in Havana, Cuba, where I could send 3 airplanes at a time down there, let them stay there for a couple of weeks. They flew over water at night, they flew over water in the daytime. They had to use the sun, all the daylight flights, they had to use the stars on the night flights. And they got very good at what they were doing.
The 509th started moving to the Pacific island of Tinian in the spring of 1945. Tinian was the American air base closest to Japan, and the 509th set up its operations separate from everyone else on the island.
The special training the crews received, it was primarily to increase accuracy, and then they also had to know that they could not use the normal technique for bombing. Normally, you fly straight and level over a target, you drop your weapons, and they fall below the aircraft, and they fall basically under the aircraft until they hit the ground. You cannot do that with an atomic weapon because the blast will come straight up the mushroom clouds that we're familiar with. So they had to develop a new technique, and the crews had to be prepared for this, which Once the weapon was dropped, the plane would immediately make a sharp turn and dive away so they would be out of the blast range.
Along with his pilots and mechanics, there was a group of nuclear technicians who would assemble the bomb. President Truman was at the Potsdam Conference when he was informed that the first test of a working nuclear device was a success. The explosion, far from population centers in the New Mexico desert, was like nothing the world had ever seen. On the way back from the conference, Truman gave the order to go forward with the atomic bombing of Japan. At 2 o'clock in the morning, August 6, 1945, Tibbetts' plane, the Enola Gay, began its long roll down the runway on Tinian. Once in the air, the technicians aboard finished the final assembly of the bomb, which was nicknamed Little Boy. The flight was uneventful. Japanese radar detected the Enola Gay and its escort just after dawn and broadcast an alert. At 8:16, the Enola Gay's bombardier released Little Boy over the center of Hiroshima.
No regrets, whatever. I've never lost a night's sleep. I've never lost 15 minutes sleep. This was war. I didn't carry the war with me. I didn't start the war. I had a job to do during wartime, and nothing personal entered into that. I was going to do what I was told to do.
Tibbetts put the plane into a steep dive to gain speed, swung back in the direction he had come from. He pressed the throttles forward, and when the protective goggles he had been instructed to wear kept him from seeing his instruments, he took them off. He needed 8 miles between him and the explosion for his crew to survive the shockwave. They made it, barely, and when they got back to Tinian, they were greeted as heroes. 8 days later, the war was over. The flight over Hiroshima was Colonel Paul Tibbetts' last combat mission. He was a Russian by birth. He fled the motherland one step ahead of a Bolshevik firing squad. He designed and built the first 4-engine airplane, the first airplane with an enclosed cockpit, and together with Charles Lindbergh, cooked up the seaplanes that made international airlines practical. Lindbergh called him the greatest aviation engineer he'd ever met.
He showed tremendous scientific talent at a very early age. By the time he was 11 or 12, he had read how to build small electrical motors, but he couldn't find any in Kiev at that time, so he actually began to take the bobbins from his mother's sewing machine and wrap them with wire, and he created his own electrical motors that he then powered with batteries by taking pickle jars and making batteries out of them.
For all his fixed-wing achievements, however, he is most closely identified with helicopters. For it was the helicopter company he founded relatively late in his life that turned his name into a household word. He is Igor Sikorsky, and he is a legend of air power. Igor Ivanovich Sikorsky was born May 25th, 1889 in Kiev, Russia. His father was a psychology professor and his mother a doctor, and together they nurtured their son's early interest in science.
His life was in a home in which he was felt very sheltered, very secure, very happy, in a home in which his father encouraged scientific research and encouraged daydreaming. He read what today we call science fiction books, primarily Jules Verne. He loved Jules Verne, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 80 Days Around the World, Voyage to the Moon. But primarily, there was one book, Rober the Conqueror, also known as, prophetically, The Clipper of the Clouds. And it's not too well known here in America, but it's a book that describes a flying machine very accurately, actually a helicopter. Very, very accurately describes a helicopter, some obviously 40, 50 years before it was ever flown.
He attended the Petrograd Naval College, but left in 1906 to study engineering in Paris, then the center of aviation in Europe. His time in France was a revelation. The Wright brothers were demonstrating their flyer outside Paris. The sky seemed filled with airships, and everywhere there were aeronauts and engineers collaborating on bigger and better flying machines. He returned to Russia and enrolled at the Mechanical Engineering College of the Kiev Polytechnical Institute.
He started pestering his parents to send him to Paris, because that was where the Wright brothers were flying, and that's where immediately after the Wright brothers' success, the Europeans tweaked their airplanes a little bit so as to pick up a little bit of the know-how that the Wrights had demonstrated, and flying exploded in France.
In 1909, armed with an engineering degree, he returned to Paris. He befriended the elite of aviation there and spent much of his time talking about his vision of an aircraft that could take off vertically, hover, move sideways, and set itself safely back down. The experienced pilots around him laughed at his plans. It was hard enough then getting an airplane to simply fly. Getting it to stand still without falling out of the air seemed laughable. Sikorsky announced to his doubting friends that he would return to Kiev and build a rotary wing aircraft, a helicopter. He bought 2 engines, 15 and 25 horsepower, and boarded a train east.
It's significant to me that his first aircraft and his second aircraft were both helicopters. They didn't fly. We know now that 15 and 25 horsepower is just too little to do it. But these were the first 2 aircraft he attempted. Very wisely, he then decided that he had to, in his words, temporarily postpone the helicopter.
He built a succession of small planes that clearly owe much of their inspiration to the Wright brothers. In only a few years, Sikorsky was one of the leading engineers in Russia. He was put in charge of the aviation subsidiary of the Baltic Railroad Car Works and went to work designing and building aircraft for the Tsar.
He was the first, actually, to come up with the idea of using multiple engines on an airplane. After he had one engine get caught with mosquitoes in the carburetor and the airplane went down, he realized that 2 engines are better than 1.
A multi-engine airplane was a radical idea. Other engineers thought it impossible. If the weight of the engines didn't keep the plane on the ground, they believed the forces and vibration of more than 1 engine would tear the plane apart in the sky.
During his early years, he developed multiple engine aircraft, 4-engine aircraft that were very, very large, which requires a great deal of skill as an engineer to be able to produce a large aircraft that everything works correctly, especially at the time of the type of materials they had to work with. It was quite an achievement.
Sikorsky continued on, however, and the result was a 4-engine behemoth with an almost unfathomable 89-foot wingspan. Called simply the Grand, when it flew in 1913, it made Sikorsky into a Russian hero.
The Grand was a unique experiment in trying to convince the world that a large 4-engine aircraft was possible. He wanted to build this airplane because he wanted to prove that an aircraft had to have 2 characteristics. The Grand was designed to demonstrate 2 critical elements. A, the element of being able to maintain altitude and continue flight if one engine failed on you. And the second, equally important element, that airplane had to be able to lose any one of its engines, inboard, outboard, any one side or the other, and remain controllable. He, with a twinkle in his eye, would talk about the Grand and say that it was a very unique aircraft. It took off at 65 kilometers an hour, it cruised at 65 kilometers an hour, and it stalled at 65 kilometers an hour. But other than that, it was a highly efficient airplane.
His next plane, the Ilya Muromets, was even bigger and became the main bomber of the Russian Imperial Air Force in World War I. Designing aircraft had made Sikorsky wealthy. He was invited to meet several times with the Tsar, and there was talk that he might be knighted for his work.
When the revolution started, that very fact that he had been recognized by the Tsar and had been rewarded by the Tsar made him an enemy of the working class and made him a target of the Soviet, or the Bolshevik at that time, hit squads.
A committed individualist, Sikorsky could not live under communism and decided to leave. His wife chose to stay and refused to let their daughter travel with him. He left penniless and broken-hearted, a refugee bound for Paris, but destined for the United States. After fleeing the Russian Revolution, Igor Sikorsky tried to find work in Paris.
The World War I was still on in 1917, and so he went to France, where the French aviation authorities knew him very well because that he had purchased during the war a large number of French as well as British engines for his four-engine bombers. They commissioned him to build a large bomber for them.
But when World War I ended, so did the French commitment to aviation. And with no other option, he sailed for the United States.
My father then spent some weeks studying the situation and then decided that he would go to the United States because he felt that this very, in his words, this very great and wonderful country was probably the only nation which would accept a penniless immigrant with the dream to start building airplanes again.
Though famous in his own country, he was unknown in the United States. He arrived in an unwelcome wave of refugees. There were no opportunities for him in aviation. With World War I ended, no one was building new aircraft. The glut of military surplus biplanes supplied the embryonic commercial aviation business with all the planes it could handle. With nothing else to do, Sikorsky tutored Russian immigrants on New York's Lower East Side. He lectured on math and astronomy and aviation. He lived in poverty, but never let it break his spirit. And as time passed, he built up a following in the large community of Russian refugees. His optimism seemed boundless, and his vision of the amazing future of flight made what were really little more than daydreams seem real.
For a lot of the Russian immigrants, he was something of a hero, something to aspire to, having come here as an immigrant and having all these dreams that he was so anxious to fulfill.
In the early 1920s, Sikorsky resigned himself to the fact that he would never again get to design and build aircraft. Then, in 1923, a group of Russian emigres approached Sikorsky. They had a small amount of money and were willing to work. Would Sikorsky do them the honor of helping them design and build an airplane? Sikorsky set up operations on a chicken farm next to Roosevelt Airport on Long Island. There, he and his small band of Russian immigrants went to work. There was never enough money for payroll and barely enough for materials. No matter, Sikorsky and his Russians worked through night after night on a large twin-engine airplane Sikorsky had designed. And then, with the plane partially built and a desperate need for high-powered engines to make it fly, Sikorsky and his Russians ran out of money. It seemed as if their dream of flight was going to die.
A gentleman drove up, stepped out of his chauffeur-driven limousine, walked around inspecting the airplane, which was being built in the open. The gentleman stopped, started a conversation with Igor Sikorsky, and Igor Sikorsky eventually tells the story that this gentleman sat down and wrote out a check for $5,000, handed it to my father and said, "I believe in you, I trust you, pay me back when you can, go, start building your airplanes." The man's name was Sergei Rachmaninoff, and it was this great pianist and composer who gave Dad his start in America.
The plane Rachmaninoff's contribution made possible was the S-29A, a twin-engine, all-metal transport that was the forerunner of the modern airliner.
It gave him the intellectual freedom and the financial wherewithal to produce the aircraft that a visionary could see, and in the process produce very successful aircraft.
He followed with other designs and started building a reputation as a visionary. In 1930, he gave a newspaper interview in which he described a glimmering future of sleek metal aircraft carrying hundreds of passengers from continent to continent.
Igor Sikorsky predicted in this newspaper interview that New York would be the center and the hub of one of the most busy airline services. Giant all-metal airplanes, sleek all-metal airplanes carrying hundreds of passengers would be taking off every hour on the hour for the far corners of the world.
At a time when most aircraft were still made of fabric stretched over a wooden frame, he talked about pressurized cabins and jet engines as if they were something he had already tested.
To get metaphysical, my father also believed very strongly in intuition, in a sixth sense, which sometimes came to you in a flash in the middle of the night. Sometimes it arrived very, very slowly after you'd been chewing on a problem for a while.
He had his first big hit with the S-38, a flying boat that Pan American Airways used to open new commercial aviation routes to Central and South America. That success brought in other investors, including United Aviation, which was then a major producer of aircraft. And for the first time since leaving Russia, Sikorsky had the money for large-scale design and construction of aircraft. Though still fascinated with helicopters, his business grew because of his success designing fixed-wing aircraft. Among those who visited the Sikorsky factory was Charles Lindbergh, just returned from his flight to Paris. Sikorsky and Lindbergh found in each other kindred spirits. They were both intellectually restless, at the same time cerebral and instinctive. Both had clear visions of aviation as an everyday experience, pioneers who longed to make their field of endeavor commonplace to the point of being boring. Even their differences seemed complementary. Lindbergh looked at aviation from the point of view of a pilot. He wanted to open the world to aviation, and he traveled ceaselessly, charting routes for others to follow. Sikorsky, on the other hand, saw aviation as an engineering problem. To follow the routes Lindbergh was plotting, a passenger plane would have to have a certain range, be able to reach a certain altitude, and carry a certain amount of fuel.
He'd spent a lot of time in the dark listening to music, thinking, and he felt that he could almost see into the future, so to speak. Again, he was a very mystical, very spiritual man, to see what the needs would be, where his ideas could be applied to the betterment of mankind. And I think his particular genius came in his ability to take technology and apply it to the human need.
Lindbergh, Sikorsky believed, was the greatest pilot in the world. Sikorsky, Lindbergh said, was the most gifted aircraft designer he had ever met.
Dad had a great deal of respect for Lindbergh because there's no doubt about it, man knew a great deal about aviation. And in fact, it was this gentle teamwork between Lindbergh and Sikorsky, the mutual respect that they had for each other, that was absolutely wonderful to see in action.
The first plane they collaborated on was the S-40, a flying boat larger and more dependable than any other. Lindbergh was working for Pan American Airways, setting up airmail service to the Caribbean, which was then a sea of islands without landing strips. Tying them together with aircraft posed problems that seemed even to Lindbergh nearly insoluble.
I was growing up at that time. I was a small kid, but I was privileged once in a while to sit in a corner of the dining room when these two giants would discuss the growth of aviation, the need for higher speeds, the inevitability of higher wing loadings, and yet the improvement of our knowledge of aerodynamics, which would still keep landing speeds down while the cruising speeds would go up. Now, it was a wonderful way to grow up because you may have gotten a formal education in high school and in college, but if you were an aviation buff, as I was, those evenings listening to Charles Lindbergh and Igor Sikorsky were the greatest aeronautical academy that anybody could dream of having.
It was the beginning of one of his most productive periods. Working together with Pan Am and Lindbergh, he designed a series of amphibious aircraft that formed the famed Pan Am Clipper fleet. He had in his career played a key role in 2 separate revolutions. In Russia, he had pioneered multi-engine aircraft, which became the first dependable air transports and long-range bombers. In the United States, he had designed the flying boats that had made intercontinental air travel possible. The Pan Am Clippers shrank the world, putting every place in the world within a couple of days' travel of every place else. So, with his company doing well and his reputation secure, he returned to his first love. In the middle 1930s, Igor Sikorsky dug out 30 years of notes and sketches, dusted off a handful of patents, and went to work on the helicopter. Before Igor Sikorsky got seriously into helicopter development, there had been a number of more or less successful experiments in vertical flight. Some could fly but not hover, and others couldn't fly at all. Overcoming the torque of a spinning main rotor and still being able to maneuver was such a big problem that it led many to believe that a practical helicopter would never be developed. Sikorsky, however, believed passionately that the helicopter would work.
He was not interested just in engineering and technology. The primary reason he developed with the helicopter was to rescue people, to save people's lives.
As he worked and reworked the design of his helicopter, Sikorsky said over and over that if a person was in danger, an airplane could fly over and throw flowers to him, but a helicopter could come in and perform a rescue. Working at his Stratford, Connecticut factory, he and his team, still made up largely of Russian immigrants, built the VS-300. Ungainly by modern standards, the 300 was little more than a framework to support the engine and rotor. On September 14th, 1939, Sikorsky sat down in the VS-300's pilot seat for its first flight.
When he climbed into this machine for the first time, he said it was a beautiful chance to relive one's life all over again, to design a new type of flying machine without quite knowing how to design it, build it without quite knowing how to build it, and then you climbed aboard and you opened up the throttle and you tried to teach yourself to fly at the same time that you were the test pilot in charge of the helicopter.
Sikorsky carefully, slowly lifted off, learning to fly the helicopter as it rose. He went only a few feet off the ground, hesitated a few seconds in midair, and settled gently back to Earth. The world had its first working, practical helicopter. While Sikorsky thought the helicopter's future lay in rescue, the first American military man to get a look at the VS-300 instantly recognized its battlefield potential.
People began to realize the idea that we can move large numbers of troops, we can attach weapons to these, and so the United States Army, for example, their aircraft, their helicopters, and these are very, very important for maneuver of the Army units.
In 1942, while looking for aircraft that could be developed to fight German U-boats in the North Atlantic, 2 Coast Guard officers paid Sikorsky a visit. They watched in awe as Sikorsky lifted 25 feet off the ground, lifting a second man below on a suspended rope ladder. In their report on the test, they said Sikorsky's machine had many advantages over the blimps the Navy had developed for anti-submarine warfare. They recommended the Coast Guard buy 3 or 4 for testing, but the Navy balked at the $250,000 price tag. When the officers pointed out that helicopters could serve a search and rescue function, the War Department replied that the Navy was not interested in life-saving. They just wanted to get on with the business of killing the enemy.
I think he was aware that inevitably, sometime sooner or later, it would be used as a military instrument of war. But that he said, was not the fault of the helicopter, because for every single person that it killed, he insisted quite logically that it probably saved 100.
For the remainder of his life, Sikorsky designed and built helicopters. From the R-4, the first mass-produced helicopter, to the UH-60 Blackhawk, the machines he and his company designed and built rewrote the rules of aviation, of warfare, and of search and rescue.
Whenever one talks about Igor Sikorsky today, it is the helicopter that he is remembered as. And that's, I think, justifiably so. It is the last and, in many respects, the most important piece of equipment that my father invented and left for mankind. When I asked him about it, he said that he had a number of favorite aircraft. And obviously the Grand, the first prototype 4-engine aircraft, was one. The flying boats were another one. But I believe also he himself felt proudest of his achievements in designing the helicopter.
He grew up in Brooklyn, and one of his earliest memories was waving at Charles Lindbergh as the Lone Eagles parade passed triumphantly through his neighborhood. He took his first flight when he was 7, and barely out of his teens was World War II's youngest American fighter pilot in China. After the war, he earned a degree in aeronautical engineering, and when his military career ended, he helped design the rocket engines that took man to the moon. That accomplished, he joined the staff of the National Air and Space Museum before it was built and helped turn it into the most visited museum in the world. He is Donald Lopez, and he is a legend of air power. He was born in 1923 in Brooklyn. He grew up surrounded by aviation, though no one in his family was an aviator. It was the times as much as anything. Flight was still new, records seemed to fall every day, and barnstormers were pop culture heroes. When Lopez was 3 1/2, his parents took him to see the greatest of them all, Charles Lindbergh. Lindbergh's parade passed through Brooklyn. One of Lopez's earliest memories is seeing Lindbergh sitting on the back of a convertible, waving at the thousands of people who had gathered just to catch a glimpse of him. Lopez's parents befriended a barnstorming pilot, and when Lopez was 7, the pilot took him up for a ride. He was, he says, hooked on flight from that day on.
I used to ride my bike out to Floyd Bennett Field and hang around, and my pilot friend was hopping passengers in cabin walkos, and I'd stand by the fence and look as sad as possible, and every now and then, when he didn't have all the passengers he needed, he'd let me go up with him.
Floyd Bennett Field was, in many ways, the capital of aviation in the United States. Lopez watched from outside the fence as the royalty of early aviation passed through, on the way to what he imagined to be a great adventure.
He got to see the likes of Wiley Post and his aircraft, the Winnie Mae, Louise Thaden and her Staggerwing Beach, even Balbo's Savoia Marchetti flying boats when they came through. And there was some Navy Helldivers stationed there, and they would often let the kids sit in the cockpit. So he really had an interesting and unique exposure to aviation at a young age.
Everybody was interested in it then. All the kids were. Flying was a relatively new thing in the country, I guess, and it was just something that looked real exciting and great.
At the age of 15, Lopez's family moved to Florida, and his contact with aviation temporarily ended. His fascination with it, however, did not. He spent long afternoons reading pulp magazines about pilots and flying, and knew everything there was to know about the great pilots of World War I. His family lived outside Tampa. He could see and hear planes from nearby MacDill Army Air Base as they flew over, but lived so far from the base that he could not stand outside the fence as he had in New York. In the years between the World Wars, American air power withered. Congress approved almost no money for upgrading aircraft, And every year it seemed as if the force grew smaller and smaller. After high school, Lopez tried to enlist as an aviation cadet, but the Army Air Force didn't need him. They told him to come back when he was older and had a college degree. He went to college and enrolled in the Civilian Pilot Training Program, a government-sponsored basic flight school. While he was in training, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. The Army Air Corps quickly dropped the college degree requirement for pilot cadets.
So I went down to join up, and they told me if I joined up, I'd have to be probably marching for the next 9 months because they didn't have room in the flying schools for all the people that were applying. So he said, don't bother, wait a few months.
Lopez returned to college. All around him, his country was gearing up for war. Men were enlisting and shipping out. Battles in the Philippines and Guadalcanal were on the radio.
Our country had never been attacked before, and it was considered a real sneaky, dirty trick, and everybody was really outraged. And in fact, people who never heard of Pearl Harbor were just as outraged. And it was very much like the feeling everybody had right after September 11th. They bombed the towers and things. Everybody, patriotism sprung up all over the place where it hadn't been very noticeable before. But everybody realized what we had to do and wanted to do it, and almost universally in this country, I mean.
And Lopez, who wanted more than anything to fly, was lugging textbooks from class to class.
But in May, I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I went down and got sworn in as an aviation cadet. Even then, I didn't get called till September of 1942.
Lopez became part of an Air Corps trying desperately to catch up with the Germans and Japanese. The instructors had little or no combat experience, and the only equipment available for training was almost comically primitive.
You had to fly a sort of a fake airplane that they moved the lights around. You had to move the controls to make the lights go next to the one that was lit up, so all that stuff. And then they decided whether you'd be a pilot, a navigator, or a bombardier.
The Air Corps tabbed Lopez as a pilot and put him in the pilot training pipeline. He went from base to base, always learning more about military custom, flight, weapons, and tactics. He flew PT-19s and BT-13s, the legendary Vultee vibrator. He learned night flight and cross-country navigation. He mastered every aircraft easily, though as they got larger and more powerful, they posed new challenges. Lopez met those challenges and was selected out of his class to train his last 10 hours in P-40s, then a frontline fighter.
Sort of overwhelming at first because it was so much bigger than anything I'd flown. You can't see out the front at all. On first takeoff, I nearly ran off both sides of the runway because the torque was so strong, and I nearly went off the left side, and I overcorrected and nearly went off the right side, and I got in the air before I went off the left side again. And, but after that, I didn't have any trouble. I landed.
Flight training complete, he was assigned to a P-40 squadron to await overseas deployment. He flew nearly every day, staging mock dogfights with P-47s and P-39s from nearby bases. The P-40 was a heavy, not very maneuverable plane, but required special tactics in dogfighting.
You couldn't turn with the Japanese planes. They turned too fast. They're much lighter than our planes. So you never tried to turn, and we used the tactics developed by General Chennault, and it worked very well. But we just did high-speed passes, fired at them, pulled out, and came back again and tried to fire on them again.
As Lopez honed his skills, the Flying Tigers became as much heroes to him as the great pilots he'd seen at Floyd Bennett Field. After 2 months of hassling over Florida's interior, he got orders to report to Miami. He had no idea where he was going. What mattered to Lopez was that he was finally on his way to the war. When Don Lopez shipped out from Miami, he didn't know for sure where he was going. A trained P-40 pilot, he knew there were few places where Warhawks were still in use. A student of the flight tactics of the Flying Tigers, he knew that there were more P-40s in China than anywhere else. Americans had been fighting in China for years. Claire Chennault had set up the American volunteer group, the Flying Tigers, in 1940, long before Pearl Harbor. They had become legends, but once the United States officially entered the war, the Army took over the AVG's operation. Lopez arrived in India as one of a flood of rookie pilots sent to augment the AVG's tiny force. He spent a few weeks practicing his strafing and bombing under veterans of the air war in China. Ordered to the 14th Air Force, he and another pilot hitched a ride over the hump in a B-24. The 14th Air Force assigned him to the 23rd Fighter Group.
The 23rd Group was not like a lot of the groups in Europe where the whole group was together on a base. We had three squadrons at that time, and each one was at a different base about maybe a couple hundred miles apart.
The job of keeping those widespread squadrons together as a functional fighting unit fell to legendary fighter pilot Tex Hill. Hill had been one of the original Flying Tigers, and even though the Army Air Corps had taken over operations in China, he remained to continue fighting. Hill, though an officer in the Army, was casually scornful of regular Army trappings.
I was kind of in awe because I'd read all about him. And I went to his office, and his office was just a very small, bare, wooden-walled, wooden office with one desk and two chairs and a map and an in and out basket. The in basket had peanuts in it, and the out basket had the empty shells, and that was it, no paperwork.
One thing that became evident was Don Lopez was born to be a fighter pilot. So to get into that theater of combat, and there was plenty of action and plenty of challenges as well, was probably as exciting as could be for someone of that age, especially under the tutelage of someone like Tex Hill, and having been in the same unit as Robert Scott, who was famous for writing God Is My Co-Pilot. These were all names that were almost of mythical status to someone of his age training to be a fighter pilot at that time.
At 19, Lopez was one of the youngest American pilots in one of the youngest aviation units in the world.
We had about 3 or 4 pilots in the squadron that were 26 and 27, and we thought they were really, really ancient. Used to tell the room boys to check every morning whether to wake them up or cover them up.
His first combat mission was strafing Japanese patrol boats on the Yangtze River. The Japanese, whose supply lines were long and inefficient, were in the process of stealing a whole rice crop from the Chinese peasants who'd grown it. They would take an area and hold it only long enough to empty the fields and storage bins, pull back, and then take the next valley over. The American pilots were assigned to support the Chinese Army, who were trying to disrupt the Japanese and prevent the theft of their rice.
Every mission we went, we hoped we'd run into some Japanese planes so we could, but we didn't. My first 7 missions, we didn't see any Japanese.
Though the duty wasn't glamorous, it was critical. The Chinese Army depended on American air cover. The relatively few American pilots in China were, in effect, keeping the Chinese Army a viable fighting force. As a result, the Japanese had to keep hundreds of thousands of troops in China that would otherwise have been available to fight American and British forces elsewhere in the Pacific. The only times that Lopez got to fight against Japanese aircraft were when the Japanese mounted massive bombing attacks against the Chinese positions and American bases. The resulting air battles were as much melee as dogfight, with dozens of planes swirling around the sky in a confusing tangle. It was in one of those battles that Lopez got his most unusual kill.
In the distance, I saw a P-40 being chased by an Oscar, way out of range, but I took a great big lead and fired over that way, hoping my tracers, he'd see the tracers and break away from him, which he did. But he started heading toward me, which wasn't part of my plan. And we were making a head-on pass at each other. And I was diving a little bit, he was climbing a little bit. And when we got within range, we both started firing. I could see his guns winking, you could see the fire on them, and I could see my bullets flashing on the front of his airplane. And then I wasn't trying to ram him or anything, but I didn't want to brake first because they didn't want him to be on my tail. So at the very last second before we hit engine to engine, he started a very sharp right bank, which they could do, but it was a little late, and my wing hit his wing, and I knocked most of his wing off and knocked about 2 to 3 feet off of my wing. But it didn't seem to bother the P-40 a lot. It flew fine after that.
The Japanese plane went down, and Lopez went back into the battle.
He proved himself to be a very competent pilot very early on, and I would think that his commanders probably saw that in him and depended on him as he became part of the unit.
He flew more than 100 missions in China, and stayed on after his flight assignment to help in mission planning. He left China in early 1945, credited with 4 kills. He was in New York visiting his family on VE Day.
Boy, it was really something, that everybody was cheering and running around the streets, and it was nice to be in uniform in those days. And they had a real good deal. If you were an officer, I guess, they went to, there was some hotel you went to, and they gave you tickets to any Broadway show you wanted to go to, and all sorts of real nice things. And so I saw 3 Broadway shows just in the 4 days I was there.
The Army assigned Lopez to Eglin Army Air Base in Florida as a test pilot. Only a few weeks after the end of the war, he was training in the first American jets, the P-59, and after that, the P-80.
What they would do is take combat pilots and move them into testing at Eglin, where they would get the latest, greatest aircraft and test their systems under combat circumstances, or as close to it as they could get.
Eglin was, Lopez says, fighter heaven. Though the flight test activity was shifting gradually west to Muroc, now Edwards Air Force Base, Eglin remained an active flight test center. It was a period of furious innovation, the transition from props to jets, an obsession with the Air Force. During the week, Lopez flew jets, and on weekends, there were outdated but still feisty P-51s and P-47s available for hassling over the Gulf of Mexico.
And we'd fly in air shows a lot. The P-80s were in great demand at air shows, and we were responsible for flying in the air shows in the Southeast, because we had the only jets in the Southeast at the time. So they'd send us by 1s and 2s to air shows to fly, and we didn't do much because we just went real fast, and everybody was amazed.
As a test pilot, Lopez flew both Air Force and Navy aircraft. He flew a P-80 to Alaska for cold weather testing, and went briefly to Korea to do operational testing on the new F-86 Starfighter, and to England for a rotation with the RAF. For all the transience of his Air Force life, his most impressive accomplishment might be this. He somehow found time to complete his college education. After 3 years of night school, he received a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering. The Air Force was so impressed by his achievement that it sent him to Caltech, where he earned a master's degree, also in aeronautical engineering. He taught at the brand new Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs and was a founding member of the thermodynamics department. He finished his Air Force career in the Pentagon, an expert on missiles, helping to plan the rocket-based warfare that has become commonplace. He retired in 1964, but his career was far from over. Retired from the Air Force after 22 years, Don Lopez went to work for Bellcom, a division of Bell Labs. Bellcom's specialty was rocket development, and their main customer was NASA. For the next 8 years, Lopez worked inside NASA's offices. The irony of that placement did not escape him. While still a test pilot, he had been one of only 110 pilots certified by NASA as eligible to apply for the newly created astronaut program.
They were going to have 12 astronauts originally, but they had to give them a really, really extensive physical test. So they took the first half of them and tested them. Thought they'd have to test 110 to get 12. They decided to go with 7 instead of 12. And they had no trouble. Everybody volunteered. And so I never got tested, so I didn't. So the next time they were recruiting for them, I applied again, but I was about 3 months too old, and they didn't accept me. So, yeah, I would love to have done it, but I had a pretty good life without that anyway, so I wasn't too terribly disappointed.
As a civilian at NASA, he worked on the rocket engines that would power the second stage of the Saturn V rocket that would eventually carry men to the moon. The kid whose earliest memory was seeing Charles Lindbergh in a parade, who had watched early aviation heroes from outside the fence of Floyd Bennett Field in New York, who had studied the tactics of the legendary Flying Tigers, and who had then found himself serving under the command of the very pilots he had idolized, was now involved in the most ambitious aerospace project in history. In July 1969, Apollo 11 took off. The second stage engines that Lopez had worked on worked perfectly, pushing the command and lunar modules out of Earth orbit and toward the moon. When Neil Armstrong stepped out onto the moon's surface, he became the greatest aviation hero since Lindbergh. Before the moon landings were even over, Lopez moved on to the Skylab project. Skylab was the first American space station, improvised out of the modified Saturn V second stage that had powered the trip to the moon. And then, with the space program winding down, Bellcom, the NASA contractor Lopez worked for, decided to get out of the space business entirely.
That wasn't really their business. Bell Labs has, working on other. So they offered everybody jobs in their system, but I really wasn't too interested in working on telephones and things like that. So I was looking around for some other jobs. There weren't much engineering jobs right at that time.
His wife read in the newspaper that the National Air and Space Museum had been funded to expand into a new building. She urged Lopez to apply for a job. Though he didn't have any museum experience, Lopez sat down and wrote a letter to his old friend, astronaut Michael Collins, who had been named director of the museum. Collins hired him immediately. Lopez joined the staff in 1972. His first day of work was the day the museum broke ground for its new building.
I was involved in all the planning for all of the airplane exhibits. And I was actually the curator on about 4 of the galleries myself.
Lopez's job was, in effect, to build a shrine to the heroes of aviation who had inspired him his whole life. He went to work in Washington, traveling to collect the artifacts that he felt the museum needed if it was going to tell the real story of aviation. And as far as Lopez was concerned, there was no more important story to tell.
I think it's been fascinated people through the ages. Every god in every religion, every myth you ever hear about, the gods or the mythical characters are flying. And the people have always wanted to fly. It just gives you a whole new dimension. And it happened in a lifetime. It's something people can relate to.
People did indeed relate to the story of aviation that the Air and Space Museum told. Lopez's passion for and deep personal understanding of aviation came through in the exhibits. The number of visitors far exceeded expectations, and the Air and Space Museum became the most popular museum in the world.
When we got the money for it, the Smithsonian, as opposed to the Air and Space Museum people, thought, who wants to see a hangar on the mall? They said, you'll probably get maybe 3 million visitors the first year because it's the bicentennial year, but then you'll probably level off about 2.5 million, which is what some of the other museums were getting about that time. We got 1 million the first 25 days. We got over 10 million the first year, and we've averaged since then right about a little over 9 million people a year.
Lopez made the National Air and Space Museum the last stop in his long and remarkable career. The kid who'd learned to fly in a biplane hung a biplane on the ceiling of the most popular museum in the world and retired once and for all.
As I say, all that 75th guys, they're just really top-notch. He is one of the real outstanding fighter pilots, and then the job he's done here at the Smithsonian is really outstanding.
Neat thing about Don Lopez is he's just a great guy. He's probably the nicest person you'd ever want to meet, and I don't think you'd come across anyone that's ever met him that would say otherwise. He was someone who learned at an early age what he wanted to do and went out to pursue that to the best of his ability and really reached the pinnacle of several careers in aviation. And yet he would probably be the last one to say that.
He was a kid from Wisconsin who so badly wanted to fly that he enlisted in the Air Force before he'd ever set foot on a plane. He flew bombers in World War II, got a degree in aviation engineering after the war, and became one of the outstanding test pilots of the early jet age. When space beckoned, he stood almost alone in defending the idea that an astronaut would be a pilot, not simply a medical guinea pig. Chosen as one of America's first astronauts, it took him over 15 years to make it into space. But during that time, he did more to define the role of astronauts in the space program than any other person. He is Deke Slayton, and he is a legend of air power. Donald Slayton was born March 1st, 1924, on a farm in Sparta, Wisconsin. He was a kid with an indomitable spirit of adventure, an explorer who gave his parents fits almost from the first day he could walk.
He wanted to get out of the yard and go across the neighbor's fence and go out into the road and explore, explore, explore. That was his key word, even as a 4-year-old child. His mother had to tie him to a tree. And finally one day when she got him to promise he wouldn't wander away, did she let him go, and she didn't tie him to the tree anymore.
Slayton lost a finger at the age of 5 while trying to help his father fix a horse-drawn mowing machine. The loss barely slowed him down. As he grew, his horizons broadened, and by the time he was in high school, he had decided that he wanted to be a military pilot. The decision was a bold one. America in the 1930s was a nation in denial, with a withering military and no desire to get involved in the world's problems. Still, flight was an almost hopelessly romantic thing, attractive and off-putting at the same time.
There was a lot of Lindbergh thrown in there. There were a lot of the air racers of the 30s and the barnstormers, and flight was so new to everybody that if you were a young boy growing up in that era and you wanted to do something that took you for a walk on the wild side, flight was the way to do it.
On December 7th, 1941, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Slayton was one of the millions of young men who volunteered to fight. He enlisted in the Army Air Corps as an aviation cadet. And then, the Army doctors noticed that the big, healthy farm boy from Wisconsin was missing a finger on his left hand.
People ran scurrying to the guidebooks to see what was written about whether or not you could fly with a missing finger. And it looked for quite a while that he was going to be disqualified on the spot. And somebody came back and said no, that he was missing the only finger you could miss and still be eligible for flight training.
So Slayton entered the Army Air Corps as a flight cadet. He learned to fly biplanes in Texas, and a few weeks after his 19th birthday, earned his wings as a pilot. He trained as a B-25 pilot and was assigned to the 340th Bombardment Group. He flew 56 combat missions over Europe before being rotated back to the States as a B-25 instructor pilot. He learned to fly the A-26, a wickedly unpredictable aircraft, and worked training and certifying A-26 pilots for combat. In April 1945, he shipped out to the Pacific and flew 7 more combat missions over Japan. For a year after the war ended, Slayton served as an instructor pilot. As the military shrank after the war, Slayton's career options shrank as well. And like most pilots, after the war, he left the service. He earned a degree in aeronautical engineering from the University of Minnesota. He went to work for Boeing, but didn't really like the corporate life, and was relieved when the Air Force recalled him to active duty after the outbreak of the war in Korea. The one-time B-25 pilot returned to military aviation as a fighter pilot, the maintenance flight test officer for an F-51 squadron stationed in Minneapolis. The F-51 was an upgrade of the World War II P-51 and was the last American propeller-driven fighter. Over the next few years, with war raging in Korea, the United States made the transition from props to jets. It was arguably the most creative period in the history of aircraft design. Slayton spent the next several years in a succession of assignments that kept him close to new developments in aviation. He was responsible for the maintenance and technical inspection of a variety of high-performance fighters and showed an almost incredible aptitude for learning new aircraft. In 1955, after a tour in Germany, he returned to the United States to attend the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Surrounded by the finest, most competitive pilots in the world, he fit in perfectly.
I think Deke Slayton is one of those individuals who engendered both a lot of respect, but also a lot of admiration. In part, that was his personality. Maybe fundamentally, it was his personality. But it was also how he carried himself.
He tested most of the Century series of fighters, the F-101, 102, and 105. He put an F-105 into an inverted flat spin and survived. And in the rough and ready world of Edwards, he sometimes flew without even bothering to don a G-suit.
Now, a G-suit is necessary when you're pulling a lot of G's. It redistributes the blood properly so you don't pass out. Deke was known to fly with no G-suit and pull as many as 9 Gs, which is phenomenal.
In 1958, the newly created National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, put out word that it needed pilots. But NASA envisioned these pilots as mere passengers, sealed into a capsule and launched into orbit. In general, the test pilot elite at Edwards wasn't interested. Being launched helplessly into space didn't appeal, and most passed on NASA's offer to volunteer. Not Slayton, however. He believed that spaceflight would inevitably require exactly the same traits it took to be a test pilot: courage, physical strength, and the ability to think straight under extreme pressure. He saw spaceflight as the ultimate challenge, and he applied for the yet undefined job of astronaut. When Deke Slayton applied to be an astronaut in 1958, no one was really sure what exactly an astronaut was. In fact, when NASA started recruiting astronauts, there were only 2 things it knew for sure that astronauts would have to be: brave and physically fit. Brave, of course, because in the late 1950s, America's rockets were better at blowing up than they were at flying. It would certainly take a brave person to even attempt spaceflight. And physically fit, because no one knew what the human reaction to the rigors of outer space would be.
Nobody was really agreed on the impact of spaceflight, and you had doctors worrying that limbs were going to break off, hearts were going to explode, heads were going to pop off. I mean, there were serious discussions about these types of things.
NASA narrowed the list again and again, cutting those with less than impeccable service records or any hint of physical infirmity. They put the candidates through a humiliating series of medical tests that seemed to the pilots to have nothing at all to do with aviation. In fact, the farther the candidates got into the process, the less it seemed that their aeronautical abilities mattered. But every time NASA made a cut in the roster, Slayton survived. And every time he survived, he seemed closer and closer to actually going into space. In April 1959, with America in the depths of the Cold War and scared almost literally to death that the Russians would conquer outer space before the United States could even get a missile successfully into orbit, NASA rolled out 7 brand new astronauts.
And what they ended up with was a group of individuals that looked like the All-American boys. And in some level they were. They were kind of, and it's interesting, they're not elites. These are not a bunch of folks who went to Harvard or Yale or an Ivy League school. They oftentimes went to the state university. They went to the technical university. In many cases, they are the first generation in their family to attend college. You know, they're like most of the rest of us.
And America fell instantly in love with them. They were, as author Tom Wolfe has described them, the country's single combat warriors, ready to put their lives on the line to go into space and fight the Russians for the high ground. They were the best America had.
These guys were used to taking untried equipment and pushing it to its limits, and had to have steel nerves and be ready to face just about anything. And the people at NASA were looking for people that were used to that kind of environment and that kind of pressure, who were going to be able to step into a Mercury spacecraft and not freak out the first time something went wrong.
Just as no one had known how to screen astronauts, once chosen, no one knew how to train them. The demands on their time were incredible, and the astronauts became the subject of a vicious tug of war. Politicians wanted to be seen with them, the media wanted pictures and interviews, doctors wanted to probe them, and scientists wanted them to study geology and astronomy, on the off chance that once in flight, they might have time to conduct a few experiments. The astronauts, on the other hand, wanted to be left alone to prepare for their flights. As test pilots, they had been involved in the design and engineering of the craft they flew. As astronauts, NASA expected them to spend their time glad-handing politicians and plant managers. The disagreement was a constant source of friction between the astronauts and NASA. Soon after Slayton debuted as an astronaut, NASA doctors detected a slight irregularity in his heartbeat. The irregularity was fleeting, a slight, almost imperceptible flutter in Slayton's chest that no one thought much about. He had, after all, thrived doing highly competitive, highly stressful work at Edwards Air Force Base, and had passed the enormous battery of physical tests in the astronaut screening process.
He was obviously as healthy as a horse, and there were very little was said about it up until the point that somebody began asking around the White House about one of the astronauts having heart trouble.
Slayton found himself in an intensely political environment where his piloting skills meant almost nothing.
Now it is time to take longer strides. Time for a great new American enterprise. Time for this nation to take a clearly leading role in space achievement, which in many ways may hold the key to our future on Earth. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
President Kennedy had promised to put a man on the moon by the end of the 1960s, and his political advisors weren't going to put the president's pledge in jeopardy by allowing an astronaut with a heart condition, even a tiny one, to fly. The White House put pressure on NASA, and NASA grounded Slayton.
It just about broke his heart. He was absolutely destroyed, and the people around him who knew him and cared about him were destroyed, and nobody thought it was reasonable or fair. But once he recovered from the shock and the disappointment, he decided he was going to stay in there pitching, and he fully believed that if he did that, he would ultimately get his space flight.
To placate Slayton and other astronauts, NASA created a new position, Coordinator of Astronaut Activities. NASA figured Slayton could handle the paperwork associated with scheduling the astronauts' public relations appearances and training.
There were lots of places that Deke Slayton could have made a very important difference other than in the astronaut office. I think there was a recognition that he had the respect of the other astronauts, that he had the leadership skills to kind of be their front person, that he could both serve as the individual who could liaison between the astronauts themselves and the NASA leadership, and in turn turn around and represent the agency's leadership's priorities to the astronauts.
Slayton, on the other hand, figured that the closer he stayed to astronaut training, the better chance he had of getting back on flight status. He also figured that no matter what else happened, he could use his new position to get NASA to start treating astronauts like pilots instead of guinea pigs. When NASA grounded Deke Slayton and put him in charge of the astronaut office, Slayton took the job a lot more seriously than anyone expected.
Whereas in this day and age, you might have people that would call a press conference and whine about how unfair life is, Deke took what was handed to him and he said, okay, let's make the best of it. And he stepped up to the plate and took hold of the job and essentially defined its parameters himself.
He coordinated the astronauts' public appearances and training, cutting back on the former and increasing the latter. Disdainful of the civilian sloppiness of NASA, he organized the astronaut office on a military model. But mostly, he insisted that the astronauts be treated as test pilots and that they be involved in every aspect of the design and construction of the craft that would take them into space. And without anyone paying much attention as Project Mercury rolled into Project Gemini, Slayton kept in training himself.
I don't think he ever gave up on the possibility of flying in space. There were a whole series of missions all through the 1960s. At any point in time, presumably, if something were to change, he could re-enter flight status and be assigned to fly one of them. And I'm sure that was his dream. I'm sure that was one of the reasons he stuck with it all those years.
Slayton developed the rhythm of the astronauts' lives, the pacing of crew assignments and training. He resisted attempts to replace pilots with scientists. NASA wanted scientists, but Slayton pointed out that pilot skills were primary, since putting a geologist on the moon to die wouldn't do anyone any good. Pilots coming into the astronaut corps, well aware that Slayton assigned crews for the space flights, concentrated on the aspects of training most likely to appeal to him. They put minimal effort into studying geology and astronomy, and maximum effort into perfecting their flight skills and being strong team players.
I'm sure that some people felt they had better access to the selection process that was pretty much determined by the two people in the Mercury program. Deke Slayton, who was grounded, and he was in charge of flight crew operations. Once that sequence was selected, there wasn't too much opportunity for changing around.
In the years that Slayton ran the astronaut office, his personnel decisions went nearly unchallenged. Only once did NASA's administrators challenge one of his assignments, insisting that he switch the crews of Apollo 13 and 14.
Alan Shepard, having overcome a ear malfunction and been given an upjet, was commander of 13. But NASA hierarchy wanted to give Al some more time to train. He had been, grounded for about 9 years, and so Deke Slayton came to me and said, "Jim, you're on Apollo 8, you're back up on 11, you're pretty well trained. Al needs some more time. Would you trade Apollo 14 and take 13?"
During Apollo 13, as NASA struggled to bring the damaged spacecraft and its crew back safely to Earth, Slayton distinguished himself. His highly trained backup crews worked night and day to perfect and document the actions the crew in space would have to execute to survive.
Deke, of course, was on top of everything, and he was sort of the honcho, along with Gene Kranz, really, who was the flight director and head of the Tiger team that kept people going and kept doing things to make sure that they could solve these problems.
Slayton himself worked tirelessly and, fighting a head cold, asked a doctor for something to keep him going.
One of the doctors had advised him to pound vitamins, which he did. And he began to notice after taking all these vitamins that his heart problem seemed to be going away. And he hadn't had any fibrillations in quite some time.
He checked with the doctors after Apollo 13 returned, and with some additional treatment, eventually eliminated the heart murmur that had grounded him in the first place. It was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He appealed to NASA and underwent another battery of medical tests. And in March 1972, NASA restored Slayton to full flight status.
Of course, the problem that he ran into was that after Apollo 17, the rest of the Apollo program had been canceled due to lack of interest and lack of funding. So now suddenly he was flight ready and didn't have very many flights to choose from.
It would be years, Slayton knew, between the end of Apollo and the first mission of the planned space shuttle. He would be too old to fly then. His last chance was a joint Russian and American mission that had as much to do with international politics as it did with science or engineering. On July 15, 1975, more than 15 years after he was introduced as one of America's first astronauts, Deke Slayton took off on the Apollo-Soyuz test project mission.
We take our last Apollo flyable spacecraft and launch it into Earth orbit to rendezvous and dock with a Soviet spacecraft, the Soyuz, where 2 Soviet cosmonauts and the 3 Apollo astronauts shake hands, orbit the Earth for a few days, and symbolize the détente that had been taking place between the United States and the Soviet Union.
His role in Apollo-Soyuz was, in a lot of ways, hog heaven for him. He was the docking module pilot of the 3-member Apollo crew with Tom Stafford and Vance Brand, who eventually went up to meet the Soviets.
He described himself as the world's oldest rookie, but even as a grizzled old pilot, he could not hide his glee at going out into space. After years of training others how to behave in space, he went up as a model to them all. He gazed out the window and played in the zero gravity. He executed his mission assignments with zealous precision and heartily shook the hands of the Russians when the spacecrafts linked up high above the Earth's surface. Even when it came to the public relations side of the astronaut business, the part he had always abhorred, he excelled.
They patched through a message from President Ford, who asked him what it is that he would say to school kids who were interested in becoming astronauts or interested in exploring.
I have a lot of advice for young people, but I guess probably one of the most important bits is to, number one, decide what you really want to do, and then secondly, never give up until you've done it.
No one, of course, knew more about perseverance than Slayton. He spent more than 217 hours in space on that mission. When he returned, he knew his days as an astronaut were over. Still the team player, he signed on with the Space Shuttle program. He managed the approach and landing test project, knowing full well he would never fly in it. He put the orbiter through its engineering paces, testing flight controls and the orbiter's maneuvering. He was responsible for flight scheduling, post-flight mission evaluations, and ferrying landed orbiters back to Florida for relaunch.
He essentially laid the groundwork for the first space age. He selected the people, he selected their training, he put the right guys in the right place at the right time. And so many of the potential disasters, and on practically every space flight there was at least one, so many of those were nullified because of the fact that Deke Slayton had chosen the correct people for the correct jobs, because of the fact that Deke Slayton had worked with them, because of the fact that Deke Slayton had overseen their training. And he really defined the face of the early space program.
Because the love for adventure, the love for new challenges was always there. His dream was to have adventure, to fly, to go out into the limits and even beyond.
He was the son of a World War I pilot. His earliest memories were the sounds of aircraft starting in early morning. 2 years before the United States entered World War II, he tried to enlist in the RAF, but at 17 was too young. A year later, he went to West Point, where he played football and made All-American. He was one of the most natural fighter pilots his instructors had ever seen. A kid who seemed to meld with his plane into a single being. On his first combat mission, he shot down 2 German fighters. By the end of the war, he destroyed 13 German planes in the air and 11 and a half more on the ground. He sat out Korea, but in Vietnam flew more than 150 combat missions. He was a hard-drinking, hard-cussing officer who didn't bother to hide his contempt for the limits politicians had placed on the war.
I think he ruffled feathers and made people very, very uncomfortable, because often what he was saying was absolutely true and it was going against what people were expecting him to say.
He was nonetheless so well respected by the Air Force brass, they made him Commandant of Cadets at the Air Force Academy, in hopes that he would pass his passion and tactical brilliance on to the next generation of Air Force officers. He is Brigadier General Robin Olds, and he is a legend of air power. Robin Olds was born in 1922 in Honolulu, Hawaii. His mother died when he was 4 years old, and his life was dominated by his father, Major General Robert Olds, himself a flyer and a confidant of Billy Mitchell.
Well, his father, General Robert Olds, was one of the pioneers in military aviation, and Robin grew up with that background. He grew up with people coming to his house every night or, on weekends that were the pioneers of aviation when military aviation was just starting. So he got indoctrinated pretty early.
He spent most of his youth living on base in Langley, Virginia. His father played a prominent role in convincing a skeptical bureaucracy that the country needed to spend more money on combat aircraft. Olds remembers the uproar among flyers when President Coolidge asked, in all seriousness, why the Army didn't simply buy one airplane and let the pilots take turns flying it. But mostly what Olds remembers is growing up among the camaraderie of those early aviators in a world that seemed to him to revolve entirely around airplanes.
When I was a little boy, the first noises were engines of airplanes warming up pre-dawn. And I could tell one engine from the other, even when I was 4 and 5 years old, to my dad's delight. And I'd sneak down and watch the aviators, watch the pilots. And I remember once, years later, I ran into a fellow who had been a sergeant there at Langley, and he told me the story of going into a hangar once. There was one plane sitting in the hangar. No one was around, but all the controls were moving. And he walked up to the airplane and looked in this open cockpit, and there I was, down in there. I was about 6 years old, working the controls for all I was worth.
While there was never any doubt that he'd end up a pilot, his father insisted he get a proper education. But when the Germans invaded Poland in 1939, Olds showed up at the Canadian embassy and tried to enlist in the Royal Air Force.
They laughed at me. Then we have to get permission, your parents' permission. So Dad had just moved to Washington. I went home, and he came home from work. He said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Dad, I want you to sign this piece of paper." Well, it took about a week to scrape him off the ceiling. And back in prep school I went. That was the end of that.
After graduating high school, Olds considered enlisting and trying to fight his way into the Air Corps. But the rules at the time made that route difficult. And having watched reserve officers struggle to gain a regular Army commission, he opted instead for West Point. He had, he admits, a romanticized view of what his career would be like.
I'm going to go to West Point, and I'll have a regular commission, and I'll fly airplanes, and I won't have to work for a living. And so I went to West Point.
There, he says, he learned the most valuable lessons an officer can learn: to associate and trust the people around you, to take orders, and to ignore fun and games. He impressed his teachers with his drive and focus, which was also evident on the football field. He played tackle, and in 1942 made the All-American team. By then, of course, football seemed an almost irrelevant diversion. The Japanese had bombed Pearl Harbor, and the United States was no longer dominated by pacifists who believed we could stay out of the war. Olds took his basic and advanced flight training at tiny Stewart Field, just north of West Point. From the first time he put his hands on the stick, he knew flying was exactly what he was meant to do.
You're the brains, you're the blood. The aircraft are the muscles. And each explosion of a cylinder, each whirl of the prop, every movement of the aircraft translates itself into you through your body, and you react, or it reacts to you. You don't think, now I'm going to do this and pull back and go up there. You're there. You don't think about it. It's instinctive.
2 months before Olds graduated, his father died. Robert Olds was only 47 years old. The flyers he had grown up with were scattered around the world and could not attend the funeral. So Olds graduated from West Point an orphan. His family was the Air Corps his father had helped make, a force that had fought for its very existence while young Olds was growing up. It had flowered into a full-fledged strategic force, the only force in the early months of the war capable of striking significantly at the enemy. Olds learned to fly P-38s in Arizona and California. He and all his classmates were anxious to get overseas, to get into the battle and test themselves. But they were caught in what Olds refers to as a catch-22. The Army wanted the Academy graduates to go overseas as flight commanders, but didn't want to promote pilots to command who didn't have battle experience.
And once it really soaked in that we weren't going anywhere, my friend and I, Al Tucker, went down to the LA Fighter Wing headquarters, found a sergeant who said, "You guys really want to go to war?" I said, "Yep." He said, "Where do you want to go?" I said, "I want to go to England." He typed out, 20 minutes later we had orders. So the moral of that is, if you want to get something done in the service, go to the sergeants.
Olds and his partner were off to England and the war. It took them less than a week to get there. Olds had never been so excited about anything in his life. Lieutenant Robin Olds arrived in England with the 479th Fighter Group in May 1944. In only a few days, he strapped into his P-38 and flew off with his squadron for a mission over occupied France. And there, the squadron flew around in circles, not bothering to attack anyone.
And I'm sitting up there getting more angry and more angry, cussing in my oxygen mask, you know, looking down, there's train, there's trucks over here, an airfield there. And all enemy trucks. This is prior to D-Day. And why don't we do something?
After a few up and down missions, Olds and his wingman cooked up a scheme to get themselves into combat. While flying over the French countryside, Olds radioed his commander that he saw a moving train and was going down after it. "Roger," came the reply over the radio, and down Olds went. He made 2 passes at the train before his squadron arrived to back him up. And as he was swinging around for a 3rd pass, when an angry voice on the radio ordered everyone back into position at a safe altitude. Back at the base, the major in command of the mission confronted Olds, wanting to know why he had disobeyed orders by attacking the train.
"Sir, I called you. I said, this is New Cross lead. This is Blue 3. I got a train at 7 o'clock. I'm going down. Will you cover me?" And you said, "Roger." He said, "I didn't say Roger." You know what that's called? Gotcha. Gotcha. It was my wingman, and we had set it up.
While the strafing run on the train might technically have counted as Olds' first combat, his first air-to-air engagement occurred a few days later. Assigned a night mission, though they were not equipped with night fighters, Olds ended up separated from his squadron. Rather than returning to base, he continued on with the mission, flying alone toward a bridge in eastern France. He found the bridge just as dawn broke over the continent and was on his way back to base when he spotted a couple of planes on the far horizon.
And don't ask me to explain, but you know immediately, enemy. If something tells you, enemy. 99.9% enemy. But that 1/10 of 1%, I cut them off through the field, came up underneath and behind, and they were 190s, 2 of them. So we went roundy round, and I shot them both down.
Because of a design flaw in the P-38 gun camera, Olds expected there wouldn't be definitive records that the dogfight had even taken place. He returned to base sure he was going to be in trouble for going on the mission alone, and decided not to even bring up the kills for fear that no one would believe him. Sure enough, as he climbed out of his plane, his commander was waiting for him on the ground. The commander was mad, but not very. A bomber flying high over the battle had reported the kills. On his next mission, his flight came upon a large group of German fighters bearing down on a group of American bombers.
So we pulled up behind them, and just as I was about to fire, both engines quit. Because in my excitement, I'd forgot to switch tank. I said, what the hell, I fired anyway. So I've always, all these years since then, laid claim to the fact that I'm the only fighter pilot in the history of aerial warfare that shot down an enemy aircraft while in the glide mode.
He got his engine started again and returned to battle. He got 2 more kills that day. In only 2 air-to-air engagements, Robin Olds had shot down 5 enemy aircraft. He was officially a fighter ace. He was quickly promoted, first to captain and then to major. By the end of the war, he was one of the most famous pilots in the world. A dashing hero with an outsized personality and a total of 24.5 kills, 13 in the air, the remainder German aircraft on the ground. Not long after the war ended, Olds was summoned to Supreme Air Force headquarters in France. When he got there, he was shown into a room that was filling with what Olds refers to as a book of heroes of the war. Generals, Medal of Honor recipients, half the staff of the Supreme Allied Command. All were awaiting the arrival of their host, General Karl Tui Spatz. Spatz had been an old friend of Olds' father, a pioneer military aviator who had been in charge of American air operations in the European theater. When he walked into the room full of heroes, Spatz greeted Olds first. Before he spoke with anyone else, he ushered the 22-year-old major into a side room for a private chat about Olds' father and the young officer's career.
Gave me some advice for the future about me firsters, me tours, Deadwood, dedicated people, you know. Then he said, look, here's, and he pulled out a wad of francs. He said, here's about $500 I won off poker from those fellows out there at the other one. He said, my car is waiting for you out front. Go into Paris and get lost, which I did.
After the end of World War II, the Army Air Force took its rakish, heroic fighter ace and assigned him to coach football at West Point. Robin Olds reported as ordered, but wasn't happy with the assignment. Thankfully, it lasted only a few months, and then he was transferred to California to fly the Air Force's first combat jet, the P-80 Shooting Star.
It was like flying a jet-powered glider. Wonderfully acrobatic and agile, you know. No nav equipment. I mean, everything was still dead reckoning, but fun.
Olds helped form the Air Force's first jet acrobatic team, a precursor of the Thunderbirds that toured around the country, building the profile of the Army Air Force in support of making it into a separate branch of the military. He was flying a performance in California when his wingman, Pappy Hurst, failed to pull out of a dive and crashed.
And I wanted to land way down at the end of the field, but they made me taxi right in. There was a little lump of people. They didn't know which one of us. They just knew one had crashed. And I had my visor down, my oxygen mask on. I didn't want to get out of that airplane because his wife was standing in that little crowd. But finally, I put my head down, took my helmet off, and stood up and backed out. And I glanced over my shoulder. She was dead gone.
Olds reformed the group as a team of 4 and went on flying shows for the remainder of the air show season. He also planned a flight from California to Washington, D.C. for lunch and back in a single day. He and his wingman got lost in clouds over West Virginia. When it seemed like enough time had elapsed, they dipped out of the clouds to see where they were. They were right over the Washington Monument.
We hadn't asked anybody's permission to do this or told anyone that we were going to do it, but the press got hold of us, so they were flight following us by telephone, you know? And the Pentagon heard about it, and they were furious, but, you know, especially the information people, because they hadn't been cut in on it.
The publicity stunt worked. The idea of flying so fast that you could cross the continent, have lunch, and be home for dinner captured the public imagination. In 1947, the Congress voted to make the Air Force a separate branch of the service. Olds missed the Korean War. He had recently married Ella Raines, a movie actress, and was convinced that she or powerful studio people she worked for pulled strings to keep him out of combat. He revamped gunnery training for the fighter forces in Europe, but was angry that he missed the war and came back, he says, with a chip on his shoulder. Assigned to the Pentagon, he started fighting what was then the prevailing wisdom that in a nuclear age, fighters were irrelevant.
Well, my boss, a two-star general in the basement of the Pentagon, called me in one day and said, Robin, or Colonel Olds, said, I'm sick and tired of these studies you're forwarding to me about our lack of tactical air capability. I want you to understand, Colonel, and get it through your head. We are never again going to fight a conventional war.
That was in 1962, just about the time the first American Army forces were deploying into Vietnam. In 1966, Olds, then 44 years old, was angling for a combat assignment when he got what might, in other circumstances, have been good news. He was on the list for promotion to general.
Now what am I going to do? I don't want to be a general, because the war was just heating up over there in Southeast Asia, and I missed Korea. I was damn well not going to miss this one.
Olds' only option was to find a way to get himself off the promotion list. To that end, he staged an impromptu, low-altitude aerobatic demonstration just outside of London. Sure enough, Olds' commander called him in.
He pulled out a piece of paper, waved it in my face, said, you can't see this, but that says you'll never be promoted. I think now we're getting somewhere. Then he waxed really furious and eloquent, and finally he shook his finger at me in an utter rage. And he said, and you are the kind of Air Force officer that ought to be in Southeast Asia. And I jumped up and saluted him and said, thank you very much, sir, and walked out of the room. And he was still shouting at me.
Colonel Robin Olds, at the tender age of 44, was sent to command the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing based in Thailand. On the way over, he stopped off to see his old friend, fighter pilot Chappie James.
I overheard them talking, and he was offering my father a position in his wing in Thailand. He said, oh, really? You're going to Thailand? He says, yes, if you come over, you can be my operations guy. You can be the deputy commander for operations. And then when Colonel Garrison goes home, you can be the vice commander. What do you think about that? And he said, well, that's fine, but that wing is primarily a reconnaissance wing. He says, nope. He said, that's all going to change.
Olds arrived, and James wasn't far behind him. And the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing did indeed change.
He knew what he was getting into from his World War II experiences, and he knew the way the war was being fought in Vietnam, and he trained his people to fight that war, and he protected his people, which was a large part accounted for the success they had as a wing.
The two officers drilled their pilots in air-to-air tactics and demanded of them the same steely discipline they demanded of themselves.
And they became known as Black Man and Robin. And they shot down more MiGs in one day, more enemy aircraft in one day in the famous Operation Bolo MiG sweep, as they called it, than any other organization did.
Olds flew an incredible 152 combat missions in Vietnam. He shot down 4 North Vietnamese planes, bringing his lifetime total to 17.
I asked him once whether he really had the rumored 5th MiG, and his quote was, and this is a quote, "I choose not to answer that question." And the reason for that is that he had been told that when he got the 5th MiG, and it looked like he was going to, that when he got the 5th MiG, they were going to bring him home. And Robin Olds is a fighter pilot, and he wanted to stay with his wing. He wanted to stay in the war, in the fight. And there has always been a suspicion he may have gotten the 5th plane. Nobody really knows but him, I guess.
He came home disgusted with the failure of his government, but inspired by the accomplishments of his men.
They were proud of themselves. They had every right to be. We were doing what we were told, and we were doing it well. And we admired, respected, loved one another. It was a very tight, wonderful unit. Still is to this day. No, nobody felt sorry for himself.
Olds returned to the United States in 1967 and took over as Commandant of Cadets at the Air Force Academy. There he became a living symbol of the Air Force, a direct tie between its origins in World War I, where his father served, and the era of missiles and laser-guided munitions.
He did have a major impact on a whole generation of fighter pilots who met him at the academy. He inspired a lot of people who would later go on and fight in the Vietnam War.
I loved being in the Air Force. I loved the responsibilities that came my way. I met them head on with everything I possessed given to the jobs that I had. I wouldn't change that for anything.
When he reported for flight training, there were those who thought he was too large to fit into a cockpit. He wasn't. He became an outstanding pilot and trained hundreds of African-American aviators for World War II. He flew more than 100 missions in Korea and 78 in Vietnam. During a coup in Libya, he faced down Muammar Gaddafi when the dictator threatened to take an American airbase hostage. Appointed to head the Strategic Air Command, he became the Air Force's first black four-star general. In every assignment, he lived by what his mother had taught him. That you can be whatever you want if you want it badly enough to contribute, to prepare, and to persevere. He did all of those. He is General Daniel Chappie James, and he is a legend of air power. Daniel Chappie James was born February 11th, 1920 in Pensacola, Florida. His father worked for the local utility company. His mother was a school teacher.
There was reported that there were 17 children born into the family. He was the youngest. Now, I don't know how much of that is true, how much of that is folklore, but certainly there were as many as 6 to 7 kids in the home at one time. As other children left to go to start their own families, to start working or go to school.
James's mother, who everyone called Miss Lily, dominated the household and, in fact, the community. She founded a school for black children that taught its students much more than just reading and writing.
And I never realized how close he was with his mother and what a great influence she was on him until he started making speeches and gave some quotes of hers as an educator. She believed very strongly in education, of course. But one of the things you believed in that many young people don't have today is that dream that carries you through some adversity and keeps you focused on achieving something that's extraordinary.
She taught that the only way they could overcome the South's segregation and discrimination was through hard work and excellence. She created an 11th commandment, "Thou shalt not quit," and insisted that her students pursue every opportunity to stand out, no matter how small.
Now, the interesting thing about Pensacola was that unlike many southern communities, it was not as segregated, and it had a history of blacks pursuing opportunities and being part of the social fabric. There were a lot of black professionals that owned shops and worked in a variety of capacities and even lived on the same streets as whites. And so he grew up in a community that, although suffering from its own share of racial woes, probably gave him some early insight into what was possible when blacks and whites worked together.
Pensacola was home to the Navy's Flight Training School. and at a very young age, Chappie declared that he wanted to be a pilot. When he got old enough, he went to the Pensacola Naval Air Station and tried to enlist. He was told in no uncertain terms that the Navy did not have African-American pilots.
If he wanted to be a cook or steward, he could go and get in that line like the rest of the colored boys were doing and join.
Instead, James accepted a football scholarship to Tuskegee Institute. He arrived in 1937. A year later, the War Department set up an outpost of the new civilian pilot training program in the fields adjacent to the Institute. There was, in reality, nothing civilian about the pilot training there. The intent of the program was to increase the pool of pilots available to fight the war brewing in Europe and Asia.
The Air Force up to that time had been a private reserve for white officers, and it was presumed to be the preserve for white officers because blacks were not capable of flying these highly technical new aircraft that constituted the new weapon of warfare. And therefore, blacks were totally eliminated from the Air Force, and not only from the Air Force, but from the Marine Corps, for instance, from the Navy, except as stewards. Anything that had a technical capability to it, blacks were eliminated from.
James enrolled as a cadet in the program. He quickly distinguished himself as both a pilot and a leader. He also met his future wife, Dorothy.
He was pretty impressed with himself. She was not that impressed with him at first, and so he pursued.
James graduated 4 months after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor with a BS in physical education and a pilot certification. Tuskegee invited him to stay on as a flight instructor. It's difficult to overstate the significance of what was then called the Tuskegee experiment. A generation of African Americans had, like James, been inching slowly forward toward equality. In the coming war, they saw an opportunity to prove themselves, to pay dues they did not owe, so that when the war was over, they might be treated as full citizens. Given a chance to fly, the best educated, most motivated black men from all over the country converged on Tuskegee. They were greeted by an officer corps that cut them no slack, that believed they would have to be better than white pilots to get the same treatment. Flight instructor Chappie James was among the toughest.
The thing is, he was always pushed by his mother to seek excellence, to be steadfast, and to seek for perfection and all this kind of thing. He grew up with that kind of an orientation, and so when he entered the military phase of flying, well, then he just took those values along with him.
For nearly a year, James taught cadets as a civilian instructor. In 1943, he became a cadet himself and received his commission as a first lieutenant that summer. He asked for a combat assignment, but instead remained at Tuskegee as an instructor. He finally got on the combat track when the Air Corps decided to form an African-American bomber squadron. James was training in B-25s when the war came to an end. In the largest mustering out in history, with millions of men around the world going from uniform to civilian life, Chappie James decided to stay in the Air Corps. That the Air Corps treated him like a second-class citizen seemed not to matter. He was flying. He was serving the country that he loved. And he was convinced that he could change both for the better. The Air Force that Chappie James served in the years after World War II was segregated both officially and unofficially. With a fighter pilot's healthy scorn for authority, he practiced a kind of quiet civil disobedience that pointed out the absurdity of segregating military officers by race.
He became involved with incidents at white-only clubs on military establishments, which he did not think was appropriate. And at an early age in the Army Air Forces, he stepped forward and would not accept that, which that in itself made him a very controversial figure.
One of James's favorite maneuvers was something he called Operation Checkerboard. Even after the Air Force itself desegregated, many Air Force bases were located in rural southern communities still subject to Jim Crow laws. In movie theaters, for example, blacks and whites had seating set aside on opposite sides of the aisle.
When the movie theater lights would go down and the movie would come on, they would enact what they called Operation Checkerboard. And they would end up sitting, by the time the movie finished, black, white, black, white, black, white. It obviously, it didn't make any lasting difference, but it was something that struck a little blow.
But James's most effective tool of protest was excellence. When confronted with discrimination, he put into action something his mother had told him. Don't be so busy exercising your right to dissent that you forget your obligation to contribute. He earned the respect of his fellow pilots by working harder than anyone else on the base. Assigned to Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines, James found himself in a familiar position, the only black officer in his squadron. He walked into the 18th Fighter Wing not knowing what kind of a reception he'd get. He'd been there only a few minutes when a wiry little Texan walked up and introduced himself.
He was the first person to greet my dad when he walked into that squadron. When everyone else kind of ignored him, he walked up and stuck his hand and said, "Hi, my name is Spud Taylor, what's yours?"
James and Claude Spud Taylor became fast friends. They flew together whenever their schedules allowed. A few months after they met, they took off for a training flight in a tandem seat T-33. The plane's engine flamed out, and the two young pilots crashed in a sugarcane field. The impact spread jet fuel over the whole area and knocked Taylor out. James struggled free from the wreckage, but went back in when he saw his friend strapped helplessly in his seat. He pulled Taylor out, still unconscious, before the fuel could ignite. In 1950, the North Koreans invaded South Korea. James volunteered to be one of the first flyers to reinforce South Korea. He did it without hesitation, though his life had changed. He was no longer a pilot without responsibilities. He was instead a husband and a father of two.
I can remember that something very serious was happening because my father gave me the speech, you and your sister take care of your mom, do what she says, I want you to be good in school and so forth, and all that. And I remember seeing my mother cry for only the first time when they said their goodbyes and he got on the transport to leave to go to Korea.
James flew 101 missions, first in outdated F-51s and then in F-80 jets. He won the Distinguished Flying Cross and proved himself a battlefield leader. He also learned the lesson that all warriors have to learn. In the days just after the landing at Incheon, James and the other 12th Squadron pilots were softening up North Korean positions near the invasion site. Bombing and strafing the Pyongyang airfield in preparation for a paratroop landing, Spud Taylor was shot down.
I remember that when Uncle Spud went away and Dad went away, I figured it would be okay because Uncle Spud was there. And come to find out, Uncle Spud was shot down and he was killed. And that's the second time I remember my mother crying.
James came back from Korea a captain, a more serious and more committed officer. He and his wife had a third child, whom they named Claude and called Spud. James went back to work on his career, moving from assignment to assignment, improving himself along the way, and always seeking positions of more responsibility. After the Korean War, Chappie James was one of dozens of former Tuskegee airmen working their way up through the Air Force. He attracted attention wherever he went, constantly pursuing excellence, working aggressively to advance his own career.
He was very, I think, courageous in many ways because even though he was on the rise and he could have his career thwarted at any time by a commanding officer who didn't like his attitude or whatever, he was always the diplomat. He could always the politician. He could always maneuver himself out of things that might hurt him at one time. But his goal was excellence, always. And anytime he was an administrator on the ground or a pilot in the air, then he always tried to be the best.
He became operations officer of the 58th Fighter Interceptor Squadron, and then was promoted to command of another fighter squadron. At Otis Air Force Base, he was such a huge presence on both the base and in the community that he was named Young Man of the Year by the Massachusetts Junior Chamber of Commerce. The Air Force sent him to the Command and Staff College in 1957, and when he graduated, assigned him to Air Force Headquarters as a staff officer. James was paving the way for a generation to follow, and he knew it.
I think he had a tremendous amount of natural charisma that not only made people want to pay attention to him and what he was doing, but also made people want to follow him. And obviously, if people are willing to follow you, then you're much more likely to be put in a position of authority over them.
He moved steadily up the ladder at every assignment, meeting and impressing people, no matter what role he played. He made friends easily, was comfortable in command, and proved effective in everything he did. One of the people he met and befriended was Colonel Robin Olds, a brilliant tactician and fighter pilot. Olds, on his way to an assignment in the growing war in Vietnam, paid a visit to James, then Deputy Commander for Operations of a crew training wing at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Arizona. Olds invited James to join him in Thailand, flying missions over Vietnam. James accepted the job, becoming Olds Vice Commander for Operations.
They were an interesting pair. Olds was a natural pilot, natural leader, was an absolute genius at aerial combat tactics and strategies. And Colonel James complemented that tremendously well with his people skills, with his ability to rally the men, with his administrative strengths. And the two of them really worked hand in hand to create an outfit that was not only effective, but was also incredibly loyal to both of them.
Together, James and Olds converted the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing from a sleepy reconnaissance unit into one of the best combat fighter wings in the Air Force.
The men that flew for Olds and James referred to the two of them affectionately as Black Man and Robin. Now, it was a humorous tribute to the cartoon characters Batman and Robin, but it also reflected their opinion of the way that this team operated cohesively.
Flying the new F-4 Phantom, James flew 78 combat missions in Vietnam, including Operation Bolo. Olds designed Bolo to lure the North Vietnamese Air Force into combat, something the communist pilots avoided. Bolo was a huge success. American pilots shot down 7 MiGs, more than any other operation in the war. While in Vietnam, James wrote an essay about his feelings of patriotism. The essay was a reflection both of what he'd learned in his life and what his mother had taught him. Titled America, My Freedom, My Responsibility. The essay was a shot across the bow of the growing counterculture movement back in the United States. It challenged people not just to demand freedom, but to work and sacrifice for it.
He was always the patriot, and he adhered to patriotic fervor more than he adhered to civil rights kind of demonstrations. And many people didn't like that about him, and were very derisive in their criticism of some of his attitudes, as opposed to his feeling for civil rights and feeling as a patriot and his duties toward the military.
Chappie James was always willing to stand up and explain to people very clearly why he loved America and what its value was, and he wouldn't back down from that kind of fight.
James returned from Vietnam in 1967. The general, he became a lightning rod for public scorn of the military. Because he was black, he suffered doubly for professing loyalty to a country that black leaders of the time considered nearly genocidal. He deflected some of the criticism by wearing a Black Panther on his flight helmet, joking that he was a Black Panther who fought for his country, not with it. He moved through a couple of assignments. He was up for a command position, but was passed over. A second position opened up, and James didn't get that either.
And when he didn't get that position, he called a friend by the name of then Colonel Jumper and asked him to help him get an assignment in a command position anywhere. And he said, Chappie, the only thing we've got coming up for the #1 slot is for a flying training group in Libya, North Africa. And it's not a big wing or anything. He said, I'll take it. I've got to move to the command position or else I'm dying on the vine here.
There was probably no assignment less visible than Libya. It was command, but it also bore the risk of being so far out of the public eye that James's career might die on the vine there as well. History intervened, however, when a minor officer in the Libyan army staged a coup that threw the king out of power. Muammar Gaddafi took command of Libya and turned his attention to the American air base there. In a nationalist outburst, he threatened to attack the American base and take those stationed there hostage. The situation seemed tailor-made for James. His mixture of pure personal power and diplomatic skills saved the day, and Gaddafi backed down.
Everyone knows what followed with Muammar Gaddafi, but I will tell you that many of the airmen and NCOs and officers who were there, and their families in particular, have come to me subsequently and told me what a comforting feeling it was to have such a strong-willed, strong, dynamic, protective commander there, because if it had not been for Chappie James, they feel that what we later experienced in Iran would have happened in Libya. Americans taken hostage and kept and held as hostage for many, many months.
James returned to the United States a highly visible hero. The Air Force made him Commander-in-Chief of the North American Air Defense Command, the keeper of America's nuclear force. The job carried with it a promotion to 4-star general, which made James the first African-American 4-star in the history of the Air Force. James achieved the most that could be achieved. He also changed the Air Force and, in the process, his country. His career stood as proof that no aspect of Air Force operations was beyond the capabilities of African Americans. He had demanded and received excellence from a generation of young officers, white and black, guaranteeing that though he may have been the first African American 4-star, he would not be the last. And he had stood up publicly for his country in time of extreme civil strife, when it would have been much easier for him to remain silent.
I think that Chappie James' true strength was not as much as a pilot, though obviously that was something he loved and something he was extremely good at. But I think one of his real strengths was his ability to promote and market not only himself, but his vision of what America was, what the American military was, and what it could be in an integrated and free society.
He was the son of a Chicago lawyer who was a business partner of Al Capone. His parents sent him to military school because he was lazy. And when he announced his intention to apply to Annapolis, his father secured him a congressional appointment by turning state's evidence against the mob. He was training as a pilot when he received word that his father had been gunned down by Capone's henchmen. In one incredible engagement early in World War II, he shot down 5 Japanese bombers in 4 minutes. That earned him the Congressional Medal of Honor, which he claimed he did not deserve. He died in combat less than a year later. He is Butch O'Hare, and he is a legend of air power. He was born Edward Henry O'Hare on a Friday the 13th in March 1914 in St. Louis. His father, Eddie O'Hare, was an ambitious young lawyer. Eddie's big break came in the early 1920s when he met an inventor and dog lover who developed a mechanical rabbit for use at dog racing tracks. The two formed a partnership, and Eddie earned a good living cutting deals with dog tracks around the country. The Roaring '20s were, of course, an era of gangsters and bootleg liquor. The dog tracks Eddie did business with were, without exception, owned by organized crime. In 1927, Eddie's inventor partner died, and Eddie used his legal skills to push the inventor's family out of the picture and take control of the mechanical rabbit business. By all accounts, a doting father, Eddie was gravely concerned about his son.
He was spending too much time laying on the couch eating his grandmother's donuts, reading books. And the last straw came one day when his mother asked him to go to the bakery, which was only about 5 doors from where they lived. And he, as always, was happy to do it, but he asked for the keys to the car.
They dispatched Butch to the Western Military Academy, which proved to be one of the best things that ever happened to the boy. Butch thrived at military school. The discipline suited him. He developed an interest in target shooting and became president of the school's marksmanship club. Butch loved shooting, and on his weekends at home, he and his father would take turns shooting cans off the fence in their backyard. Affluent, well-connected, and with sole control of a growing business, Eddie left his wife and moved to Chicago.
They got along very well, and his father kind of treated him as the apple of his eye, and they used to say that every conversation that his father had, who was known as Easy Eddie, involved somehow my son Eddie. So he took a lot of pride in his son.
There was in the 1920s no wilder place than Chicago. Scarface Al Capone, the most famous gangster of them all, had recently taken control of the city's vast criminal enterprise. Politicians, police, even judges were bought and sold on an open market. It was no surprise when Eddie met Scarface Al. The lawyer was, after all, selling hardware to dog tracks, and Capone was getting into the dog track business.
If you were going to be in business in Chicago, one way or the other, you were going to be affiliated with one of the outfits, the same as you were going to be affiliated with an insurance agency. I mean, that's just, otherwise you just didn't do business.
Capone invited Eddie to be a partner in his dog track. That dog racing was illegal in Illinois at the time didn't bother Capone, and it seemed not to bother Eddie either. He spent his days working on the expansion of Al Capone's empire, and his nights playing Ozzie Nelson with his children. It was Eddie who first suggested that Butch might want to go to Annapolis.
He was about 14 first time that he went up. Of course, way too young, you know, to try to get any kind of a learner's, license. But he did like things that moved. It didn't make any difference whether it was a horse, it was a car. If it moved, he wanted to be on it. And if he could be sitting behind the wheel or the stick, all the better. But his dad caught that very early on and knew that this was something in which he was intrinsically interested, and he used it as motivation to get Butch interested in going to the Naval Academy.
Butch at first resisted, but when he decided to apply, it put his father in an interesting position. The feds were closing in on Capone, and by extension, the people like Eddie who made Capone's empire tick. Led by the legendary Elliot Ness, whose men were so incorruptible they were called the Untouchables, the feds had largely abandoned trying to convict Capone of murder. Instead, they were following the money and attempting to imprison Capone for tax evasion. The key to that, of course, was people like Eddie, who'd overseen the movement of Capone's money between illegal and legitimate businesses. It was, Eddie knew, only a matter of time before the feds came knocking at his door. And while he might not have been a member of Capone's gang, the ensuing scandal would certainly have made Butch's nomination to the Naval Academy more difficult. Eddie considered the harsh reality of his own future and the promise of his sons, and he decided to cut a deal. Using a newspaper reporter as an intermediary, he made the feds an offer. He'd testify against Capone if it did not derail his son's nomination to Annapolis. The deal worked its way up the chain of command, from the FBI Chicago field office to J. Edgar Hoover, to the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, to Congress itself. The deal was simply too good to pass up. Butch entered the Academy in 1933. For 4 years, he lived and breathed Navy life while his father helped bring down the most famous gangster of them all. About the time Butch graduated, Eddie got a letter from an ex-con who'd done time with Capone in Alcatraz. The message was simple. Capone is mad, he is enraged, he will kill you. Butch graduated from Annapolis in 1937. In those days, graduates had to serve 2 years on a surface ship before moving on to either aircraft or submarine training. O'Hare landed an assignment on the battleship New Mexico. 2 years later, his surface Navy obligation fulfilled, O'Hare reported to Pensacola for flight training. He was there when, in November, he received word that his father had been gunned down on the streets of Chicago.
He loved his dad. His dad was his hero. He had the kind of a relationship that the most personal decisions that a young man would ever make, which today would be almost unheard of for a son to go and talk with his father about some of these problems. That was not only who he went to, it was the first person he went to. A lot of times it was the last person he went to. A very close relationship. He idolized his dad.
Butch O'Hare, pilot in training, rode a train back to Chicago for his father's funeral. The killing made headlines. The papers cast Eddie as a gangster turned snitch. It was devastating to Butch and his family.
After a 3-week layoff, he went back to Pensacola, picked up right where he left off, and of course we have his records as to how he performed in training, and he didn't miss a beat. His scores were as good just after he returned as they had been, prior to the time that he got there.
After his father's death, Butch O'Hare returned to his naval flight training in Pensacola. There, he trained on a succession of increasingly powerful and sophisticated biplanes. Then he moved on to transports and light bombers, moving through the Navy's inventory, but always with his sights set on fighters. In early 1940, he graduated from flight school. The Navy assigned him to VF-3. O'Hare's executive officer was John Jimmy Thatch, a legendary pilot and officer who was probably one of the best tactical thinkers of his time. Thatch turned his keen eye on O'Hare and the other young pilots. War, Thatch knew, was not far away. Despite the pacifist sentiments of the American people, the American military was getting ready. The pilots who arrived at their operational assignments in 1940 were training not for some theoretical war far off in the future, but for a real war that was already being fought. Thatch spotted O'Hare soon after his assignment to VF-3.
He had a touch with the stick. He didn't jerk it. He didn't move fast. He knew that to really control the plane, it had to be a very gentle movement of the stick.
Thatch liked to take cocky young pilots like O'Hare up for mock dogfights, letting them gain advantage and then casually outmaneuvering them. It was a lesson a lot of young pilots needed. And when Thatch invited O'Hare up for a hassle, the young man took it as the compliment it was. Thach and O'Hare took off, and try as Thach might, he couldn't get around behind O'Hare. He tried everything he'd learned in his long flying career, and Butch would just turn out and keep Thach at bay. Impressed, Thach became O'Hare's mentor and father figure. In 1941, the Navy assigned VF-3 to the aircraft carrier Enterprise, based in San Diego. In San Diego, O'Hare for the first time flew the F-4F Wildcat. Manufactured by Grumman, the Wildcat was a stripped-down, basic flying machine. It had no hydraulics. The landing gear was cranked down by hand. The pilot charged the machine guns manually. The flaps were vacuum-powered, and the plane's basic mechanics had been improvised out of sprockets and bicycle chains. The pilots loved the Wildcat, however, because it was a tough little plane that protected the cockpit in a crash. The plane had such a tough reputation that the factory where Wildcats were built was referred affectionately to as the Iron Works. O'Hare fell instantly in love with his new aircraft, and fell in love as well with a California girl he met soon after arriving in San Diego. He proposed to his future wife, Rita, the first time he met her.
When he asked if he could drive her home, she wasn't all that excited about it. When they got home, she never did invite him in. I mean, it was all, out there, sitting out in the car. But he proposed. He proposed that first night. He knew. Never any question in his mind.
Aviation in 1941 was an insular life. America wanted nothing to do with the war building around the world. The military was small and isolated on out-of-the-way bases, nearly ostracized from society. That all changed with the attack on Pearl Harbor. The American Pacific Fleet had been devastated. In what proved to be the beginning of the end for the battleship Navy, the capital ships that survived the attack were aircraft carriers. Suddenly, trained naval pilots were in great demand. O'Hare, by then the father of an infant daughter, was dispatched with Thach and the rest of VF-3 to the aircraft carrier Lexington. Only 10 weeks after the attack, O'Hare was flying combat missions near the Gilbert Islands in the Pacific. The Navy sent the Lexington to penetrate Japanese-controlled territory and attack the port of Rabaul. On February 20th, 400 miles from its target, a Japanese patrol spotted the Lexington. Thach shot the spotter plane down, but it had already radioed back to its base that there was an American carrier in Japanese-held waters. The Lexington came under almost immediate attack by Japanese bombers. After a flight of 9 bombers had been turned away, O'Hare found himself patrolling, accompanied only by his wingman. The carrier was vulnerable, its deck crowded with aircraft being rearmed. On the horizon, another flight of Japanese bombers appeared, headed straight for the nearly defenseless ship. As if the situation weren't desperate enough, O'Hare's wingman's guns locked up. It was Butch or nothing, one man against 9 Japanese bombers. In the next 4 minutes, within sight of the Lexington's deck crew, Butch O'Hare did the impossible. Low on fuel, much of his ammunition already gone, he flew full speed into the Japanese formation and started firing his .50 caliber machine guns. He knocked down 1 bomber and then another. The carefully organized attack fell into disarray as O'Hare appeared again from below, knocking down a 3rd bomber and then a 4th.
4 minutes. The amount of time from the time he engaged to the time he broke off, and the reason he broke off was because he was out of ammunition. As he was into his 4th pass, the last of his ammunition was gone. And, there have been a lot of legend and myth seem to really catch the imagination, and no amount of documentation and presentation of fact is going to change what actually happened. But what he did was sufficient to earn him the Medal of Honor.
I think that probably the thing that Butch O'Hare had going for himself is that he was just an excellent shot. And he had been the president of his rifle club in school, and just had the ability to see a shot. And some people just have the ability to be better marksmen than others, and he had that ability, obviously, to be able to shoot down 5 planes in that amount of time with that few rounds of ammunition.
Butch O'Hare had become the first American fighter ace of World War II. After only a handful of combat missions, he was taken off combat status and returned to the United States to sell war bonds. The son of a reputed Chicago mobster received the Congressional Medal of Honor from the president. The award citation called his mission one of the most daring, if not the most daring, in the history of combat aviation.
When Thatch informed him that he was being written up for a medal, Butch objected because he said that what he did was exactly what anybody else in the squadron would have done. He followed squadron doctrine right to the T. He did not think that he had done anything unusual, unique, particularly heroic. He did his duty. He did what he was trained to do. He did it by the book. And he knew that anybody else in that squadron would have done the same thing. And so he was a very honest person. He was not given to false modesty. He just genuinely felt that this was not worthy.
O'Hare just wanted to get back to the war. Butch O'Hare toured the United States selling war bonds. The first American fighter ace of the war, a hero whose father had died in a mob hit, he was a sure draw at bond rallies. Like other heroes paraded for the home folks, he'd rather have been back with his unit.
I don't think any of them liked it. These people were warriors, and there was a war going on, and they knew they were good. And if not even for themselves, they were concerned about the people that they had left behind.
O'Hare didn't get back into combat until late in 1943. The war he returned to was considerably different from the war he left. The furious scramble to get any kind of force into the war had matured into a methodical march from island chain to island chain. Aircraft that had existed only on the drawing board a year earlier were arriving in the battle zones. Among those new craft was the F-6F Hellcat, a fast and maneuverable fighter that it was hoped would be the equal of the Japanese Zero. The biggest technological change coming online was, however, radar. The British had developed radar before the United States had even entered the war. During the darkest days of the Battle of Britain, Winston Churchill moved the entire radar research program to North America to protect it. Radar had already proven itself as a defensive system, making it impossible for planes, particularly big bombers, to fly invisibly through the night. The challenge was to turn it into an offensive weapon. By the time O'Hare returned to the Pacific, the Navy had deployed radar aboard aircraft carriers. Large, heavy, and lacking detail, it alerted the ships to the approach of aircraft, but could not direct fighters to the planes with enough accuracy that the pilots could make visual contact at night. O'Hare, assigned to the Enterprise as Commander Air Group, threw himself into the development of tactics that would allow radar to become the decisive weapon in the Pacific that it had already become in Britain. The Navy put heavy, bulky radar sets in TBF Avengers, but could not wedge them into the smaller Hellcats. O'Hare and his team came up with a plan. Send Hellcats up into the dark night sky accompanied by radar-bearing Avengers. A radar operator on the ship, the fighter director officer, could then direct the formations of fighters and Avengers toward incoming Japanese aircraft. Then, radar operators in the Avengers would maneuver their squadrons close enough to the Japanese bombers that the fighters could see the bombers' blue exhaust flames. It was an audacious strategy, but in the midst of the aerial free-for-all that became known as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, no tactic seemed too risky to at least try. The first time O'Hare and VF-6 tried their radar-guided night mission, they were not able to find the incoming Japanese bombers. Then, on November 27, 1943, O'Hare and VF-6 took off from the Enterprise deck. The flight consisted of 4 Hellcats and 2 Avengers divided into 2 teams. The night's events are, to this day, shrouded in confusion. O'Hare and his wingman had trouble finding their Avenger. The fighter director officer on the Enterprise had trouble directing them to their targets, a group of Japanese Betty bombers. One Avenger stumbled upon the Bettys, and despite being only lightly armed, managed to shoot down 2 of them. A third Japanese bomber somehow came up behind O'Hare's flight. The gunner in the Avenger squeezed off a few shots. The bomber returned fire.
The Japanese action report is that the Betty that did the shooting, they didn't report a shoot down because they report, it's in the action report that they did see the exhaust flame of Butch's Hellcat. They did shoot at it, but since they did not see any flame or an explosion, they didn't report it, as being shot down.
The burst from the Betty killed Butch without setting his plane on fire. He spun, nearly invisible in the darkness, down into the ocean. Butch O'Hare, at the young age of only 29, was gone. His wife had lost a husband, his 2 children a father, and his nation a hero. O'Hare's death made headlines around the world, and at long last, the fact of his heroism carried more weight than his father's association with Al Capone. Millions of people were touched by his sacrifice, inspired by his bravery. Nowhere was touched as much as O'Hare's adopted hometown, Chicago. After the war ended, planners in the city decided to expand Orchard Field to replace Midway as Chicago's primary airport. Robert McCormick, the publisher of the Chicago Tribune, led the crusade to rename the field O'Hare Airport in honor of Butch. In 1949, more than 200,000 people showed up at the ceremony dedicating O'Hare Airport to the memory of the likable, charming Butch O'Hare. The war then was still a fresh memory. The sacrifices of people like O'Hare were viscerally understood by a country that had lost hundreds of thousands of its sons to the fight for freedom. The talk at the ceremony was not about gangsters. It was instead about duty and bravery and selflessness. It was about Butch O'Hare and the memory of a brave young man that should not die. As a pilot, he was called Tex, a reference to his home state. He joined the Air Force ROTC in college, but never flew until he got into flight school years later. He flew 62 combat missions in Korea and served alongside the likes of Buzz Aldrin and John Glenn. He was lead solo pilot in the Air Force Thunderbirds flight demonstration team, co-wrote the first tactical manual for fighter pilots, and was director of the Fighter Weapons School, the Air Force's Top Gun Academy. He flew 25 missions in Vietnam before being shot down on a strafing run. He was imprisoned by the North Vietnamese for the next 7 years. When he returned home, he asked only for a banana split and his next assignment. He is Sam Johnson, and he is a legend of air power. Sam Johnson was born in San Antonio, Texas on October 11, 1930. He went to high school in Dallas and studied business administration at Southern Methodist University. He signed up for Air Force ROTC, the only ROTC training SMU offered, but he had little interest in aviation.
This was a man who had really absolutely nothing to do with aviation before he joined the military and signed up to fly. He was, on track to be a businessman, to live his life in Texas, not serving in the military. When Korea happened and when he volunteered and then volunteered to fly, he knew that that was what he wanted to do with his life.
I was in the first class, and they called the whole class up for after graduation for the Korean War. And I said, if I'm going to be in the Air Force, I want to fly airplanes, and I applied for flying school and got it. So we graduated on May the 30th, I believe, and in July the 8th or 9th, somewhere in there, I was in flying school down in Bartow, Florida, flying T-6s. Never been in an airplane in my life, so that was the first airplane I was in. I loved it.
Johnson was an outstanding pilot. He rose to the top of his class and became friends with another hot stick, Buzz Aldrin.
Sometimes they let two students go together, believe it or not. Kind of dangerous, but I was in the front seat. Buzz and I checked the airplane. He checked one side, I checked the other. We got in, pushed the button to start the engine. It wouldn't start. Nothing happened. Tried again. I said, Buzz, this thing won't start. Crew chiefs are down there laughing their skin off because there wasn't any prop on the airplane.
Nonetheless, Johnson and Aldrin emerged as the top pilots in their class. As a reward, Johnson got the chance to fly a World War II vintage P-51. It was far and away the fastest, most maneuverable plane he'd ever flown. And Johnson decided before he reached the ground that he would ask for assignment to a P-51 squadron. The P-51 was, however, a plane at the end of its useful life. The Air Force assigned Johnson instead to Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada to learn how to fly the new F-86. As soon as he was combat ready, the Air Force shipped him to Korea. The early days of the Korean War had been fought largely by World War II veterans who had learned combat tactics the hard way in battles over Germany and Japan. They knew that no matter what the Air Force said, the newly minted pilots arriving from the States were far from ready for combat. When Johnson arrived, he was, like just about every other fighter pilot, confident, bordering on arrogant, wanting nothing more than to get into combat and record a few kills. But their commanders held the young flyers back. Hot shots at flight school or not, the vets knew the young officers were not ready for combat. They eased Johnson and the rest into combat, taking them out on gold brick runs to the edge of battle.
He said he flew with the best of the bunch, and it really honed his skills while he was there, and it helped him grow up in a lot of ways.
Johnson and his friends, particularly Aldrin, who had a talent for engineering, modified their aircraft on the ground to get as much performance out of them as they could. They went as far, in fact, as putting car wax on the front edges of the jet's wings, which decreased drag and squeezed a few extra knots out of the planes in battle. For all of that, what Johnson learned most was that the key to survival in combat was discipline. There was simply not time for debate and discussion of what came next.
I'll never forget, we were up one day, and when your leader tells you to brake, boy, you do. And he said, brake left. I broke left and looked back, and the MiG was, you could see the tracers, all their rounds are tracers coming at you with their 20 millimeter and 37 millimeter cannon.
Johnson flew 62 combat missions in Korea and got one confirmed kill. He chased a MiG down low into a North Korean river valley. Using the superior speed of the F-86, Johnson followed it lower and lower, down to within 1,000 feet of the ground. He swung in behind the MiG and fired. The MiG burst into flames, and the enemy pilot ejected. Johnson jerked his craft away and flew right into a field of heavy flak.
I mean, there was anti-aircraft all around, and so it was like this, trying to get out of that, and finally got out of it, and I was down on fuel, so way below bingo, so I climbed up to about 40,000 feet and shut it down at 50 pounds of fuel remaining, which is nothing. And I thought, well, I'll glide back and start it up so I can land.
He coasted 100 miles back to Seoul, trading altitude for distance, as if skiing down a long, gentle slope. When he spotted the airbase, he started the engine, pitched up, and landed. The engine flamed out on the runway. Not a drop of fuel remaining. His commanding officer chewed him out for getting so preoccupied with fighting that he forgot something as basic as fuel. Johnson didn't care. He had shot down a MiG. That's why he had come to Korea in the first place. Sam Johnson returned from Korea with 1 kill, 1 probable kill, and a damaged MiG on his record. A flight leader, the Air Force assigned him to Nellis Air Force Base as a gunnery instructor, where his job would be to pass on the lessons he had learned in combat. Married with children on the way, he settled into Nellis and enjoyed both the flying and the teaching. He teamed up with another pilot to write the first tactical manual for American fighter pilots. The two spent their days in mock battle over the desert, testing tactics. They enlisted the help of other pilots, many of them combat veterans, to put into writing the lessons they'd learned over Korea.
The way they evaluated you, the way Blessé evaluated you, is you go fly with him, take off, and as soon as you clear the field boundary, start hassling. So you learn to fly and fight real quick in the 96 Squadron at Nellis, and it was great flying.
In 1957, the Air Force made Johnson a member of the Thunderbirds flight demonstration team.
We were the first F-100 team, supersonic Thunderbirds they called us, and we opened the show with a sonic boom when I was flying solo, and they obviously don't do that anymore. And we had no FAA restrictions like they have today, so I'd come by supersonic, they can't hear you, and they'd see you go by, and then kaboom.
After 2 years with the Thunderbirds, he began what was, for Air Force officers, the nearly obligatory tour of Europe. He served in France and England, preparing to defend against the Russians if they poured into Germany. He returned to Nellis in 1961 and became director of the Fighter Weapons School, the Air Force's Top Gun program. There, he flew F-100s and the Air Force's newest fighter, the F-4.
That was part of McNamara's folly of trying to build an airplane, an all-purpose airplane that would work for all services. And the F-4 was a Navy airplane, it wasn't an Air Force airplane, and we adapted it.
The first F-4s were not impressive. Though they were fast, maneuverable, and showed signs of toughness, the combat veterans at Nellis wondered how the plane would perform in battle. Designed for use with air-to-air missiles, the plane originally had no machine gun for close-in work. The gun pod had been added almost as an afterthought, and the mechanism for sighting seemed a little more precise than sticking chewing gum on the windshield. In the fall of 1962, as his tenure at Nellis was coming to an end, Johnson got orders to start moving aircraft to Florida as quickly and as quietly as possible. Secret spy plane photography had confirmed that the Russians were moving nuclear missiles into Cuba, and it seemed as if an invasion would be necessary. Johnson's Nellis pilots started moving aircraft around in ways they believed would confuse Cuban radar and any Soviet spies working near Florida air bases. They'd fly in a big group of planes, refuel, and then fly out another, slightly smaller group.
We ended up putting, gosh, I can't remember, I think it was 198 airplanes on the ground down there, fully loaded, ready to go at a moment's notice. And when I got back after the last trip down, escorting airplanes down there, they called me one night at midnight and said, "You're going down there as the Air Division plans officer."
Down there was, of course, Cuba. Johnson was one of several officers designated to serve as forward air controllers, a liaison between the troops on the ground who needed air cover and the Air Force, which meant that when the United States invaded Cuba, he was going in with the ground troops. Johnson reported to parachute school at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. As it turned out, President Kennedy defused the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Cold War stayed cold. The invasion Johnson trained for didn't happen, but he was asked to stay on to write the first direct air support manual for the Air Force. To this day, when pilots and forward air controllers learn how to support ground troops, they do it according to a book Johnson helped write. Though the conflict between communism and the West had not broken out into war over Cuba, on the other side of the globe, a long, simmering civil war was about to become a face-off between superpowers. Because of his expertise in setting up the Direct Air Support Center, in 1965, the Air Force assigned Sam Johnson to MAC-V, the Military Assistance Command, Vietnam. His job was to help set up and coordinate the first B-52 strikes against communist North Vietnam. When he arrived in country, he was struck with how strange the war was compared to his previous combat experience. It struck him particularly one night when he was manning the Emergency Action Center during one of the first pitched ground battles of the war.
All of a sudden, this red phone rings, and I picked it up, and they said, "This is the White House. What's going on over there?" In fact, I think he said, "What the hell's going on over there?"
The White House, it turned out, had been watching reports of the battle on television, and the president and his men didn't like what they were seeing.
They're in hand-to-hand combat and don't have time to talk to us at the moment. And he slammed the phone down. I woke up Westmoreland, and we found out that what had happened is they had committed all their reserves. They were in hand-to-hand combat, and they had encountered a full division of North Vietnamese regular troops. And it was the first firefight like that. You've probably read stories about it. But the press was with them, and the press went in with them, and when they saw guys getting killed, they got scared and ran back to the shore and said, "Our guys are getting killed." And, you know, no kidding, it's a war.
Soon after that, Johnson injured his knee and rotated back to the United States for rehab. As a veteran of 2 wars, he could probably have stayed out of combat, but decided, once his knee healed, to put in for a return assignment to Vietnam.
You know, a real fighter pilot doesn't want the easy way out, in my view. And being an ops officer in a situation like that is really a neat deal, because you got a lot of great guys around you and good airplane.
Upon his return to Vietnam, he found the war as weird as it had ever been. Pilots flying over enemy territory faced rules of engagement that made absolutely no sense. They were prohibited, among other things, from doing what pilots had been doing since aircraft first went into battle, attacking targets of opportunity. In every previous war, pilots who had completed their missions were encouraged to expend their leftover ordnance on enemy trains or convoys they came across on the trip home. In Vietnam, however, pilots were ordered to return with leftover ordnance still hanging from their wings.
We got out and on the way back found a bridge and dropped on it and took it out. So we got rid of all our ordnance, but they didn't like that when I got back on the ground. What'd you do that for? Well, they're targets of opportunity, and this is a war, isn't it? And I told them, man, if you don't want me to drop bombs, don't put them on the airplane.
On Johnson's 25th mission, he was running reconnaissance on a highway the North Vietnamese used to move supplies into the south. He spotted barges moving trucks across a river and decided to attack. Coming in low and fast, he felt almost invulnerable.
You felt like, you know, if you make the airplane go 1,000 miles an hour, they can't hit you. That's wrong.
Just as Johnson was about to pickle his bombs, his plane got hit.
So I pulled it up, and as we pulled up, we got hit about 4 more times with bigger stuff. And first time I've ever seen every light in the cockpit come on, every warning light.
Unable to make it home, Johnson and his backseater ejected over enemy territory. They were quickly captured and taken to 2 houses, one for Johnson, one for his co-pilot. Johnson had a broken back, a broken arm, and a dislocated shoulder. The North Vietnamese held them there for nearly 2 weeks.
They would pull you out for interrogation. You never knew if how it was going to be, and whether you're going to come back or not. And I remember, you know, at night you hear the jingle of the keys. You say, "Oh God!" That feeling inside you, knowing that is he coming towards my door? And if they got closer, and then you hear the door the keys in the door lock being turned, and you realize, okay, it's somebody else. In a way, you go, whew.
During that time, they came in one night and blindfolded me and took me out into a room that was set up like a courtroom with a judge and a jury, the whole works. Through an interpreter, I was sitting there tied to a stool. They through an interpreter said, "You're guilty and we're going to kill you. You know, you're a war criminal." So they blindfolded me again, took me out in the woods, and when they took the blindfold off, I was standing in front of a slit trench, and there were 5 guys out there with AK-47 rifles, and they took clips out of their belt, jammed them in, charged the rifle, pointed them at me, and I have to tell you, I was praying harder than I ever prayed in my life. And the Lord came through. And when he said fire, those guns went click, 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 click. And I laughed at them. I don't know what made me laugh, but they kicked me in a slit trench and left me there for a while. But I have to tell you, from that moment on, I never had any fear of them. I never feared them again, because I knew the Lord was with me.
A few days later, the North Vietnamese moved Johnson and his co-pilot to Hanoi and put them in a former French stockade that American POWs had christened the Heartbreak Hotel. For the next 2 years, his family back home had no idea whether he was alive or dead. For 2 years after that, they knew he was alive but had no correspondence with him. For almost 7 years, he was the subject of both physical and mental torture. His life was threatened so much, it became commonplace.
I am constantly awed when I've read about Sam Johnson, when I've talked to him on the phone, when I sat next to him at breakfast a few years ago. I had no idea. He's just the nicest man. I knew nothing about his past and what he had been through. And when I understood it, I just admire him a great deal, and his ability to remain so human and so compassionate and so hopeful after going through an ordeal that no human being should ever have to suffer.
If there is a single moment of his captivity when Johnson's character revealed itself, it was upon his release from solitary confinement. After 4 years of communicating only by tapping on a wall, Johnson walked into a cell shared by 2 American officers. He did his best to stand at attention, saluted, and said, "Lieutenant Sam Johnson, reporting for duty, sir."
Well, I learned you can put up with a lot and get by. The body's very resilient. And the mind is, you know, your brain is a computer that's got every thing that you've ever done in your life stored in it. And if people will just use it, it'll work.
Johnson came home with the other POWs in 1973. He reunited with his family, his wife and 3 children, now grown to adulthood, and embarked on a long and painful series of operations to restore him to health. In 1991, his home district in Texas elected him to Congress. Even as a member of Congress, Johnson has continued to fly. He's racked up more than 500 hours in small planes, has flown along the Rio Grande with the Border Patrol, and has piloted both the F-15 and F-16.
I've had a lot of opportunities to fly airplanes that other guys don't get nowadays, and through a significant era of the history of the Air Force. And I just feel fortunate, and I think being a fighter pilot's the greatest thing that ever happened.
He grew up on a South Dakota farm that had neither electricity nor running water. Like hundreds of pilots in his generation, he saw Charles Lindbergh on a barnstorming tour and decided that he would be a pilot. He was already in flight training when World War II broke out, but was told by his superiors that at 27, he was too old to be a fighter pilot. He didn't believe them, and he talked his way into training. He was ordered to Guadalcanal, where in his first combat engagement, he shot down one Japanese aircraft and crash-landed his own. The ground crew counted more than 200 bullet holes in his plane. In a little more than 2 months, he shot down 26 enemy aircraft, tying the World War I record of Eddie Rickenbacker and earning the Medal of Honor. He didn't stop there. He went on to serve as governor of South Dakota, as the founding commissioner of the American Football League, and one of the key players in the creation of the Super Bowl. He is Joe Foss, and he is a legend of air power. Joe Foss was born in 1915 on a 160-acre farm east of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. His mother was Scotch-Irish and fiercely independent. His father, a charismatic Norwegian who instilled in him a spirit of adventure and an understanding of the importance of honor and service. He remembers his youth with nostalgia, a time of hunting and fishing with his younger brother and sister, and listening to his father tell remarkable stories about the times he had flown in an airplane. Airplanes were rarely seen on the South Dakota prairie back then, and the young Foss was so delighted by the idea of flying that his father took him to an air show in Sioux Falls.
So we went out there, and Dad and I got on there and went for the ride over the city of Sioux Falls, and from that moment on, I wanted to fly myself, see, be the pilot.
In those days of barnstorming pilots, Foss crossed paths with aviation a number of times, and each encounter made a deep impression on him. In 1927, he saw Charles Lindbergh as the pilot crisscrossed the country after his historic New York to Paris flight. His father took him to see Marine pilots execute aerial stunts, the likes of which South Dakota had never seen before. Foss made plans to go to college and learn to fly, and his parents encouraged him to dream big dreams.
And of course, everything was going good until 1933, when my dad was killed on the way back from the field at night in a farm accident. The wires blew down and he was electrocuted, and I found him in the road.
Joe was forced to temporarily abandon his dreams. He enrolled in college, but dropped out when it became clear that he could not attend class and tend the farm at the same time. So instead of flying, Joe worked the fields.
Then the airmail plane flew right over our house. So all the days that I farmed, well, I'd look up there and the pilots would fly so low that he'd wave, you know, and I'd wave at him, and he was just still climbing, getting out of there. And I thought, someday I'm going to transfer from this horse rig I got here up to that airplane.
At the end of 1936, he paid off the farm's $5,000 mortgage and turned the farm over to his brother.
So I says to my brother, you can have this place lock, stock, and barrel. And we shook hands on it. Here's the paid off mortgage if you just support Mom and Sis and yourself. And he did a very good job.
He returned to the University of South Dakota, working his way to a business degree by waiting tables in a restaurant. When he got a little extra money, he spent it on flying lessons at the nearby airport. When he got his pilot's license, he paid for his flight time by taking people up for rides. In 1939, he joined the Civil Pilot Training Program. And when he graduated in 1940, he enlisted in the Marine Corps and endured what is called elimination training. 16 aspiring pilots entered the program. Only 8 would move on to flight school.
He came in to the military with 100 hours of flying time, roughly, that he had gotten before he got in. So he had a little bit of an edge there.
Foss made the cut despite the fact that he was significantly older than the other cadets. Assigned to flight school in Florida, he hitchhiked south for basic flight training in Pensacola and fighter training in Miami.
I never told anybody in the Marine Corps I'd ever seen an airplane before, because it makes it a little tough if you tell them, you know, that I've flown, you know, and they just figure, well, this is a wise guy, so we'll show him what it's all about. But when they said, that's a rudder, oh, yes, sir. And I played the dumb side as the advice of some of my predecessors.
The planes they were flying were badly outdated, ancient F-2 and F-3 biplanes, while across the oceans, the Germans and Japanese were upgrading their air forces with fast, nimble monoplane fighters and bombers. That mattered little to Foss. He was racking up literally hundreds of hours of flight time and enjoying every second in the air. He got sent back to Pensacola as a flight instructor, and that's where he was when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. He talked himself into a photo reconnaissance squadron, but was shocked to discover the planes they used had no guns.
I was the most junior pilot in the outfit. 40 pilots were there, and each of us had a desk, and my job was to take the mail from the squadron down to wing headquarters and bring back the mail from wing and group that was up there for us.
On the other side of the field, Navy pilots were learning how to take off and land on aircraft carriers. Foss, a Marine pilot, asked to be transferred to the naval unit. The Marines told him that if he could convince the Navy to accept him, they'd sign the transfer.
And I finally got to see the commander. I've forgotten his name. And a Navy captain, and he says, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Sir, I'd like to go through the school." He said, "You're a Marine." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Well, you don't go through here. We don't have any Marines over here. We don't have time to train our own people, let alone having a Marine over here." And I said, "But I want to fly fighters and go to war." He said, "I told you there's no chance. Get out of here now."
Foss didn't, of course, but instead hung around until the Navy agreed to let him train as a carrier pilot. He flew whenever he got a chance and earned the highest gunnery score the flight school had ever recorded. When he completed training, the Marines promoted him to captain and told him to get ready to go overseas.
I said, "That's the only reason I got in the Marine Corps was to be a fighter, and I'm ready to go."
The Marines shipped him to a base that had pilots but no planes. He was so desperate for flight time that he went up in a Brewster Buffalo, a barely flight-worthy plane that confounded even experienced pilots. Flying high over the base, he turned too tight, and the plane flipped end over end, almost killing him. Voss didn't seem to care. In September 1942, he got his orders. They didn't specify where he was going. That was a secret. But he knew he was headed for the war. Captain Joe Voss, newly installed as the executive officer of VMF 121, flew to the Pacific aboard an air transport. His unit's aircraft traveled by ship. They met up aboard the escort carrier Kapahi, and out to sea they went.
They didn't tell us where we were going, other than we were headed out there somewhere. And when we got see, all our boxes had a code on. It was a half an orange with a D on it. And that stood for where we were going to unload, which was Guadalcanal. And when I did hear he was going to Guadalcanal, I thought, I never heard of that canal when I studied geography. And of course, it's not a canal, it's an island.
An island that in September 1942 was a pretty terrible place to be. The Japanese were attempting to take the island as part of their push south toward Australia. The Americans, on the other hand, had decided to make their first stand of the war there. MacArthur had been driven out of the Philippines, and New Guinea was on the verge of collapse. Island after small island was coming under Japanese control, and the possibility that Australia might come under attack loomed large. The United States decided to stop the Japanese at Guadalcanal, an island northeast of Australia. The Japanese wanted the island for its airport. Planes based there would be able to attack the convoys that had become Australia's lifeline.
The Japanese wanted the island, we wanted the island, and there was an all-out battle for it. And that's where Joe Voss really won his spurs as a military aviator.
On August 7th, American Marines went ashore at Guadalcanal, almost unopposed. They took the island's airstrip, which they renamed Henderson Field, and dug in. The Japanese began a relentless series of attacks. Every night, it seemed, they would appear out of the jungle, wave after wave of attackers who seemed to care little for their own lives. By day, the Japanese Air Force bombed relentlessly, sometimes hundreds of bombers at a time, pummeling the Marine positions. As the ship approached Guadalcanal, Joe Voss lined up for his first combat carrier takeoff, flying his F-4F Wildcat from the Kapahi to Henderson Field.
They got us up in the middle of the night and said, we've got to catapult you off because there are a bunch of Jap subs in the area, and we don't want to lose you and the airplanes and the carrier here now, so goodbye.
One of the 12 planes in his flight crashed into the sea. The others continued. Flying in, Voss was shocked by how battle-scarred the island was.
And we come on around, made our hotshot approach and come around and landed. And of course, as we taxied up, there was a big cheer from the people that were there. Because they were leaving as soon as we got squared around. They were just happy to get out of the mangy place.
Voss asked if the veterans would stick around a little while to help train his rookies. The veterans laughed, saying that after a few days, they'd all be vets anyway. That was no overstatement. The relentless Japanese attacks left little time for getting acclimated. Voss scored his first enemy kill a week after he arrived, when 32 enemy fighters and bombers appeared over Henderson Field. Voss focused on a group of 4 Zeros.
And at that time, Lord helped us to get above these airplanes. And so I figured, well, this is easy. This is duck soup. I'll pick off the number 1 guy. There were 4 airplanes down there. And I shot that number 1 guy down.
The other 3 Zeros took off after him. Voss was suddenly in a high-speed fight for his life. Circling above Henderson Field, being shot at by the Japanese and flying through layers of anti-aircraft flak being shot from below, Voss heard his plane being hit over and over.
We got near the field, everybody shooting, and I didn't know whether it'd get me or the enemy. And they never touched a hair, either me or them. And when I hit, I was going too fast to get stopped.
Voss ran off the end of the runway and into a grove of palm trees. The ground crew counted more than 250 holes in his airplane. And on the walk back up to the operations shack, he was trying to figure out a way to get out of Guadalcanal.
Oh, they were hitting me on the back, congratulating me, and I looked at these kids, 17, 18, and the look I saw on them and that they were depending on me, I've never gotten over. I just figured I got to lead. These kids are going to depend on me, and I've got the experience, and I can, excuse me, I can lead these kids, and we're going to go. If they want to go that bad.
The next day, the Japanese sent in more bombers. Voss sawed the wing off another Zero. 3 days after that, he shot down 3 Japanese planes in a single day. In 9 days on Guadalcanal, he had become an ace. His squadron, nicknamed Voss's Flying Circus, was also running up a spectacular record. The Japanese set October 25th as the day they would conquer Guadalcanal, and in the weeks before the invasion, they ratcheted up the pressure on the Americans fighting there.
The enemy fleet pulled in and parked out there and started firing at us broadside at 9:30 in the evening, and it went with no stop, no time out, till 4:30 a.m., and we were right in the middle of the impact area. There was 14-inch guns, and the enemy planes were flying over, dropping bombs and dropping those star lights that they drop so you can, it's like an acetylene torch. It just daylight, and there we were pinned down.
The bombardment killed men, destroyed aircraft, and pocked Henderson's Field dirt runway. The Japanese came in the next day expecting to be able to land on the field. Voss had only 8 aircraft that were flight-worthy, and 2 of those crashed on takeoff. The remaining 6 Marine Wildcats lifted off to take on a skyful of Japanese planes. On October 25th, 1942, the Japanese planned to take Henderson Field and Guadalcanal. With only 8 flight-worthy aircraft, Joe Voss and his Flying Circus took off to take on a much larger Japanese force.
In the days when Joe Voss was flying airplanes, you got close. And one of the first lessons he learned was not to use your ammunition up at an enemy that's far away. You waited until you got close. You only had so many rounds in the airplane. You had to preserve them. This is in your face, Joe Voss against whoever he was against flying, and he was a master at it.
Voss claimed 2 of the Marine kills that morning, but came down angry at himself for wasting ammunition and missing other opportunities. In the afternoon, he went back up and knocked down 3 more enemy aircraft. 5 planes in one day made him the first Marine ace in a day. 14 victories overall in only 14 days made him one of the high-profile heroes of the early part of the war.
I've read that so many times today, where it was like a race to see who'd get the most airplane. I didn't give a hoot who got the airplane. What I was interested is getting that sucker today so he wouldn't be back tomorrow.
It seemed as if Voss's war was moving in fast motion. In early November, after attacking a Japanese destroyer, he crash-landed into the ocean. He floated in shark-infested waters, was rescued by natives, and hidden by nuns before being rescued by a Catalina flying boat. He received the Distinguished Flying Cross from Admiral Bull Halsey, and then, 3 days later, helped turn away a flight of Japanese bombers and fighters that was attacking a convoy of reinforcements for Guadalcanal.
And they encountered a substantially larger group, estimated at about 60 Japanese airplanes, intent upon dropping their bombs on American targets. And rather than engage the enemy, he basically held high, making the Japanese think that he was a decoy to try to get them to attack him. And the Japanese, fearing that there was a larger group waiting for them to do just that, in fact, dropped their bombs and headed back to where they came from.
Voss had an incredible 23 kills when he contracted malaria. He spent 6 weeks out of action, then returned to Guadalcanal on New Year's Day. He started flying again 2 weeks later and immediately shot down 3 more enemy planes. That brought his total to 26, a tie with the legendary World War I ace Eddie Rickenbacker. The fighting at Guadalcanal died down in February 1943. The Japanese, frustrated by the tenacity of the American defenders, gave up their hopes of taking the island. The sea lanes to Australia were safe, at least from the air, and the tide of the war in the Pacific had changed. The Marines rotated Foss back to the United States. President Roosevelt pinned the Congressional Medal of Honor on his chest, and he went out on what he called a dancing bear act to sell war bonds. Assigned to set up and train a new squadron, Foss found himself dealing with a new aircraft, the F-4U Corsair. The Corsairs had problems. The engine stalled, and his training pilots ended up having to bail out.
And then there were a lot of other problems with the airplane. It just was a new airplane off the line, and it wasn't quite tuned in yet. So I was having a heck of a time with him there.
Foss asked his commanding officer for help.
I've got all these green mechanics here that don't know a haystack from a pitchful, and they're just green, and I don't have enough talent really to handle things here. I need an expert.
Foss was stunned when the expert turned out to be Charles Lindbergh.
We visited a little bit, and about the time I saw him and so forth at Sioux Falls back in 1927. And then he says, well, I'm the expert, and I'm here to get things done. I want to go and get a place to stay, and then I'm all set to go to work. I said, you don't have to get a place to stay. You can stay at my house. I got plenty of room.
So Charles Lindbergh moved in while he worked on the problem with the Corsairs. And when he was finished, Foss said that Lindbergh could fly with his squadron anytime he wanted. The new squadron, VMF 115, moved to the South Pacific a few months later. And sure enough, Lindbergh showed up, and for 3 weeks flew dive-bombing missions with Foss and his men. When the war ended, Foss remained one of the outstanding American fighter aces. Others had eclipsed his kill total, but a look at Foss's career needs to include the accomplishments of the units he led. On Guadalcanal, Foss's flying circus shot down more than 60 Japanese aircraft. Foss got 26 of those. The small group of flyers working in nearly impossible conditions had played a critical role in a critical American victory.
I think Joe Foss is the kind of guy everybody wants to be. You know, all-American boy. I think he's the person that doesn't settle for anything in his own personal life other than perfection, or as close as he can get to it. And I think that just pretty much permeates his entire life, whether it was his childhood, whether it was his military career, whether it was his life after he got out of the military. He doesn't settle for second best.
Back home in South Dakota, Foss helped set up the South Dakota Air National Guard and served 2 terms as his home state's governor. He was president of the National Rifle Association, developed and hosted the television program The American Sportsman, and served as commissioner of the startup American Football League, which eventually merged into the NFL. Fighter pilot Tex Hill, a longtime friend of Foss's, liked to kid his fellow fighter ace about his long and varied life.
I always kid him. I said, Joe, I said, I don't know what's going to happen to you. I said, you've been shot down 4 times. I said, and you're still around. I said, I know what the problem is. The devil won't have you. The Lord won't take you. I said, you're going to have to live in this purgatory forever.
Well, I think when you look at the number of airplanes that he shot down within that period between 42 and 43, in that short period of time, 5 in one day, a Medal of Honor, and his success just as a military pilot, that says loads as far as his ambition and his ability to set his mind on a goal and do well at it.
In 2003, Joe Foss died in Arizona, his adopted home state. He died as he lived, respected, secure in his belief in God, his country, and himself. He was small and thin and seemed to have a nearly supernatural connection with flight. Flight was all he talked about, all he lived for, all he ever wanted to do. As a college student, he paid for his own flying lessons, tried to join the British RAF, and enlisted as a flight cadet as soon as the Army Air Corps would have him. When he finally made it into combat, he shot down 5 enemy aircraft in his first 2 missions. For the next 2 years, it seemed like every time he went up, the enemy went down. With the end of the war in sight, he embarked on a mission that had a single goal: get enough kills to become the greatest American fighter ace of the war. Instead, he died in a battle that he never expected to fight, killed by an enemy that no one knew existed until almost 30 years later. He is Tommy McGuire, and he is a legend of air power. Thomas Buchanan McGuire, Jr. was born in Ridgewood, New Jersey on August 1st, 1920. His father, Thomas Sr., was a dealer in luxury automobiles, and his mother, Polly, came from a family of wealth and social standing. He was tutored in art and culture, attended exclusive summer camps, and became something of a dandy. But he was also a daredevil who seemed willing to take huge risks simply to prove his courage.
On a dare, he dove into a swimming pool at the Ridgewood Country Club that was filled with snow. And he dove into the snow from a diving board and ended up getting badly skinned. It could have broken his neck.
His parents split when he was 10, and mother and only child moved from New Jersey to Sebring, Florida.
I think he was actually grateful when they moved to Florida because he was able to start anew. And I don't think there was any expectations for him to be the tough kid from Jersey. I think he affected a Floridian kind of dialect almost immediately. You would have a hard time imagining that McGuire was from New Jersey unless you knew it previously.
He was insulated from the Great Depression. Small, almost frail, McGuire played clarinet in the school marching band and seemed to love dressing up in the band's ridiculously fancy uniforms. He always had the nicest car in town, but drove it so wildly that most parents forbade their children from riding with him. Fastidiously dressed, always conscious of what those around him thought, McGuire was in fact considered something of a sissy. Always wanted to take up a challenge, in his senior year, McGuire went out for the football team.
And they decided they'd teach him a lesson. So they pummeled him for 2 or 3 days. And finally, one of the kids on the team said, we've hit that kid with everything we've got, and he keeps coming back. He weighed about 130 pounds. And they said, he's going to take it as long as we give it out, so let's quit. So they quit trying to punish him, and he was one of the guys after that.
After graduating high school, McGuire attended Georgia Tech University, but dropped out after only 3 years to enlist as an aviation cadet. In July 1941, he reported to MacDill Field in Florida and later trained in Texas at a quasi-civilian contract school run by retired military pilots. He stood out immediately and was so passionate about flight that when the other cadets went into town, he'd remain on base, looking for someone, anyone, with whom to talk flying. The one time they did talk McGuire into going into town, he met a pretty girl from San Antonio named Marilyn Gosler. Nicknamed, for no apparent reason, Pudgy, Tommy and Marilyn took an almost immediate liking to each other.
One of the things about McGuire that's interesting is he was sheltered. I don't see a lot of interaction between he and females in high school. He's a very shy man. But he saw what he liked, and he was becoming more and more confident, and I think he was not allowed to let Marilyn go after that first date.
McGuire got his wings 2 months after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor and was shuffled to Florida for fighter training.
He just had a flat-out determination that he was going to be a leading ace.
McGuire requested a combat assignment, but was instead relegated to duty flying over the frozen tundra and icebound seas of Alaska. He and his fellow pilots patrolled for non-existent Japanese submarines and went gradually stir-crazy. One day, killing time in the abandoned weather station that served as their ready room, McGuire reverted to his high school form and started bragging about his daredevil exploits. McGuire's squadron flew P-39s, an underpowered, overweight tub of an airplane that was legendary for its lack of maneuverability. McGuire bragged that he had once done a loop in a P-39. No one believed him. Soon enough, bets were made, and McGuire was trudging out into the cold to prove his claim.
So he went up over the airport, and he did complete a loop in this airplane. And when he landed, he was ordered to report to his CO, and he wrote right in his logbook that he was restricted to the tent for 2 or 3 days because he had done this loop over the airfield.
Late in 1942, the Air Corps sent McGuire to Harding Field in Louisiana.
They were flying east, and they did not have the password for the day. They got caught up in a blizzard, and the people on the ground would not give them instructions, would not vector them into the field because they didn't have the password. So they ended up landing 5 P-39s in a frozen swamp, so he survived that.
McGuire eventually made it home. He married Marilyn, whom he hadn't seen in a year, in San Antonio. They moved to Mississippi, where McGuire was stationed for about 6 weeks before he shipped out to California to train in the airplane that would make him famous, the Lockheed P-38 Lightning. Since the outbreak of the war, Tommy McGuire had been requesting a combat assignment. Newly married and assigned to a 9-to-5 job in Mississippi, he wanted desperately to get into action. Word circulated among the landlocked pilots that the Air Corps was looking for volunteers to train in P-38s, and McGuire signed up. The P-38 is an interesting airplane. Nicknamed the Lightning, it seemed on paper the perfect aircraft for the war in Europe. It had a longer range than other fighters, was faster, and with 2 engines, tougher to knock down than most other fighters. However, in action over Europe, the P-38 proved much less effective than expected.
The P-38 got a bad reputation in Europe because the engine oil congealed, and they would have engines blow up, and some pilots went down just because the engines failed. So there were P-38s available to be sent to the South Pacific.
So the call went out for pilots to fly a plane with a nasty reputation. And though he had only been married for a few weeks, McGuire volunteered. It was, he knew, the shortest route to the battlefield. And McGuire had set a goal for himself that to others might have seemed ridiculous. He wanted to be the greatest fighter ace of them all. In March 1943, McGuire was ordered to report to the 49th Fighter Group, then based in Australia. He named his P-38 Pudgy, after the wife he barely knew, but he saw no combat with the 49th. He did, however, meet Lieutenant Richard Bong, who was the leading American ace at the time, a young farm boy closing in on Eddie Rickenbacker's record of 25 kills from World War I.
He was really jealous of Bong. He wanted to catch him, but Bong already had 17 or 18 victories by that time, and McGuire was untested. But he told the guys that he would catch Bong.
Not surprisingly, McGuire developed a reputation as a big talker. Transferred in August to the newly formed 475th Fighter Group, his incessant talk about flying and his own desire to be the greatest ace ever so alienated the other pilots that no one wanted to fly with McGuire. So, the most natural pilot in the unit was assigned the job of inspecting newly arrived aircraft to make sure they were combat ready.
That is where McGuire comes into his own. But McGuire was a sponge, and his abilities kept growing to such an extent that by August of '43, he is confident.
The 475th moved to Port Moresby in New Guinea. On August 17th, McGuire ventured out into a real combat zone for the first time, but did not engage the enemy. The next day, attacking the Japanese airdrome at Wewak, McGuire recorded 3 confirmed kills and hit 2 other enemy aircraft.
He had had gunnery training as part of his cadet training, and he happened to catch on to how all of this worked. And he was the master of what they called a deflection shot. He could visualize where this Japanese plane was going to be when the bullets got there, and he would fire ahead and above these planes so that the pull of gravity on the shots he had fired would bring the shots and the airplane, the target together, and he could fire from a half-mile away and hit a plane sometimes.
3 days later, in his second combat engagement, he knocked down 2 Japanese heroes. After 2 missions, he was an ace. It was not uncommon in New Guinea during that stage of the war for pilots to make ace in a mission or 2. Japanese aircraft seemed to arrive for battle in endless waves, and just keeping track of who killed what was a nearly impossible task. Ace or not, McGuire didn't slow down. He got his 10th kill in mid-October in fierce fighting over Oro Bay. The next day, with his own plane grounded for repairs, he took his commander's personal P-38 without permission and joined in another fierce fight. In full view of American ships below, he shot down 3 more Japanese fighters before being shot down himself. He bailed out, was hospitalized and off flight status for nearly 2 months, but never considered going home.
He was married to Marilyn for literally only weeks before he shipped out. And he missed her greatly, and they had a very touching relationship, but he felt an obligation to his men that exceeded everything else.
In December, he was promoted to captain and returned to flight. He quickly recorded 3 more kills and was promoted to operations officer for the 431st Squadron. With 16 kills in only 5 months, the skinny rich kid who talked too much had risen to the point where he actually rivaled Bong. And when his unit moved up to the Philippines, he started attracting the attention of newspaper reporters and the people back home.
McGuire was outspoken. He would sit around and talk to anybody. Bong was quiet. He was from a large family and was raised on a farm. McGuire was an only child and was an extrovert. So the reporters really crowded around McGuire for the interviews.
So the stage was set. The ace race, which had existed largely in McGuire's own mind, now captured the American imagination. And then something happened, something McGuire could do nothing to prevent. The Japanese Air Force disappeared. For 5 months, McGuire barely saw any Japanese aircraft. He flew hundreds of hours, going sometimes on 2 missions a day. It was as if the Japanese had simply vanished. And with them, so had McGuire's chances of becoming the greatest fighter pilot of them all. For 5 months, it seemed as if Tommy McGuire's war had ended. While leading ace Dick Bong took extended leave in the United States, McGuire made up no ground. The Air Corps, in recognition of his leadership abilities, promoted him to commanding officer of the 431st Squadron and moved him to Hollandia. In May, the Japanese returned, and McGuire scored a couple of quick kills. But as conscious as he was of his ambition to be the greatest fighter pilot, command was also changing him.
McGuire's first sergeant told me that McGuire used to agonize because here he was, a young man, 22 and a half, 23 years old, and he's having to sit down and write to the relatives of a pilot that's just died and tell them that he's sorry that they died and give a little bit of information about the circumstances and all. But he said that McGuire got distant from the men because of this, because he'd fly with a guy one day and he doesn't know, maybe he has to sit down that night and write a letter.
He insisted that new arrivals address him not as Tommy, but Major McGuire. He began to isolate himself more and more inside a circle of pilots he knew well. In June 1943, Charles Lindbergh arrived on a tour of the South Pacific that had been constructed in large measure to get the world's most famous aviator into combat. Lindbergh, who had plotted air routes across the Pacific for Pan American Airlines, taught the P-38 pilots how to squeeze hundreds of extra miles out of a tank of gas. The P-38 pilots, who were already routinely flying missions that lasted more than 4 hours, were less than enthusiastic about Lindbergh's formula for extending their missions by 2 hours.
But after the meeting, McGuire went to Charles Lindbergh and said, I don't know how the other people feel about this, but I feel like anything that would extend our range and might save some of my pilots' lives that we ought to learn.
So Lindbergh went back to McGuire's squadron to teach the pilots how to maximize their plane's range, and he soon moved into McGuire's tent. The two flew missions together, and Lindbergh called McGuire the finest pilot he'd ever seen.
And they were naturals together. They both are charismatic. And Lindbergh thought the world of McGuire in the very short time that they spent together.
McGuire kept racking up kills, always with Bong in his sights. When Bong scored his 35th kill, the War Department decided the greatest ace of them all was more valuable as a propaganda tool than as a pilot. They took away Bong's plane and gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor.
After the ceremony, Bong said, it looks like I'm through. They have taken my airplane away. And McGuire said, come on over to our place. We have a plane for you anytime you want to fly. So Bong showed up over there, and they would go hunting together.
At 40 kills, the War Department sent Bong to the United States for a bond drive. McGuire saw his chance, but his quest to win the ace race took on a new flavor. It was competitive, yes, and McGuire was certainly inspired by the men of his unit, who took such pride in his accomplishments. He went out looking for Japanese aircraft, but couldn't find them. For weeks, he did not record a single kill.
He did become somewhat driven because he felt like he was never going to get an opportunity to score. He wanted to go home, and he felt like the best way to do that, and it would have guaranteed him swift passage, would have been to get 41 victories.
He could have grounded himself, but that would have been a betrayal of his men. So instead, he went up, looking for Japanese to kill, trying to get to the magic number 41, so that he too would be ordered home to sell war bonds. On Christmas Day, 1944, he downed 3 Japanese aircraft over Manila. The next day, again over Manila, he knocked down 4 more. The score, Bong 40, McGuire 38. Bong had not even made it home, and McGuire was going to pass him as the greatest ace.
They're down in the area in one of the tents down a line from mine, and I go down to say hello to Mac, and everybody's talking about basically, what do we have to do to get you 3? Where can we go? What can we do to get you 3?
McGuire was on the cusp of incredible fame. The Associated Press and New York Times had already written profiles of him, set to be published upon confirmation of his 41st kill. Together, the flyers cooked up a mission. Early on the morning of January 7th, 1945, McGuire and 3 other aircraft took off to hunt Japanese planes. The P-38s were heavily armed and loaded with extra fuel and dual belly tanks so they could range far and wide. The weather was gray and visibility limited. A couple of hours into the mission, a single Japanese plane flashed past the formation of P-38s.
They just turned as a precaution that he wouldn't turn and attack them. But McGuire ordered them to keep their wing tanks because he didn't think there was going to be combat.
He was wrong. The Japanese plane turned and started firing. At the same time, a second Japanese plane, unknown for decades after the action, stumbled on the scene and started firing as well. McGuire, hearing the distress calls of his wingman, turned toward the battle. What happened next, no one is sure. There are those who think a lucky shot killed McGuire in the cockpit. But it may be something easier than that. McGuire may have turned too sharply, either stalling his plane or causing its structure to fail.
McGuire's crew chief told me that every P-38 McGuire ever flew was bent out of true, that he actually bent the wings and popped rivets and that sort of thing, turning the plane in violent turns. So McGuire made one of these turns, but this was the wrong time to do it. He was at low altitude, at low flying speed, and he had the full fuel tanks. And he just didn't get away with it this time.
Whatever happened, whatever the ultimate cause of the crash, Tommy McGuire's death sent shockwaves through the Pacific Theater. A hero who had seemed invincible was dead, and the effect on the morale of those who remained was palpable. Back home, his young wife was devastated. The husband she had barely known was gone. At the ceremony in Paterson, New Jersey, where Marilyn McGuire accepted her husband's posthumous Medal of Honor, a tall, familiar figure slipped quietly into the room. Charles Lindbergh had come to pay his respects. Charles Lindbergh, thought of as the greatest aviator of the time, took Tommy McGuire's widow aside to tell her what a great man she had been married to. He was a tough guy fighter pilot from Louisiana who had little tolerance for those he thought foolish, even when they were his superior officers. He resigned his commission 4 years before the United States entered World War II. He wanted to help the embattled Chinese defend themselves. Convinced that the massive Japanese forces could be defeated in China by 100 good pilots in 100 good planes, he got secret permission and funding from President Franklin Roosevelt to set up a freelance American Air Force in China. His group, which became known as the Flying Tigers, shot down 15 Japanese planes for every plane it lost. He is Claire Chennault, and he is a legend of air power. Claire Lee Chennault was born in Commerce, Texas in 1890, according to his official Air Force biography. or 1893, according to recent scholarly research. He was raised in tiny, waterproof Louisiana and spent his boyhood hunting, fishing, and learning self-reliance in the forests and bayous that surrounded his home. Unlike most of his peers, he attended and graduated from college. He might have spent his life as a teacher, except that World War I intervened. Swept up in the patriotic fervor of the times, Chenault enlisted in the Army.
Had an interest in flying, joined the Army during the First World War, but didn't really get to see any combat and didn't even become a pilot until after the war. So he became a pilot, but too late to participate in World War I.
He got his wings in 1919 and started his career in one of the hardest periods in American military history. The war was over, and the overwhelming sentiment of the United States was to disengage from the world. Military budgets plummeted to nearly nothing, and the few officers not mustered out spent all of their time trying to justify their paychecks to a disinterested public.
He believed in aviation, and at that time it was not a popular thing because the Air Force was under the Army, and it was not an Air Force.
Military pilots became little more than officially sanctioned barnstormers, traveling around the country and risking their lives to convince the public and their own commanders that aviation had a future. Chenault's contribution was 3 men and a trapeze, the first Air Corps flight demonstration team.
They flew with their airplanes tied together with ropes and did loops and all kinds of aerobatics that way.
He actually used it in a way to promote his concept of pursuit and his policies on how air power should be used.
But no matter how many distance and speed records the flyers broke, no matter how many ships they sank or precise maneuvers they perfected, the fact remained that the generation in command had come of age on horseback. They believed that air-to-air combat was a gimmick destined for irrelevance, and only grudgingly accepted that large bombers might have a place in battle. Chenault took every opportunity to argue the case for fighters, saying that air superiority was the most important factor in modern battle. Chenault advocated a concept he called defensive pursuit, the interception of bombers by small fighters willing to venture out over enemy territory.
Defensive pursuit basically means keeping the enemy away from your own soil. You know, you fly out and intercept them before they get to you. You know, you take the fight along with the bombers to escort them into hostile territories.
In a time of extremely tight budgets, the Army Air Corps had decided to concentrate on bombers. Chenault, then only a major, took over as the Army's Chief of Pursuit Training in 1936 and made defensive pursuit the centerpiece of fighter pilot training. In effect, he was teaching that official Air Corps doctrine was wrong.
In his tactical lectures, you could tell that the guy had been there and done that, you know. He just, he was the kind of guy just exuded confidence. That you could
Tend to butt heads with the people around him, particularly his superiors. If he came up with what he thought was a good theory, then he thought that that's a theory that they should use, whether or not they thought it was a theory they should use or not. And he didn't back down, and that's not the way to get ahead in the military.
The Army let him get away with it for barely more than a year. In 1937, they declared Chenault medically unfit for service. None of the medical problems cited in Chenault's discharge was new. His lungs were shot from his 2 packs a day smoking habit, and his hearing had been damaged by years of flying in open cockpit aircraft. The Army had known both of those things for years, but his real affliction was defensive pursuit.
He got in a lot of trouble. In fact, that's why they retired him from the Air Force, because he was advocating developing more fighters and fighter tactics, and the Army Air Corps was interested in getting to be a separate service, you know, a separate Air Force. So they were concentrating on strategic bombing. They thought that was the way to go. And they didn't want to hear that fighters could shoot down bombers and bombers needed escort and all that stuff.
In a fit of pique worthy of a petulant teenager, Chenault packed his bags and headed for China, as far away from his tormentors as he could get. The Japanese had invaded. Chenault saw the war as both an adventure and a chance to prove his rivals wrong about defensive pursuit. And prove them wrong he did. The Japanese used large, slow bombers to destroy Chinese cities and troop concentrations. Because the Chinese had no Air Force to speak of, the Japanese didn't bother with fighter cover.
The Japanese, who had been basically chewing on the Chinese heels for 40 years at that point, were basically having free reign of the air and destroying Chinese towns, industrial facilities, population centers, and they really had no defense. So Chenault was able to come over and advise the Generalissimo at that time how to defend against them.
Chenault arrived in China and announced that if he could get 100 pilots and 100 good fighter planes, he could defeat the Japanese using the defensive pursuit technique the Army command had rejected. One of the people Chenault buttonholed on the subject was Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, the supreme commander of the Chinese military. Chiang was desperate enough to try what the American conservative military had rejected. He put Chenault to work, assembling a small, fast air force that could defeat the Japanese bombers. Claire Chenault, retired involuntarily from the Army Air Corps, arrived in China armed with his belief that a few good planes and pilots could turn the tide in the war. What he found appalled him. The Chinese Air Force was still flying biplanes, and their pilots were nearly untrained. In a single day, Chenault watched 5 supposedly combat-ready pilots crash on routine landings or takeoffs. He knew the job he had volunteered to do was bigger than he had imagined.
When he went to China, he only intended to stay for 3 months. But then, of course, he saw the Japanese, the bombing Shanghai and the massacre in Nanjing, and then the Chinese people sort of urged him to stay on.
Chenault, through friends, appealed to President Roosevelt for permission to recruit American pilots to fight in China. Roosevelt, looking for politically manageable ways to contribute to the war, quickly approved the project. Chenault's first effort, the 14th Volunteer Squadron, was a nearly complete failure. He recruited the conveniently available pilots, not the most qualified. He outfitted his hard-drinking mercenaries with the only aircraft available, outdated Chinese fighters. After a few missions, it was clear, even to Chenault, that he would have to start over. The Japanese kept winning, bombing Chinese cities at will and inflicting horrible tortures on conquered civilian populations. Chenault knew that if he was going to make a difference in the war, and if he was going to prove that defensive pursuit had a future in aviation, he needed good planes and good pilots. And that meant going back to the United States. He told Chiang Kai-shek that his only hope was to buy new planes and man them with competent pilots recruited from the United States. Chiang was by nature suspicious of Westerners, but Chenault was one of only a handful of Westerners who seemed to care about the Chinese, and that commitment won the Generalissimo's trust.
I think it was a personality thing. Chiang Kai-shek was, I think, of an awe-type relationship with Chenault, and their personalities just seemed to mesh. And I think that he appreciated the qualities in Chenault that perhaps the U.S. military hadn't appreciated up to that point.
In 1940, Chiang dispatched his brother-in-law and Chenault to Washington. With war building around the world and Lend-Lease orders piling up in American factories, just finding the aircraft was a challenge. But in Washington, Chenault tracked down a shipment of P-40s that had been rejected by the British.
The P-40 in those days was really not ready for combat. It didn't have bulletproof tanks, it didn't have armor plate, it didn't have a lot of equipment in it that it needed if you're really going to fight. Our guns would fire and the airplane would fly, but there were many changes made to the P-40 before we actually started combat in it.
No matter, the planes were available. Chennault took his Chinese escort to Bowling Field for a demonstration. Johnny Allison, then a young Air Corps pilot, put a P-40 through its paces for the Chinese delegation.
We got in out of the wind, and the Chinese began to excitedly talk to General Chennault, and that's when one of them said to General Chennault, well, what we need is 100 of those airplanes. And that's when Chennault looked at the general and he said, no, that's not what you need. And he tapped me on the chest. He said, you need 100 of those.
Chennault got his planes and recruited his pilots and headed back to China to set up his American volunteer group.
Well, the AVG was a way to bring the American military under the guise of a civilian force into the war in China against the Japanese before we had really declared war on the Japanese.
Chiang got his Air Force. Roosevelt got a war that would tie up more than 1 million Japanese troops. And Chennault got a chance to prove himself. Chennault's flyers did not start out as an elite. Many had flown nothing but basic trainers, and others were more interested in flying airliners than fighters. But lured by the money, $600 a month, plus a bounty for any Japanese plane shot down, and the adventure of fighting in exotic China, they signed up.
Well, my attraction, I'd heard Daddy talk about that part of the world, you know, and it's just kind of intriguing.
It took a long time for Chennault's pilots, planes, and support personnel to make their way to China. As they trickled in, Chennault drilled them mercilessly. He was not about to send his men into battle as ill-prepared as the Chinese. Along with all the standard flight training, he drilled them on the architecture of Japanese aircraft, so the pilots would know the Japanese weak point. But mostly, he trained them in his own tactical theory, preparing them to disrupt the Japanese bombers by intercepting them before they reached their targets.
We were better trained in one way. The Japanese pilots, the only weakness I saw as far as handling an airplane and everything, the Japanese were superb. They really were good. But they were so regimented that once you break up any plan that they have, they don't have the capacity to accommodate to a new situation. And that was the weakness I saw in them.
It was during this period that the American volunteer group started painting their planes with fiercely bared teeth. The design was cribbed from photos of fighters in an Indian magazine. The paint job wasn't anything the AVG took special note of. In fact, part of Chennault's strategy was to repaint the planes almost every mission, so the Japanese would be fooled into thinking there were more Americans in China than there really were. While Jimmy Doolittle's Raiders usually get credit for striking the first American blow on Japan, in fact, it was the American Volunteer Group. On December 20th, 1941, 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor, Chennault sent 2 AVG squadrons to attack a flight of 10 Japanese bombers near the city of Kunming. It was the first application of Chennault's strategy of defensive pursuit. The Americans, far from home and farther out of the limelight, shot down 3 or 4 of the bombers, accounts vary, and lost only a single P-40, which ran out of gas and crash-landed.
Up to that point, the Japanese had been allowed to just basically bomb at will anywhere they wanted to in China. So it did kind of draw a line in the sand and keep the Japanese at bay.
It wasn't long before word trickled back to the American public about the American Volunteer Group. The early months of the war were difficult for the United States, with few victories to celebrate. In that environment, the AVG made great press. Dubbed the Flying Tigers by reporters, they were a small group of renegade flyers under the command of a maverick officer. Volunteers all, they fought not for glory, but for good, and became real-life cowboys fighting real-life Indians. The Flying Tigers, who did not refer to themselves by that name, quickly captured the imagination of the public.
You know, they were kind of the people that you wanted on your side. You didn't want them on the other side against you. And I think that pretty much sums up Chenault's personality and probably his whole career. You know, he was a success because he had the right ideas and he pressed it.
Chenault's obsession with training and his doctrine of defensive pursuit were amazingly successful. After a string of stunning defeats, the Japanese were forced to transfer hundreds of fighter aircraft to China. While that reduced the number of fighters in other theaters, it posed a problem for Chenault. Despite all the great press, he commanded a remarkably small force. And despite their great record, they were flying P-40s, which were already outdated. The Japanese arrived with faster, lighter, more maneuverable fighters and pilots who were already battle-tested. The only way for the Tigers to survive was to maintain rigid discipline and follow Chenault's tactics without fail. They hit and ran, swooping down from out of the sun, blowing a path through the Japanese formations without ever slowing down. The Japanese didn't have time to react before the Americans were gone.
But we just did high-speed passes, fired at them, pulled out, and came back again and tried to fire at them again. We didn't try to get in a turn with them because you couldn't turn with them.
Chenault's volunteers struck so quickly and in so many places, the Japanese intelligence concluded that Chenault had several hundred more planes than he really had. In fact, Chenault never had more than 100 Flying Tigers, and most of the time, the number was closer to 60.
Chenault did use the tactics that guerrilla commanders use, but no, we were a regular Air Force fighting also a well-trained Japanese Air Force. But if you were above them and you used the strong points of our aircraft and exploited the weak points of the Japanese airplanes, we had a superior situation, and that is the reason that actually the AVG shot down hundreds of airplanes with the loss of very few of our own.
For 6 months, Chenault's Tigers hit and ran against Japanese bombers. They shot down, by some accounts, nearly 300 Japanese aircraft, while suffering only 16 pilots either killed or captured. They were massively successful, flying Chenault's way.
All of the pilots admired General Chenault, and all of us listened to him. And he was really an outstanding leader.
In 1942, the regular Army arrived to take over. When the Flying Tigers became the 14th Air Force, most of Chenault's pilots decided not to enlist. But Chenault, convinced that he had proven himself and promised command of the 14th, stayed on.
At that time, he was pretty much running his own show, and he got along with the Chinese leadership, did some marvelous things as far as tactics goes, and he was the right person at that time. After we declared war and the AVG went away, you could make a case that he might not have been the right guy at that point.
He gave very inspiring talks to us, but we were motivated more by the people that he had trained because we were with them all the time, you know, the leaders like Tex Hill and other people that had been with him earlier, because we just didn't get to see him that much because he had bombers and all sorts of stuff to be in charge of. But we had the greatest respect and admiration for him. We followed his tactics rigorously.
The argument Chenault had been having with the Army for almost 20 years resumed almost immediately. General Joseph Stilwell, Chenault's new commander, ordered Chenault to concentrate on ground support, a mission he detested. "It's the man in the trenches who will win the war," Stilwell told Chenault at one of their first meetings. "Damn it, Stilwell," Chenault snarled back, "there are no trenches."
He was in all kinds of fights with General Stilwell, who had the whole theater. Stilwell didn't like aviation very much and didn't think much of it, and so they didn't see eye to eye.
Morale among the flyers plummeted, and as it fell, the amount of noise Chenault made about his woes increased. He eventually succeeded in getting Stilwell removed from command, a victory that derailed any hope Chenault had of fitting in with his regular Army commanders. In fact, his dedication to the Chinese caused some back in Washington to wonder whether he had switched his loyalties from the United States to Chiang's China. In 1945, with the Germans surrendered and the Japanese all but defeated, Hap Arnold gave Chennault the option of resigning or being demoted and fired. Chennault was on the flight back to the United States when word came through that the Japanese had surrendered.
In a way, he was punished for his success, but probably more to the point, he was being punished for some personality traits that his superiors perceived in him.
Chennault didn't stay away from China for long. In 1946, he returned, again as a civilian, to set up civil air transport. Supposedly a civilian airline, it later became a cover for an enormous CIA logistical operation, and years later reappeared in Vietnam as Air America. Chennault returned to the United States once and for all in 1950. His doctrine of defensive pursuit had become the status quo. Nonetheless, it wasn't until 1958 that the Air Force admitted that it might have been wrong about Chennault. On July 18, 1958, the Air Force promoted him to Lieutenant General. He died 9 days later. He was a preacher's kid from South Dakota who volunteered for pilot training to prove to himself that he was not a coward. As a 24-year-old pilot, he seemed almost unnaturally calm and in control, a premature adult chosen to lead a crew of children into war. As a bomber pilot in World War II, he flew missions into the most dangerous skies in the world. And against all odds, he always brought his crew back safely. He returned to South Dakota after the war, dedicated his life to public service, spent more than 20 years in the United States Senate, and at one of his country's darkest moments, ran for president. He is George McGovern, and he is a legend of air power. George Stanley McGovern was born July 19, 1922, in the Wesleyan Methodist Parsonage in Avon, South Dakota. His father, Joseph, was a professional baseball player turned Methodist minister. His mother, Frances, a soloist in the church choir. The Depression started in South Dakota almost 10 years before it struck the rest of the country, and most everyone McGovern met growing up was in desperate financial straits.
We were all poor, and consequently, we didn't know we were poor. There was nothing to compare yourself to. There weren't any rich people in South Dakota in the 1920s.
McGovern was 5 years old when Charles Lindbergh flew from New York to Paris. Even in the isolation of the Dakota Plains, the details of Lindbergh and the flight were all anyone talked about.
I was old enough to know that this was the greatest man in the world. That's what we thought at the time. To make that flight all alone across the Atlantic Ocean, the first human being to do that, he was a hero to everybody.
In 1928, the McGoverns moved to Mitchell, a town of around 12,000 in southeastern South Dakota. There, the McGoverns bought their first house, and the family that had moved from town to town and church to church settled in. Every young man has a defining moment, an experience that clarifies in his own mind what he is really all about. McGovern's came in a confrontation with a well-respected local coach and gym teacher.
I was probably, I don't know, maybe 13 years old, 13 or 14, And we had a coach, he was a wonderful coach by the name of Joe Quennell. I greatly admired him, as did the other boys.
One day, Quintal asked his class to jump over a leather horse, duck their heads, and roll in a kind of aerial somersault. It was a typical and not particularly difficult gymnastic move, but McGovern couldn't bring himself to do it.
I'd run up to that horse and I'd stand there. The whistle blew. It was Joe Quennell. "What the hell is the matter with you, Mac?" I said, "Well, Mr. Quennell, I can't do that. I just can't dive. I'll break my neck of it." He said, "You see these other boys doing that?" I said, "Yes." He said, "You know why you can't do that? You're a physical coward." God, imagine that in front of 75 or 80 guys. It just cut me right to the quick.
From that point forward, McGovern nursed a dread that he was indeed a coward. When he graduated high school, he enrolled in Dakota Wesleyan College, just down the street from his home in Mitchell. A friend of his was trying to organize a chapter of the civilian pilot training program on campus. If he could get 10 students to sign up, the government would pay for an airplane and an instructor. McGovern, who had never been up in an airplane, signed on.
I think I did it in part to show Joe Quennell that I wasn't a coward. I couldn't jump over that horse. I still can't today do that. I'd break my neck, I think. But I wanted to show him I wasn't lacking in courage.
McGovern learned to fly in a 2-seat Aeronca. He soloed after 8 hours of flight training. When he landed, he felt charged up in a way he had never felt before. He'd proved something to himself and, in a way, to Coach Quintal. In 1941, his civilian flight training complete, McGovern looked up into the sky and saw a formation of B-24s passing high overhead. Based in Omaha, Nebraska, the B-24 crews were training for a war that was clearly about to engulf the world. McGovern looked up at the planes and thought that if war came, he'd be ready to serve as a pilot. George McGovern was a sophomore at Dakota Wesleyan University when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. When he heard about the attack, he, like most Americans, had no idea where Pearl Harbor was.
No television then, it was just the radio reports. And somehow by the end of the afternoon, I figured I was going to be involved in war. I didn't quite know how or even how it worked, but I think by 6 o'clock that night on Sunday, December 7th, I knew I was going to be involved in war sometime in the near future.
24 hours later, McGovern and 9 other Wesleyan students had cooked up a plan to travel to Omaha and enlist.
I felt it was a patriotic duty. The country had been savagely attacked. I thought the biggest danger from what I had read still came from Nazi Germany. Japan seemed an awfully far away place, and I thought the main test would come in Europe. But I felt an obligation.
The contingent from Dakota Wesleyan hit the road in 2 borrowed cars, and on the way debated whether they should join the Army or the Navy.
When we got there, one of the guys picked up a rumor that if you went to the Army Air Corps recruiting office, they'd give you a free meal ticket to a downtown Omaha cafeteria. So on the strength of that unsubstantiated rumor and a meal ticket probably worth about $1, all 10 of us joined the Army Air Corps. It's the cheapest I've ever sold out.
The Army Air Corps, however, was in no shape to accept thousands of new recruits. There were not enough airplanes, instructors, or even bases for the flood of volunteers. McGovern and his friends signed a letter of intent that declared they would enlist when the Army could take them. Then they went home. McGovern spent the next year at Dakota Wesleyan waiting for the Army Air Force to call. During this period, he wooed and won the hand of Eleanor Stegeberg, a pretty sophomore who'd once beat him in a debate and who had more recently outscored him on a current events test. Impressive achievements in the eyes of McGovern.
I walked across the campus one day and took her hand. We got engaged just before I left home, but we decided we should wait until after the war.
McGovern finally went into the Army Air Force in February 1943. When he left the Dakota Wesleyan campus, most of the students and faculty turned out to see him off.
It was a kind of a festive occasion. The band was playing this peppy martial music. And then I saw my mother standing out there, tears just streaming down her face. It just broke my heart. I think my mother felt that she was looking at me possibly for the last time.
McGovern traveled to Jefferson Barracks outside of St. Louis. At the age of 21, he may have been one of the older cadets, but he was certainly not one of the more worldly. The drill sergeants shocked him. They screamed their orders and punctuated every sentence with profanity. Far from home and lonely, his resolve to not marry before the end of the war softened.
Finally, we decided, why wait? So we got married at the end of primary training. I hitchhiked home to Mitchell, South Dakota. My father presided at the wedding ceremony. That night, we went back to the flying field in Muskogee, Oklahoma. We sat up all night on a troop train.
Through flight training, George and Eleanor saw little of each other. McGovern moved from base to base as his father had moved from church to church. Eleanor tagged behind. When he got his pilot's wings, she was there to pin them on. And when he faced the decision of what kind of pilot he wanted to be, Eleanor helped him make that decision.
We had a choice of either becoming fighter pilots or combat bomber pilots. I chose the bombers. Somehow those big 4-engine birds that I'd seen fly over South Dakota a few times captured my fancy. And I decided that's what I wanted to do, and that's what I became.
There was something about the big, lumbering B-24s that reassured McGovern. It was as difficult to fly as the South Dakota prairie had been to farm, as demanding of its pilots as his father had been of his son. The serious, earnest personality he developed in Depression-era South Dakota turned out to be exactly the personality a bomber pilot needs.
McGovern's approach to flying was very much his approach to life. He was very cautious, he was very methodical, and he made sure that all the I's were dotted and all the T's were crossed.
The disastrous losses of pilots, crews, and planes over Europe had thinned the Air Corps ranks to the point where training schedules were shortened. In September 1944, McGovern said goodbye to his pregnant wife and went off to war. He arrived in Cerignola, Italy, then 6 weeks later flew his first mission. At the time, AAF policy was that pilots had to fly 5 missions as co-pilot before they took command of their own aircraft, and then 30 more before being rotated home. McGovern's first mission aborted as the bomber approached the cloud-shrouded target. In his second mission, over a rail yard in Hungary, he encountered nightmarish flak, but came out unscathed. The third mission was a milk run, and the fourth again featured heavy flak. On his fifth mission, his last as a co-pilot, he dropped bombs on Ziln, Czechoslovakia. He knew on his next mission, he'd take off as captain of his own crew. And he knew that he had to complete 35 missions before he'd get back home.
I didn't know that half of the bombers, the B-24s that I was flying with, never completed their missions. The crews went down sometime during the missions. In fact, the average crew never got beyond 17 missions. You were only half through at 17 missions. You had to fly another 18 after that. I'm glad I didn't know that at the time.
After flying his first 5 combat missions as a co-pilot, Lieutenant George McGovern reunited with his own crew. He named his plane the Dakota Queen in honor of Eleanor, his pregnant wife. And on December 6, 1944, he lifted off for a rail marshalling yard in Austria. To McGovern, the plane seemed heavier, harder to maneuver on the taxiways than it had before, and he was very aware that the young men in his crew were now his responsibility.
He was dealing with kids 20, 21, 22. He himself was 22 years old, but he had a much broader and more mature understanding of the fact that the lives of his crew members were in his hands.
The planes ended up dropping their bombs in the Adriatic Sea after clouds obscured their target. It counted against the total of 35 missions needed to rotate home, despite the fact they had encountered no enemy. A week later, McGovern received word that his father had died while pheasant hunting back in South Dakota. McGovern's commanding officer offered to take him off the next day's mission, but McGovern insisted that he would go. If his crew was going, he felt he belonged with them. On that mission, his seventh, McGovern and his crew learned what combat was really all about.
On the 7th, a shell exploded ahead of the nose of our airplane. A piece of shrapnel about that size tore through the middle of that windshield and struck a large steel girder just over the head of the co-pilot sitting on my right and myself. This girder was across our head. It smashed into that girder and fell on the floor in front of the engineer who was standing up between the two of us. It could have taken off the head of either the co-pilot or mine if it had been 8 or 10 inches left or right, or the engineer if it had been 8 or 10 inches lower. From that time on, I knew we were in war.
The air at 25,000 feet was freezing cold, and McGovern struggled to keep his plane in formation. He wrestled the Dakota Queen back to base, set it down smoothly, and noticed that his crew seemed to eye him with new respect. He had proved something to them by getting them home safely. Every few days after that, McGovern and the Dakota Queen crew would take off on another mission. Some were milk runs, relatively easy journeys with a minimum of enemy resistance. Others were nightmarish flights into dark clouds of flak, epic journeys that took the preacher's son into what seemed almost an Old Testament hell. And he knew that down on the ground, he was killing people.
Sherman said, war is hell. It is hell. It's hell on the civilians, it's hell on the soldiers. So you can't brood about that too much or you'd lose your sanity. And I didn't brood about it. I thought about winning the war, knocking the Nazis out of the war, and that's what you concentrated on, winning.
There was, however, one incident in the war that ate at McGovern for years. On a mission to the Scotia Ammunition Works in Czechoslovakia, a 500-pound bomb lodged in the bay of the Dakota Queen. McGovern knew the plane couldn't land with the bomb hanging precariously beneath it.
Well, they kept working on it, and we came down quite a few thousand feet, and right at high noon, it broke loose just over the Austria-Italian border. And it was a clear day, and you could see what happened. It hit right in the middle of a little Austrian farmyard. People that doubtless thought they were safely out of the war zone.
McGovern, convinced that he'd wiped out a farm family just like the hundreds of farm families he knew back in South Dakota, flew the Dakota Queen back to base and landed it safely. Back at the base, he learned that his wife had given birth to his first child.
And I thought, gosh, Eleanor and I have brought a new child into the world. She's 5,000 miles away, of course, back in South Dakota. The same day I probably killed somebody else's children. It was a bad scene.
He flew more missions. On one, he blew a tire during takeoff, went ahead to the target, dropped his bombs, and executed an almost perfect landing on the blown tire.
There was a saying, it probably doesn't make any sense, but we used to say, if it has your name on it, you're gonna get it. If it doesn't, you're okay. And we always thought it didn't have our name on it.
McGovern's crew developed an enormous amount of respect for the young skipper.
One of the reasons that his crews were so happy with him was because he was very serious and mature in his approach to flying, and they could depend on him to do everything within his power to get them back alive.
More than once, McGovern offered his crew the opportunity to bail out rather than land with him in a badly damaged aircraft. None of his crew members ever took him up on the offer. Eventually, McGovern and his crew worked their way to their last mission.
We knew the United States was going to win the war, and I didn't feel any special fear about that 35th mission. I have to tell you, it was probably the worst mission of the war for us.
The mission was to Lintz, the same railroad marshaling yards where Flak had knocked the windshield out of the Dakota Queen. Now it was over Lintz where McGovern's combat career would end. As the formation of B-24s approached the city, German 88 started firing in front of the planes. By fixing their guns on the box the planes would have to fly through to hit their targets, the Germans challenged the courage of the Allied pilots. They could see the black flak cloud ahead of them, and they knew that they could avoid it by turning away. McGovern didn't waver.
That was the one where we got over 100 holes torn in the fuselage of that big airplane. We came back without any brakes. The hydraulic system was shot out. We had no flaps to slow the landing speed. We couldn't put the gear down automatically. We had to crank it down laboriously by hand. And then we had this riddled old tub that we somehow had to keep together until we got to the landing field.
With no brakes, McGovern ordered his crew to attach parachutes to the yoke supporting the waist guns. He had them tend to the waist gunner, who had a hunk of flak lodged deep in one leg. When he contacted the tower, they were surprised to hear from him. The Dakota Queen had already been listed as missing in action. When the plane touched the runway, crewmen threw the chutes out the windows to slow it down. It still ran past the end of the runway. They carried their wounded crewmate out to the ambulance themselves.
We were 10 men who knew our lives depended on teamwork and on the proficiency of the other members of the crew.
McGovern returned home to his wife, to his new baby, and to the grave of his father. He returned to college on the GI Bill and eventually went into politics. Like a lot of veterans of World War II, he was never comfortable talking about his experience in battle. Even in the heat of the 1972 presidential election, when the anti-Vietnam War McGovern was labeled a coward by political opponents, he declined to capitalize on his 35 combat missions. And then, late in his life, his courage was challenged again when his daughter Terry died of alcoholism.
Terry McGovern was a wonderful young woman, a delightful, intelligent, humane, compassionate, witty person.
And after years in and out of alcohol treatment programs, she froze to death in an alley after a drinking binge.
I've always hoped that in God's good time, that someday I'll learn why Terry died. I think I know the reasons. I think she was overcome by a malady she couldn't surpass. That test to her was more difficult than overcoming German anti-aircraft fire in World War II. And she went down.
McGovern learned that courage takes many forms. He saw his daughter's courage in fighting her illness and came to appreciate more his wife's courage in starting their family while he was flying in combat. One night, while appearing on German television, he told the story of the accidental bombing of the Austrian farm and how the vision of random and horrible death had agonized him over the years. It was a powerful story, one that was not easy for McGovern to tell.
That night, an old Austrian farmer called the television station and said, "Tell the American senator who was on television tonight that that was my farm. I know because it was right at high noon. It was right in the area where he said, but we saw that lone bomber coming, and we got our family out of the house. We hid in a ditch. Nobody was hurt. And furthermore, I hated Adolf Hitler. So if bombing my farm ended that war 1 minute earlier, tell the senator not to worry about it."
She was working as a clerk at a Douglas aviation factory near Chicago when a test pilot invited her to go flying. Looking down over the city, she fell in love with flight. A year later, she heard that the legendary Jackie Cochran was coming to town to interview women interested in training to fly military aircraft. She applied, passed the physical, and endured the same training as any other flight cadet. As one of the WASPs, the Women's Air Service pilots, she flew 7 days a week through an intense political firestorm that swirled around her and her colleagues. The question was whether women had a place in military aviation, and her career and the career of hundreds of other WASPs answered in the affirmative. She is Lorraine Zillner Rogers, and she is a legend of air power. Lorraine Zillner was born in Chicago on September 11, 1920. Her mother was a homemaker, her father an accountant. She was an active girl, always playing outside, and the only thing that seemed to bring her to a halt was an airplane passing overhead.
The planes from Chicago Municipal used to fly over the house, and when I'd be out in the yard gardening or doing any of those things outside, I'd hear them and look up, wonder where they were going, why, how did that plane stay up there? It was so big.
After graduating from the University of Illinois, she returned to Chicago and took a job with the Austin Company, which was building a new factory for Douglas Aviation on what would eventually become O'Hare Field. When the factory was complete, Zillner transferred to Douglas, and one day a test pilot asked her if she'd like to go up for a ride. She jumped at the chance and was, she knew, hooked on aviation.
So every weekend I took my earnings and went right out to the local airport, little teeny 2x4 grass runways, and I spent my entire salary on lessons.
One day out on the flight line, she heard that the Army was starting a new program that would train female pilots to fly military aircraft.
The WASP program was the brainchild of aviatrix Jackie Cochran, who about 1939 came to the conclusion that a lot of people in the United States had, which was that ultimately America would be involved in the war in Europe.
Cochran grew up in poverty in Florida, founded a highly successful cosmetics firm, and learned to fly as a way of staying in touch with her far-flung businesses. She had become a famous air racer, breaking dozens of flight records.
She was a very generous lady, but I sort of classed her. She couldn't stand tranquility and complacency, like if you were at a dinner table of say, 12 people and she was in charge. I don't think she could stand everybody being happy and joyful. She'd have to generate some explosion or something like that to kind of break it up, and that's the way she was. And she was a very aggressive gal, and basically when she wanted to do something, she did it. You didn't want to get between her and it.
Soon after winning the Bendix Trophy in 1938, Cochran formulated an idea for a military corps of women that would take over the non-combat flight roles that had always been reserved exclusively for men. Politically astute, Cochran took that idea to First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, explaining that the WASP, as they came to be known, would free up hundreds of male pilots for combat. Mrs. Roosevelt referred Cochrane to General Hap Arnold, who suggested that she have a look at England's Air Transport Auxiliary, which used women to ferry airplanes around Great Britain. His suggestion was more political than heartfelt. He knew full well the firestorm that would result from letting female pilots into the Army Air Force and wanted nothing to do with it. Cochrane, however, went ahead to England, saw how successful the British program was, and returned to the United States with a formal plan to create a branch of the Army Air Force for women. She wanted her group to be organized as military pilots, to be trained in strategy and tactics, and to take on more than just plain ferrying responsibilities. Arnold suggested instead that she put together a volunteer group of 25 American women to go to Great Britain and fly there. While Cochrane was out of the country, the Army instituted an alternative plan to use women as pilots. The alternative had been put forward by Nancy Love, a polished former student at Vassar who'd married a Boston aircraft manufacturer. Love was an interesting counterpoint to Cochrane. She was diplomatic, where Cochrane was brash, and she was less concerned with creating a new women's branch of the Air Force than she was with just getting women flying. Her plan landed on the desk of the Ferrying Command, just as it was beginning its search for experienced pilots. And in September of 1942, the Army Air Force created the Women's Auxiliary Ferrying Squadron, with 27 female pilots and Nancy Love as director. When Cochrane returned from England, she quite predictably hit the ceiling.
Jackie's approach, both with the WASP program and personally, was to be very competitive, very driven. Nancy Love was a little more laid back, a little more refined, and their programs, I think, each reflected their respective personalities.
Cochrane's personality dominated the decision-making process, and in the end, she got command of a new program, the Women's Air Force Service Pilots. When the smoke cleared, Nancy Love ended up working for Jackie Cochrane. And so it was Jackie Cochrane who arrived in Chicago to recruit female pilots to the war effort. And it was Jackie Cochrane who met with the bright-eyed, fresh-faced Lorraine Zillner.
Well, I was in total awe of the woman because she was world famous, had broken every speed record. I mean, just unbelievable.
A month after meeting with Cochrane, Zillner reported for her physical at Fort Sheridan outside Chicago. No one at Fort Sheridan had ever heard of a female pilot, and she spent much of the day showing her orders to disbelieving officers. When she finally reached the doctor's office, the medical staff seemed stymied. They'd never given an Army physical to a woman before and had no idea where to start. Lorraine Zillner and hundreds of other female pilots across the country were getting their first lesson about life and what it would be like in the Army. Sweetwater, Texas, where the Women's Air Force Service pilots set up their training, was like most places where the Air Force conducts its training, dusty, isolated, almost forgotten. But in 1943, when Lorraine Zillner arrived at Avenger Field in Sweetwater, it seemed like the most exciting place in the world. She was surrounded by women like herself, pilots who were so thrilled by the opportunity that they were not discouraged when the Army required them to pay their own way to training.
Then we were assigned our flight gear, which was pathetic, because we got all the hand-me-downs from the men. And my last name started with a Z, and I was always last in line, one of the shortest in the class, and I got a 48 long man's flight suit. The crotch came to my knees, and we all put these things on, and we were just, you know, it was unbelievable.
Together, the brand new WASP tightened their belts, rolled up their sleeves, and pulled and tucked themselves into their new uniforms. They were being paid $150 a month to fly, and that seemed like a pretty good deal, even if the Army was charging them $1.65 a day for room and board.
The women ranged in skill and knowledge very much the same way their male counterparts did. Some of them were extremely good and had a lifelong affiliation with aviation. Some of them had come into it fairly recently and were still developing the necessary skills and understanding of how aircraft worked.
Cochran knew that her WASP had to meet the same training standards as any other military pilots. But she also knew that if the WASP program itself was going to pass muster, her pilots had to be personally above reproach. She had chosen her group from more than 25,000 applicants and eventually brought more than 1,800 to Sweetwater. Those who were selected were chosen as much for their personal deportment as they were for their potential as pilots. Male pilots, Cochran knew, could drink and carouse all they wanted, but females had to behave themselves.
She was very stern, strict. As a matter of fact, at Sweetwater, she was so strict with the rules and regulations that we called it Cochran's Convent. She really laid down the law as to what we could do and couldn't do.
Zillner loved the flying, and like the other WASP in training, wanted to do nothing to put the program at risk.
I always sang when I flew. I truly was happy up there. And I'd sing. I wouldn't dare sing anyplace else, but I was up there all alone. I could sing to my heart's content. And, it's wonderful.
She sang through basic, advanced, instrument, and night flight training. Down in the classroom, she studied the physics of flight, mathematics, meteorology, and Morse code. She learned to take apart, repair, and reassemble aircraft engines. After each segment of training, she was tested by regular Army check pilots, and she passed her tests with flying colors. She was just beginning to feel like a real pilot when, flying one afternoon out over the Texas prairie, she got into trouble.
Suddenly the plane just flipped over upside down and went into an inverted spin. I worked with it. I did everything that we had ever been taught. Nothing made any effect on the plane. And then when I looked out and saw how close I was getting to the ground, I knew I had to get out.
She struggled with the canopy, but managed to get herself out of the plane, barely feeling the thump as the plane's tail hit her leg. Her parachute opened perfectly, and she fluttered down to the ground.
So I'm laying there and I'm thinking, am I alive? Am I dead? Where am I? And suddenly I heard galloping of horses. And I thought, oh, I'm in Texas. Of course, I'm in Texas. And up come these horses, and two cowboys jump off of their horses and came running over. And one of them unzipped my leather jacket and opened my tie, and the other one pulled my helmet off, and all my long hair fell down. And he said, "My gosh, it's a little girl."
One of the first women to destroy a government aircraft, she was sure that her career was over.
I went back to my quarters, and I just sat there, and I thought, oh, this is it, start packing. And all of a sudden, I heard my name on the loudspeaker system. Lorraine Zillner, report to the flight line. And I thought, oh. So I went down the flight line. There's my instructor sitting there. And he said, come on, we're going up.
Zillner put on her misfit flight suit and climbed into the cockpit. An investigation showed that someone had cut her plane's control cables, attempting to kill her for the high crime of being a female pilot. The saboteur was never found. But that day, it didn't much matter. She was back in the air, flying, and the pilots around her, male and female, understood that what was more important to her than anything else was to get back up into the clear Texas sky. If back in Washington there was still debate about whether it was proper for women to fly, in Sweetwater, Texas, it was clear that Zillner had earned her wings. General Hap Arnold himself pinned Lorraine Zillner's pilot's wings on her. The graduation ceremony at Sweetwater was bittersweet. The Wasp had succeeded in learning to fly the military way, but now they were going to be scattered out around the country to more than 100 different bases. The Army Air Force assigned Zillner to the 5th Ferrying Group at Love Field in Dallas. The war was raging around the world, and newly manufactured aircraft were desperately needed at all theaters, so the work was unrelenting.
We would pick up our orders in the morning at our squadron commander would give to us, and we would, by ourselves, just take off and go to whatever factory the plane was coming from. And we would get there, and as the plane came off the assembly line, we would take it up and test it and put it through its paces, and if everything was all right, which obviously it was, we would take it down and accept it for the Army Air Forces, Air Corps, and ferry it to its destination, which was either a base where they were training or to its point of embarkation.
Zillner traveled all over the country, flying all kinds of aircraft. She and the other Wasps worked 7 days a week for weeks on end, always either flying or in transit to fly. And everywhere they went, they faced the same surprised looks.
In those days, I mean, we'd hop out of planes and the crewmen would come up and we'd take off our helmets and down would come this long hair. They'd stand there. They didn't know whether to talk to us or call for the MPs.
There was a certain amount of animosity between the male pilots and the women of the Wasp. We were not as enlightened as a society as we are today, and a lot of the men, A, felt threatened by the concept of a woman who might be as good or better in the cockpit, and B, of course, a lot of them felt that women simply weren't competent to be doing that kind of work.
As the Wasp got more ingrained in the Air Force, two things happened. On the flight lines, they earned a grudging respect. They were, after all, muscling heavy, difficult-to-fly aircraft around the country without apparent difficulty. But back in Washington, their success seemed to create more rather than less controversy. Jackie Cochran's insistence that the Wasps be treated as military pilots rankled many of the powerful men who controlled the military's purse strings. As Cochran pushed harder and harder to get the Wasp the same standing that male pilots had, the politics of the situation grew more starkly divided. They flew the same non-combat missions as male pilots, not only ferrying planes, but also pulling live-fire targets through the air, a mission almost as dangerous as combat itself. They helped train bombardiers and other flight crew members, and they died at the same rate as their male counterparts while pushing badly needed aircraft through bad weather to where they were needed. Their dedication never came under question, but they were nonetheless paid less than men doing the same job and had no access to military life insurance. They weren't eligible for promotion, which meant that their $250 a month salary would never rise. Congress, in a fit of pique, even banned the Wasp from flying outside the boundaries of the United States, which meant they couldn't ferry planes overseas or even to and from factories and bases in Canada. In June 1944, Congress considered a bill that would have made the Wasp full-fledged members of the United States Army. During the debate, one representative pointed out that the Wasp had exceeded the expectations of even their most fervent proponents, that their service was remarkable by any standard. Congress remained unmoved and voted not to give the WASP full military status.
38 of our women were killed. And, you know, when their remains were sent home and buried at their family's expense, we went to Texas at our own expense. Their burials were at their family's expense, and the families couldn't even hang a star, the gold star, in their window. And it wasn't even at the funeral, no military honors, nothing, no recognition at all.
After months of ferrying aircraft, a badly burned out Zillner was transferred to Waco Army Base, a basic flight school for male cadets. For the next few months, she flew as a maintenance test pilot, making sure that planes that had been repaired were safe enough for the men to fly. She was there late in 1944 when the Army Air Force brought the WASP experiment to an end. The WASP were mustered out of an Air Force they had never really been in. Not unexpectedly, they paid their own way home. Zillner returned to Chicago and got a job in the operations department at Glenview Naval Air Station. There, she met her husband, Captain George Rogers, a Navy fighter who'd returned from the war wounded. They married, had 4 children, and for the next 30 years, she followed his career, moving from place to place as the Navy assigned him to different air groups. And all during that time, there were quiet efforts being made to get the WASP recognized as having been part of the Air Force. As the drumbeat built, it became clear that it was not coming from just the WASP themselves. The generation of women behind them, many of whom had sought careers in both civil and military aviation, wanted the WASP to get their due. At public appearances, reunions, and civic functions, Lorraine Zillner Rogers and the other WASP found themselves on the receiving end of unsolicited standing ovations. In 1977, Senator Barry Goldwater introduced into Congress a bill that would recognize the WASP as having been a real part of the Allied victory in World War II. The bill gave the WASP honorable discharges from the Army Air Force, granted them the full status and benefits afforded other military veterans, and recognized that their actions in wartime had been courageous and determined.
We were the first women pilots to fly military aircraft. And as a result, we opened the doors for today's women military pilots, women airline pilots, women corporate pilots, women astronauts. We opened the doors for them. And every time we come in contact with any of them, they always say, thank you.
He was a fighter pilot whose heroism was grounded in his study of Epictetus the Stoic. He fired the first shots of the Vietnam War and flew more than 200 combat missions. As the senior officer in a Hanoi POW camp, he saw his role as nothing less than the recreation of Western civilization in the torturous, predatory prison environment. He retired as the only 3-star officer in the history of the Navy to wear both pilot's wings and the Medal of Honor. He then served as a college president, published regularly on classical philosophy, and even ran for vice president. He is Admiral James Bond Stockdale, and he is a legend of air power. Stockdale was born 2 days before Christmas in 1923 in Galesburg, Illinois. He was the only child of Mabel and Vernon Stockdale, who lived on a small farm outside town 50 miles west of Peoria. His mother was a schoolteacher who demanded excellence in the classroom and signed her son up for seemingly every extracurricular activity available. He took piano lessons and acted in plays his mother staged at the Daughters of the Revolution Hall. His father was a part-time farmer and full-time supervisor at a local pottery company. A Navy veteran of World War I, Vernon Stockdale pushed his son toward the Naval Academy from a very early age. When Jim was 12, his father took him to see Admiral Richard Byrd, recently returned from his daring exploration of the South Pole. Jim was impressed by Byrd's sparkling white uniform and confident bearing. The autographed pictures sealed the deal. The Naval Academy became James Stockdale's goal. He got in and attended during World War II. Arguably, the most important event of his 4 years at Annapolis took place during his senior year. On Easter weekend, Stockdale went out on a blind date with Sybil Bailey, a school teacher from East Haven, Connecticut. The two became a couple, inseparable and bonded for life. Years later, Sybil summed up their relationship this way: "We wouldn't be comfortable if not together." They married after James graduated from Annapolis. Stockdale went to flight school and did his first tour as a pilot flying anti-submarine duty in Grumman Avengers. There aren't many flight duties duller than flying submarine patrol in peacetime, but Stockdale's skills as a pilot were obviously outstanding. Stockdale was considering leaving the Navy and pursuing a career as a mining engineer until he toured the Mediterranean on an aircraft carrier. The order of shipboard life, the camaraderie among the pilots. After the tour, he couldn't imagine himself in any other life. He decided to make the Navy his career. He earned admission to Navy Test Pilot School at Patuxent River, Maryland. At Pats River, he was outstanding, not just in flight, but in the classroom. He helped tutor other outstanding young pilots through the classroom portion of the training. Future astronaut John Glenn, for example, learned physics and astronomy from Stockdale. He went from Pax River to Stanford University. He went as a naval officer studying international relations, a subject of considerable importance in the Cold War. Stockdale saw his education in larger terms, however. His interest, he said, was in moral philosophy. He studied Socrates, Hume, and Mill, and steeped himself in what he described as literature with moral overtones: Shakespeare, Dostoevsky, Camus. It was at Stanford where he was first introduced to the Stoic philosopher Epictetus. Born a slave in 55 AD, Epictetus believed that there is ultimately only one thing that belongs to a human being, and that is his will or purpose. Stockdale, a young military pilot raised to excellence and a sense of duty, absorbed Epictetus to the fiber of his being.
Stockdale is actually one of the most brilliant people of the period in the Navy. He went to Stanford and received an MA in philosophy. He wanted to go on and get a PhD, but he had a choice of either getting a PhD and becoming a professor at the Naval Academy or going on and becoming a commander.
He graduated from Stanford in 1962 and returned to active duty as executive officer of VF-51, flying the F-8 Crusader, an attack fighter capable of flying more than 1,000 miles an hour. He was an outstanding officer and pilot and was quickly promoted to Air Group Commander. A sea aboard the USS Ticonderoga, he and his men set sail for Southeast Asia. While most of the people back home knew almost nothing of what was happening in Southeast Asia, it was quickly becoming the hottest hot spot in the Cold War. The French had abandoned a former colony called Vietnam, and in the power vacuum that was left behind, different factions vied for control. A communist insurgency from the north, fighting with the help of Soviet and communist Chinese trainers and equipment, seemed ready to take over the whole country. Back in the United States, President Lyndon Johnson and his cabinet believed that if Vietnam fell to the communists, so would other countries in the region. Operating under what was called the domino theory, Johnson surrounded the area with American warships, including several aircraft carriers, in an effort to put pressure on the communists to pull back. No sooner had Captain James Stockdale and his air group arrived in the area than they were reassigned to the USS Constellation to fly secret missions over one of Vietnam's neighbors, the country of Laos. Stockdale and his men spent 2 months escorting reconnaissance aircraft and flying the occasional highly classified bombing run. While it was not at that time a shooting war, the situation was enormously tense. Stockdale himself felt that war was inevitable. Back on the Ticonderoga, it seemed obvious that both sides were spoiling for a fight. The Americans had deployed destroyers to the Gulf of Tonkin on what were called DeSoto patrols. These were intelligence missions close to shore, designed as much to provoke the North Vietnamese as to gather information. The North Vietnamese, for their part, were running a fleet of tiny, high-speed PT boats. The boats darted out of hiding places along the shore, harassed American warships in international waters, and then just as quickly disappeared. The results of the DeSoto patrols were predictable. American and North Vietnamese boats skirmished almost every day, with shots fired and casualties taken, but nothing that could be called an actual battle. In early August 1964, the situation seemed about ready to boil over. For several days, there had been skirmishes up and down the coast. American intelligence warned against a possible attack on the USS Maddox that might include packing the PT boats with explosives and ramming the destroyer. In a skirmish on August 2nd, the Maddox had been hit by a North Vietnamese 14.5 millimeter shell. The shot caused little damage, but seemed to set Lyndon Johnson off. In a tough re-election campaign against staunch anti-communist Barry Goldwater, Johnson sent a message to North Vietnam through diplomatic channels. Johnson said, basically, that he would assume the shot that hit the Maddox had been a mistake, but that the next shot would be an invitation for reprisal. On August 4th, the Maddox returned to its DeSoto patrol, accompanied by a second destroyer, the USS Turner Joy. Stockdale was in the pilot-ready room when word came by radio of a pitched battle. The destroyers were reporting a significant attack and were firing in their own defense. Stockdale scrambled to his Crusader and, along with 3 other aircraft, launched toward the battle. He was there in minutes, looked down at the ocean surface, and saw nothing. The Maddox and the Turner Joy were firing all right, but Stockdale could see nothing to fire at. No PT boats, no wakes, no flaming wreckage. In the after-action report, everyone seemed to agree that nothing had happened. But back in Washington, Lyndon Johnson received reports of a brazen attack on American interests. He ordered a reprisal, and the next morning, James Stockdale took 16 aircraft loaded with Zuni missiles and led an attack on oil storage tanks at Vinh City on the North Vietnamese coast. Stockdale led the way, swooping out of the sky in a perfectly executed surprise attack. The Zunis ignited the oil tanks, destroying the facility. All of Stockdale's aircraft returned safely to the Ticonderoga. James Stockdale, who could have been teaching at the Naval Academy if he'd wanted to, had just fired the first shots of the Vietnam War. James Stockdale fired the first shots of the Vietnam War in response to an attack that he didn't believe had occurred. He said later that he had started the war under false pretenses, but he also knew that he hadn't started the war at all. That credit belonged to President Lyndon Johnson. But no matter who started the war, it was Stockdale who was on the front lines, and it was his duty to fight as well as he possibly could. It was a new war, and no one knew how it was going to be fought. It seemed as if every experience was new. as if every day brought challenges that were not covered in training. In those early days, the pilots simply flew as many missions as they could stand and hoped they were having an impact. They flew under increasingly difficult terms of engagement, and every passing day seemed to bring new restrictions from Washington. Stockdale flew all the missions he could stand. On one, he had the canopy of his plane shot off and had to ditch in the Gulf of Tonkin. Stockdale served his time and rotated home, but signed up for a second tour of duty. After a couple of months of training, he returned as wing commander on the USS Oriskany. On September 9, 1965, Stockdale strapped into an A-4 Skyhawk for his 202nd combat mission. The weather was bad, the low overcast that was frustratingly familiar to Navy pilots in Vietnam. There was doubt about whether the mission would launch, but it did. On the way to the target, Stockdale passed over the scorched remains of the oil storage yard he had bombed exactly 400 days before. Stockdale and his flight approached the rail yard that was their target. They dropped their bombs and banked away toward the safety of the ocean. He thought he'd made it when he heard the sound of a 57mm anti-aircraft gun below him. He ejected over a small village. The villagers descended on him, wielding clubs and fists. They beat him unmercifully, and his wingmen circled helplessly above. By the time communist authorities arrived, he had a broken shoulder, a broken leg, and cuts and bruises all over his body. He had no idea of what was going to happen to him. The North Vietnamese transported Stockdale to Hoa Loa prison in Hanoi. Built by the French while Vietnam was a colony, the prison was dank and cramped, closer to a medieval dungeon than a modern prison. Ruled by sadistic communist apparatchiks and populated by a small community of American flyers, Stockdale arrived as the highest-ranking officer. He was badly injured with no prospect of medical attention. Thousands of miles from home and surrounded by men in not much better condition than himself. And they were looking to him for leadership. Stockdale remembered something he had learned in grad school, something he had been told by one of his professors. Being an educated person means that, given the necessity, you could refound your own civilization. In his first few days in the North Vietnamese prison, Stockdale realized that he had descended into a world where Western civilization as he knew it did not exist. His job, he decided, was not merely to survive. It was to refound Western civilization in what amounted to a tiny North Vietnamese dark age.
Here's a fellow who studied for years advanced education, and he knew he could quote these philosophers, the Russian philosophers, who had gone through this incarceration in the Soviet Empire, and who the word they wrote and things, and he knew it. So he had a sense of what it was that carried them through, and he applied those principles to our policies and guidance.
Stockdale's war didn't end when he was taken prisoner. It began. He began, in small ways, to organize the prisoners, to order their lives in a way that Stoic philosopher Epictetus would understand. Because of Stockdale's philosophical approach, the prisoners' lives stopped being about animal survival and started being about resisting the North Vietnamese by not abandoning what they held dear. When the severely injured James Stockdale arrived in Hanoi, he was one of only 3 Americans held in the section of Hoa Loa prison known as the Big Wallow. The rest of the facility was filled mostly with Vietnamese political criminals, male and female. The guards reminded Stockdale of teachers in an 18th century schoolhouse, bent on beating the devil out of their charges. The guards had it down to a routine, developed in their long years of re-educating politically wayward civilians. They'd beat the prisoners, gather them for self-criticism, and then watch as their prisoners chattered on about their antisocial crimes in an effort to avoid another beating. The Americans from the first didn't play that game. They tried to answer every question with name, rank, and serial number. And when they had been beaten and tortured badly enough, they eventually gave in and divulged some fact, and the beatings would stop. And then the prisoner would inevitably be filled with guilt. He had violated the code of conduct and had betrayed the expectations of his fellow prisoners. Stockdale came to Hoaloa armed not simply with the uniform code, but with the teachings of Epictetus. He knew that under severe torture, no one could control what they said. So he changed the rules. Stockdale, as he recovered, led the prisoners in creating a new code of conduct. Unlike the code they had learned in their training, it didn't focus on what the men told their torturers. Rather, it gave them the room to take pride in what they had endured before they had succumbed. That allowed the POWs to survive without feeling they had failed. And it created a system where the endurance of torture was a source of pride, not shame. Stockdale led his men by example, indulging in tiny acts of disobedience, no matter what the consequences. He was like nothing the North Vietnamese had ever confronted. When guards misquoted Lenin, Stockdale corrected them. When he detected in the speech of one a reference to the works of Plato, he engaged the guard in a prolonged debate about human nature. He helped the prisoners build a microcosm of Western civilization under the most dire circumstances. They built a community that sustained itself with its own rules and lore. They named their torture chambers after Las Vegas hotels and referred to themselves, ironically, as the Alcatraz Gang. They became a living, breathing affront to everything the communists believed about humanity and decadent Americans. Utterly powerless, the POWs somehow maintained a kind of control over their destiny. When a prisoner took sick, Stockdale organized a hunger strike. The North Vietnamese, confronted with the prospect of hundreds of dead POWs, brought in a doctor. When they tried to use Stockdale in propaganda, he beat himself with a stool so that he could not be photographed. He gargled with lye rather than talk with his tormentors.
One night they got mad and came charging down the hall, popped the door open. I barely got off the bunk before they got in the room, and Jim barely got up on his feet. And this Vietnamese second lieutenant walks in, or really storms in with a guard. And as he walked up to Jim, Jim decked him. And I thought, man, we're in trouble. And we were.
The more the North Vietnamese pressured the POWs, the more the POWs were able to endure. The communists threw Stockdale and other leaders into solitary confinement, sometimes for years at a time, in an effort to decapitate the resistance. It did nothing of the sort. Stockdale and the others had built a self-sustaining civilization in their prison. To break the isolation of solitary confinement, Stockdale introduced a code that would allow them to communicate even in isolation. He got the idea for the famous tap code from a 2nd century historian who dabbled in cryptography. Soon, even those in solitary confinement could communicate with other members of their community. In late 1969, after he'd been in Hoaloa for more than 4 years, the North Vietnamese decided that the key to breaking the American prisoners was breaking Stockdale. One of his captors said before leaving for the night, "Tomorrow, we will bring you down." They put Stockdale in leg irons, ropes constricting his arms behind him. They left him alone, assuming that he would spend the night fearing what would happen the next day. Stockdale stretched his bonds enough to get his hands on a broken piece of glass. Working it around, he slashed his own wrists and nearly bled to death. The act convinced the North Vietnamese that it was hopeless. Stockdale, and by extension all the American prisoners, would rather die than submit. The beating stopped. The prison commander who had instigated much of the torture was replaced. For 3 more years, the POWs endured internment in what came to be known as the Hanoi Hilton. They returned home heroes, victors in a war that their country had not won. Stockdale received the Medal of Honor for his service in Ho'oloha Prison. He returned to his wife and children, and after his retirement, to decades of productive writing and study. He served as president of the Citadel, ran for vice president of the United States, and returned to Stanford as a professor. Years later, he wrote, "Was I a victim? Not when I became fully engaged, got into the life of unity with comrades, helping others, and being encouraged by them."
I think they could have gotten through without Stockdale. I don't think they would have gotten through as well without James Stockdale, because he kind of set the tone of what a POW should behave like. He set the standard of conduct, and he provided one heck of a role model of what a POW should do in a time of very heavy emotional and physical obstacles.
Being a POW was, Stockdale said, the highlight of his life. It was a time, he said, when he was exactly where he was supposed to be, doing exactly what needed to be done. He was the real-life model for Tom Swift, the boy inventor and adventurer who was the stuff of dreams for young Americans in the early 1900s. He raced motorcycles and was the only person in history to hold, at the same time, the world speed record on both land and in the air. He turned aviation into a viable business, and his success so infuriated Orville and Wilbur Wright that they sued him for patent infringement. The suit barely slowed him down. By the time he'd retired, he'd manufactured more aircraft than anyone in the world. He is Glenn Curtiss, and he is a legend of air power. Glenn Hammond Curtiss was born in Hammondsport, New York on May 21st, 1878. His father and grandfather both died when he was very young, and Curtiss spent the rest of his childhood shuttling back and forth between his mother and grandmother. The two were very different.
Mother was artistic, she was flighty, she couldn't manage money, she painted, she played music, she went out ice skating, she had gentleman friends, she was an expert driver of horses. Grandma was very hardworking, very practical, she knew how to get along with people.
He worked as a newsboy and as a delivery boy for Western Union. His bicycle, acquired in large measure as a practical money-making tool, became something else entirely to him. It became the mechanism of his escape from his mother's world.
He lived for a while in Rockstream with his mother, but he really wanted to be with his grandmother in Hammondsport. So that was down a slope and across a valley and up the ridge and then down the other slope. Then he bicycled there, and it was speed, speed, speed that he wanted.
As a teen, he built a small business repairing and selling bicycles, but it was the speed of riding that he really loved. He became a well-known bicyclist, racing champion of the Lower Lakes region of upstate New York. Then he saw his first motorcycle. He was amazed how fast it went, and he wanted one of his own. Buying a motorcycle, of course, wasn't possible. He had little money, and motorcycles, which were an experimental technology at the time, weren't easily available. He decided to build one of his own. Curtiss converted a bicycle frame and ordered a one-cylinder engine from the Thomas Company. And when it arrived, he discovered that it was little more than a box of rough parts. There was no carburetor and few instructions. With the help of a local machine shop, he built a carburetor, put the engine together, and fastened it to the bicycle frame. When he took it out for a test, the whole town of Hammondsport turned out to see what the noise was all about.
The engine alone weighed 180 pounds, and as he was demonstrating his motorbike, he lost control of it and had to jump off before he careened into a lake.
He learned how to ride it and made enough of an impression on the people of Hammondsport that friends and local businessmen put up the money for Curtiss to go into the motorcycle business. In 1902, he opened the G.H. Curtiss Manufacturing Company, building and selling the Hercules motorcycle that he designed. He tested the motorcycles himself, pushing the speed higher and higher and inventing technology that allowed the bikes to be lighter and more maneuverable. In 1903, he created the V-Twin, the first two-cylinder motorcycle in the United States.
He took it down to New York City, and he went into a hill climbing race and just demolished the opposition, including professional racers on chain-driven Indian motorcycles. Then he tore across town to Yonkers, jumped into a 10-mile race, won the race, set a new world speed record, and became American amateur champion, all on the same day.
His exploits inspired a series of books for young boys. The books were about Tom Swift, a boy adventurer and inventor who bore a striking resemblance to Curtiss.
Tom was a young inventor who had his own factory on the shores of Lake Carlopa in upstate New York. Well, Glenn was a young inventor who had his own factory on the shores of Lake Keuka in upstate New York. Both of them were racers. Both of them started out in motorcycles. So especially in the first few books, it's pretty clear that a lot of the immediate inspiration, anyhow, is the character of Glenn Curtiss.
While Curtiss experimented with motorcycles, on the dunes of North Carolina, Orville and Wilbur Wright were experimenting with airplanes. In late 1903, they flew, but concerned that others would steal their design, they applied for a patent and hid their plane away. All over the country, however, inventors with different visions were building and testing aircraft. Soon after the Wrights' first flight, Thomas Scott Baldwin bought a Curtiss motorcycle engine to power his dirigible, the California Aero. That transaction seems to have kindled in Curtiss an interest in aviation. He worked with Baldwin on several other designs, building lighter and lighter engines for Baldwin's blimps. He also kept building motorcycles, and in late 1906 put together a racing bike unlike anything to come before. It was massive, and his only problem now was to find someone to race against.
We went down to Ormond Beach in Florida, and he wheeled out the world's first V8 motorcycle. He put in it a V8 engine he had created for a dirigible. And the officials there said, well, Glenn, this obviously is not a standard machine, so we can't let you race, but we will give you an official time test.
He revved the machine up, got a rolling start, and covered the mile between the starting and finish lines in just over 26 seconds. His speed, 136.36 miles per hour.
He was literally the fastest man on Earth. Not even a locomotive had ever done the mile in that short a time. And it took him another mile to come to a halt after that. So by that time, he was a pretty well-known person, at least if you were interested in speed and mechanics and things like that.
Newspapers around the world covered the astounding achievement. Glenn Curtiss, who'd fallen in love with speed while riding a bicycle to his grandmother's house, had gone faster than anyone had ever gone before. Faster even than the fastest locomotive. The only way he was going to go any faster was to do it in the air. 4 years after the Wright brothers first flew, the world of aviation was like a gold rush. Everyone wanted in, though no one knew for sure what the results were going to be. One of those suddenly interested in flying was Alexander Graham Bell, inventor of the telephone. He founded the Aerial Experiment Association, a group of aircraft experimenters willing to pool their knowledge and skills to push aviation forward. Bell bought one of Curtis's aircraft engines for the AEA. He was so impressed by both the engine and Curtis that he invited the motorcycle racer to join the organization. Curtis's first impulse was to refuse Bell's offer, but after some thought, he delegated the running of his motorcycle factory to an associate and threw himself full-time into aviation. He signed on to the AEA as Director of Experimentation. While Curtis was thrilled to be working with Bell, he quickly realized that the inventor's ideas about flight were highly impractical. Bell had spent much of his time developing a 60-foot tetrahedral kite. Curtis, a successful businessman, saw no way that a kite would ever evolve into a viable product.
He paid attention to a number of areas. First of all, the product itself. And secondly, to the marketing of the product. For instance, let's take the airplane. Now we've got an airplane. Who's going to buy an airplane? Well, we have to market it.
Curtis believed he could sell airplanes the same way he'd sold motorcycles, by setting records in them. If he made enough headlines, he felt, people would buy airplanes the same way they'd bought motorcycles, by asking for one just like Glenn Curtis had. He threw himself into designing an airplane. Working with other members of the AEA, the innovations flowed fast and furious. He collaborated on the White Wing, a revolutionary airplane that introduced two critical technologies, wheeled landing gear and a way of steering more practical than the Wright brothers' patented wing warping system. The Wrights had constructed a complicated system of pulleys that pulled the aircraft's wings into different shapes to steer the plane. This wing warping was dependent on brute force, and in some cases required two people struggling with their controls to control the aircraft. Curtis, working with other AEA engineers, developed a flight control system that required moving only small surfaces attached to the tips and edges of the wings. Those smaller surfaces came to be known as ailerons, and are virtually the same technology used on aircraft today. In 1908, he set out to gain the publicity that he felt would turn aircraft manufacturing into a business. He took his aircraft, the Junebug, out and flew it for the general public. The flight was short, exciting, and made headlines. He made the first straight-line flight of more than 1 kilometer. He became the highest-profile pilot and advocate of flight. And by 1909, he'd outgrown the AEA and set out on his own. He continued with his research, unsuccessfully testing a prototype seaplane, for example, but spent most of his time entering and winning various flying contests. His publicity-centered business strategy infuriated the Wrights, who felt he was usurping their rightful role as the leaders in aviation. They bristled every time he won another headline and fumed when he received recognition they thought should have been their own. But Curtis kept going. He won the Scientific American Trophy for circular flight and made the first airplane flight in Canada. He became the first licensed aircraft manufacturer and sold the first private aircraft in the United States. And when he went to France to race against a Wright flyer, he set a new world airspeed record.
While he was there, the Wright brothers sued him, and they deliberately timed the suit for his presence at the meet. Because they wanted to send a message to everybody in the aviation community. And they were charging him with infringement of their patent. Even though his airplane was very, very different from the Wrights airplane, and in fact superior to the Wrights airplane, they claimed that their patent should be interpreted broadly.
Suddenly, Curtis's embryonic aviation business was in trouble. Customers stopped buying planes because they were worried that the Wrights would sue them too. Legal fees ate into his capital. Desperate, Curtis risked his life answering a newspaper's challenge to aviators. Fly from Albany, the capital of New York State, down the Hudson Valley to New York City in one day and collect a $10,000 prize. All along the route, people poured out of houses to see Curtis's plane. They waved, ran along the roads below him, rang church bells, and blew fire whistles. The trip proved that aircraft could fly dependably between distant points. The public reaction proved Curtiss the leading aviator of his time. The $10,000 newspaper prize kept his business alive. The Wright brothers' patent infringement suit, irritating though it was, didn't slow Glenn Curtiss down. He made the first flight across Lake Erie and helped fund research on aerial gun sites. He flew the plane as a gun-wielding Army officer, fired the first shots from the air to a target on the ground. Curtiss's escapades were more than mere stunts. Militaries around the world were considering adding aircraft to their arsenals, and Curtiss wanted that business. There was, he knew, much more at stake than just a few dozen airplane orders.
Back in the very earliest days of airplaning, each manufacturer had his own unique set of cockpit controls, which meant that once you had learned, you were sort of stuck with that technology and with that manufacturer. This created some difficulties. First of all, people killed themselves trying to make the transfer.
Curtiss knew that the manufacturer that sold its planes to the emerging Army Air Corps would end up with a huge advantage over other manufacturers. The Army Air Corps would train a large pool of pilots to fly, and what they learned to fly in the Army, they would tend to fly when they got out of the Army. The two dominant control systems were, of course, the Wright brothers' wing warping and Curtiss's ailerons. Curtiss knew the victor would ultimately control the air.
Eventually, the Wright brothers' control became so complicated that you needed two pilots to fly the airplane. And they each had a separate set of controls and a separate set of things that they did.
The Air Corps settled on Curtiss's airplanes and bought a handful to train pilots with. Though the Wright brothers' lawsuit continued, Curtiss's aircraft manufacturing business was secure. Curtiss trained the first American female pilot, Blanche Stewart Scott, and himself received the first pilot's license issued in the United States. When the Navy got interested in aviation, Curtiss earned the title the father of naval aviation by inventing the technology that made naval aviation possible. Eugene Ely, a Curtiss pilot in a Curtiss plane, made the first takeoff from a ship near Hampton Roads, Virginia. In late 1911, Ely made the first landing on the deck of a ship in San Francisco Bay.
Ely took off from the shore, circled around, and then came in for landing on this very short deck. Fascinatingly, how they made that possible was by getting sandbags and laying them out along both sides of this makeshift deck with ropes tied between each pair of sandbag. And the very first time somebody landed on the deck of a ship, he used a tail hook and caught those ropes and slowed himself down, just as is done today. And a few minutes later, they turned the airplane around, Ely took off, and landed safely ashore.
Curtiss trained the first naval aviators and revived an earlier failed experiment by building an airplane that could take off and land on the water. On January 26, 1911, a Navy pilot trained by Curtiss took off in the first successful seaplane flight. A few weeks later, Curtiss outfitted his seaplane with retractable wheels, allowing it to land on runways. With the help of a New York boat builder, he honed the design down until his seaplane seemed little more than a boat hull with wings. Dubbed the Flying Boat, it promised to open aviation to the whole world.
We have to remember there really were no airports or flying fields or anything like that in the country, in the world back in those days. And to find a long, level field that didn't have a herd of cows or a stand of corn or a barbed wire fence on it was very difficult. So for many people, they say, well, really the water is the surface that we're going to use for landing and taking off.
In 1913, the courts ruled in favor of the Wrights, in effect granting them a patent on the concept of using any type steering system based on wing surfaces moving in opposite directions. The ruling, in effect, gave the Wrights a patent on the fundamental laws of physics. Curtiss, unwilling to give up the progress he was making in flight, worked to get around the patent. He also used every legal means he could to stall because he'd just put his company to work designing an inexpensive, easily manufactured biplane that he believed would do for aviation what Ford's Model T had done for the automobile. He hired a British airplane designer, D. Douglas Thomas, and put together a team to work on the plane.
So one of the things about Curtiss is he was able to bring in people who had better education and better training than he did and put them to work and keep them to work, and they enjoyed it. They thought it was a great experience to be in. And more Curtiss's work became kind of getting the initial idea and then maybe making some sketches and turning it over to other people to refine.
Curtiss's team worked on two competing designs, the Model N and the Model J. After several years of experiments, in 1914, Curtiss combined the best aspects of the two and introduced the JN-3, which was destined to be one of the most famous aircraft of all time, the Curtiss Jenny.
Within a few months of the time the Jenny was introduced, World War I broke out in Europe. And suddenly the Europeans were in a position of having to train hundreds and then thousands of pilots. So the British placed an order with Curtiss for 250 airplanes.
Though Wilbur Wright, who had been most active in pursuing the suit against Curtiss, had died, the legal wrangling between Curtiss and the Wright Company continued.
Really, the only thing that brought an end to the Curtiss and Wright rivalry was the advent of World War I. And at that point, the U.S. government stepped in and said, guys, we've got to build aircraft. We've all got to work together. We've got to share our ideas. We've got to share our innovations, at least for the duration of the war.
Between 1914 and 1918, Curtiss produced more than 6,000 Jennies. A whole generation of pilots, including Charles Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart, learned to fly in Jennies. And after the war, the surplus aircraft became the favorite of barnstormers around the world.
For many people, it was the first airplane they ever saw, the first airplane they ever rode in, the first airplane they ever piloted.
When the war ended, it became clear that the battle with the Wrights had taken much from Glenn Curtiss. Those around him noticed that he seemed to have lost some of his zeal for innovation. He continued to improve his aircraft. In 1919, 3 of his newest model flying boats set out to cross the Atlantic. Only one made it, the first aircraft to cross an ocean, but the other 2 protected their crews and made it safely to port. But it was also becoming clear by then that Curtiss's mind was wandering from aviation, looking for new challenges. He moved to Florida and dabbled in inventions of local impact. He designed the first streamlined travel trailer, the precursor of hundreds of thousands of recreational vehicles to come. He conceived and built the first airboat, which became a staple of transportation in Florida's Everglades. But mostly, he turned his imagination to the development of real estate. He envisioned paradise and tried repeatedly to create it from the raw material of Florida's warm sunshine and open spaces. Instead of sketching aircraft, he sketched and built whole towns. He played key roles in the development of Hialeah, Opelika, and Miami Springs, bedroom communities outside Miami. And in 1930, he received a Medal of Honor for his contribution to aviation. He accepted it gracefully, if quietly, a man nearer to the end of his life than anyone knew. He enjoyed flying as a passenger on the plane, reenacting his historic flight down the Hudson Valley.
But I think for those who are knowledgeable, most people look at that and say that in many ways Curtiss was the most significant figure of those early aviation years. Fascinatingly, like all of those early pilots, he sort of taught himself to do it. Nobody showed Glenn Curtiss how to fly, because nobody else knew.
Glenn Curtiss died in July 1930. He died in Buffalo, New York, of complications after an appendectomy.
He loved flying and he loved aviation, but I think he was partial to the concept of innovation and pushing the envelope. I think he liked to take ideas and machines and envision them not for what they are, but for what they could be.
And that, of all the things Glenn Curtiss left